A black spider mark, venomous and pulsing, branded my chest, a curse to destroy even immortal bodies. They called it the 10,000 Eclipse Sky Spider Seal, a death sentence for a newborn like me, born with the innate Taoist body, one of the 18 saint physiques. But then, ding. As system. My first check-in triggered a tenfold critical strike. Chaos body. Heavenly overlord body. God-level physiques. The forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme, capable of space confinement, and the dragon pattern black gold. My physique evolved into the supreme divine body, innate chaos hegemony. The world exploded in radiant light and divine visions. With a thought, I shattered the spider mark. The elders were awestruck. My father roared, defending me against the wave of black energy. They saw my chaos chi, the power to destroy a curse that plagued countless others. I opened and deified my 4 main veins instantly. The entire city's aura surged into me, boosting cultivators to new heights. Legendary figures bowed, offering treasures for a chance to absorb my Dao Yun. They feared me, they worshipped me. But then, the attack came. Monstrous figures, terrifying weapons, the Taiyan God furnace. But even as an infant, I trapped it with a single thought, using my forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme. I absorbed a city's energy in a single day, reaching 5 realms. My name? Yang Haotian. And my journey? It's just begun. Zhengzhou Daoyu, Haoyang Ancient City. Above the Yang family's imperial palace, a breathtaking display of auspicious energy unfolded, visions of dragons and phoenixes swirling in the heavens. But a sinister wisp of black air marred the spectacle, a foreboding omen. I heard whispers, such an extraordinary vision points to a peerless being, yet the child bears the one eclipse spider mark and pregnant for 2.5 years, still unborn, cursed by the 10,000 eclipse sky spider seal. This child is doomed. The Yang family's 7749 Dao divine protection formation was activated, 72 immortal level elders guarding the entrances. In the golden scale hall, 12 esteemed elders gathered, their faces etched with concern. Born at 999 days and 9 hours, a coincidence? One murmured. Then, a cry pierced the air. My father, Patriarch Yang Xinglong, a majestic figure radiating dragon energy and bathed in divine flames, announced, Xingxian has given birth. It's a boy. The elders swarmed around, gazing at me. I, a newborn, remained calm, lazily surveying my surroundings, a faint halo of the great Tao surrounding my small body. Could it be the innate Taoist body? The foremost of the 18 saint physiques? They were stunned, yet not joyous. Instead, tears and wails erupted. Why torment the Yang family so? A blessed body, yet cursed with the 10,000 eclipse sky spider mark. I saw it then, a black mark, venomous and spider-like, pulsing faintly on my chest, already corroding my Dao Baoguang. The 10,000 eclipse sky spider mark, one of the 10 most potent curses, designed to destroy special physiques, even immortal bodies. Unless I'm reborn? My infant mind pondered, taking in my surroundings. Time travel? Only in novels, but here I am. I quickly pieced together that the Yang family was among Zhengzhou Daoyu's most powerful. A golden spoon birth, destined for wealth. But this spider mark threatened to ruin my potential. A genius, starting as a cripple? Unacceptable. Ding, host bound to system. Sign-in function activated. First check-in, Holy Palace. Check-in? A system. A golden finger. Sign in. I thought. Ding. First time sign-in triggers tenfold critical strike. 9-star fairy level reward, Chaos Body. 9-star fairy level reward, Heavenly Overlord Body. 9-star holy level reward, Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju. 9-star holy level reward, Forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme. 9-star holy level reward, Dragon pattern black gold. Incredible. Chaos body. Heavenly overlord body. God level physiques. And the forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme, capable of space confinement, and the dragon pattern black gold. and the Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju, to cut through fate, even resurrect. Detected, innate Taoist body. Integrate chaos and heavenly overlord bodies? Yes, no? Of course. Ding. Physique evolved into supreme divine body, innate chaos hegemony. The world erupted. Radiant light, celestial sounds, and divine visions filled the void. A rising moon, a chaotic lotus, an immortal king descending, mythical beasts circling, divine power poured into my tiny form. The elders were awestruck. The innate Taoist body is powerful, but this surpasses all known visions. 12 immortal bodies, but even they have only one vision. And he has divine protectors, it's unheard of. Their awe was mirrored by the wider world. Then, the elders cried out, "No!" Father roared, "Don't harm my son!" His divine flames surged, but a wave of black energy, the one eclipse spider mark, overwhelmed him. It lunged at me. But I smirked, a chaotic energy emerging from my dantian. The spider mark recoiled, terrified. Escape? Too late. I blinked, and with a flicker of chaotic energy, it disintegrated. The mark broken? Father was speechless. Chaos chi? I sensed its breath. The elders were in shock. I had, with a single thought, effortlessly destroyed the curse that had plagued countless others. The Wan Shitian spider mark destroyed? Father was stunned. Chaos chi. I feel the breath of chaos chi. The elders whispered, their faces pale with awe. Could my physique be the legendary chaos body, invulnerable, its path unyielding? In this Dao difficulty era, a body of such caliber hadn't appeared in the 3000 Dao domain for tens of millions of years. But the 12 elders were wrong. I awakened something far more terrifying, the innate chaos hegemony body. Host refines one eclipse spider mark energy, upgrading innate chaos hegemony. The system announced. The earth shook, the heavens trembled. Cosmic energy and the very essence of the world flooded my body. My 4 main veins blazed with divine light, spiritual energy surging through my limbs. My swaddling clothes burst apart. His 4 main veins opened, and they're already deified. Father exclaimed, incredulous. The elders were ecstatic. The chaos body? My young family's Qilin is born with divine veins. Opening meridians is crucial for physical tempering. Even geniuses need months, yet I opened and deified my 4 main veins instantly. Endless Tao meaning surged towards me, a pilgrimage to the Yang Palace. Waves of profound Taoist Rhine radiated outwards. Heaven, earth, and Daoyun treasures many supreme warriors crave but can't obtain. Many powerful cultivators inadvertently absorbed some of this Daoyun, breaking through years of stagnation. I'm breaking through! They cried. A shocking aura erupted from Haotian ancient city. My 8-year bottleneck is broken. Lishan's ancestor, a seasoned cultivator nearing death, had broken through. I'll repay the Yang family. He roared, ascending into the sky. Other long-retired cultivators awakened, seizing the opportunity. Terrifying auras rose. Eyes, like ghosts, converged on the Yang family's holy palace. It's Patriarch Tianwu, the peerless martial master from 80 years ago. Someone gasped. Ancient Peak, the alchemy ancestor and Tianjian's ancestor. These legendary figures restrained their breaths, bowed towards the Yang family. Patriarch Tianwu offers an ancient treasure. Goofing offers a 9 apertures divine pill. Tianjian offers the heavenly sword box and a century of service for survival. For breakthroughs, Daozi-level beings fought for a chance to absorb the Dao Yun. They offered treasures and service, just to be near Haotian ancient city. Those Taiyin Shinhu fools dared to challenge my young family. When I grow up, I'll crush them. Father declared. The Taiyin God Lake, our ancient rivals, were the ones who cursed me with the Wan eclipse mark. The elders were jubilant, their realms instantly soaring. Dozens of celestial visions converged on me, countless spiritual energies flooding my body. The Yang family's aura was depleted, yet it continued. My 360 meridians glowed, on their way to deification. Then, Haotian ancient city's aura was consumed. Taiyin Lake, Qiuan's ancestral land, the ancient royal family, and Panhong Holy Mountain watched in terror. He devoured a whole city's aura. He's more terrifying than Tao Tai. This child is monstrous. If he grows up, we're doomed. Kill him now. Major forces secretly conspired. Then, outside the Holy Palace, monstrous figures and terrifying weapons assaulted the Yang family. Our 49 Dao Divine Protection formation blazed, our 72 elders counterattacked. The Yang family's divine infant is humanity's hope. We fight to protect him. A cultivator declared. Protect Hauer's aura, lest he become the world's enemy, the elders decided. A pitch-black divine furnace, spewing monstrous flames, shattered our formation, injuring our elders. Taiyin God Furnace. They cried. The 12 elders, faces twisted with fury, fled the hall, desperately resisting the Taiyin sacred furnace's power. Father roared, "Don't hurt my son!" Unleashing 9 divine dragons, each bearing a golden sun, to attack. The furnace, an unrivaled Taoist artifact, shattered the dragons and suns with ease. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the Yang family ancestral land. Taiyin Shen, who dares insult my family? A single Taoist artifact to breach the holy Yang palace? Preposterous. A slender hand shattered the void, seizing the furnace. The Taiyin Shen, whose light dimmed, a rift opening as it attempted escape. Going somewhere? Stay. Even as an infant, I watched. My mind moved, and the black, rune-covered phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ/phoneme-shaped phantom flew across the void, freezing space, trapping the furnace. That hand firmly grasped the furnace. A beautiful woman, clad in red, appeared, her power overwhelming. Patriarch Hudian, father, and the elders bowed. She was one of the 18 Yang family ancestors, independent and unruly, unbowing even to the emperors of the upper realm. My arrival even surprised her. She took me from father, examining me curiously. She wouldn't have subdued the furnace so easily without the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ/phoneme, which she sensed was somehow connected to me. I calmly observed her. 30ish, fiery, needing refinement. Strangely, she felt uneasy under my gaze. Was it my imagination? I saw dominance in his eyes? She looked closer. My deer-like eyes melted her heart. Little one, the chaos body is exceptional. If you want energy, you shall have it, she said, and with a hand gesture, she tore a hole in space-time. My visions eagerly absorbed the energy. My cultivation surged, condensation, Linghai, Tuojiang, Yun body, gathering. 5 realms in a single day. Father and the elders were stunned. Even Patriarch Hudian was shocked. The stronger the chaos body, the harder to control. Without 100 years of refinement, father sighed. Controlling the visions alone was arduous. The elders agreed, 100 years is a small price for a perfect chaos body. No, we're short on time, Patriarch Hudian countered. Father's eyes hardened. The chaos body's birth signaled the end of the Tao difficulty era. The coming struggle would require every second. But I simply rolled my eyes. Suppressing the visions? A small feat, the visions obediently entered me, my aura concealed. He suppressed the chaos body's power himself. Father exclaimed. 100 years isn't enough, the elders agreed. Ding! Conquered anomalous gods, chaos body control 100%. Sign-in location refreshed, Kuanpeng Mountain. Remarkable talent, Patriarch Hudian commented, taking a drink. Her lips, her movements, I followed the wine drop to her ample bosom. She giggled, amused. Little villain, you'll be a charmer. A name? She asked father. I stretched out my hand, 2 golden characters, Haotian, appeared, shining with Tao meaning. Heaven given. The heavens favor him. The elders cried. I smiled inwardly. I'd chosen it myself, using the Tao God chain, a mysterious power I'd rather not explore now. Patriarch Hudian was puzzled. Such a coincidence, she muttered. Father, overjoyed, declared, Yang Haotian. I received a token, glowing with runes, imbued with spatial laws. The Order of Heaven, the elders exclaimed. Only you and the 18 ancestors can enter the heavenly treasure house. Father added. Only those who reach the 5 realms before adulthood qualify. Of course, the higher the realm, the more treasures available. Entering the dragon transformation realm grants access to the heavenly treasure house. The elders' eyes lit up. The dragon transformation realm consists of 5 stages: Juxia, Chonyang, Longmen, Xiantian, and Hualong. To become a dragon, one must first open their pulses. Ordinary cultivators take decades, even geniuses, with ample resources, need 2 to 30 years to open their 5 main spiritual veins. Breaking through each stage is incredibly difficult. But I was different. I deified 4 spiritual veins instantly. At this rate, wouldn't the dragon transformation realm be easily conquered within 18 years? Grandfather, Yang Hanchang, frowned, sensing something amiss. Amidst the celebratory mood, Patriarch Hudian announced, Yang Haotian is hereby named Kirin Head and Young Master of the Yang family. All clan resources are at your disposal. We will utilize the entire clan's strength to cultivate your chaos body. Her words intrigued me. The Yang family clearly valued me greatly. Father, grandfather, and the other elders were aghast. Impossible! They exclaimed. Haotian is an infant, with no contributions or victories. How can he be Kirin Head? Reconsider this, Patriarch. Father vehemently refused. Lying in Patriarch Hutian's arms, I pondered this. The Kirin Head title, while prestigious, seemed perilous. Kirin are heaven's chosen, selected from talented individuals with significant contributions. I, a newborn with neither, would face strong opposition. This would only breed resentment among other Yang family geniuses. Patriarch Hudian asked, Do you believe the chaos body is unqualified? The elders chuckled wryly. It's unparalleled, but children need time to grow. No time, she retorted, her beautiful face grim. Grandfather, who'd been silent, seemed to understand something. His voice trembled. Has the decision been made, ancestor? She nodded. How long have you considered the decline of luck during this Dao difficulty era? Silence fell. The Dao difficulty era had lasted so long, we'd forgotten the last time a great emperor appeared. Things turn at their extremes. We suspected the Dao difficulty era was ending, but lacked proof. This child's birth confirms it. This era is over. 1,000 races vie for supremacy, the age of emperors dawns. He's our last chance. Father, grandfather, and the elders finally understood, fear dawning in their eyes. 1,000 races fighting for supremacy meant the existing order would shatter. Bloodshed and extinction would be commonplace. Before anyone could speak, Patriarch Hudian continued, addressing me, the Yang family has borne a curse for generations, finally blessed with a chaos body. Only he can break the curse and ensure our survival in the coming struggle. We have only 500 years left. 500 years? An elder whispered. Impossible to seize the throne, let alone subdue that thing. Our ancestors had failed for millennia, now, the burden fell on me. I understood why I was treated so exceptionally. Ancestor, can this be changed? Father pleaded, pained. He didn't want such a heavy burden on me. After 18 years, all family geniuses can challenge him. If he can't subdue them, the plan is abandoned, Patriarch Hudian stated calmly. Their expressions turned grim. Few could contend with a chaos body. What curse? What thing? This life won't be peaceful, I thought, my dark eyes reflecting worry. I'd envisioned a carefree life, now, it seemed much more complex. 16 years later in the Haotian palace, I, a handsome young man, sat cross-legged, surrounded by Dao runes and a mysterious Dao embryo pulsating with chaotic energy. Grandfather sat beside me, relieved. My growth rate far surpassed expectations. Saint physique cultivation usually takes more than 10 years, immortal physiques even longer. The chaos body is far harder, requiring 50 years for initial control. Yet, I'd mastered mine. Though the visions were still developing, their power was terrifying. My only flaw, I hadn't progressed in Dao cultivation. Only my 4 main veins were open. Grandfather was worried. Geniuses from the 3000 Dao realm were appearing frequently, saint, emperor, even immortal physiques. I, at 16, was stagnant, with only 2 years remaining before using the heavenly Dao token. He'd come to remind me, time was running out. I withdrew my Dao embryo. Grandfather asked, anticipating my response, the 10 Sons divine art? Acceptable, I replied calmly. His expression froze. This was a meticulously chosen technique. Acceptable? The power is decent, but the depth is insufficient. It can't fully unlock my potential, I explained. Arrogant boy. You've practiced it for less than half an hour, and you dare say it's inadequate? Don't underestimate it, it's the Yang family's highest level technique. He retorted. It truly lacks depth, I repeated. How far have you cultivated it? Can you condense Yang Yuan? Yang Yuan? I raised my eyebrow. What's that? You haven't even cultivated Yang Yuan, yet you claim it's insufficient? Grandfather's eyes widened. He spread his hands, a ball of golden light appearing. This is the sun's essence. Master this, and you'll condense the sun's power. Grandpa, is that what you mean? I extended my hand, golden light gathering, forming a palm-sized sun. The intense heat was palpable. Grandfather was shocked. In half an hour, you reached the first level of the 10 Sons divine art? Not the first, I corrected, extending my left hand, creating another sun. Grandfather's expression dulled. The second level? He'd taken a year to reach it. I'd done it in half an hour? Grandpa, are you all right? I asked, sensing his distress, and dispelled the suns, abandoning my plan to reveal 9. In that half hour, I'd mastered the first 9 levels of the 10 Sons divine art. The 10th was too powerful for me to control within Haoqian Palace. My grandson, though slightly inferior to me in my prime, you were still very strong, grandfather chuckled, patting my shoulder. How could I surpass you, Grandpa? I laughed. He blushed, changing the subject. Your physique is monstrous. There's a supreme technique, perfectly suited for the chaos body, within the soon-to-open Holy Tomb secret realm. Perhaps, I replied noncommittally. He then brought up the issue. Haoqian, it's been 16 years, and you haven't opened your pulses. Many elders had initially wanted to train me intensely, but my lack of progress over 6 years had led to disappointment. The time hasn't come, I said honestly. Your plan? Grandfather asked, surprised. The chaos body shouldn't be stagnant. You'll see soon. It's a decision made with my teacher, I replied. My teacher, Li Shurya, a renowned tutor across the 3000 worlds, understands various special physiques. He said no more. Some geniuses remain dormant for years, only erupting later. Since Li Shurya advised against opening my pulses, he must have a plan. Your coming-of-age ceremony is in 2 years. Are you confident? Grandfather sighed, concerned. Many within the clan were dissatisfied with my lack of progress. I'll see then, I replied, asking, Grandpa, do you know Kunping Mountain? I hadn't been able to check in there yet. Yes, it's far. I'll send protection if you wish to go, he offered. No need. I want Kunping Mountain moved to my training grounds, I stated. I was too lazy to travel, and wanted to test the system's check-in requirement. After he agreed, I visited Mother. She, elegant and beautiful, suggested, Tianer, a quasi-saint from Yaoqi Holy Land, your age and caliber, is available. Shall I arrange a meeting? Portrait? I asked. Portrait? She was surprised. Yes, she chuckled, producing a portrait of a beautiful girl. If you don't like her, I'll find another. Even if you are unsure, accept her first, I'll find a better one later, she offered gently. She was pretty, but I was in critical training, and couldn't be distracted. Mother, another day. I'm not interested right now. She continued, but I fled, to avoid distraction. Reckless boy. You're still young, wait until later, father scolded, noticing mother's lost gaze following me. He sighed. Howard's back is like his grandfather's. He'd be so happy, mother murmured sadly. It's over. Don't dwell on it. I'm incompetent for failing to recover your father's remains. Maybe when Howard grows father began. Mother's eyes flashed with fear. No. Howard and you can never return there. You and he are my only family. 3 days later, grandfather informed me that Kuanping Mountain had been moved. We went to the Yang family's back mountain, an immense area. There, Kuanping Mountain, hundreds of feet tall, radiated divine light, with giant koan and rock phantoms circling it, strands of Kuanping's essence hanging down. Many young people meditated nearby, seeking to absorb Kuanping's essence. A striking girl, Nalan Aoshue, stood out. She had the Yongquan holy body, but it remained unawakened. Elder Jiang had spent vast resources to obtain a Master of Destiny's order, hoping for a breakthrough at Kuanping Mountain. 6 months, many attempts, all failed. I give up, she sighed, accepting her fate. One last chance. Follow me or not? A coldly asked young Tyans, a boy with an innate sword body and peerless swordsmanship, a Kirin 3 years ago. He'd tried recruiting her for his master 3 times, but she refused. I refuse, she calmly replied, unmoved by young Tyans, or by the fiery-eyed Yi Chang. Last chance. With your useless body, you'll find no better home, Yi Chang leered, glancing at her body. The natural sword body wasn't a match for the Yongquan holy body, but now Nalan Aoshue's cultivation was collapsing. Yi Chang, as Yang Tian's follower, held a superior position, yet he still sought her out, a clear indication of her status. She coldly dismissed him. Are you worthy? Yi Chang was furious. You're a useless chaos body. What gives you the right to be arrogant? My 16 years of inactivity had fueled rumors that I possessed a rare, ancient physique, a claim I'd never denied, leading many to believe it. Suddenly, a colossal shadow engulfed the mountain. Everyone looked up to see a golden-winged divine rock, radiating sunlight, descending. A young man in white stood atop it. His arrival sent a ripple through the quiet mountain. Who is that? A golden-winged rock? The Patriarch's Mount. That's Yang Haotian. It has to be. Who else could ride it? 16 years, and he's finally shown himself. The scene erupted. Even long-hidden elders focused their divine sense on me. Yi Chang's expression changed. His master had warned him that I was his biggest obstacle to becoming Kirin leader, a title bestowed on me by Patriarch Haotian, despite the objections. Yang Haotian, the Chaos Holy Body? Nalan Aoshue looked at me, a strange expression in her eyes. We were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN, often / phoneme mentioned together as the Yang family's yin and yang waste bodies, but I bore the brunt of the criticism. Many believed I'd stolen the Kirin leader position. I dismounted, ignoring everyone, and walked towards Kuanping Mountain. Nalan Aoshue wondered if I'd heard Yi Chang's taunts. When her divine sense touched me, sensing the immense chaotic energy, her skin flushed. A hot spring sensation surged, and her dormant Yongquan holy body stirred after 3 years. The familiar feeling made her blush. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on me. A storm raged within her. Why the sudden reaction? Nothing had changed, no. It's because of him, she stared at me. As I approached, the fluctuations in her body intensified. Terror gripped her. The Yongquan holy body is recovering. But why? Because of Yang Haotian? She barely suppressed her turmoil. When I passed her, the Yongquan holy body's reaction peaked, a hot spring surged through her, revitalizing her dried-up dantian. But as I moved on, the awakening subsided, and silence returned. Her heart ached, her eyes fixed on my back. Is this Kuanping Mountain? I looked at the radiant peak, anticipation rising. My theory about the system's sign-in would soon be proven. As I approached, millions of Dao symbols erupted, the mountain trembling, resisting my advance. Kuanping Phantoms unleashed divine light. Young master, move. Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. People shouted. Kuanping's essence repels the mundane, proximity risks severe mental injury. They dared only to approach tens of feet. Just a mountain? Sacrosanct? My gaze turned cold. A powerful aura emanated from me as I advanced. Let's see what you can do. Yi Chang sneered inwardly. He'd witnessed two others rashly approach Kuanping Mountain, only to be struck by Kuanping's essence, vomiting blood and collapsing. A 16-year stagnant waste body daring to approach the sacred mountain? Unseen by most, my teacher, Li Shurye, observed from afar. For 15 years, he'd endured ridicule, calling me an elm lump, a waste. But he knew my true potential. The chaos body's power is easily unleashed, but suppressing it for 15 years requires incredible willpower and mental fortitude, something even adults struggle with. Yet, I'd done it. Amidst the expectant gazes, I calmly approached within 30 feet of the mountain. Each step shook the earth. Millions of runes surged, Kuanping's form appearing, attempting to repel me. System still silent? I'll try underground, I mused. The runes offered slight resistance. I continued. Young master, there's danger ahead. Only the strong-willed may approach. Kuanping's form attacked, forcing others back. I remained unmoved. Strong-willed? Is that a problem? I ignored the Kuanping form. 24 feet 23:20. Everyone watched in shock as Kuanping's form vanished as I reached 20 feet. I stood calmly. Nalan Ashu's eyes widened. Even 20 feet from Kuanping Mountain, the pressure was immense. Nalan Ashua, focusing all her energy, could only manage 2 more feet. 18 feet was the best anyone had achieved. Then, something astonishing happened. Everyone gasped. A young man, seemingly impatient, strode towards the mountain. Kuanping Mountain trembled, millions of runes erupting to stop him. But those runes were no match for his firm steps. 90 feet 18:17. In moments, he reached 15 feet effortlessly. The mountain fell silent, as if conquered, its resistance broken. Yi Chang was stunned. Nalan Ashu's eyes widened, filled with shock and awe. 15 feet with such ease, incredible willpower. Had I misjudged him? My apprentice. You've exceeded expectations. My teacher, Li Shurye, laughed, overjoyed. He'd seen countless powerful physiques, even immortal and divine bodies, but I was the most likely to reach the 6th heaven realm, a hidden stage within the Hualong realm. This realm offered the best chance to awaken the 9 great apertures, vital for becoming a god. And I was the only one who'd patiently endured 15 years of hiding my strength to assault this realm. Otherwise, why hide? A small display of power would have shaken the 3,000 Dao domains. His only regret was the lack of a technique worthy of the chaos body. The 10 Suns' divine art was superb, but insufficient. Time to return to the upper realms. I might find a supreme technique for Tian'er. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. That fluctuation. What technique has he comprehended? Ding. Arrived at Kuanping Mountain. Sign in? 15 feet from the mountain, I stopped. I could have gone further, but a system prompt appeared, moving the sign-in location worked. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. 9-star legendary holy level reward, Kuanping whale swallowing technique. Kuanping whale swallowing technique, god level technique, can grow. Absorb the heavens and worlds. Meridians like galaxies, Dantian like the universe, my heart pounded. A god level technique. Techniques are ranked lower, middle, upper, peerless, perfect, and supreme. Above supreme are god-level techniques, incredibly rare. The 10 Suns' divine art was perfect, among the 3,000 Dao domains top 10, but this surpassed it. And it could grow beyond god level. I sat cross-legged. The technique's description filled my mind. The human body is composed of 4 billion particles, each capable of cultivating whale-like divine power, awakening, giant whale particles, condense the whale swallowing god map, awakening millions of particles, condense Kunpeng's divine form. Everyone watched, confused. Had I had an epiphany? Yi Chang sneered. Pretentious. 16 years stagnant, what can he possibly learn? Unseen by others, Nalan Aoshua's expression changed. The moment I sat, her Yongquan holy body trembled, connecting to me. A terrifying energy erupted from me, surpassing even her master, and many longevity realm cultivators. We'd all been deceived. For 16 years, I'd hidden my strength. My body shook. A majestic power surged, awakening from deep within. My right fist blazed with light, 10,000 particles awakening. Vast spiritual energy surged into it. What is that? It's not the chaos body's aura. What technique did he grasp? Li Shurye was astonished. Even hidden elders were awestruck. Such power is only possible with a supreme-level technique. My fist blazed brighter, more particles awakening, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. A palm-sized divine figure, surrounded by runes, appeared above my fist. An ancient whale emerged, its roar echoing across the mountain. The heavens trembled. Void shattered. Demonic clouds gathered, threatening the whale swallowing God map. What technique causes the heavens to shake? A god-level technique? Li Shurye exclaimed, rushing towards me. He sensed my critical moment. If I succeeded, the results would be amazing. But he needed to ensure I wasn't disturbed. Nalan Aoshua was shocked. She sensed that energy flowing towards my right hand. The whale swallowing God map spun faster. Kunpeng Mountain exploded, its essence cascading down. The earth cracked. Everyone staggered. Yi Chang cursed. Yang Haotian, what are you doing? Do you want to kill everyone? Everyone fled. Only Nalan Aoshua remained, determination in her eyes. Even from 20 feet away, the pressure from Kunpeng Mountain was immense. Nalan Aoshua, focusing all her strength, could only advance 2 more feet, reaching 18, the best anyone had managed. Then, beyond all expectations, a young man, seemingly impatient, began striding towards the mountain. Kunpeng Mountain shook, millions of runes erupting to halt his advance. But they were as fragile as paper against his determined steps. 90 feet 1817 in a blink, he reached 15 feet effortlessly. Kunpeng Mountain fell silent, conquered, its resistance broken. Yi Chang was dumbfounded. Nalan Aoshua's eyes widened, filled with shock and awe. 15 feet with such ease, incredible willpower. Had I misjudged him? My apprentice. You've exceeded my expectations. My teacher, Li Shurye, laughed, utterly thrilled. In his 3 years in the lower realms, he'd encountered countless powerful physiques, immortal bodies, and even more powerful divine bodies. Yet I possessed the greatest potential to reach the 6th heaven realm, a hidden stage within the Hualong realm offering the best chance to awaken the 9 great apertures, essential for godhood. And I was the only student who'd patiently endured 15 years of concealing his strength to assault this realm. Why hide? A small display of power would have shaken the 3,000 Dao domains. His only regret was the lack of a technique perfectly suited for the chaos body. The 10 Suns' divine art was superb, but insufficient. It's time to return to the upper realms. Perhaps I'll find the perfect technique for Tian'er. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. That fluctuation. What technique has he comprehended? 15 feet from the mountain, I stopped. I could have reached the base, but a system prompt appeared. The celebratory mood was broken by Yi Chang's voice, echoing across the mountain. Congratulations, young master, on your achievement. May I have the honor of a spar? The jealousy in his eyes was palpable. He intended to take the opportunity to challenge me. Nobody objected. Everyone was curious. For 16 years, I'd rarely appeared, let alone sparred. They wanted to witness the chaos body's strength. Only Li Shurye sensed Yi Chang's ill intent, but he also saw the opportunity, the time to unveil my power. You want to fight? I asked Yi Chang, my gaze assessing him. His scrutinizing gaze enraged Yi Chang. He felt my eyes look down on him. Forcing a smile, he said, "I've heard of the young master's chaos body. I'd be honored to witness your strength." Everyone's eyes lit up. They wanted to see my capabilities. I shook my head. "You're no match for me." His face froze. A chaos waste, yet he dared speak so boldly? Clearly, he feared losing face. He resolved to humiliate me publicly. "Just a spar. If I lose, you can have one move, you won't last a single move," I stated truthfully. This time, not just Yi Chang, but everyone else reacted negatively. My words were too bold. Yi Chang was a Juxia realm 5th level master, strong enough to be Yang Tian's follower. Could I defeat him in one move? "Since young master is so confident, I'll ask for advice," Yi Chang said, unsheathing his sword before I could respond. I shook my head helplessly. "If you insist on courting defeat," he thought his intentions were hidden, but his clumsy expression was obvious. His goal was to test my abilities, much like his master, Yang Tian's. He wasn't qualified. A cold light flashed. "Come." I stood calmly, hands behind my back, my posture conveying my utter disregard. His contempt fueled Yi Chang's fury. He unleashed his power, his veins glowing. So many spirit veins. Everyone was astonished. Opening pulses is exhausting, few refine all 360. Those with weak willpower stop after 100 or so. Yet Yi Chang had refined nearly 200 incredible willpower. 6 rays of light condensed above his head. Juxia realm 6th heaven. He's stronger than before. Nalan Ashua's eyes narrowed. Each ray of light represents a significant increase in strength, explosive power, and stamina. 6 divine clouds hovered above him, solidifying his 6th heaven status. Remarkable for someone in his early 20s. Everyone was envious. Even Nalan Ashua was impressed. Yi Chang was already strong, Yang Tian's, his master, must be even more formidable. "See, Yang Haotian? This is my strength," Yi Chang declared proudly. Yet I remained calm, unaffected by his aggressive aura. Nalan Ashua was speechless. Even she, with her Sunrise Realm 7th level cultivation, would struggle against Yi Chang's sword. How could I be unaffected? In terms of willpower, even I am not as good as Hao Tianli, Shurye sighed inwardly. For 15 years, I diligently spent an hour a day studying in the library, never faltering. I'd already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme millions of volumes in 2 of the Nanyang family library buildings. Incredible willpower. A few sword flashes wouldn't intimidate me. Zhengzhou Daoyu, Haoyang ancient city. In the sky above the Yang family's holy imperial palace, there are thousands of rays of light, and the auspicious energy is transpiring. There are visions of the avenue that turn into dragons and phoenixes, whirling and whistling. However, amidst the auspiciousness, a wisp of black air loomed, like an ominous omen. Hey, looking at such an astonishing vision, the Yang family should have given birth to a peerless treasure body, but it's a pity that it got the spider mark of one eclipse. I've been pregnant for 2.5 years, but I haven't been born yet, and I'm possessed by the 10,000 eclipse sky spider seal. I'm afraid this child will die young. Holy Palace. The Yang family's 7749 Dao Divine Protection Formation has all been opened. 72 immortal level elders with the most powerful combat power guard the main entrances. In the Golden Scale Hall, 12 respected elders of the Yang clan gathered here. I was born at 999 days and 9 hours. Is this a coincidence? They looked serious. At this time, a loud cry resounded through the hall. A middle-aged man walked out quickly. He was majestic, with dragon aura surrounding his body. A round of great sun was shining behind him, and the divine flames were overwhelming. It was the patriarch Yang Xinglong. Qin Xian gave birth. It's a boy, Yang Xinglong said in surprise. 12 clan elders clattered around, all staring at his infant baby. The little guy didn't cry or fuss at all. With a pair of dark eyes, he was lazily looking around. The stretched and relaxed posture unexpectedly gave people a sense of laziness and calmness. And his small body is surrounded by the halo of the great Tao, filled with endless Tao. Could it be the innate Taoism body? It is the innate Taoism body that ranks first among the 18 saint physiques? In the 3,000 realms, there are as many geniuses as there are stars. The outstanding people in the past dynasties are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme people with special physiques. According to different potentials, special physiques are divided into acquired physique, congenital physique, royal physique, holy physique, and immortal physique. It is said that there are divine physiques above the immortal physique, but there has never been a single one in the tens of millions of years in the 3,000 realms. The divine body is born. The innate Taoist body ranks first among the 18 holy bodies, second only to the existence of the immortal body. However, the strange thing is that with such a precious body, not only did the 12 elders of the Yang family not feel happy, but they all cried and beat their chests and feet. "Oh my God! Why are you playing around with the Yang family like this? Since you bestowed the treasure body, why did you let this child get the 10,000 eclipse sky spider mark?" In the heart of the baby, there is a dazzling black brand, ferocious like a poisonous spider, emitting a strange light faintly. In just a few breaths, the baby's Dao Baoguang was continuously corroded by it, emitting bursts of stench. 10,000 eclipse sky spider prince, one of the 10 most vicious yin and yang poisonous curses, designed to restrain special physiques. Even if you have the most powerful fairy body, once hit by this poison seal, it will eventually collapse, and the gods will have no solution. Unless the legendary I am reborn? In his infancy, Yang Haotian, whose hair hadn't even grown yet, moved his eyes slowly, looking at the surrounding environment in a leisurely manner. It's kind of interesting. This kind of time travel has only been seen in novels, but it actually happened to me. Through a few conversations around him, he has simply analyzed that the Yang family should be one of the 4 strongest longevity families in the Zhangzhou Daoyu. Being born in such a family is equivalent to being born with a golden spoon in your hands, and you will enjoy endless prosperity and wealth for a lifetime. But there is one thing Yang Hao was not satisfied with. He had clearly awakened his rare treasure body, yet it was going to be destroyed by some kind of spider print. To be born as a genius, but to start off as a good-for-nothing, what a disappointment. Ding, the host is bound to the system. The sign-in function has been activated. Ordinary sign-in is divided into low-level, high-level, perfect, supreme, emperor level, holy level, and fairy level 7 levels. The first check-in location has been refreshed. Holy Palace, are you checking in? Weather. Yo, there are unexpected rewards? Here comes Goldfinger. Yang Haotian was happy in his heart, then sign it and try it. Ding. Sign in for the first time to trigger 10 times critical strike. Get a 9-star rare fairy level reward, Chaos Body. Get a 9-star rare fairy level reward, Heavenly Overlord Body. Acquired a 9-star rare holy level reward, Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju. Get a 9-star rare holy level reward, Forbidden Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ / phoneme. Get a rare 9-star holy grade reward, Dragon Pattern Black Gold. Yang Haotian is a good guy. Chaos Body. The Heavenly Body. These are all famous god-level physiques. Awakening anyone at will can become a giant existence dominating one side. Once I signed in, I actually got them all. Not to mention, there are treasures such as the Forbidden Magic Bottle, which can confine space and disintegrate all principles. If it is supplemented with the equally precious black gold with dragon patterns, the power will surely be further deified. As for slaying my wisdom Jew, it is even more terrifying. It can cut out the strongest god fetus, and even resurrect a lifetime. It is detected that the host possesses an innate Taoist body, which can perfectly integrate the chaotic body and the heavenly hegemony body. Is it strengthened? Whether? And this good thing? Of course it's a fusion. Yang Haotian really couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Ding. The host's physique evolved into a supreme divine body, the innate chaotic overlord body. Rumbling. A ray of chaotic air rises from the Yang Hao Sea. In an instant, the world mutated. With the ancient city of Hautian as the center, endless rays of light soared into the sky, and the sounds of Taoism, Sanskrit singing, and sacrificial words of gods and demons can be heard endlessly. The rudiments of terrifying visions filled the void. There is a bright moon rising from the sea, the holy bright moon turns slowly, and the sky and the earth tremble. The chaotic golden lotus, the chaotic god lotus trembled slightly, and the vitality swept all directions. The immortal king comes to the 9 heavens, the stars shine in the blue sky, and the eternal sky is broken. There are also the god-shaped unicorn, the god-shaped Bion, the body of the green dragon, the body of the big bell, and other god-shaped silhouettes, circling around the young family. The divine power rolled down like a galaxy waterfall, crazily pouring into Yang Haotian's small body. The supreme divine body, innate chaos hegemony, was born. Misunderstood. What kind of physique is this? The eyes of the elders of the 12 clans widened. Although the innate Taoist body was strong, there would never be such a strong vision. Could it be that the natural vision is one of the 12 immortal bodies? No. Every fairy body has only one vision, but that kid from the Yang family not only has so many vision prototypes accompanying him, but also has a god-shaped silhouette to protect his body. It's too outrageous. The 4 giants and many forces were shocked. Great, the shocking physique was born, and the difficult times are finally over. The spring of my generation of cultivators has finally come. At this time, the 12 clan elders in the holy palace suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." Yang Xinglong was furious, "Don't hurt my son." His divine flames were soaring to the sky, and the spirit of the sun was boiling, trying to protect Yang Haotian. But the strength of him and the elders of the 12 tribes were all shaken away by a majestic black energy. It's the 10,000 eclipse sky spider print. It barks its teeth and claws, like a poisonous snake eyeing its prey, and it's about to do something again. However, I don't know if it was the illusion of the clan elders. The corner of the mouth of the baby who was still in its infancy raised a lazy arc, as if laughing at the overreaching of the spider print. In the incredible eyes of the elders, a ray of chaotic air floated out from the baby's dantian. The 10,000 eclipse sky spider print, which was baring its teeth and claws just a second ago, trembled suddenly, as if sensing a fatal crisis. It floated up in panic, wanting to escape. Escape? It's too late. Yang Haotian blinked, and the chaotic energy suddenly flickered. Puff! The 10,000 eclipse sky spider prints shattered into thousands of strands. The poison mark is broken. How easy is it? Yang Xinglong was dumbfounded. This mysterious breath. Could it be chaos chi? The 12 elders looked at the unfamiliar chaotic energy, and a shocking thought spread uncontrollably in their hearts: is he? With a sudden thought, Yang Haotian controlled a ray of chaotic energy and directly chopped the Wang Xishan Juyin to pieces. This poisonous curse that has devoured countless holy bodies and fairy bodies is as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the chaotic air. Wan Shitian's spider mark has been destroyed? Yang Xinglong's expression changed suddenly. Chaos chi? I feel the breath of chaos chi. Someone from the elders of the 12 clans spoke out, and everyone's expressions changed drastically, and horrified thoughts grew in their hearts. Could it be that Yang Haotian's physique is the head of the legendary divine body, the chaotic body that claims to be invulnerable to all magic with a ray of chaotic energy, and the way follows? Now is the era of Dao difficulty, and there has not been a body with such a level of physique in the 3000 Dao domain for tens of millions of years. It's a pity that the elders of the 12 tribes guessed wrong. What Yang Haotian awakened is the supreme divine body that is 100 times more terrifying than the chaotic body, the innate chaotic overlord body. The host refines the energy of the 10,000 eclipse spider prints, and upgrades the innate chaotic hegemony. A mechanical reminder sounded in Yang Haotian's mind. Rumble. The sun and the moon trembled, and the sky and the earth trembled. The essence of the 10 directions, the divine energy of the universe, and the rhyme of heaven and earth swept across and poured into Yang Haotian's body like crazy. Hum. The 4 main veins of Yang Haotian's hands and feet all lit up with endless divine light. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged into his limbs. Scoff. The swaddling clothes that wrapped Yang Haotian couldn't bear the breath, and split open directly, and the pieces flew around like butterflies. His 4 main veins opened automatically, and all of them were deified. Yang Xinglong couldn't believe it. Ha ha ha, is this the chaos body? My Qilin from the Yang family is actually born with divine veins. How domineering! The 12 clan elders were so excited that their voices trembled and their hands trembled. Opening the meridians is the most critical step in tempering the physical body. Among the 365 meridians of the human body, the tendons of the limbs are the most important. Even a talented genius with sufficient resources would have to spend more than 10 months, but young Haotian not only instantly opened the 4 main veins, but also directly deified them. With the opening of the 4 divine veins, the meaning of the endless avenue is like worshipping the emperor, and one after another pilgrimage to the Yang palace. Circle after circle of profound Taoist rhyme, with the Yang family as the center, diffused in all directions. Heaven, earth, and Daoyun are treasures that many supreme warriors can't meet but can't ask for. Many strong men inadvertently absorbed a ray of Taoism, and their realms that had been locked for many years suddenly loosened. I'm going to break through. My realm is actually loose again. Countless powerhouses were ecstatic about it, and they surrounded the ancient city of Haotian and devoured the heaven, earth, and Taoism. Boom! In the ancient city of Haotian, a shocking aura soared upwards. Ha ha, the bottleneck that has plagued this old man for 8 years has finally been broken. Lishan will always remember the great kindness of the Yang family. In the ancient city of Haotian, a shocking aura suddenly rose. The ancestor of Lishan, a strong casual cultivator who has practiced for 30 years. His strength is all obtained through hard work, but unfortunately he has been stuck in the bottleneck of practice for more than 8 years, and he has been unable to break through for a long time. He has not much life left, and he is dying. But when he swallowed a piece of heaven and earth, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 8 years suddenly shattered. I'm going to cross the tribulation. If I succeed in crossing the tribulation, I'm willing to be a guest of the Yang family and share the same hatred with my fellow Yang family. Lishan Patriarch yelled violently and flew into the distant sky. Many ancestors and old fossils who have retired from the world and have stopped their lives have also awakened and devoured Daoyun one after another, trying to break through the bottleneck and win their lives against the sky. One after another, terrifying auras continued to rise. Like ghosts, they silently flashed over the ancient city of Haotian, and their scorching gazes all converged on the Shangyang family Saint Palace. My God, is that the peerless martial master from 80 years ago, the Patriarch Tianwu? Is he still alive? Euphoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme that right, isn't that the alchemy ancestor ancient peak? His old man was a genius of alchemy a million years ago. There is also the ancestor of Tianjin, the ruthless person who once tore through the 9 layers of heaven and killed the 9 realms. All the cultivators looked up at the figures in the sky that were almost mythical and legendary, and their breathing froze. These terrifying existences, like living fossils, all carefully restrained their breath, respectfully moved towards the direction of the Yang family's Shangyang palace, and bowed their hands. Patriarch Tianwu implores the Yang family to help him break through, and for saving his life, he would like to repay with an ancient treasure. Gufeng Pill Ancestor implores the Yang family to help, and is willing to offer a 9 apertures divine pill, 13 perfect level pills. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword is willing to present a piece of the most precious treasure, the Heavenly Sword Box, and serve the Yang family for 100 years. For survival, for breakthrough. These Daozu-level existences are all fighting. Fearing that they would be rejected by the Yang family, they threw out all kinds of best products as if they didn't want money, and even offered to work for the Yang family, only hoping to enter the ancient city of Haotian and comprehend the chaotic Dao rhyme nearby. The gang of immortals in Taiyinshan who cultivated a second-hand fairy body and dared to challenge the new generation of my Yang family. When Howard grows up, they will definitely sweep them away one by one. Never let them go. The Yang family is the head of the human race, and it has been at loggerheads with Taiyinshanhu, the ancestral land of Qi, and the ancient royal family for tens of thousands of years. They have the heaviest hatred with Taiyin Godlake, and the 10,000 eclipse heaven punishment seal that young Haotian was born with was cursed by Taiyin Godlake. The 12 members of the clan suddenly became proud. They were the closest people to Dao Zhiyun, and they had benefited greatly just now. Many of them instantly improved the realm of Dao and broke the shackles of cultivation that had been bound for hundreds of years. At the same time, one after another avenue vision turned into precious light, intertwined towards young Hao Tian's body. More than a dozen kinds of heaven and earth visions surrounded young Hao Tian's body, and countless heaven and earth spiritual energy poured into his body. The aura of the Yang family was quickly emptied, but there was still no sign of stopping. The more than 360 meridians in Yang Hao Tian's body are nourished by the vitality of the mighty heaven and earth, and they are already crystal clear and shining with auspicious colors, and they have a vague tendency to become deified. Immediately after, the aura of Hao Tian ancient city was also swallowed up. All the weird things that happened in the ancestral land of the Yang family have been watched by ancient forces such as the Taiyin Lake, the ancestral land of Qi Huang, the ancient royal family, and Panhong Holy Mountain. When they saw this shocking scene, many immortal elders were all terrified. In the blink of an eye, the aura of a whole city was devoured. Is this kid more terrifying than the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai? This son of the Yang family is too monstrous. If he grows up, wouldn't we be suppressed for the rest of our lives and not be able to stand up? Work together to kill the chaos body and suppress it in the bud. The supreme powerhouses of the major forces communicated secretly, and they immediately reached an agreement. Boom! The next moment, outside the Yang family's holy palace, black shadows that lifted the sky, supreme golems, and monstrous scenes emerged. Many strong men came together, and many treasures and killing techniques were smashed towards the Yang family like destroying the world. The Yang family's 49-Dao divine protection formation was opened at the first time, and the radiance was blazing, and the murderous aura soared to the sky, and then the 72 elders of the Yang family's true life realm Dharma guardians all shot together, the radiance was blazing, and the fighting spirit was overwhelming. It is the luck of the human race that the Yang family divine infant came to this world. Many powerful enemies are coming to attack now, which proves the importance of Yang Hao Tian. Even if they fight to the death, they still want to keep Yang Hao Tian. Everyone, just now, the godson of the Yang family has broken the world for us. Yugong, the godson of the Yang family bears the fate of the human race, and now the foreign race is not going to kill him, but the sword of the future of our human race. Shoot, shoot. A casual cultivator in the ancient city of Haotian rose up to help the Yang family stop the powerful enemy. Cover Hauer's aura first, lest he make too many enemies. The 12 clan elders made a decisive decision. They didn't want the chaotic body to grow and become the enemy of the whole world. Also at this moment, a pitch-black divine furnace with monstrous magic flames shattered the void, and suddenly suppressed it towards the Holy Yang Palace. This pitch-black divine furnace was so powerful that it crushed the Yang family's divine protection formation with cracks, and its light was dimmed. The 72 elders of the Yang family vomited blood all at once, and it was difficult to resist the unrivaled power of the divine furnace. This is the unrivaled Taoist artifact of the Taiyin God Lake, the Taiyin God Furnace. The faces of the 12 clan elders were full of hatred, and all their figures flickered. They left the hall and tried their best to resist the power of the Taoist weapon. Don't hurt my son. Yang Xinglong unleashes 9 divine dragons, from Jigang to Yang, each holds a golden sun in its mouth, and strikes across the sky. Puff! The unrivaled Taoist artifact, the Taiyin Sacred Furnace, breaks through 10,000 spells with one weapon, destroys dragons, crushes the great sun, and suppresses and kills it. Also at this moment, in the ancestral land of the Yang family, a terrifying aura revived. Is Taiyin Shenhu insulting my Yang family? You don't even want to reveal an invincible strong man, and you want to break open the holy Yang palace of my Yang family with only a mouthful of superb Taoist artifacts? It's ridiculous. The next moment, I saw a slender hand shattering the void and grabbing at the lunar sacred stove. Hearing this sound, Taiyin Shenlu's light suddenly restrained, and a gap opened in the void, trying to escape. Come, don't even think about leaving, just stay. Although Yang Haotian was still in his infancy, he was still watching the battle situation. His mind moved, the black phantom in the shape of a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ base / phoneme, with billions of runes, flew across the void. The endless space freezes in an instant, and the Taiyin God Lake can only stay in place for a moment. Also this moment, that slender hand suddenly grasped the Taiyin divine stove firmly in the palm. Boom! Thousands of runes on the sacred furnace exploded in an instant, and the beautiful woman in a red dress held the sacred furnace firmly in her palm. Hutian patriarch looks no more than 30 years old, wearing a red dress with her faint white skin, showing a sense of charm. But no one present dared to look up at her even more. Because that body wrapped in a red dress actually contains the power to suppress the heavens and 10 earths, waving his hands seems to be able to shatter the sky of the universe. See Patriarch Hutian. Yang Xinglong and all the clan elders saluted one after another. The 18 ancestors of the Yang family have their own supernatural powers, and they would never show up unless the Yang family is in danger. Only this Hutian patriarch has a special background and has not been under the control of the Yang family since childhood, so she acts the most unruly, not to mention the 18 patriarchs, even the emperors of the upper realm she has never paid attention to. Unexpectedly, when the little guy came into the world, even this old ancestor was shocked. Patriarch Hutian took Yang Haotian from Yang Xinglong's arms, and looked at him curiously. If the black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme hadn't appeared just now, she might not be able to suppress the lunar god furnace so smoothly. For some reason, she always felt that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme was related to this little guy. Yang Haotian looked at the female patriarch calmly. Well, is this the ancestor of the Yang family? He looks like he is only 30 years old. This hot-tempered temperament is not very calm, and if he wants to do big things, he may have to spend some time on training. Strange to say, being stared at by this little guy like Yang Haotian, Patriarch Hutian felt a bit uncomfortable for no reason. Is it my illusion? I actually saw some domineering looking down from the little guy's eyes? Patriarch Hutian was startled. Looking intently, the little guy was looking at him with deer-like wet eyes. Her heart is about to melt. Little guy, I heard that the chaos body is inherently extraordinary, and even Tao has to surrender. Since you want to absorb energy, then the ancestor will let you absorb enough. As she said that, she slapped her slender hand back. Boom. Void shatters. She casually made a piece of Tao pattern to fix the space crack. A majestic and mighty psionic energy from heaven and earth was pulled from different time and space in an instant. The prototypes of Yang Haotian's visions excitedly began to crazily grab the energy of different time and space. Yang Haotian's small body quickly became majestic, and his energy was like an abyss, like an ocean, and his cultivation level broke through at an astonishing speed. Condensation. Ling Hai. Tuojiang. Yun body. Gathering. A baby born less than a day old breaks through the 5 realms of the physical body like drinking water. Yang Xinglong and the clan elders were completely dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. Breaking through the 5 realms of the physical body in one day, the talent of the chaotic body is so powerful? Really worthy of being the head of the divine body. Even Patriarch Hutian was deeply shocked by this incredible scene. Immediately, she frowned slightly. The stronger the power of the chaotic body, the more difficult it was to refine it. According to the power shown by the chaotic body before, it would be difficult to control it without spending 100 years refining it. Yang Xinglong shook his head with a wry smile. It takes a lot of effort to control just so many rudimentary visions. All the clan elders also laughed and said, this is really a trouble of happiness. However, it's only been 100 years. If we can get a perfect chaos divine body, my Yang family can afford it. No, we're running out of time. Patriarch Hutian shook his head. Yang Xinglong's eyes suddenly froze. The birth of the chaotic body heralds the end of the difficult era. The way of heaven is revived, and the world of great struggle among practitioners is approaching. At that time, every minute and every second is extremely precious. There is indeed not much time left for his son to grow up. Seeing that the atmosphere fell into a dignified silence, Yang Haotian rolled his eyes. Wasn't it just to suppress the vision and subdue the god form? What a big deal. Under everyone's incredulous eyes, the gods and visions surrounding Yang Haotian obediently entered Yang Haotian's body without warning. Not only that, his majestic aura, surging like a great sun, was completely hidden like spring breeze melting snow. Great! He can suppress the sharpness of the divine body by himself. Yang Xinglong said in surprise. From this point of view, it is impossible to refine the chaotic body and control the divine form within 100 years. Yang Hengqing and the elders of the clan were full of surprises. Ding! Conquer all the anomalous gods, and the chaos body controls, % of the progress. The sign-in location is refreshed. Sign-in location, Kuanpeng Mountain. In Yang Haotian's mind, a system notification sounded. Worthy of being a chaotic body, the talent is really strong. Patriarch Haotian raised his hand and took a big gulp of wine. A drop of wine slid across her bright red and charming red lips, and rolled down quietly, attracting Yang Haotian's eyes, which had no place to rest, and followed the drop of wine to the snow-white plump hill. The informal female patriarch was immediately amused and giggled. This little villain, at such a small age, he will take advantage of women, and he will be a flirt when he grows up. Has the little villain a name? She looked at Yang Xinglong. Yang Xinglong shook his head, his eyes lit up. Please give me a name from the ancestor. The ancestor of Haotian smiled coquettishly, and was about to speak. Brush. The little baby suddenly spread out his right hand towards her, with 2 words clearly branded on his palm. Patriarch Haotian's apricot eyes flashed in surprise, and he poked the little guy's palm with his jade finger. Look, the little villain has written on his palm, let's call him Haotian. Everyone looked at the baby's palm, and suddenly saw the 2 big golden characters Haotian imprinted on the palm, shining with brilliance. There is a faint meaning of the Great Way, and the 2 big characters linger for a long time, releasing a strange majesty of the Way of Heaven. All the old Chi-Chi took a deep breath, with tears in his eyes. Heaven given real name. The Way of Heaven favors this child so much. Yang Haotian smiled in his heart. He was named Haotian in his previous life, and he still likes this name very much, so he doesn't plan to change it. If he doesn't want to change it, then no one can make him call him another name. The word Haotian was condensed by his manipulation of the great Tao God chain. This divine chain seems to contain a different kind of power, but young Haotian is too lazy to explore it for the time being. On the contrary, Patriarch Haotian became more and more strange, staring at young Haotian suspiciously for a long time. I was about to name the little rascal when he spread his palms. What a coincidence again. God bestowed my son with a real name, it is God's will, and he has been called Yang Haotian since then. Yang Xinglong moved extremely gently, stroking Yang Haotian's little head. Yang Haotian's bosom sank slightly, and he actually took a mouthful of token. Surrounded by runes and shrouded in precious light, the token is surrounded by mysterious laws of space, exuding an extraordinary aura. God's order. All the clan elders Chi-Chi exclaimed, their faces full of shock. A meeting gift for the little guy. Patriarch Haotian laughed. The Order of Heaven is the certificate to enter the treasure house of heaven. Only you and the 18 ancestors are eligible to enter the treasure house of heaven. How can Haotian be able to? Yang Sheikh City knows what this token represents. If the chaotic body is not eligible to enter the treasure house of heaven, then who is eligible? And this is actually the result of the discussion of the elders. As long as the little villain enters the 5 realms of dragon transformation before the coming of age ceremony, he will follow the order of heaven. Enter the heavenly Tao treasure house once. Of course, the higher the realm, the more treasures you can choose. Entering the dragon transformation realm, can you enter the heavenly Tao treasure house? The eyes of many clan elders brightened. Above the 5 realms of the physical body are the 5 realms of Juxia, Chongyang, Longmen, Xiantian, and Hualon, known as the 5 realms of dragon transformation. To transform into a dragon, first open the pulse. It will take at least several decades for ordinary cultivators to achieve the standard number of pulse openings. Even if the resource supply is sufficient, it will take 2 to 30 years for those geniuses to fully open the 5 spiritual veins of 360. Needless to say, breaking through each of the 5 realms of dragon transformation is as difficult as reaching the sky. But Yang Haotian was different. This kid deified 4 spiritual veins in an instant. According to this efficiency, within 18 years, it is not easy to enter the 5 realms of dragon transformation? Yang Hancheng frowned, as if he felt that things were not that simple. Seeing the joy of the crowd, Patriarch Haotian said in an astonishing way, from now on, the Yang family will bestow on Yang Haotian the title of Kirin Head and make him the young master of the Yang family. All the resources of the Yang clan are open to him unconditionally. Use the power of the whole clan to develop the chaos body. When Yang Haotian heard the beautiful woman's words, his dark eyes turned strange. It seemed that the Yang family cared about him very much. When Yang Hanchang, Yang Xinglong, and other clan elders heard this, their expressions changed drastically, and they all objected in unison. It's absolutely impossible. Haotian is just a baby, he has not made any contribution to the family, and he has not defeated other unicorn species with his strength. How can he be the title of the first unicorn? Please, Patriarch, take it back. Yang Xinglong strongly refused. Yang Haotian was lying in the arms of the ancestor, his mind was full of thoughts, even his father refused. It seems that this unicorn head looks glamorous, but it is extremely dangerous. The Qilin species is the seed of the Son of Heaven reserved by the Yang family, and the Qilin head is selected from these young geniuses who are super talented and have made great contributions to the family. As soon as Yang Haotian was born, he had no credit and no reputation, so it would be difficult to convincing the public with the title of Qilin, let alone the head of Qilin. Once this matter gets out, it will only make other geniuses of the Yang family hate the newly born Yang Haotian. Patriarch Haotian asked, "Do you think the chaos body is not qualified?" All the elders smiled wryly. The chaos body is truly peerless, but we must give children time to grow up. I said, no time. Haotian Patriarch yelled, his beautiful face was unprecedentedly dignified. Yang Chancheng, who had not spoken just now, seemed to have guessed something, and his voice trembled slightly. Did the ancestors finally make a decision? Haotian Patriarch nodded and said, "How long have you thought about the decline in luck in the difficult times?" All the clan elders were silent. The Tao difficult world has existed for a long time, so long that people have forgotten when the last time the great emperor and powerhouse appeared. As the saying goes, things will turn when they are extreme. My ancestors and I have been inferring that the world of hardships is coming to an end, but we have never had any convincing evidence. But the birth of this little guy made us understand that this difficult world is over. Thousands of races are fighting for the top, and the world where the emperor is born has come. His appearance is the last chance of the Yang family. When Yang shakes the city, Yang Xinglong and the 12 clan elders were reminded by Haotian Patriarch, they suddenly came to their senses, subconsciously showing fear in their eyes. Tens of thousands of races vying for the top, the world where the emperor comes out sounds mighty and domineering, but it also means that the order that has existed for tens of thousands of years will be shaken in the world of luck. Between the heavens and the earth, countless monks, many great clans, in order to become emperor, must use all means. The river of blood and the extinction of the ethnic group must be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to speak. The Patriarch Haotian waved his hand slightly, looked at the infant Yang Haotian and continued, the Yang family bears the curse of generations, and finally waited for this little guy with the strongest chaotic body. Only he can subdue that thing for the Yang family, undo the curse of the Yang family, and let the Yang family survive in the world of great struggle. Our time is running out, only the last 500 years left. Is there only 500 years left? The voice of the clan elder was trembling, and said, it is impossible to seize the throne within 500 years, let alone surrender that thing. The goals that the ancestors of the Yang family failed to achieve after tens of thousands of years have to be entrusted to this little guy. Now the clan elders finally understood why Yang Haotian was treated with such a high standard just after he was born. Old ancestor, can this decision not be changed? Yang Xinglong's face was pained. Even though this privilege was extremely attractive, he didn't want his son to bear such a heavy responsibility. On the bumpy road, everyone is dead, and only one person can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. There are countless people with extraordinary talents in the world, and those who can become emperors are definitely not achieved only with unrivaled talents. Several ancestors said that after 18 years, all the arrogance in the family can challenge this little villain. If he can't even subdue the powerful generation of the family, then the plan will be abandoned. Patriarch Haotian looked at Yang Xinglong and spoke calmly. When everyone heard the words, their expressions were ugly. Yang Haotian was the legendary Chaos God body. In the whole world, how many people in the mighty world have been able to compete with the Chaos God body since ancient times? What is the curse and that thing they are talking about? This life, it seems, is not as peaceful as imagined. Worry appeared in Yang Haotian's dark eyes, he thought that he could be a prodigal young man, marry a few more girls and spend his life in peace. But now it seems that it is not as simple as he imagined. 16 years passed by with a snap of the fingers. Shangyang Palace, Haotian Palace, a black-clothed young man sits cross-legged in it. He is handsome and as rich as jade, surrounded by Dao runes, and on top of his head is a mysterious Dao tire that breathes out the energy of chaos. Yang Hanqing sat on the side with a look of relief. It has been 16 years, and his grandson's growth rate has far exceeded his expectations. According to common sense, it would take more than 10 years to master the special physique of the Saint Physique level, and even longer for the immortal physique. The chaotic body is the head of the divine body, and its refining difficulty has increased by more than 10 times. It will take 50 years to initially control it. But Yang Haotian completely destroyed his own chaotic body with just using it. Although the many visions and divine forms on his body have just begun to take shape, their power is so powerful that it is extremely frightening. Of course, Yang Haotian still has some flaws in his fly in the ointment, that is, he has not made a breakthrough in his Dao cultivation so far. Except for the 4 main veins he refined when he was born, none of his spiritual veins have been opened in the past 16 years. Yang Hanqing and the others have been quite worried because of this matter. Since the birth of Yang Haotian, geniuses from the 3000 Dao realm have come to the world frequently. Saint physiques and emperor physiques have emerged one after another, and even several immortal physiques have emerged. The Tianjiao, who is stronger than the last, will undoubtedly become an extremely terrifying existence on the road to the emperor. But he is 16 years old, but his realm is still motionless. You know, there are only 2 years left before the use of the Heavenly Dao Divine Token. He came here today just to remind Yang Haotian that time is not waiting for me. At this time, Yang Haotian withdrew the divine embryo, and the Dao entered the Dantian. Yang shook the city and asked in anticipation, "How about the 10 sons divine art passed down to you by Grandpa?" "It's okay." Yang Haotian replied calmly. Yang Chanqing's expression froze. What does it mean? This was specially selected by him from a large number of exercises for the other party. Yang Haotian explained, "The power of this method is acceptable, but the depth is not enough, and the difficulty is too low. It is not enough to develop the full potential of my physique." "Stinky boy, are you talking too loud? You have only practiced the 10 sons divine art for less than half an hour, and you dare to say that it is not difficult? Don't underestimate it. The 10 sons divine art is the highest level exercise of the Yang family. The grades of exercises are divided into 6 grades: lower, middle, upper, superb, perfect, and supreme. 10 sons divine art is one of the most profound and exquisite exercises of the Yang family. It's really not deep enough." Yang Haotian repeated. Let me ask you, how far have you cultivated this exercise? Can you condense the source of Yang? Yang Chanchang was annoyed. His grandson, he thinks too much of himself, right? Yang Yuan? Yang Haotian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is that? You haven't even cultivated Yang Yuan, so you dare to say that it is not deep enough?" Yang Hanqiang widened his eyes, spread his big hands, and a ball of hot golden light immediately appeared in the palms. This is the source of the sun. If you practice this method to perfection, you will be able to condense the power of the sun. Grandpa, is it the power of the sun you are talking about? Yang Haotian stretched out his right hand, only to see the golden light gathering in his palm, and a small sun the size of a palm condensed out instantly. The terrifying and scorching coercion made people tremble. Yang Chancheng couldn't believe it, and said in shock, "In just half an hour, you have cultivated the 10 Suns Palace to the first level? Not the first floor." Yang Haotian denied it, and then he spread his left hand, and another golden sun emerged. Yang Hancheng's gaze suddenly became a little dull. The second floor? It took him a full year to practice the 10 Suns divine art back then, before he reached the second level. But Yang Haotian, it only took half an hour? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with his grandfather, Yang Haotian let go of the golden sun in his hand and gave up the plan to reveal the 9 suns. In this half an hour, he has actually mastered the first 9 layers of 10 Suns divine art. As for the 10th level of 10 Suns universal illumination, it's not that he can't use it, but that it's too powerful to control. He was afraid of destroying Haotian Palace. As expected of my grandson, although I'm a little bit inferior than I was back then, I'm still very strong. Yang Hancheng twitched the corner of his mouth, patted Yang Haotian's shoulder, and encouraged him. How could I be better than Grandpa? Yang Haotian laughed. Old Yang Changcheng blushed, and hastily changed the subject, saying, Your physique is too monstrous. There is a supreme skill in this world that matches the chaotic body. I am afraid that this is only possible in the secret realm of the holy tomb that will be opened soon. Perhaps. Yang Haotian was non-committal. Seeing this, Yang Hancheng brought up the matter and said, Haotian, Grandpa came here today to ask you why it has been 16 years, why haven't you opened your pulse? When Yang Haotian was just born, many elders of the Yang family wanted to train him vigorously. But because Yang Haotian has not made any progress in his cultivation in the past 6 years, so he has lost all vigor, all the elders and ancestors in the family are extremely disappointed in him. The time has not come. Yang Haotian said truthfully. What's your plan? Yang Hancheng was stunned. Sure enough, this kid was planning something. Otherwise, how could the chaos body not make any progress in 16 years? In a few days, you will know. This is the result of my discussion with the teacher. Yang Haotian said truthfully. Yang Haotian's teacher is Li Shirye, a famous teacher who is famous in the 3,000 worlds. This person has cultivated countless longevity disciples, and he knows the cultivation of various special physiques like the back of his hand. Yang Shaken City no longer talks too much. Some peerless geniuses will stay dormant for several years or even decades in order to pursue a higher level of realm. Only when the time comes, they will explode instantly and become holy. Since it was Li Shirye's arrangement for Yang Haotian not to open his pulse, then the other party must have an astonishing plan. It will be your coming-of-age ceremony in 2 years, are you confident? Yang Changcheng sighed and asked softly. In the past 16 years, Yang Haotian has rarely shown himself in the clan, and his cultivation level has not been improved, so there are more and more peers in the clan who are dissatisfied with him. I don't know, I'll see when the time comes. Yang Haotian didn't think about it, but asked, Grandpa, do you know Kunping Mountain? Because he has never left the Yang family in these years, he has not been able to sign in at Kunping Shinshan. I know, but it's far away from Yang's house. If you want to go, I'll send experts to protect you there. Yang Hancheng said bluntly. What are you doing there? It's too far away. What I want to ask is, can you send someone to help me move Kunping Mountain to my place of practice? Yang Haotian said truthfully. The reason why he has such a purpose is that one is too lazy to go out, and the other is to test the system's sign-in. He wants to confirm that the sign-in must be at the original location of the target. After Yang Hancheng agreed to leave, Yang Haotian went to Rongji Hall to greet his mother. His mother Yishur, dignified and beautiful, saw him coming and said, Tian'er, there is a quasi-saint in Yaoqi Holy Land who is about the same age as you, both in appearance and talent. If you like it, how about arranging for you to meet? Is there a picture? Yang Haotian asked. Picture? What picture? Mrs. Yi was startled. It's a portrait. Yang Haotian explained. Yes. Yishur chuckled and waved his hand, only to see a portrait of a tall, slender girl with a temperament like a fairy in 9 heavens appeared in front of Yang Haotian. How? If you don't like it, mother will change it for you. If you are not sure, accept her first. When there is a better one in the future, mother will show you. Yi said gently and softly, without any scruples. Yang Haotian took a careful look at the girl in the portrait, and to be honest, she was really good. But now that he is practicing at a critical moment, how can he be eroded by beauty? Yang Haotian refused. Mom, let's wait another day. I'm not interested in this right now, I'll talk about it later. He continued to introduce. Yang Haotian was afraid that his Tao heart would be destroyed, so he simply put oil on the soles of his feet. Stinky boy, you are so reckless, what are you running for? Ma'am, you are too, he is still working hard at his age, let's introduce him when he is older. Yang Xinglong was almost bumped by him, chattering endlessly. But halfway through his words, he saw his wife staring at Yang Haotian's back in a daze. Yang Xinglong's expression froze and he sighed. Hauer's back looks more and more like his grandfather's. If his grandfather can see Hauer, he must be very happy? Mrs. Yi looked back and asked quietly. Yang Xinglong hugged her in his arms and said softly, "It's all over, don't think about it. It's my incompetence. I couldn't get back the remains of my father-in-law. When Hauer grows up in the future, maybe he..." Ye's eyes showed fear, and he interrupted anxiously, saying, "No. Hauer and you can never go to that place again, you and him are my only relatives." 3 days later, Yang Chancheng came to Haotian Palace again and told him that he had moved Kunping Mountain back. Yang Haotian immediately set off and followed him to the back mountain of the Yang clan, which covers an area of 1,000,000 slopes, surrounded by mountains, and rivers flowing in an area comparable to a country. Among the mountains, there is a mountain with a height of hundreds of feet that is extremely conspicuous. It is haunted by divine light, and there are phantoms of giant kuns and golden rocks circling around it. Strands of Kunping's true meaning, like the silk ribbons of the avenue, hang down from the top of the mountain. It is Kunping Mountain. It is rumored that 3,000 million years ago, there was a Kunping fairy beast who had attained enlightenment and settled on the top of this mountain. After 300 million years, there is still a trace of Kunping's true meaning in this mountain. At this time, countless young people sat cross-legged tens of feet away from Kunping Mountain, feeling the Tao Yun in it, hoping to absorb a ray of Kunping's true meaning. Among this group of people, the most eye-catching one is a girl in white who wins the snow. This girl's name is Nailan Aoshue. She is the daughter adopted by the elder Jiang of the Yang family, and it is rumored that she has the holy body of Yongquan. Why did you say once? Because her springing body has not been awakened. Elder Jiang spent countless resources to get an order from a master of destiny half a year ago. Kunping Mountain is Nailan Aoshue's last chance. In the past 6 months, Elder Jiang took her to Kunping Mountain a total of times, but each time she returned without success. Nailan Aoshue then resigned to her fate and accepted the fact that she was a waste body. Elder Jiang today, after the elder learned that Kunping Shinshan had been moved back to the Yang family, he escorted her to the back mountain of the Yang family. Now that the opportunities have moved to the doorstep, it is better to try again. In order not to disappoint the old man, Nailan Aoshue came here again. It's a pity that she has practiced in Kunping Mountain for a long time, but the silent Yongquan body still has no response. I resign myself to my fate. Nailan Aoshue stood up slumped, accepting his fate of being Yongquan's disabled body. Nailan Aoshue, I'll give you one last chance, do you want to follow me or not? A black-clothed boy held a long sword in his arms and asked coldly. This person was born with a sword body and unparalleled swordsmanship, so Yang Tiance relied heavily on him. In the past, he had recruited Nailan Aoshue 3 times for Yang Tiance, but was rejected all times. Its master, Yang Tiance, is extremely talented and became one of the Yang family's unicorn species 3 years ago. I reject. Nailan Aoshue replied calmly. She didn't even care about Yang Tiance's solicitation, let alone Yi Chang. This is the last chance. With your waste body, it's hard to find a better home. Yi Cheng's fiery eyes glanced at Nailan Aoshue's plump body. In the past, the natural sword body was indeed not worthy of the holy body of Yongquan. But now Nailan Aoshue's sacred body has been abolished, his cultivation has collapsed, and Yi Chang, as a follower of Yang Tiance, has an extremely detached position. He is now willing to accept Lan Aoshue as a follower, which can be regarded as her high profile. Nailan Aoshue glanced coldly, and walked away without looking back. Her cultivation is on the verge of collapse. Yi Chang, as a follower of Yang Tiance, has a detached status, and she can still look up to Nailan Aoshue, so she is considered a high-ranking student. Are you worthy? Nailan Aoshue asked coldly. Yi Chang was furious, and said, You are just a bastard with the chaotic waste body, where did you come from such arrogance? Because Yang Haotian has never shown his sharpness in 16 years, and it has been rumored that he has not improved an inch for a long time, this makes him cannot help but be guessed, whether he is a rare ravioli body in ancient times. Because Yang Haotian never refuted it, this rumor became more and more popular, and gradually many people believed this rumor. But at this moment, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped most of the back mountain. Everyone looked up, and saw a golden-winged divine sculpture covering the sky and covering the sun, flying towards it like the sun's divine fire. On top of the golden sculpture, the young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. His arrival was like dropping a golden stone on a calm lake, making the originally quiet back mountain noisy in an instant. Who is this? Golden-winged condor? Patriarch's mount, is this boy Yang Haotian? It can only be him, otherwise who is qualified to drive this mount? Hiss, it's been 16 years, and it seems like he's showing his face for the first time. When Yang Haotian appeared, the scene suddenly boiled, and even those elders and masters who had been guarding the young family secretly for many years could not help quietly allocating a ray of divine sense, watching the young master's every move. Yang Haotian? What is he doing here? Yi Cheng's expression suddenly changed when he saw the person coming. The master told him more than once that Yang Haotian was his biggest stumbling block if he wanted to become the leader of the Qilin species. After all, this title was given to Yang Haotian by Haotian Patriarch, regardless of everyone's objections. The head of the unicorn son of the Yang family, Yang Haotian, the holy body of chaos? Nalan Ashua raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky, with strange expressions in his eyes. Over the years, she has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme been mentioned together with Yang Haotian, saying that she is the two yin and yang waste bodies of the Yang family. It's just that Yang Haotian suffered more criticism. Many members of the Yang family believed that he was unworthy of virtue, and that he had stolen the position of Qilin leader by relying on the chaotic body bestowed by God. When the golden-winged condor fell, Yang Haotian walked down from the top, ignoring the eyes of everyone around him, and walked towards Kunpeng Mountain. Nalan Ashua watched him, wondering if Yang Haotian had heard Yi Cheng's provocative words just now. But when her divine sense glanced at Yang Haotian and felt the mountain-like chaotic energy on Yang Haotian's body, Nalan Ashua's skin suddenly turned rosy. In addition, a hot spring was about to flow out, and her holy body in the spring, which had been silent for 3 years, unexpectedly made movement after a long absence. The familiar yet strange feeling made Nalan Ashua's face flush immediately. Fortunately, everyone's attention was attracted by Yang Haotian, and no one noticed her strangeness. In Nalan Ashua's heart, however, stormy waves set off one after another. Why the sudden reaction? Obviously nothing has changed before, and everything around has not changed. No. It's because Nalan Ashua stared at Yang Haotian suddenly. As Yang Haotian approached step by step, the subtle fluctuations in Nalan Ashua's body gradually became more and more intense. Nalan Ashua was terrified in her heart. Yongquan holy body has finally recovered. It's just, why is it related to Yang Haotian? With strong willpower, Nalan Ashua barely suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart. Unsurprisingly, when Yang Haotian passed her by, the abnormality of the Yongquan body suddenly reached its peak. Inside the delicate body, the surging hot spring suddenly scalded like magma. The dried-up dantian actually seemed like a volcanic eruption, filled with burning vitality. It didn't last long, however. This fluctuation of recovery gradually calmed down. With Yang Haotian gone, the Yongquan holy body fell silent again. Dantian, which was about to recover, returned to a dead silence again. Nalan Ashua's heart was empty. Her almond eyes were staring at Yang Haotian's back. Is this Kunpeng Mountain? Yang Haotian looked up at the radiant mountain peak with anticipation in his eyes. The conjecture about the system sign-in will have a result soon. He walked towards Kunpeng Mountain, getting closer and closer. In an instant, hundreds of millions of Dao symbols soared up, and the whole mountain seemed to be trembling, forming a huge resistance, preventing Yang Haotian from approaching. Ooh! In the sky above the sacred mountain, phantoms of Kunpeng seemed to sense the threat, and suddenly released myriads of divine light, heading straight into the sky. Everyone exclaimed, "Young master, get out of the way! Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close / phoneme." Kunpeng's true meaning is the remnant of the Taoist rhyme of immortals and beasts, and he is born to reject the mundane. If you get two phoneme alphabet equals IPA ph equals clause close / phoneme to it, you will be hit by Kunpeng's true meaning, and your mind will be severely injured, and so. Everyone only dares to sit cross-legged a few tens of feet away from the holy mountain, and those with strong willpower can get a little closer to the holy mountain. Ha, it's just a mountain, and you're still doing something sacrosanct? The light in Yang Haotian's eyes was slightly cold, and a majestic power gradually spread around his body, and he stepped towards the sacred mountain. Let's see, what can you do to me? You don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, but you still dare to go forward? How can you, a trash like you, be able to provoke the sacred mountain? Yi Chang sneered in his heart. He saw with his own eyes, two people who didn't know how deep they were, rashly approached within 30 feet of Kunping Mountain. As a result, a ray of Kunping's true meaning descended from Shinshan, and the two were directly shocked to the point of being traumatized, vomiting blood on the spot, and passed out. Even if Yang Haotian has a chaotic body, it is just a waste body, a waste that has been stuck in the physical state for 16 years, and is still trying to provoke Shinshan? Almost everyone's gazes were focused on that slender young figure. Unnoticed by no one, a man in a long robe and Confucian shirt with a good temperament was watching this place not far away. Let's see, how many feet can you get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the holy mountain? This person is Yang Haotian's teacher, Li Shirye. In the past 15 years, he has been ridiculed and taught to be an elm lump, and Yang Haotian is nothing more than a waste body. But only he knows best how outstanding this kid who always looks indifferent is. With the powerful aptitude of the chaotic body, it is not a skill to bloom the edge, the head of the divine body. It is no wonder that it is not strong. On the contrary, it is the most difficult thing to suppress the power to hide the edge, and hide it for a full 15 years. Tenacious willpower, great self-control, and even an absolutely stable state of mind that is not surprised by phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme one or the other is indispensable. Even for adults, it is still difficult to do this step. But Yang Haotian did it all. In the eyes of everyone or surprise, or expectation. Yang Haotian walked calmly, and arrived within 30 feet of the sacred mountain without haste. Take one step. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. Hundreds of millions of runes flew up on the Kunping mountain, like a provocative beast supreme, rolling in Daowei, trying to keep Yang Haotian out. Well, the system hasn't responded yet? Looks like I have to go underground and try. Hundreds of millions of runes are added to the body, and there is a faint resistance, resisting his own progress. However, this is nothing to Yang Haotian. He walked casually and continued to walk down the mountain. At this time, admonishing voices came intermittently from behind. Young master, don't leave, there is danger ahead. Under the foot of the mountain, those who are not strong-willed are not allowed to approach. In front of it, the sacred mountain seemed to be enraged, densely packed with symbols, condensed into the shape of a Kunping. The fierce power swept across, and the evil spirit boiled, blocking Yang Haotian's advance. The young people around couldn't resist this fierce power at all, and they all retreated 100 feet away. Yang Haotian has a tall body, but he is always as steady as a rock, standing still. Those who are not strong-willed should not be approached? Is this still a problem for me? Yang Haotian smiled, completely ignoring the obstruction of Kunpeng's divine form, and continued to move forward. 24 feet. 23 feet. 20 feet. In the eyes of the people who are more and more surprised. The divine form of Kunpeng blocking the front, as the boy in white approached, let out a whine, and disappeared into nothingness. Yang Hao's sky was calm and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme was light, and he stood casually at the 20 feet of the sacred mountain. Surprise flashed across Nalan Aoshua's almond eyes. This Yang Haotian really has some capital. Even if she is 20 feet away from the sacred mountain, she will feel tremendous pressure. She concentrated all her energy, but she could only take another 2 feet. 18 feet away from the sacred mountain is the best result of the audience. However, the next scene was far beyond her expectations, and almost everyone present gasped in unison, how is this possible? Seeing a slender young man with flying hair and swaying clothes, he seemed to be a little impatient, but he started to stride towards the foot of the mountain. The Kunpeng mountain rumbled and shook, and hundreds of millions of runes flew out, trying to stop the boy's footsteps. However, its incomparably sharp rune, in front of Yang Haotian's firm steps, was as fragile as paper, and failed to slow down the boy's steps. 90 feet. 18 feet. 17 feet. A few blinks of an eye. Yang Haotian took big strides and walked to the foot of the mountain at 15 feet effortlessly. The Kunpeng divine mountain was dead silent, like a strong man who had been conquered and accepted his fate. As if he had accepted his fate, he completely gave up resistance. Yi Chang was stunned. Nalan Aoshua's almond eyes widened. A pair of beautiful and cold eyes were occupied by strong shock and a hint of shock. It is so easy to enter within 15 feet, what a tenacious will. Did I misread this person before? Ha, as expected of my apprentice, you really didn't disappoint me. Li Shurye was so excited that he looked up to the sky and laughed. After 3 years in the lower realms, he has seen so many powerful physiques. He has even encountered many immortal bodies and even more powerful divine bodies. However, Yang Haotian is the one who is most likely to step into the 6th heaven realm among many geniuses. The 6th heavenly realm is an important pass hidden in the 5 realms of Hualong. Even those ancestors rarely know that this hidden realm is the most likely opportunity for a cultivator to awaken the 9 great apertures in his life. As long as any one of the 9 great apertures is awakened, the success rate of stepping on the road of God can be greatly improved. And apprentice Yang Haotian was the only one who believed in him and endured Zongfeng for 15 years to attack the 6th heaven realm. If not for this, why does Yang Haotian need to suppress his strength? Just show a little edge, it is enough to shock the 3000 Dao domain. The only thing that makes Li Shurye regretful is that there is no kung fu that is worthy of the chaotic body. Although the apprentice is practicing now, it is already the highest grade 10 Sun's divine art. But Li Shurye knew that it was still not enough to bring out the full potential of the chaotic body. It's time to go back to the upper realm. Old matters must be resolved. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find the supreme law suitable for Tian'er. Suddenly, Li Shurye's pupils were shocked, and he stared at Shang Yang Haotian in horror. This fluctuation. What kind of terrifying technique did that kid comprehend? Ding! Arrive at the sign-in location Kuanping Shinshan. Do you want to sign in? Weather. 15 feet away from the sacred mountain, Yang Haotian stopped. With his willpower, even if he went all the way to the bottom of the mountain, it wouldn't be a problem. But in my mind, a system prompt sounded suddenly, moving the sign in place. It really worked. Sign in now. Yang Haotian is looking forward to it. What will the reward be this time? Ding! Signed in successfully. Get the 9-star legendary holy level reward, Kuanping Whale Swallowing Kung Fu. Kuanping Whale Swallowing Kung Fu, God level Kung Fu, can grow. Use the Kuanping Whale to swallow the divine power, and absorb the heavens and worlds in your body. The meridian is like a galaxy, and the dantian is like the universe. Picking the clouds and taking the moon, roaring through the void, in a single thought. Even if Yang Haotian was determined, he couldn't help his heart beating wildly. It's actually a god-level skill. The exercises of the 3000 Dao domain are divided into 6 grades: lower, middle, upper, peerless, perfect, and supreme. According to legend, above the supreme level, there is the most powerful god-level kung fu. However, in the billions of years of history in the 3000 Dao domain, it has been a long time since there has been a god-level kung fu. 10 Sun's divine art, as a perfect level exercise, is already powerful enough to rank among the top 10 in the 3000 Dao domain. But compared with Kuanping Whale swallowing skills, there is no comparison. More importantly, this is still a growth method. This means that this skill may grow into an existence beyond the god level. Yang Haotian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. The opening content of Kuanping Whale swallowing skills flashed through my mind. The human body is composed of 4,000 million particles, each of which can be cultivated into the divine power of a whale. Awaken, giant whale particles, condense the map of whale swallowing gods, integrate mountains and mountains into fists, rivers and rivers into meridians, seas and lakes into dantian. Awakening, million giant whale particles, condensing the gods of Kuanping, refining hundreds of millions of stars into one particle, covering the sky with a flick of a finger, surpassing the gods. Seeing Yang Hao sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, everyone had question marks on their faces. Why did you sit down? Did the young master realize something? Yi Chang snorted coldly, pretentious. There has been no breakthrough in 16 years, and the aptitude is so poor. What else can I learn? No one noticed. Nalan Aoshua's expression suddenly changed. How so? The moment Yang Haotian sat down, her Yongquan holy body suddenly trembled violently, forming a special connection with Yang Haotian. In Yang Haotian's originally calm body, a terrifying wave erupted without warning. Its energy is majestic and mighty, let alone her, even her master Jiang Elder. No, even a strong person who has stepped into the secret realm of longevity may not be able to compare with Yang Haotian. We have all been lied to. For the past 16 years, Yang Haotian has been keeping a low profile and hiding his edge. At the foot of Kunpeng Mountain, Yang Haotian's body shook suddenly. Rumble! A majestic power soared into the sky. The power from ancient times, from the deepest part of Yang Haotian's body, was instantly awakened. Under the attention of everyone, his right fist suddenly burst into immeasurable light. In an instant, 10,000 particles awakened, and blazing light flew out. The vast and violent spiritual power rolled towards Yang Haotian's right fist and swallowed it up instantly. Then, what is that? Everyone changed color. This is not the breath of the chaotic body. What did this kid understand? Li Shiye was shocked. Don't talk about him, even those veteran powerhouses and guardian elders who hide in the dark can't help feeling incredible at this moment when they sense the vast spiritual power frantically converging towards the young master around them. Such majestic and mighty power is at least only possessed when the supreme level kung fu is completed. The young master has actually mastered such a magical skill? What a terrifying comprehension! However, it seems that there is no such miraculous skill in the Wanxiang pavilion of the Yang family. Where did the young master get it from? At this time, Yang Haotian's right fist once again filled with endless divine light. And each wave is brighter than the other, and the wave is more dazzling. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Haotian's right fist is like a sun that is about to bursting out with brilliance. 20,000 particles awakened. 30,000 particles awaken. 100,000 particles awakened. Hum with Yang Haotian's right fist, a palm-sized figure of God, surrounded by runes, floated above his right fist. Ow! An ancient divine whale swims from the divine map, and its melodious howl contains unparalleled arrogance, sweeping across the back mountain. Rumbling. The sky trembled. Void shock. Rolling demonic clouds gathered above Yang Haotian's head, as if they wanted to destroy the whale-swallowing God picture. What kind of cultivation technique actually caused the heavens to shake? Could it be of the legendary God level? Li Shiye's pupils contracted crazily, and he flew towards Kunpeng Mountain. He sensed that his apprentice had reached a critical moment. If he could break through, he would definitely gain amazing results. But he must ensure that before that, the disciple will not be disturbed in any way. At this moment, Nailan Ashua's almond eyes were also full of shock. She sensed that majestic energy in Yang Haotian's body was gathering rapidly towards her right hand. The picture of the whale devouring the gods was spinning faster and faster. Rumbling. Sensing the crisis of extinction, Kunpeng Divine Mountain exploded completely. The surging Kunpeng's true meaning, like a waterfall on the Great Tao, rumbles down toward Yang Haotian. Click. Cracks burst out in the earth, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains. Everyone couldn't help but staggered, their spiritual energy collapsed. It's dangerous. Yi Cheng cursed, Yang Haotian, what the hell are you doing? Kunpeng's true meaning is something you can toss about with nothing. Do you want to kill everyone? Everyone fled without looking back. A few people wanted to help the young master, but after all they couldn't resist Kunpeng's sincere domineering, and were forced to retreat. Only Nailan Ashue, with a flash of determination on her beautiful face. The state of epiphany is rare, so Yang Haotian cannot be disturbed by the outside world. What's more, he is still the hope of Yongquan Eucharist's recovery. Squeeze. The Shuayan spirit sword flew out, smashing the boulders that fell towards Yang Haotian into pieces. The girl in white who was better than snow stands next to the boy in black, holding a sword. The young man was handsome and cheerful, while the young woman was glamorous and gorgeous. The radiant swordlight condensed into palm-sized snowflakes, firmly isolating the falling stone. For a time, a unique landscape was formed at the foot of the mountain. When Yi Cheng looked back and saw it, he was so jealous that his eyes were tearing apart. Right now. Ow! The image of the whale swallowing God suddenly turned into a size of thousands of miles, covering the sky and the sun, covering the sky above Kunpeng Mountain. The wisps of Kunpeng's true intentions flowed upstream and were instantly absorbed by the whale swallowing God picture. This is not enough. Kuanping Shinshan cracked like a spider web, and collapsed inwards into strands of sand and dust, crystal clear and radiant with symbols. They circled and moved like crystal rivers, clusters of right fists converging towards Yang Haotian. In the incredible eyes of everyone, Yang Haotian's right hand turned into golden color, like a blazing sun, blooming endless divine light. And above the fist, there is a radiant phantom of mountains floating, ribbons of energy hang down, and Kuanping runes sweep across. Yang Haotian felt that his right hand was suddenly as heavy as tens of thousands of weights, and he was caught off guard, and fell to the ground with a bang. Rumble. Starting from his right hand, terrifying ravines half a meter wide were torn apart hundreds of feet away. Boom! The earth is like the surface of a lake, with Yang Haotian as the center, spreading circles of mud ripples around. The dust was flying, and the smoke was everywhere. Ra was the most knowledgeable Li Shiye. He couldn't help but gasp when he saw this, his pupils trembled. How heavy is that palm to cause such a shock? If you hit someone with this blow, I'm afraid they will be blown up on the spot, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host, the integrity of Dao Zhong's bodyguard has increased by %, and the current integrity is %. Obviously, the benefits of devouring the Kuanping mountain are not just as simple as improving the power of the right fist. Kuanping whale swallowing skill flashed in his mind, and Yang Haotian quickly regained control of his right hand, lifting the weight as if it were light, and controlling it freely. The surrounding gradually calmed down. The scattered people stopped and cast surprised or horrified gazes at Yang Haotian. What happened? Young Master's right fist swallowed a Kuanping mountain? Everyone was in disbelief. Nailan Aoshua looked horrified. Li Shiye's eyes were gratified. Only Yi Chang, the jealousy in his eyes almost flowed out of his eyes, clenched his long sword tightly. Why is it him again? All benefits, all good things have been met by him. Why? The leader of the Qilin species should be the master. Yi Chang roared in his heart. If young Tiance can become the leader of the unicorn, as a follower, his status will rise and he will be able to reap more benefits. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Yi Chang stared at Yang Haotian's back with jealousy and hatred in his eyes. Congratulations to the young master for his great achievement. I wonder if Yi Chang will have the honor to compete with the young master. Yi Chang stepped forward, exerting force deliberately, his voice almost spread throughout the back mountain. Today I will take the place of the master and try your weight. Yi Chang couldn't hold back the jealousy in his heart, and finally decided to make a move. As he expected, no one objected. Almost everyone cast curious eyes. 16 years. Yang Haotian has always seen the beginning and the end of the dragon, and it is difficult to meet him, let alone make a move in front of everyone. Everyone is very curious. What kind of strength does the chaotic body have? Now Yi Chang suddenly proposed a discussion, although it was a bit presumptuous, but everyone did not object. Only Li Shiye faintly saw Yi Chang's bad intentions, and frowned slightly. Immediately, he was relieved. The time to open the pulse has come. Let everyone see the strength of disciples. You want to fight me? Yang Haotian looked at Yi Chang curiously. The scrutiny in Yi Chang's eyes made Yi Chang furious. He only felt that Yang Haotian's eyes were looking down on him from above. But he forced a smile on his face, pretending to be courteous and authentic. I heard that the young master was born with a chaotic body and extraordinary talent. Yi Chang has been fascinated for a long time. I can see you today. I wonder if the young master can give Yi Chang a chance to experience your strength. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, let us see the young master's strength. Yang Haotian shook his head. You are not my opponent. Yi Chang's face froze. You are a chaotic waste, your tone is too loud, right? He didn't dare to fight, obviously because he was afraid of losing face. Yi Chang made up his mind to humiliate Yang Haotian in public, and pressed him step by step. It doesn't matter, it's just a discussion. If it doesn't work, the young master rewards you with a move. You can't catch a single move. Yang Haotian is telling the truth. But this time it's not just Yi Chang, even the other people's expressions are not right. The young master's words are a little louder. After all, Yi Chang is also a master at the 5th level of Jusha realm. Young Tiance can accept him as a follower, so his strength is definitely not bad. A master of this level can't even stop you with one move? Ha, since the young master is so confident, then Yi Chang will ask for advice. Squeeze. Before Yang Haotian could open his mouth, Yi Chang drew his sword first, not giving him a chance to refuse at all. Seeing this, Yang Haotian shook his head helplessly. No matter what, if you kill yourself, then you can't blame me. Yi Chang thought he was hiding it perfectly, but he didn't know that his clumsy eyes couldn't hide it from Yang Haotian's eyes at all. If you want to test your own details, it's almost the same as your master Yang Tian's. You, Yi Chang, are not enough for this qualification. A cold light flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. Come on. He was dressed in white, with his hands behind his back, like a tall and straight pine, standing quietly. His handsome and indifferent face, his casual and calm posture all told everyone that he didn't take Yi Chang seriously at all. Yi Chang was once again stimulated by this kind of contempt. With a pair of furious eyes, he wanted to shoot his sword. Hum! His whole body flashed with light, and bright veins lit up one after another. So many spirit veins. Everyone's face changed. You must know that opening the pulse is an extremely stamina-consuming stage. Not everyone can refine all 365 meridians. Those with weak willpower phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme open more than 100 pulses, and they can't wait to sprint to the Juxia state. And Yi Chang actually refined 193 meridians. What an astonishing willpower! Nearly 200 spiritual veins provided enough spiritual energy for Yi Chang. Above Yi Chang's head, there were 6 rays of light condensing out one after another. Hiss! Juxia Realm's 6th heaven. Yi Chang's strength has improved by a level compared to before. Nalan Aoshua narrowed her eyes. Juxia state requires the mobilization of the whole body's essence and blood, the fusion of the aura of heaven and earth, and the condensing of a divine glow from the top of the head. Every time one more piece is condensed, the strength will step up to a higher level, and the combat power, explosive power, and endurance will all be greatly improved. The 6 divine clouds hovered above Yi Chang's head, and he had obviously stepped into the 6th heaven of Juxia realm. And at the age of his early 20s, reaching this level can be called extremely good. As expected of a natural sword body, it's too strong. A time. Everyone cast envious and amazed eyes at Yi Chang. Even Nalan Aoshua, who was proud and arrogant, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yi Chang is already so strong, he knows how strong young Tians, who can make him wholeheartedly follow, will be. Did you see, Yang Haotian, this is my capital to challenge you. Yi Chang's eyes were full of pride. Strangely though, facing Yi Chang's aggressive aura, Yang Haotian still stood there calmly. His eyes are calm and his expression is relaxed. The sharp and fierce sword energy failed to affect him a bit. How can that be? Nalan Aoshua was secretly speechless. She still has the cultivation base of the 7th level of the Sunrise Realm left, but even she wants to retreat in the face of Yi Chang's Xinxia sword. Yang Haotian's concentration is so strong that he is not affected at all? TSK, in terms of determination, even if I'm a teacher, I'm not as good as Haotian. Li Shurye secretly sighed. In his 15 years of coaching, Yang Haotian spends an hour every day going to the library to study. There is no thunder, rain or shine. No one supervised, but he was never seen to be lazy. Of the 9 library buildings in the Yang family, he has already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme all the millions of volumes in Longyuan Pavilion and Xingsu Pavilion. What a willpower! Just a few flashes of sword light, and you still want to scare this kid? Cut me! Yi Chang saw that he could not be intimidated. He snorted coldly, and swung the sword of Xinxia above his head. In an instant, 3 bright sword lights, about 10 feet long, shot towards Yang Haotian. Puff! The sword light swept across the ground, tearing straight sword marks. Seeing the sharp sword energy, he killed Yang Haotian in front of him. Yang Haotian didn't panic, and took the initiative to face the sword energy, and took a step, whoosh! The 3 sword chi, the ice melted and the snow melted, dissipated instantly. Everyone was stunned. This what happened? Yi Chang was also dumbfounded. His sword energy collapsed before it approached Yang Haotian? This has never happened before. It's the Chaos Body. According to the legend, the Chaos Body is invulnerable to all magic, and the Tao follows it. Ordinary sword energy can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to him at all. Nailan Aoshue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and horror. It is indeed a chaotic body. Without a shot, an offensive from the opponent was disintegrated. In comparison, the natural sword body is nothing. Continue. Yang Haotian hooked his fingers at Yi Chang and smiled slightly. Yi Chang gritted his teeth and drew his sword hastily. If you can block the sword energy, can you still block my sword? Died, brush. Yi Chang's aura exploded, and the 6 gods above his head trembled together, with a domineering killing intent, concentrated towards the 3-foot green blade in his hand. His aura climbed to the peak, and his whole body turned into an unsheathed sword. Boom! Wherever the long sword passed, the earth was torn apart. The sharp edge of the sword split the void into black void sword marks. At this time, Yang Haotian's expression was still indifferent, and his posture was still lazy. With a tall body, he stood still in the sharp sword, dressed in white, hunting. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Yang Haotian stretched out one hand, and a rune flashed across his palm. Hum! Endless divine light flashed, and a golden little sun condensed from his hand. There are thousands of divine splendor and thousands of rays of light. The little golden sun rises against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme, like a golden shield, hanging in front of Yang Haotian. Whoosh! Yi Chang's long sword pierced into the little golden sun. The long sword immediately melted into molten iron, dripped on the ground, turned into balls and flowed all over the ground. As soon as the little sun's light faded, it flew back to Yang Haotian's palm. The soft and brilliant light reflected on the handsome and flawless face of the young man in white, as if a layer of golden light was sprinkled on it. This Yi Chang failed again? Young master, what kind of trick is that, to break Yi Chang's sword with a wave of his hand? Everyone stared at the blazing little sun, feeling unbelievable. What they didn't know was that the elders and even the clan elders who were hiding in the shadows of the Young family and were quietly watching here, one by one, were all alarmed. 10 Sons Divine Art. That's right, it's the 10 Sons Divine Art. This kid looks like he has mastered the first stage completely? Unbelievable. Only 16 years old has practiced the first stage of the 10 Sons Divine Art. The aptitude is simply amazing. A series of tyrannical divine thoughts intertwined over the mountain behind the Young family. What a terrible son. Nailan Aoshue's almond eyes were filled with horror. She also uses a sword. But although her Shuayin spirit sword is powerful, facing Yang Haotian's little son, she still has no certainty of winning. Even if you are not careful, it may be directly melted. My Linya sword. Yi Chang let out a cry of pain. This is the high-grade spirit sword bestowed on him by the master, and it was destroyed by Yang Haotian's move. The terrible thing is that I haven't even been able to hurt the opponent half a point. Return my sword. Yi Chang's eyes were red, completely out of anger. The destruction of the Linya sword was beyond his psychological tolerance. If he didn't destroy Yang Haotian today, he would not be able to explain to himself. Hum. Above Yi Chang's head, the 6 gods suddenly merged and turned into a half-ray of dazzling sword, only the blade, no hilt. But even half of the sword body is more than 10 feet long, stretching across the void. The sword energy is blazing, making people frightened and retreating again and again. This is Xinxiao's transformation. Yi Chang has bred supernatural powers. Everyone exclaimed when the cultivator condenses 9 rays of light. Then the 9 gods and Xia can be combined into one rune. Depending on the level of talent, this rune may give birth to a powerful supernatural power that belongs to you alone. The 6 sword-shaped clouds in Yechen clearly gave birth to the embryonic form of supernatural powers. Dang dang dang. The people around all retreated back again and again, unable to bear the terrifying pressure at all. Yi Chang's eyes were red, he looked like a madman, and he pushed towards Yang Haotian with both hands, kill barking. The sound of the sharp sword chant shattered the clouds in all directions, piercing through the void. Halfway divine sword, murderous intent, from top to bottom, cut Shang Yang Haotian. Boom! Before the divine sword arrived, the domineering sword energy had already torn the earth apart, cutting out a series of crisscrossing fine sword marks. Under the edge of the sword, young Haotian was beyond everyone's expectations, still calm and calm. "Get out of the way, you can't stop it." Nalan Aoshua was anxious. Even as a bystander, she could feel the horror of Yi Chang's sword. She was obviously a little higher than Yi Chang, but the majestic and awe-inspiring murderous intent still gave her a chill. It's no wonder that such a powerful genius as young Tiance would take Yi Chang as his follower. Just this rudimentary supernatural power is enough to fight against the peak of the 9th layer of Jusha realm. "Yang Haotian, I can't stop it." Just as Nalan Aoshua had this thought, a flash of light flashed before her eyes. See Yang Hao's right index finger, with endless divine radiance emanating from it, the mysterious radiance flowing on his fingertips. Strands of Tao patterns condensed and turned into a small ancient sacred mountain. Above the sacred mountain, giant kuns swim and golden rocks fly. It is the Kuanping sacred mountain that has been swallowed. Facing Yi Chang's sword, young Haotian pointed out. Rumble. The void oscillates, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and cloud change color. The golden fingers seemed to have the ability to open up the world, and the surging pressure rolled down towards Yecheng. Yi Cheng's eyes widened, watching with his own eyes, the halfway divine sword that was majestic just a second ago, which seemed to be able to pierce the sky, was as small as a toothpick in front of the shining fingers. Accompanied by Yang Haotian, tap lightly. Yi Cheng had tempered it for 5 full years, and the halfway divine sword he was proud of was crushed to pieces with a slap. But the finger's strength didn't stop, like a big road grinding disc, rolling forward rumblingly. Bang! The ground under Yecheng's feet immediately cracked. Not good. Yi Cheng's expression changed drastically, and the 6 divine clouds hung down from his head, trying in vain to protect his whole body. However, it is too weak. Puff! Xiaoguang collapsed immediately. Yi Cheng's right hand, right foot, and most of his body were pointed at from the air, and they exploded into blood mist on the spot. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to react from the shocking scene. Until there is a bang. Yi Cheng was like a rag doll wet by the rainstorm, his body twitched non-stop on the ground, blood gurgling out by itself. People were suddenly awakened. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Shocked, horrified, and unbelievable gazes all converged on that figure in white. The young man has black hair like a waterfall, lazy eyes, a handsome face, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if everything is out of control. As I said, you can't stop a move. Yang Haotian looked at Yi Cheng speechlessly. I tried my best to provoke one after another, thinking that I could bring myself a surprise as a result. The opponent will not be able to do it without exerting any strength. Yang Haotian shook his head slightly disappointed. Young master. So handsome. Not only does it look good, it's also so powerful. Whoever says that the young master is just a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ/phoneme, I will be in a hurry with whoever. Some girls from the distant branch, with peach blossom faces and red cheeks, are frantically sending glances to the sun and Haotian. Yi Cheng was in a daze, his eyes glazed over. Gone, all gone. The spirit sword is gone. The prototype of the divine sword that took 5 years to refine is gone. In this battle, he suffered heavy losses, lost his treasures, magical powers, and even his dignity. Unwillingness, remorse, anger, loss, all kinds of emotions rushed into his heart. Yi Cheng couldn't hold it back any longer, and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Everyone saw it, and it was completely impossible to connect him with the high-spirited swordsman before. As expected of the young master, the power of one finger is so powerful. The rumors of the chaotic waste body are indeed false. Whoever dares to say that the young master is a waste in the future, we will spit on him on the spot. From this moment on, almost everyone present became the young master's loyal fans without any accident. Yang Haotian, do you think you won? The master is 100 times stronger than me, and he will leave the customs soon. He will definitely avenge me today. Yi Cheng was born with a sword body and had extremely strong vitality, so he struggled to get up. He played all his cards in this battle, but he couldn't even uncover a corner of Yang Haotian's mysterious scroll. But he finally confirmed that the rumors about the chaotic waste body were all nonsense. Not only is Yang Haotian not a waste, but he is also far more powerful than he imagined. The only one who can really compete with him is the master. In Yi Cheng's mind, a figure as sharp and straight as a divine sword flashed across. He is only 19 years old, but he has already refined a total of 300 spiritual veins, and his cultivation realm has even reached the astonishing peak of the 9th layer of Juxia realm. There is only one step left to break through to Chongyang realm. More importantly, even though Yi Cheng went all out and challenged repeatedly, he still couldn't figure out the master's strength so far. Yang Tiance is an existence that is expected to hit the top of the unicorn species. I'm waiting for you to become the master's defeat. Yi Cheng stared at Yang Haotian coldly and left in embarrassment. Yang Tiance? I hope it's not too weak. The corners of Yang Haotian's mouth raised slightly. He's on the mend. According to the plan, after the opening of the pulse, it is necessary to challenge the talents of all walks of life to enhance the actual combat ability. I hope Yang Tiance can surprise me. Why not just kill him? Li Shurya asked, with hatred in his eyes and resentment in his heart. It would be a disaster to keep it. Yang Haotian smiled. It's just an ant, let him go. I'm a little interested in Yang Tiance. Yang Tiance? Humph. A gleam of coldness flashed in Grandpa Yang Shanqing's eyes. This Yang Tiance seems to be a genius who has just risen from the lower branch, and his aptitude and talent are still a mystery. Obviously his family protected his information very well. Snort! If he dares to covet his grandson's status, he will dig out his details when he returns home. Saying goodbye to his grandfather and teacher, Yang Haotian stepped on the golden-winged divine condor and walked away. As he went away, Nalan Ashua's precious body fell silent again. The great sense of emptiness made her stare at Shang Yang Haotian's back. Suddenly she made a decision. For the Eucharist of Yongquan, follow Yang Haotian. She didn't notice that Li Shurya looked at her not far away, and a strange light flashed across her eyes. This girl's physique seems a bit uneasy. Haotian Palace. Thousands of divine brilliance, thousands of auspicious colors, and hundreds of millions of energy runes filled the entire hall like a vast ocean. Yang Haotian sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. His entire right hand was like a sun and star, releasing immeasurable golden light. In the sky above the back of the hand, a phantom of a shrunken sacred mountain floated, releasing majestic power. Kunping whale swallowing kung fu is really terrifying. It is indeed a god-level kung fu. Yang Haotian has thoroughly understood the characteristics of Kunping whale swallowing kung fu. In the early stage of this magical skill, he majored in the power of swallowing whales. Divine weapons, mountains, oceans, even stars, and the universe can all be integrated into itself to create the strongest body in the ages. Integrating a 100-zhang mountain peak can blow up the 6th level of the Juxia realm with one finger. If you fuse a few more, can you instantly kill the Huagai realm and even fight against the Longmen realm? The 5 realms of dragon transformation, based on the opening of the meridians, have a total of 5 realms: Juxia, Chongyang, Longmen, Xiantian, and dragon transformation. Every breakthrough is a leap forward. Awakening, giant whale particles. The whale-devouring god map can fuse a Baizhang mountain into the body. 100,000 giant whale particles can fuse 10 Baizhang peaks. If you continue to practice, the giant whale particle evolves into a dragon whale particle, which can devour a 1,000-foot-high peak at will. Until then, Yang Haotian punched out, the power equivalent to countless thousands of mountains, concentrated on a certain point on the human body. What a terrifying destructive power it will be. 9 suns floated above Yang Haotian's head, and strands of gold silk ribbons hung down, emitting incredible energy fluctuations. After awakening, giant whale particles, I can control the 10 suns divine art more and more easily. It feels like using my arms and fingers. After awakening, giant whale particles, I will definitely be able to master the most powerful form of the 10 suns divine art, the 10 suns shine. The refinement of the giant whale particles is also of great help to Yang Haotian's practice of other exercises. Obviously, this is the reason for his more subtle control over the physical body. With a movement of his ears, Yang Haotian looked towards the door. What's going on? Young master, Miss Nalan is here and wants to see you. Guardian reports. Nalan Ashua's proud figure flashed in Yang Haotian's mind. Can she come into Haotian Palace? Shangyang Palace is heavily guarded, and no one can enter without notification. The guard's expression froze, and he said respectfully, it was Elder Zhang's token that allowed her to enter the Yang family. Let her go. Yang Haotian doesn't like Nalan Ashua's arrogance very much. A long time. The guard walked in with something strange in his hand. Young master, Miss Nalan said that she got this thing from an ancient ruins under a certain abyss when her spring body was still intact, and she wants to give it to you, so that you can see it as her sword for you. Please don't refuse. Oh? When Kuanping Mountain was devoured, young Haotian's mind flashed the figure of the girl drawing her sword and smashing the boulder, and took the fragment. It is the size of a palm, and its whole body is pitch black. It is neither gold nor stone, and it cannot be seen what kind of material it is. But the wisp of lines imprinted on the fragment seems to contain special energy fluctuations. This thing is weird. Yang Haotian just had this thought, ding. The sign-in location is refreshed. Sign-in location, Azure Dragon Dojo. A system prompt sounded in Yang Haotian's mind. Azure Dragon Dojo? The domain of the Feng family, the survivors of the Qinglong ancient country? If I remember correctly, Nalan Ashua's fiancé seems to be the third young master of the Feng family. A mouthful of black treasure bottles suddenly floated out. Its whole body is permeated with Dao rhyme, the law is lingering, and the space in the hall is imprisoned. It is the forbidden magic bottle. As soon as it appeared, it immediately confronted the black fragments in the air, exuding a monstrous power. Yang Haotian was startled. The forbidden magic phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase/phoneme was originally a perfect spiritual weapon. After refining, it was advanced into a supreme spiritual weapon, which can imprison one side of the void. It was thanks to its help that the supreme Taoist artifact Taiyin God Furnace was able to be subdued in Yushinla. But even in the face of the Taiyin Divine Furnace, the forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase/phoneme did not have such a violent reaction. This black fragment can actually trigger the movement of the magic forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase/phoneme. What is the origin? Looking at the guard in front of him, Yang Haotian shook his head. Well, let's meet Nalan Ashua. He was quite interested in this fragment, enough to get a chance to meet him. But it's only worth it once. Outside the hall, Nalan Ashua showed anxiety. What if Yang Haotian rejects her? She doesn't want to be a mortal all her life. Suddenly, the door of the temple opened with a bang. Come with me, the young master sees you. Success! Nalan Ashua's eyes lit up, secretly delighted at the wit of giving her something. Although she couldn't wait in her heart, she put on an indifferent look on her face, straightened her snow-white clothes without any dust, followed behind the guards, and entered the Haotian palace. A vaguely scented scent flooded into her nostrils. This is a spacious and bright hall, not as exaggerated as she imagined, but it doesn't look empty. As far as the eyes can see, there are bookshelves full of ancient scrolls and classics, which are antique and fragrant, filling the hall with the fragrance of books. A young man in white was lying lazily on the couch, holding a book in his hand, reading casually. A strange flush suddenly appeared on Nalan Ashua's face. As soon as he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to Young Haotian, the familiar fluctuation in his body reappeared. The spring body shows signs of recovery again. Yang, see the young master. Originally wanted to call Yang Haotian directly, but the exit was changed to young master. But the pride in her eyes did not weaken a bit, her chin was raised slightly, like a proud peacock. Yang Haotian's expression faded a little. Without raising his head, he said, You have 10 breaths, so say something. 10 breaths. Nalan Ashua was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly came to her senses and said immediately, I want to be your follower. No. Anything else? Seeing that Nalan Ashua was silent, Yang Haotian waved his hand and issued the order to evict the guest. 10 breaths have arrived, please leave. Nalan Ashua was stunned on the spot. It hasn't started yet, is this the end? I just said one thing. Nalan Ashua panicked and blurted out a sentence. Why don't you want to take me in? Did I offend you? Yang Haotian's expression became paler. You didn't offend me, but I don't need you to follow. Is that hard to understand? Although Nailan Ashua's talent is astonishing, but to Yang Haotian, she is not attractive at all. What's more, her Eucharist has been abolished, her talent is a thing of the past, and she is not qualified to be a thug for herself. As for her beauty, Yang Haotian is not interested in vases at all. Come here, send her out. Yang Haotian was too lazy to say anything more. Nailan Axwagio gritted her teeth. I can be your maid, I can do anything for you. Yang Haotian is her only hope to recover the holy body of Yongquan. She doesn't want to be a useless person anymore. She doesn't want to lose her talent and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme life ridiculed by thousands of people. Put. Nailan Ashua knelt heavily in front of Yang Haotian. I am willing to give my everything, and I just ask you to keep me by your side, to be your maid. She is a useless body now. If she is not qualified to be a follower, she can always be a maid who serves tea and water, right? Be my maid, will your fiancé agree? Nailan Ashua didn't hesitate. When I go back, I will exchange the gung tie with Fang Yan and break off the engagement. Oh? Yang Haotian raised his eyebrows. The Fang family is a survivor of the ancient Qinglong country, and all descendants have a trace of Qinglong blood in their bodies, and they are born with a strong Qinglong aura. And Fang Yan is said to be the top genius with the strongest Qinglong blood in the Fang family's generation, and he is expected to transform into the legendary strongest bloodline ancestral dragon purple blood. This means that combining with Fang Yan not only has a bright future, but also has a high probability of giving birth to offspring with outstanding talents. Nailan Ashua gave up the possibility of owning them without hesitation, which surprised Yang Haotian. As long as I can follow the young master, I am willing to do anything, even to become the furnace of the young master. Nailan Ashua answered decisively, thinking she could impress Yang Haotian. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, Yang Haotian still refused. Sorry, please go back. To be his woman, loyalty, strength, appearance, and taste are indispensable. Apart from appearance, Nailan Ashua was obviously not satisfied with other conditions. He's not interested at all. Until he was invited out of the hall by the guards. Nailan Ashua had an unbelievable expression on her face. She gave up everything, knelt down and surrendered, but the young master still didn't even give her a chance to try. The fluctuation of the recovery of the spring in the body quickly fell silent, and Nailan Ashua's eyes were filled with bitterness. Probably the young master never had the slightest interest in her from the beginning to the end. What qualifications does she have to ask the young master to take her in? Nailan Ashua walked out in a daze, passing by Li Shurye without realizing it. Li Shurye stopped to look at her back. His eyes were bright. It's confirmed, this girl's physique is definitely as in the legend. This boy Yang Haotian didn't seize the opportunity at all. Why don't you accept Lan Ashua as a follower? As soon as Li Shurye entered Haotian Palace, he immediately stared at Yang Haotian and asked. Yang Haotian curled his lips. She is a waste of water, and she is not good at fighting. What qualifications does she have to be my follower? You still want to lie to me? Li Shurye's eyes widened. He taught Yang Haotian for 15 years. He almost watched Yang Haotian grow up. The two are called master and apprentice. They love each other like father and son. They know each other very well. Li Shurye saw through Yang Haotian's thoughts at a glance. Do you think she can't fight? You clearly despise her arrogance. Yang Haotian nodded. Nailan Ashua is too arrogant. She can't beat her, she can't serve others, so why take her in? Do you want to be the eldest lady? Then do you know what her physique is? Li Shurye asked. Saint Yongquan. Before Yang Haotian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Shurye, staring at his apprentice with burning eyes. Don't fool me with lies, you dare to tell me, you can't see that she is the rarest legendary fairy in ancient times. One of the bodies, the fairy female fragrant spring body? Yang Haotian was silent. He did discover that Nailan Ashua's physique was not ordinary. Combined with the ancient books and materials he had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme in Longyuan Pavilion and Xingsu Pavilion. Yang Haotian is certain that Nailan Ashua's physique is probably not the holy body of Yongquan, but the rarest fairy female fragrant spring body in the legend. This physique is very special. When first awakened, it behaves very similar to the Yongquan body, but after a period of time, it will fall into silence inexplicably. Only by meeting someone who is naturally compatible with her physique and using his energy to practice can she be reactivated. Afterwards, the fragrant spring body will be silent for 9 times in succession, and every time it is reactivated, a bubbling fairy spring will appear in the body. The fragrance is overwhelming, the magic is endless, and the potential will also skyrocket by a level. After the 9th turn, this physique can even reach the point where it is comparable to the strongest divine physique. Since you can see that she is so precious, why do you refuse? She will be of great help to you in the future. Li Shurye asked. As a famous teacher, he is very familiar with all kinds of special physiques, and has the most in-depth and thorough research. Fairy fragrant spring body is also included. So Li Shurye knew very well how much help this physique could bring to Yang Haotian. Master, I have the entire Yang family to help me, why should I lack Nalan Aoshui? Nalan Aoshui is born beautiful, but also arrogant. Bringing her around is a hassle for walking. In my opinion, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yang Haotian really looked down on Nalan Aoshui's arrogance. I think she's arrogant, you just need to train her a little bit to wear off her arrogance. As long as it doesn't hurt her pride, don't you teach me the rules? Then since I want to teach her, why would I choose her? My cousin Yang Cheng is rebellious, but he was born with a supreme bone. After training, he is stronger than Nalan Aoshui. A young man with disheveled hair, like a little leopard, flashed through Yang Haotian's mind. Li Shurye hated that iron could not be made into steel. Can Yang Cheng be your follower? As the young master of the Yang family and the head of Qilin, you have such an honorable status, and you don't have any reliable followers around you. Do you have to do everything yourself? Because the future of the party in the upper realm was uncertain, Li Shurye could no longer plan for his disciple Su Su, and wished that everything could be arranged for Yang Haotian. Among them, choosing followers is the most important thing. Haotian, do you know that besides doing things for you, followers also have the most important role? Li Shurye saw that he couldn't move his disciples, so he had to change direction. Sure enough, Yang Haotian was attracted. What effect? The world of great struggle has come, and the battle of the Emperor's Road is also a battle of luck, but there are only so many lucks in the world. If you get more points, others will get less. Yang Haotian frowned slightly. What does this have to do with followers? It's related, and the relationship is not small. Li Shurye said decisively, although the followers are slightly weaker than Tianjiao, they still occupy a bit of luck in this world. If you gather them together, it will be an astonishing amount of luck. As their master, you can naturally get this kind of luck. The protection of a lot of luck increases the hope of fighting for the emperor. Now Haotian, do you understand why Tianjiao is vying to recruit so many followers? They are preempting to occupy more luck and make arrangements in advance. As soon as these words came out, Yang Haotian suddenly understood, so what I should do is not only to recruit followers, but also to recruit more. The stronger the genius, the more luck he will occupy. That's right. Li Shurye nodded, his eyes hesitated for a while, and he said, actually, there is the most important point, which also makes you have to accept Lan Aoshui. Oh? Yang Haotian wondered, this must be accepted? Shangchuan physique only appeared twice in historical records, and it is the rarest legendary physique among the 12 immortal physiques. Do you know why? Yang Haotian shook his head, his eyes sparkled. Why? Because the fairy female fragrance spring body is the body that responds to catastrophe. It can attract thunder catastrophe, and the stronger the cultivation base, the higher the level of thunder catastrophe it attracts, and the probability of premature death is extremely high, so this physique is extremely rare. But it also means that how God, if you can raise Nalan Aoshui and bring it with you, in case of life and death tribulation, she can block the thunder tribulation for you at any time, so that you have a greater chance of surviving. His Yang Haotian took a deep breath, and used the fairy female fragrance spring body to block the thunder disaster? Seeming to see through his disciple's thoughts, Li Shurye smiled calmly. Don't feel unkind, you protect her to grow up, she helps you contain the thunder calamity and achieve mutual success, not to mention that this is just in case. I believe that with the aptitude of the chaotic body, there is no doubt Jie can stop you. All in all, keeping her by your side is beneficial and harmless, why do you refuse? Yang Haotian nodded, did not refuse, but did not explicitly agree. Until 3 days later. Yang Haotian activated the chaos-dominant body, and when he was warming up his mind, he accidentally met his father and Li Shiye drinking alone under the moon. The divine sense of the chaotic overlord body is extremely special, not only covering a large area, but also difficult to be penetrated by anyone as long as Yang Haotian is willing. Even my father and master didn't notice it at all. Yang Haotian was just about to take back his divine sense, but was attracted by one of the words Brother Shiye really wants to go back now? The upper realm has been occupied by 10 evil spirits, there are many dangers here, think twice. Knowing that Li Shiye was going back to the upper realm, his father Yang Xinglong was very worried, so he tried to persuade him by taking the opportunity of the discussion. Li Shiye smiled frankly, sooner or later, we have to face it. Although the 10 evil spirits are terrifying, it is not so easy to kill me. On the contrary, you have failed to break through the bottleneck for so many years, but you still can't let go of that incident? Back then? What's up? Yang Haotian immediately pricked up his ears. Under the moonlight, guilt appeared on Yang Xinglong's face. How could I let go? As a husband, I couldn't even protect my wife's family. My father-in-law was beheaded by 10 murderers in front of my wife and me. The ancestral land has been taken over by 10 evil spirits. As Yang Xinglong said, murderous intent boiled all over his body. I couldn't even get back the remains of my father-in-law and the others. My wife has always hoped to put the family in peace. I can't satisfy this wish, I'm incompetent. His tone was full of self-blame and pain, and Yang Haotian clenched his fists tightly. No wonder his father's cultivation has failed to make a breakthrough for so many years. It turned out that there was such a knot in my heart that I couldn't open. The mother is from the upper realm, and her family members were beheaded by the so-called 10 murderers, and even the remains were not recovered? Yang Haotian suddenly understood why sometimes his mother would stare at him in a daze. He asked what he was looking at, and his mother said that he looked like Grandpa. But when he asked about his grandfather's whereabouts, his mother said nothing. Is she afraid that if she knows everything, she will rush to the upper realm and seek revenge from the 10 murderers? Haotian has such a powerful talent, he is the most outstanding child I have ever seen. When he grows up, he may have the opportunity to enter the upper realm and snatch back the remains of his mother clan. Li Shiye said in a deep voice. I still don't want it anymore. Yang Xinglong shook his head, Ronger, and I only hope that the child's life will be safe and smooth, and she doesn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one anymore. Let's just let nature take its course. But if you don't get rid of your demons, it may be difficult for you to break through in this lifetime. Li Shiye frowned. Yang Xinglong waved his hand, don't worry about yourself, I don't want Haotian to lose master. Li Shiye smiled, I went back to the upper realm this time, on the one hand, to settle grievances, but more importantly, to find the legendary Emperor's Way supreme treasure. Daiki Anjing? Are you going to the burial ground? Li Shiye nodded, the Dakian mirror is very miraculous. It is said that it contains the secret of dominating the Emperor's road. It appeared in the burial site 3 years ago. If Haotian had the Dakian mirror, he would be able to distinguish the gap between him and the Emperor's road powerhouse. It will be of great benefit to his future cultivation. It can be buried step by step. For Hauer, everything is worth it. Yang Haotian's expression remained calm and indifferent. But deep down in his heart, there was already endless thunder and turmoil. That night, Yang Haotian forgot how he returned to Haotian Palace and how he fell asleep. He only remembered that lying on the bed, his fist was about to be crushed. Wake up early in the morning. Looking at the golden sunlight, Yang Haotian seemed to have grown a lot overnight. Something was added to his heart, and something was discarded at the same time. What? The young master sees me? I'm going to Haotian Palace right now. When the master told Nailan Aoshue, the young master asked to see her by name. Nailan Aoshue's eyes suddenly lit up, the turning point has come. But why did the young master suddenly change his mind? After re-entering Haotian Palace, Nailan Aoshue's mentality was much more correct than last time, and her arrogance also disappeared a lot. But when she looked at Yang Haotian, she was slightly taken aback. Is it an illusion? The young master seems to have a different temperament from the last time we met.
The previous Yang Haotian gave her an indifferent and casual feeling.
Although she was sharp, she was like a soft sword, without any fatal threat. But the young master at this moment made her feel as if she was facing a peerless divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. The dangerous and fierce feeling made her, who was proficient in swordsmanship, unable to resist for a while, and her breathing was delayed for a moment.
Danger! He could kill me on the spot at any time. What happened to the young master these days?
Why such a big change?
Nalan Aoshue seized the young master.
Nalan Aoshue made a decisive decision and immediately bowed to salute, keeping her attitude to the minimum.
Yang Haotian nodded slightly. It seems that the kneeling last time smoothed out her proud temperament a lot. But not enough. A gleam of sharpness flashed in young Haotian's eyes. His father, mother, and master had already shouldered so much for him. It's time for me to grow up and share some of the burden for them. It is only his first step to harden his heart and subdue the body of fairy fragrant spring. I have bad news, and worse news. Which one do you want to hear first? The first sentence Yang Haotian spoke made Nalan Aoshue stunned. Bad news and worse? Is this the normal option? Answer me, I don't have time to waste with you now. Yang Haotian's eyes darkened slightly.
Nalan Aoshue's heart skipped a beat when he stared at him, and hurriedly said, I choose bad news. Yang Haotian nodded, and said directly, You are not the Yongquan body, but the fairy female Shangchuan body among the 12 immortal bodies.
Fairy female fragrant spring body? One of the 12 immortal bodies? Nalan Aoshue's almond eyes widened. Why had she never heard of this kind of physique?
Yang Haotian slapped an ancient book to Nalan Aoshue. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals red phoneme the 2 pages that were opened.
Nalan Aoshue looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but her eyes lit up. How could the fairy female fragrance spring body be so powerful? Can it grow to the point where it is comparable to a divine body?
She looked at Yang Haotian puzzled. I have the body of the fairy fragrant spring, this should be good news, right? Yang Haotian shook his head. The fairy fragrant spring body is indeed good, but only I can help you activate it. Nalan Aoshue vaguely understood something. Starting from today, probably everything about her will be controlled by Yang Haotian. After all, if I want to activate the immortal physique, I cannot do without Yang Haotian.
What's the worst news you're talking about? Nalan Aoshue asked.
Yang Haotian cut to the chase. Become my follower, you may die at any time. So, make a choice. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals or either slash phoneme continue to be your waste body, or become my follower, facing death every day. Yang Haotian looked at Nalan Aoshue.
Nalan Aoshue did not hesitate. I choose to be your follower. As for facing death, I have already realized this.
She always has to give something to get what she wants, and she hates living a mediocre life more than facing danger all the time.
Not to mention,
the temptation of the Yongquan holy body is already strong enough, but Yang Haotian can help her develop a more powerful fairy fragrant spring body.
She was unable to refuse the temptation of the fairy body level. Very wise choice. Yang Haotian nodded to Nalan Aoshue. Grow up as soon as possible, there are many challenges waiting for us in the future. Nalan Aoshue works hard, he doesn't mind helping the other party to train the immortal physique. If he doesn't do his best, Yang Haotian is sure to restrain her, and at worst, he can use the waste to directly block the catastrophe. From now on, I will serve the young master wholeheartedly. Nalan Aoshue looked determined. Yang Haotian didn't take it seriously.
Judging a person's determination is not by what she says, but by how she does it. How well Nalan Aoshue does remains to be seen.
Where is the young master going?
Seeing that Yang Haotian was about to go out, Nalan Aoshue immediately followed, holding Shuyan's long sword in his hand, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. She stepped into the role quickly and had already begun to demand herself as a follower.
Yang Haotian nodded. Among other things, Nalan Aoshue's consciousness is still in place. Follow me to find master.
During the recent period, Yang Haotian always felt that there was only a short distance from breaking through the sixth heaven realm.
But no matter how hard you try, you can't get in.
It is necessary to ask the master for some experience, and by the way, ask about the cultivation method of the fairy fragrant spring body.
A certain branch of the Yang family, behind the mountain.
Squeeze. A burst of sword energy soaring into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly tore through the sky and went up. Looking around, there is a huge sword standing on the top of the mountain, with blazing light and murderous intent, which makes people look pale and frightened. In the outline of the divine sword, a young man in black stands proudly. A group of old men were ecstatic, finally broke through. Ah, you are indeed a born sword fetus. There is hope to surpass the lineage of Haoyang ancient city. The elders wept with joy, and looked at the young man in black with relief. Congratulations, master, for breaking through the Chongyang realm and understanding the peerless sword art. The young man in black restrained his breath, smiled slightly, and when his eyes passed over Yi Chang, his eyes froze. Ah Chang! Who hurt you? How bold! Yi Chang didn't answer, and offered a brocade box with both hands. Master, you just broke through, so let's stabilize your realm first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Squeeze. With a wave of Yang Tian's hand, the endless rays of light condensed into a spirit sword and pierced into Yi Chang's body. Immediately, Yi Chang's body crackled, and the unhealed wound healed instantly. Elders, who heard Ah Chang? All the elders showed hesitation. It's the ancient city of Haoyang. The ancient city of Haoyang? Is it Yangchong? Yang Tian's eyes turned cold. He has long heard that Yangchong is violent and aggressive, full of hostility, and easily hurts people's lives. Originally wanted to break through the Chongyang realm, and then defeat Yangchong, frustrating the spirit of the main channel, but Yangchong dared to touch his own people. Master, it's not Yangchong, it's Yang Haotian. Yi Chang smiled wryly and told the whole story. At that time, my subordinates were full of discontent and just wanted to find my master to help me avenge me. Now that I have calmed down, I know that Yang Haotian is indeed merciful. It is my subordinate's luck that he can save my life. The master has just completed his magical skills. It is better not to look for him for the time being. Yi Chang's face was full of bitterness, and he played a loyal character who was wronged but considered by the master very realistically. Ah Chang, you are wrong. Yang Haotian didn't kill you, not because he was soft on you, but because he was a temptation to me, and it was also a warning to other peers. He is too calculating. If he fights with me, the chances of winning are slim. Ah Chang, I will avenge you. Yang Tians took the brocade box and swallowed the Yangshan pill in one gulp. Elder, is there any news from Haoyang ancient city? Just received the news. Yang Haotian has accepted Nalan Aoshua as a follower, and the Azure Dragon's secret realm is about to open. The Fang family has announced to the world that all cultivators below the 9th level of Chongyang realm can go to the secret realm to try their luck. Yang Tian's movements of refining the elixir froze. Nalan Aoshua followed Yang Haotian. Master, it's just a waste body, only Yang Hao is a treasure, so don't worry about it. Yi Chang curled his lips in disdain. Yang Tian shook his head. No, I was wrong. Since Nalan Aoshua can become Yang Haotian's follower, her talent is not that simple. The Yang family will not allow a waste body to be the follower of the young master. He didn't get entangled in this matter, and turned to say, the Qinglong secret realm has opened? It seems that there is a chance to fight against Fang Yan. This person is not easy. When recruiting Nalan Aoshua before, Yang Tian's had a fight with her fiancé Fang Yan because of this. This person bears the blood of the green dragon, even though he is equal to him, but Yang Tian's always has a feeling that Fang Yan has not exerted his full strength, and seems to be hiding something. Moreover, there is always a sophistication in this person that does not match his age. He is not like a young man, but like an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Now that my sword fetus has been formed, if I meet Fang Yan again, I must fight him with all my strength and find out his details. Yang Tian's is not far behind anyone. This time in the Qinglong secret realm, he must go to the third young master of the Fang family for a while. Ruo Yang Haotian and Yang Chong also go, and defeat them together. Kailan Hall. Li Shurya handed a lingyu to Nalan Aoshua. Here are some cultivation materials I compiled about the fairy lady's fragrant spring body, you can use them for reference. Now that he has become a disciple's follower, helping her is tantamount to helping his disciple. Nalan Aoshua took it with both hands. Thank you, senior. Li Shurya nodded. Nalan Aoshua is no longer as arrogant as before. It seems that the disciple's training methods are still good. But when his eyes fell on Yang Haotian, Li Shiye's eyes narrowed slightly. After only seeing each other for a day, Tuer's eyes have changed a lot, with an unprecedented firmness, and even his temperament is faintly more mature. The look Yang Haotian looked at made Li Shiye's heart skip a beat. It seems that what he has to do today may be a bit difficult. But after a pause, Li Shiye still spoke. Haotian, after much deliberation, I think you still can't procrastinate. Go to the sixth heaven as soon as possible, and I can help you protect the law. To be honest, he now regrets telling his apprentice about the sixth heaven realm. Because he wanted to hit the sixth heaven, Yang Haotian had to suppress his cultivation, resulting in lower and lower evaluation in the upper echelons of the family. Think about it again. I'm afraid it will affect Yang Haotian's situation in the Yang family, and even cut off his future prospects. Li Shiye was very touched by his disciple's willingness to believe him. But he must not ruin his apprentice's lifelong future of cultivation in order to realize his vision of the sixth heaven. So whatever. Li Shiye intends to persuade Yang Haotian to attack the sixth heaven as soon as possible, and success is naturally the best. If it fails, with his technique, the apprentice can also gain a lot of other benefits. Moreover, it can improve the apprentice's evaluation in the upper echelons of the family in one fell swoop, so you can make money without losing money. Master, I have never disobeyed your will, but this time, I want to refuse. Yang Hao's eyes are firm. Li Shiye was not surprised. Although he didn't know what he found on Tuer, he could already see that Tuer had grown a lot and became more determined. Haotian, do you know that if you keep suppressing like this, the upper echelon of the family will have less and less confidence in you? Li Shiye hesitated to speak. Yang Haotian was firm. He has a feeling that there is only one opportunity missing from breaking through the sixth heaven realm, but he has been unable to find a direction, and breaking through without authorization now will definitely end in failure. There has been a saying outside that the famous teacher Li Shiye taught a piece of wood. The master is about to leave this world, and Yang Haotian wants to help the master rectify his name. He must break through the sixth heaven realm. He is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. Master, who are the strong people who once attacked the sixth heaven, are they still alive? Yang Haotian asked. If possible, he would like to ask the other party for advice, even if it is just to exchange a few words. Maybe an unintentional sentence from the other party can inspire him to pierce the window paper. Unexpectedly, Li Shiye shook his head helplessly. It can't be done. The people who hit the sixth heaven are no longer alive. Yang Haotian frowned slightly. Are they all dead? Nailan Aoshue, who had been silent beside him, looked at Yang Haotian's blank expression, and suddenly became curious. She has already understood that the reason why the young master's realm has not been improved is not the chaotic waste body rumored by the outside world, but that he deliberately suppressed himself in order to pursue the so-called sixth heavenly realm. It's just what kind of realm is the sixth heaven realm that can make the young master pursue it so persistently? Haotian, you are in a bad situation now. Why are you still pursuing the sixth heaven so persistently? Li Shiye remembered that Yang Haotian had a precious heavenly Dao token in his hand, which was the qualification to enter the heavenly Dao treasure house and choose top-grade treasures at will. But Yang Haotian can only use this order if he has stepped into the 5 realms of transforming dragons. But the time left for him is less than 2 years. If you continue to wait on the 6th day, you may miss this precious opportunity. So Li Shiye couldn't figure it out. With his intelligence, he should be able to figure out the stakes. Master, I don't want you to return to the upper realm with a stigma. I want to tell the world that your idea about the 6th heaven is correct, and I want them to see with their own eyes how outstanding the disciples you have guided are. As soon as Yang Haotian said this, Li Shiye's pupils trembled. I haven't spoken for a long time. It turns out that this is the real reason why the young master is obsessed with the 6th heavenly realm. Not because of how mysterious and powerful the 6th heaven realm is. Rather, he wanted to justify the name of his master. The disciples taught by the famous teacher Li Shiye were by no means useless. For a while, the Qilin Hall fell into silence. Li Shiye couldn't speak. He was afraid that if he spoke, his apprentice would hear the trembling of his voice. For the sake of his disciple's future, he must persuade his disciple not to persist anymore. Do not. No, there is another chance. Li Shiye's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a possibility that he had left behind for a long time. Haotian, there is another way, maybe it can help you.
Any solution?
Yang Haotian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Master, tell me quickly. Nailan Aoshue on the side couldn't help but clenched her fists for Yang Haotian, also looking forward to it.
The founding ancestor of the Qinglong ancient country was a generation of arrogance.
As far as I know, he once broke into the sixth heaven realm. Although he fell accidentally, the master of the secret realm of longevity, Dao Yun, will never dissipate so easily. As long as you find his remains, comprehend his residual Dao rhyme, maybe it will help you to break into the sixth heaven. Li Shiye finished speaking.
Yang Haotian immediately looked at Master expectantly. Where is the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch? The Fong family? He knew Master very well, and Master would not say things that had no clue.
Sure enough, Li Shiye nodded. I have gone to Fong's house and secretly investigated many times. I have confirmed that the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch are stored in the Fong family's Azure Dragon secret realm. The good news is that the Azure Dragon secret realm will be opened in 3 days.
Ha ha ha, God help me.
Yang Haotian laughed out loud. Even God helped him. It seems that he must go to the Fong family, not only to sign in at the Azure Dragon Dojo, but also to the Azure Dragon secret realm to find the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch. But a trace of seriousness flashed in Li Shiye's eyes. The Azure Dragon secret realm is dangerous, and it may threaten life.
Haotian, are you sure you want to go?
He stared at his apprentice with burning eyes, but if young Haotian hesitated, he would immediately dismiss this idea.
The Fong family, it's too weird.
He had visited Fong's house several times, but every time he approached Qinglong Dojo, he would feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Even though he has experienced so many crises, he still feels terrified in his heart. So before, even if he knew that it might be helpful to the sixth heaven realm, he never mentioned it to young Haotian. If he hadn't been moved by his apprentice's hard work and didn't want to see him in a dilemma, Li Shiye would never have revealed such a dangerous plan.
Guess what?
Not only was Yang Haotian not even half afraid, but he looked determined and expectant. Dangerous is good.
Maybe that feeling of danger comes from Patriarch Qinglong.
After all, it was the remains of an immortal master.
It's decided.
Go to Fong's house in 3 days and explore the secret land of Qinglong.
Endless sharpness bloomed in young Haotian's eyes. I also need to go.
Nailan Aoshue was also infected, with an attitude of overwhelming pride, which was quite different from her previous cold and arrogant state. Li Shiye was a little surprised. Girl, are you not afraid of death? Nailan Aoshue looked at young Haotian. Only in the face of death can I show my value, right? I will prove to the young master that he did not choose the wrong person. Li Shiye watched with a smile, secretly marveling at the charm of his apprentice.
But Azure Dragon's secret realm. I have to make some preparations.
A ray of light flashed in Li Shiye's eyes.
Fong family, Azure Dragon Dojo.
A young man with a square face sits cross-legged in the center of the dojo, surrounded by the aura of a green dragon. Suddenly, the eyes of the square-faced young man opened angrily, and the green dragon energy in his body shattered, condensing into a phantom of a green dragon and slipping into his body. There was a clanging sound in his body, as if there was a huge force trying to get out of his body. But a portal-shaped rune appeared between the brows, sealing all the power.
Failed again.
Fong Yan's eyes turned cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems that I must continue to bathe in the blood of Tenjiao. Only by using their blood can I speed up my pace of breaking the seal. There was a black light flickering in his eyes, and through the eyes, a figure of black mist gathered in it, sitting cross-legged in the void, exuding the stern aura of the ancient years. No one knows that what Fong Yan possesses in his body is a soul that has lived for 5 years.
He used to be the 19th patriarch of the Fong family.
He went mad by accident and his soul was on the verge of collapse. On this occasion, Fong Yan, the third youngest of the Fong family, was born. The 19th ancestor of the Fong family immediately used a secret method to seize the house, occupied Fong Yan's body, and reincarnated to survive until now. Although he lost his physical body, all his soul power is still there. In order to avoid the collapse of his soul, he used a secret method to add 13 hidden dragon seals to his physical body. The rich cultivation experience in his previous life made him feel like a duck to water when he resumed cultivation. As long as he accumulated enough, he would be able to break through when it will happen, without any obstacles at all. Because of this, he is regarded as the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Fong family.
Half a month ago, Fong Yan accidentally discovered a shocking secret. In the secret realm of the Holy Tomb that will be opened 2 years later, there is actually a huge opportunity hidden. If you can get it in your hands, you will save yourself thousands of years of penance. But if you want to enter the deepest part of the Holy Tomb, there is one condition: he must at least need a cultivation base above the 9th level of Chongyang realm. But there are only 2 years left before the opening of the Holy Tomb. Fong Yan, who is in the 8th heaven of Jusha realm, may not be able to reach this realm. For this reason, Fong Yan turned his ideas on the great talents. He has a secret method, which can quickly increase his strength by bathing in the blood of Tianjiao. Before that, Fong Yan had quietly beheaded many Tianjiao, and his strength had improved considerably. Now only the last few are left. This secret method will be successful in one fell swoop, and then as long as it takes 2 years to retreat and digest, it will definitely be promoted to the 9th heaven above the Chongyang realm, and it is even possible to break through to the Dragon Gate realm. 3 days later, it will be the day when the Azure Dragon's secret realm will be opened. At that time, all talents will enter the Azure Dragon's secret realm to find opportunities. Fong Yan can just take this opportunity to hunt Tianjiao and collect the last part of Tianjiao's blood. Of course, there is a more important one: hunt down Yang Haotian. A rare flash of anger flashed in Fong Yan's eyes. Because of practicing secret techniques, he happened to have studied the legendary rare physique of the fairy fragrant spring body. When he first met Nalan Aoshue, he almost confirmed at a glance that the other party was precisely this kind of extremely rare physique. So Fong Yan pretended to be tempted by him, and urged his father to make this marriage with Nalan's family. Even though Nalan Aoshue was reduced to a useless body, Fong Yan insisted on not renouncing the engagement. It wasn't until yesterday that Nalan Aoshue took the initiative to come to exchange the gung tai and broke off the engagement. Only then did Fong Yan know that the fairy female fragrant spring body he had coveted for a long time had actually become Yang Haotian's follower. The top quality stove that I ordered has become a piece of meat in other men's mouths. Fong Yan couldn't swallow this breath. Yang Haotian must die. Hao Yue is in the sky. After Yang Haotian finished training, he came to the Qilin Hall. "Master, why are you looking for me?" Li Shurye stood in front of the huge desk, on which the rime of the Tao was permeating, and the precious light was floating and sinking. He waved his hand towards Yang Haotian. Come quickly." When Yang Haotian came to the desk, the beams of precious light with a good aura were all kinds of magic weapons, which exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. This sword is called the Heavenly Slashing Dragon Sword. It is a supreme spiritual tool. One sword can produce 10,000 swords, and it can attack with a cover. If Haotian is besieged, you can use this sword to tear a hole. Li Shurye lifted a long sword full of evil spirits. The mottled blade seemed to be faintly stained with blood. Without waiting for Yang Haotian to react, Li Shurye picked up another golden armor. This is the Ni Scale Myriad Dragon Armor. The Ni Lin is the hardest part of the dragon's body. This armor is made from the Ni Lin of dragons. Its defense is comparable to that of a high-grade Taoist weapon. And this golden dragon scissors, forged with 2 dragon souls. Dragon Terrace. Extreme Dragon Whip. Unknown dangers lurk in the Qinglong secret realm. Li Shurye obviously intends to give these magic weapons to Yang Haotian for self-defense. Li Shurye is also worthy of being a famous teacher. With a profound background, the magic weapon he took out is complete in both attack and defense, both far and near, and its power is really impressive. But the more Yang Haotian listened, the more strange his expression became. Broken Dragon Terrace, Golden Dragon Scissors, Nilong Armor. Master has enmity with the Dragon Clan, right? Are they all magic weapons related to killing dragons? Yang Haotian couldn't help guessing. Could it be that Master had enmity with the Dragon Clan in the past? Haotian, the Qinglong secret realm and his party must be more careful. Never let yourself fall into danger. In case there is a strong enemy, don't fight hard. Li Shurye turned into a nagging mother-in-law, exhorting her one sentence after another. Yang Haotian felt warm in his heart. He had been with his master day and night for more than 10 years. "Master, don't worry, I will never be reckless. It is best to find Dao Yun from the remains of Qinglong Patriarch. If I can't find it, I won't force it.
After harvesting a bunch of magic weapons, young Haotian left the Golden Scale Hall and went straight to the Rongji Hall. Mother wants to see him too.
To see your mother? Let's go together.
On the way, he met his father, Yang Xinglong, who was going back to Rongji Temple, and the father and son walked together.
Are you confident in the Azure Dragon's secret realm in 3 days' time? Asked the father.
Yang Haotian shook his head with a smile. Xinglong's secret realm, it's just a small fight, I only watched the battle, I won't participate.
The most valuable thing in the Feng family's Qinglong secret realm is nothing more than a Qinglong inheritance.
With the background of Yang's family, he would not take it seriously at all. If it wasn't for getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch and obtaining the Daoyan related to the sixth heaven realm, Yang Haotian didn't bother to participate at all. I heard that there is a supernatural power in the ancient kingdom of Qinglong called the power of the coiling dragon, but it's a pity that it's lost, otherwise it's worth my shot. Yang Xinglong smiled and said, by the way, there is one more thing. The expression on Yang Xinglong's face became more serious. Do you know Feng Yan? Yang Haotian looked indifferent. Feng Yan is Nalan Aoshua's fiancé. Yesterday Nalan Aoshua returned to Gungtie and cancelled the engagement. Yang Xinglong frowned slightly. If that's the case, you should be careful this trip, this Feng Yan is not easy.
Oh? Yang Haotian was a little surprised.
2 years ago, in Zhongzhou Daoyu, Tianjia began to be killed continuously, and the corpses lost all their essence and blood. It was suspected that someone was snatching Tianjiao's blood, but they have not been able to find the murderer. Yesterday, I sent someone to investigate the details of Feng's family, and accidentally discovered that Tianjia there are many traces of this Feng Yan in the place where he was killed. In addition, Feng Yan has participated in several battles for secret realms, and there are also Tianjia who were killed and took their blood. On the surface, Yang Xinglong didn't care much about his son's trip to the Azure Dragon's secret realm, and he didn't give his son 10 or 8 magic weapons for self-defense like Li Shiya did, but in fact he worked hard secretly. In just one day, he had used his family's strength to investigate the Feng family. Not only did he eliminate all kinds of dangerous signs and hidden dangers in advance, but he also dug out Feng Yan, the black hand behind the scenes that was hidden deep in the background. The only one who has the patience to do this in such a short period of time is Yang Xinglong, the father. He said decisively, Feng Yan's intentions are not righteous, Tian'er, you have to be on guard against this person's recklessness. Yang Xinglong doesn't care about other people's life or death, but his son is a chaotic body. If he is targeted by Feng Yan, he may be in danger. Father, don't worry, I will be on guard against him. Yang Haotian said. Both master and father believed that the Feng family was in danger, so the source of the danger was probably Feng Yan. The Feng family's Azure Dragon Pride art has a miraculous effect on tempering the physical body, so the explosive power of the Feng family's physical body is extremely tyrannical. Tian'er, don't be head-on.
Physical explosiveness? Yang Haotian smiled slightly. In terms of physical strength, who can surpass Kuanping Whale Tungong? Integrating the power of Baijiang Giant Mountain into the fist, a punch can smash even mountains, let alone a mere physical body. It would be fine if Feng Yan didn't come to provoke him. If he dares to attack his own people, no matter how strong his physical body is, I will definitely make him regret coming to this world. Tian'er, you're back from your master. Mother Yi Qingxian, seeing her son's eyes brighten up, she pulled her towards her. Are you sure about Qinglong's secret realm? If you're not sure, don't go there. If you need anything, let your father help you. The corner of Yang Xinglong's mouth twitched when he heard it. You don't want your son to take risks, so you come to order me around, okay? Seeing his son helplessly coping with his mother's meticulous care, Yang Xinglong's mouth curled up slightly, and the old god was sitting beside him drinking tea. Until he saw his wife take out a jade pendant shrouded in lightning. Yang Xinglong's complexion suddenly changed. Qingxian. You are. He fixed his eyes on the jade pendant shrouded in lightning, but he didn't expect his wife to actually take out such things. The father's reaction made Yang Haotian realize that this jade pendant is extraordinary, and he shirked. Mother, I already have a lot of self-defense, it's not enough. I have to put it on my mother to rest assured.
Mother Yi personally put the jade pendant on her son. Yang Haotian saw at a glance that there were two tiny cracks on the jade pendant. And the mother looked at Yu Pei staying on her son with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Yang Xinglong's deep voice came from the side. This jade pendant is called Dian Huang, and it is the divine jade that your grandfather gave to your mother to protect your mother. It was this jade that protected me and your mother from the murderous pursuit of the Dian clan during the catastrophe of the Dian clan. The word 10 fierce made Ye's body tremble violently, and fear and pain flashed in his eyes.
Yang Haotian clenched his fists suddenly. 10 ominous. It's them again. The pain of father, mother, and master was all brought about by them. Haotian, the Dianhuang divine jade is of great significance to your mother. The Dianhuang Dharma aspect it condenses is just a ray of your grandfather's soul. It is the last thought that your grandfather left for your mother. If it is not life-threatening, you should not use it. Use. Why not? As long as it can keep my son safe, everything is worth it. Tian'er, if your grandfather knows that his Dharma image can protect you, he will be very pleased. Yi Shi was categorical and straightforward. Yang Haotian only felt that the Dianhuang divine jade hanging around his waist seemed to weigh tens of thousands of June. The desire to become stronger has never been stronger. 10 ominous.
For my mother, for my master, I will kill him.
Boom boom boom. A series of roars sounded from the back mountain. Yang Haotian's expression changed.
Yang Xinglong and his wife smiled at each other, then looked at their son. Go, your grandpa is back, he has a gift for you. Judging by the way the parents look, it is obvious that they have known it for a long time.
Yang Haotian's heart moved inexplicably. Is it? No way.
His heart skipped a beat, and he flew towards the back mountain. In the distance, one can see the back mountain of the Yang clan. Giant mountains that have never been seen here rise up from the ground. Every big mountain exudes a divine light that soars to the sky, and it actually contains all kinds of true meaning of the Tao, and the back mountain is filled with brilliant rays of light. The meaning of all the avenues is like a waterfall falling down, and the majestic fluctuation of true meaning not only affects Yang Haotian's Kuanping whale swallowing skill to run automatically.
Even the innate chaos hegemony began to emit waves of excitement.
The true meaning of the Tao condensed on the giant peak has infinite benefits for the heavenly hegemony to condense the divine form. After Yang Haotian devoured the Kuanping divine mountain last time, he discovered this.
So many mountains.
Yang Haotian came to the giant peaks that were neatly arranged, wishing to swallow these sacred mountains immediately.
See, young master. All the elders of the Yang clan saluted one after another. Among them was Nalan Ashua's master Jiang Chang.
Yang Haotian hurriedly returned the gift, and looked at Grandpa excitedly. Where did you find so many holy mountains? Only the peaks that contain the true meaning of the Tao are called sacred mountains. Some of these sacred mountains in front of Yang Haotian were hit by a thunderbolt, which contained the true meaning of thunder. Some have descended extraterritorial fire, which contains the true meaning of divine fire. There is also the true meaning of the Tiger King, the true meaning of the idol. What makes Yang Haotian even more excited is that these peaks range from hundreds of feet high to thousands of feet high. Tian'er, you said that the magical inheritance you accidentally obtained from Kuanping Mountain can only devour the hundreds of feet of giant peaks for the time being. We specially found a few more for you. Dozens of huge peaks of hundreds of feet in a row, containing all kinds of true meanings of the Tao, are neatly arranged in front of Yang Haotian.
Thank you, Grandpa. I'll refine them right now.
With the help of the chaos body, Yang Haotian has recently awakened another particles. Counting the previous ones, he can also fuse 1900-foot-high peaks into his right fist. But he feels that Kuanping whale swallowing skill seems to have reached its limit for the time being, and if he wants to continue to awaken more giant whale particles, he has to improve his cultivation level. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the energy of the giant whale particles and collapse. Yang Haotian originally planned to go to the deep mountains tomorrow and find a few mountains to integrate into his body. But at this moment, looking at the sacred mountains that are neatly arranged and filled with the true meaning of Taoism, Yang Haotian's always calm heart can't help but breed unprecedented warmth. Grandfather, father, mother, master. They are all caring for themselves unreservedly in their own way. And the hundreds of sacred mountains in front of him represent the family's support for him. Without the efforts of the elders, it would be impossible to move so many sacred mountains in just a few days. Only the Longevity family has such strength, and so many sacred mountains have been collected from the 3,000 realms. This wave of operations by Yangshaik City has almost moved all the famous sacred mountains in the 3,000 Dao domain back to the back mountain of the Yang family.
Haotian, thank you, seniors. Please, elders, be worshipped by Haotian.
Although as the young lord, it was only natural for the elders to serve him.
But young Haotian still sincerely expressed his gratitude to the elders.
All the elders present, including Jiang Chang, were immediately flattered. Young master, why bother to thank you? This is what old people should do. It is our honor to be able to contribute to the young master. The elders were all smiling. It was everyone's blessing that the Yang family had such a grateful and courteous young master. I wish the young master great success. If you have other needs, just ask. The subordinates are retiring. All the elders talked about leaving contentedly. The remaining grandfather, Yang Shacheng, looked at his grandson expectantly. You start now, Grandpa will protect you. As if he felt that he was not enough to protect the law, Yang shook the city with a big hand, and Yang Haotian's divine sense suddenly felt that there were countless secret auras secretly, and he was closely watching the movements in all directions. This is the activation of the Yang clan's dark guards. Yang Haotian came to the Thunder God mountain closest to him, and sat cross-legged on the ground. This mountain of thunder is hundreds of feet high, containing the true meaning of thunder, majestic and mighty. Even if it is Yangshaik City, staying within, feet of Thunder Mountain, I still feel a little pressure. However, Yang Haotian sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, completely ignoring the pressure coming towards him. Kuanpeng whale swallows kung fu. Hum. In Yang Haotian's eyes, a ray of Kuanpeng runes flashed. In an instant, a palm-sized figure of God condensed out, glowing with rays of light, radiating divine splendor, floating in the sky above Yang Haotian's right fist. A divine whale is slowly cruising in the divine picture, and its melodious howl contains the breath of ancient times, covering the Thunder Mountain. The whale-devouring God figure rotates at a high speed, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The sacred mountain, which was entwined with the true meaning of thunder, seemed to feel the crisis, and the rolling thunder began to boil. Not far away, Grandpa Yang shook the city without blinking his eyes, when his grandson told him that the Kuanpeng whale swallowing kung fu is a terrifying magical exercise for body training. He didn't investigate where the magical exercise came from, but was sincerely happy for his grandson. Knowing that to practice this magical skill, one needs to refine the endless mountain, he, as a grandfather, immediately remembered it in his heart. Now seeing his grandson practicing happily, he is really beautiful in his heart. I don't know how powerful this magical skill is, I want to witness it with my own eyes. Bang! Brilliant light erupted from the Thunder God mountain, and the rolling thunder condensed into a divine sword, which slashed down the mountain. Yang Hancheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he almost resisted not to make a move. Grandson dared to be the first to attack Thunder God mountain, so he should be sure, right? Seeing Yang Haotian at this time, the chaotic air above his head was permeating, and a divine embryo manifested out of the densely packed rime of the great Tao. Hum! A ray of bell-shaped runes flew out from the divine womb, shining golden light, rising in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, turning into the outline of a divine bell, suspended above Yang Haotian's head. Yangshaik City's eyes lit up. Could it be the divine form of the Tao bell? Unlike visions that can advance, attack, retreat, or defend, God forms are mostly used for physical attacks, and are known for their terrifying lethality. The defensive God form is extremely rare. The grandson's bell seems to be exactly the shape of a body protector. When dense bell-shaped runes scattered around Yang Haotian, turning into a mouthful of golden rune bells. The Thunder Excalibur hit the rune Tao bell, causing only a little ripple before shattering it. Kuanpeng whale tun gone, tun. With Yang Haotian's gaze concentrating, the whale-swallowing God picture suddenly turned into the size of thousands of miles. In an instant, the bright moon covered it, and the world was silent. Only the bright lightning bolts on Thunder God Mountain were still trying to struggle. The whale-swallowing God figure covered the sky and the sun, suspended above the Thunder God Mountain, rolling the true meaning of thunder, flowing backwards, and being grabbed and swallowed by the whale-swallowing God figure. At the same time, Thunder God Mountain quickly collapsed inward, turning into wisps of sand and dust, surrounded by thunder, like a crystal river, circling and flying towards young Haotian's right fist. Under Yang Shacheng's horrified gaze, Yang Haotian's right hand is like a ball of thunder light, with divine light bursting out, exuding an inconceivably terrifying power. Yang shakes the city's eyes wide. This swallowed up a holy mountain? Too fast? After the endless thunder light dissipated, young Haotian's right fist looked ordinary, no different from usual. However, as he casually swung his fist, boom! The majestic power of the giant mountain directly vibrated the void into circles of void ripples. With a click, the void was like a mirror, cracks like spider webs were cracked. So strong! Yang Hansheng's pupils shrank. The grandson punched out, and the void was almost about to collapse. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying it would be to hit a person with this punch. Not only him, but even the hidden guards lurking all around had an unusual emotional fluctuation at this moment. I have long heard that the young master has a special physique, but I never expected that even the exercises he practiced are so miraculous. It's enough to swallow a holy mountain in an instant, but the power of this casual punch actually possesses the power of a holy mountain. Haha, I heard that the geniuses of the Fong family have the strongest physical explosive power. I don't know how many punches they can withstand when they meet my grandson? Yang Hansheng vaguely heard from his son that there was a kid in the Fong family who possessed magic arts. I don't know if that kid can take a punch from his grandson. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the integrity of Dao Zhong's bodyguard has increased by %, and the current integrity is %. Above Yang Haotian's head, the outline of Dao Zhong's bodyguard became brighter visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, Yang Haotian was overjoyed. Then he stared at the other 18 Baizhang holy mountains with burning eyes, continued to devour. It was under the horrified eyes of Yang Zhenqing and the constant ups and downs of the surrounding guards. 18 sacred mountains with different true meanings were devoured by Kunpeng whale swallowing skill and merged into Yang Haotian's right fist. Although Yang Haotian's right fist still looks like a mortal body. But only the people present knew what kind of terrifying power would be when the fist that fused 20 Baizhang holy mountains exploded. And the integrity of Yang Haotian's Dao Zhong bodyguard has also increased to 40%, and the protection power has increased crazily. Grandpa once tried to punch the body-protecting divine clock, but with his strength in the secret realm of longevity, he didn't even hit half a ripple. It shows its terrifying defense power. The next 2 days, Yang Haotian didn't go out, and sat cross-legged on the back mountain, filled with endless sincerity, quietly practicing Kunpeng whale swallowing kung fu. The awakening of 20 giant whale particles also made Yang Haotian's mastery of the 10 Suns divine art reach the highest level. Now he has been able to fully display the 10th level of 10 Suns divine art, 10 Suns shining, but the actual combat effectiveness has not yet been specifically verified. With the further improvement of strength, Yang Haotian's understanding of the sixth heaven became more and more profound. He vaguely felt that a mysterious realm was hidden behind the sixth heavenly realm, and there was a terrifying and powerful force in the dark, entrenched in the sky, waiting for his arrival. And the key to unlocking this treasure is to step into the sixth heaven. Also worth mentioning, in the past 2 days, Nailan Aoshua has been cultivating crazily under the influence of Yang Haotian. Regarding Yang Haotian's willpower, Nailan Aoshua had a preliminary experience. The young master obviously has such a powerful talent, but his willpower is also so amazing, and he has been practicing almost all the time these 2 days. Such executive power made Nailan Aoshua feel admiration, and even led her to become more focused. Under the influence of the young master's chaotic body, Nailan Aoshua's fairy fragrant spring body has just shown its power, and its combat power has already surpassed by a large margin compared to before. Inheritance of Qinglong, there should be body refining secrets, right? Thinking of body training, a figure of a woman in a red dress appeared in Nailan Aoshua's mind. That body refining maniac should also participate in this battle for inheritance. Qinglong Manor is located at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, and the Qinglong secret realm is located in this Qinglong Mountain. This day, outside the Qinglong Manor of the Fong family, there was a sea of people, filled with Taoism. Geniuses from all over the Zhengzhou Daoyu gathered outside the manor early, waiting for the opening of the Qinglong secret realm. The head of the Fong family, Fong Tingyi, was in a small pavilion, looking down at the crowd below, eyes full of excitement. These are all talents, and they can all be included in the Fong family dojo for my use. The Azure Dragon secret realm belongs exclusively to the Fong family, and it consumes a lot of resources to open it once. The inheritance of the secret realm inside comes from the accumulation of martial arts accumulated by the Fong family in the past. According to what his son Fong Yan told him, the reason why the Azure Dragon secret realm was open to the entire Zhengzhou Daoyu had two main purposes: help the Qinglong inheritance to find the most suitable successor, and win them into the Fong family camp, use the Qinglong secret realm as a stepping stone to make friends with the families standing behind the geniuses. What excited Fong Tingyi was. Not only geniuses from all sides participated in this competition for the Qinglong inheritance, but even the young master of the Yang family of the Changsheng family came to watch the ceremony in person. From the ancestor to the Fong family, down to him as the patriarch and the elders, they all feel that they are flourishing.
To know. Families like the Fong family, although they are the survivors of the ancient Qinglong country, have long been in decline for many years. Marriage with the Nailan family is a little bit high.
So when Nailan Aoshue came to exchange gung tai and cancelled the engagement, even though the Fong family felt aggrieved, they didn't dare to say anything.
As for the longevity family like the Yang family, the Fong family is not qualified at all.
It has to be said that young Master Yang came to watch the battle. This is really too much face.
Yenner, don't hate young Master Yang. With young Master Yang's status, it's only natural to accept Nailan Aoshue as a follower. Even if Nailan divorces, he doesn't have to express anything to us. But Yang the young master has a strong character, and coming to Fong's house to watch the battle in person is enough to make up for his sincerity, and we will accept it as soon as we see it. Fong Tingyi looked at his third son Fong Yan with complicated eyes. As the first genius of the younger generation of the Fong family, Fong Yan has been arrogant since childhood, and no one takes him seriously.
Back then, when Yenner proposed to marry Nailan Aoshue, it was also Shunner's intention. Unexpectedly, because of Nailan Aoshue, his son actually confronted the young master of the Yang family. With the strength of the Yang family, even if 10 Fong families were tied together, they would not be able to compete against them. Especially as the opening day of Qinglong's secret realm approached, his son Fong Yan became more and more silent. Fong Tingyi was really worried that his son would do something stupid.
"Father, don't worry, I won't provoke Yang Haotian," Fong Yan said with a deadpan expression.
Fong Tingyi looked stagnant, still worried, and pointed outside the manor. "Yenner, you are in charge of opening the gate of the manor to welcome all the geniuses. This is also a good opportunity for you to make friends with all the geniuses. As for picking up young Master Yang, I'll do it with the elders."
Fong Tingyi didn't notice that a blazing black light flashed past Fong Yan's eyes.
Through his eyes, he could see a black mist-like figure sitting cross-legged in the void. Compared with before, this monstrous black mist human-shaped aura has become more terrifying, like a fierce spirit that originated from ancient times and is about to wake up.
Fong Yan looked at the gazes of the Tianjiao below, as if looking at a slaughtered lamb, shining with unprecedented sternness. "Make friends? You deserve it too. After today, your essence and blood will become a part of my body and contribute to my strengthening. Yang Haotian, Nailan Aoshue, wait for me." Fong Yanfei landed in front of the gate of Qinglong Manor, and with a wave of his hand, the door opened.
The door is open, the Azure Dragon's secret realm is about to open. Look, that's Fong Yan, the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Fong family. Although the group of people crowded in front of the door has good strength, their talents are not outstanding.
Standing in front of them, Fong Yan stood out like a flock of chickens, radiant and eye-catching.
Everyone looked at him, full of envy. "I'm so envious of Fong Yan, there are endless Azure Dragon Chi quenching bodies every day." That's right, the Azure Dragon Chi of the Fong family has endless benefits for body refining. We will be satisfied if we can obtain the Azure Dragon Chi to quench our bodies this time.
Hey, if we're lucky, maybe we can also get the Azure Dragon inheritance. Master Fong Yan, is there any trick to get the Azure Dragon inheritance?
A group of young people cast flattering glances at Fong Yan.
Fong Yan smiled indifferently, ignoring all those who flattered him.
These people don't even have the qualifications for his blood to be taken. What he was really waiting for was the group of true arrogance behind him.
Humph, what's so arrogant? You can't even keep your wife, and you're still so arrogant.
I've also heard that Fang Yan's fiancée, Nailan Aoshue, has become a follower of young Master Yang and has withdrawn her engagement with Fang Yan.
The person who was ignored by Fang Yan couldn't help making sarcastic remarks in a low voice.
Fang Yan ignored it on the surface, but there was a surge of anger rising in his heart, and the dark shadow entrenched in his eyes exuded surging killing intent.
At this time, the aura surged ahead, coming. Fang Yan's eyes flashed.
A group of true arrogances are heading here without haste.
Seeing Fang Yan at the door, they nodded their heads one after another, not showing much flattery. These geniuses are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme born with extraordinary talents or have special physiques.
They are all true arrogances who can sit on an equal footing with Fang Yan, and their cultivation base strength is not inferior to Fang Yan.
Of course. This is only compared with Fang Yanming's superficial strength. It's finally here. Only these people are eligible to be devoured by me.
A strong longing flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. After devouring these people, he can at least break through the second hidden dragon seal. Next, he only needs to retreat for 2 years to completely refine Tianjiao's blood, and wait for the opening of the secret realm of the Holy Tomb. Everyone, I heard that this Azure Dragon inheritance possesses superior body-refining magical skills.
It's really exciting.
A Tianjiao born with a domineering physique, with a golden domineering body wrapped around his body, his might is extraordinary. Like Brother Chu, I also came here for the inheritance of the Azure Dragon.
The Fang family uses the Azure Dragon Qi to temper the body.
The body training method is really good. The other Tianjiao in white clothes has a Taoist rhyme like a dragon's breath around his body, which is completely natural, giving people a sense of harmony in nature. Different from those who only longed for the Azure Dragon Qi before, these true arrogances of them came directly to the Azure Dragon inheritance.
The mere blue dragon spirit is not taken seriously by them.
However, it is a pity that the most powerful supernatural power of the Panlong Chantianjin in the ancient Qinglong kingdom has been lost, otherwise we can fight for it.
When mentioning the power of the dragon encircling the sky, all the arrogances are yearning for it.
A ray of regret flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. As the number 5 patriarch of the Fang family who has lived for 19 years, he has also followed the trail of Panlong Chantianjin. It's a pity that this supreme supernatural power, which even the 4 great longevity families once coveted, was lost in the long river of history after all, without a trace. But as long as I enter the secret realm of the Holy Tomb and obtain that kind of existence, what I get will definitely be no worse than Panlong Chantianjin. A strong longing flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. In order to facilitate the subsequent hunting plan, Fang Yan planned to have a chat with these arrogances, so that they could get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth to say a word, he was directly ignored by all the arrogance. Everyone should have heard that Yang Haotian, the young master of the Yang family, will come here to watch the inheritance battle in person, which is really unexpected.
We've heard about it too.
Today we can finally get a glimpse of the young master of the Yang family. To become the head of a unicorn, young Master Yang must have amazing talent and extraordinary strength. I wonder what kind of physique young Master Yang has. I heard that when young Master Yang was born, visions and gods flew around, and it is said that even the Tao of heaven was disturbed. A crowd of arrogances showed yearning and admiration when they mentioned the young master of the Yang family.
Fang Yan, who was ignored, was so angry that he could hardly bear it anymore. Because of Yang Haotian, he was ridiculed by those geniuses. Now, because of Yang Haotian, he is being ignored by these arrogances. Nailan Aoshue, who regarded her as if she couldn't help it, even divorced herself because of Yang Haotian, and the swan meat she got flew away like this. New hatred added to old hatred. Fang Yan's hatred for Yang Haotian suddenly climbed to the top. If I can stimulate Yang Hao to the world, I can use the mechanism of Qinglong's secret realm to strangle him. A crazy idea popped up in Fang Yan's heart. Right now. The crowd suddenly fell silent. All the arrogances who were talking about Yang Haotian's efforts all looked at the tall fiery red figure directly in front of him. When Fang Yan saw this woman, even if she possessed the soul of a 10,000-year-old monster, her heart skipped a beat. What a beautiful woman! When he noticed the lingering aura of the woman in the red skirt, Fang Yan couldn't help but shrink his pupils suddenly. Another superb furnace. The woman in the red skirt was tall and slender, her skin was as white as jade, her beautiful face was a bit cold, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows, giving people a feeling of being unattainable. This pride is almost exactly the same as Nalan Aoshui in Fang Yan's impression. Fang Yan stared at her with burning eyes. If euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme correctly, this woman should be the legendary prison-suppressing holy body. Although this physique is at the saint physique level, it has an extremely heaven-defying hidden attribute, which instantly increases its value to a level comparable to that of an immortal physique. Prison-suppressing Eucharist has its own talent, prison-suppressing vortex, which is naturally able to attract luck. The former Empress Han Tian had such a physique. She had many adventures since she was a child, and the road to the emperor was smooth, and she finally became the supreme emperor. If she can subdue her, her prison-suppressing vortex can also increase her master's luck, and it will have inexhaustible benefits for the future struggle for the emperor. This woman belongs to me, Fang Yan. A strong possessive desire flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. Behind the woman in the red skirt, the huge knife that was almost taller than her body brought a strange shock to the Tianjiao. How did such a slender woman wield such a giant blade? Chu Tianjiao and others, who were born with domineering bodies, sensed a surging sense of physical oppression from the red skirt girl. This is a master of body training. This time I came here, I am afraid that I also came for the body training method in Xinglong's inheritance. Isn't she here yet? Nia Honglian scanned all directions with almond eyes, but did not find the figure she wanted to see. She ignored all the scorching gazes cast from all directions. The beauty bestowed by God is actually not taken seriously by Nia Honglian. However, the beautiful figure formed by her insistence on years of body training, and the looming heroic spirit on her beautiful face also make her release unparalleled charm. All the arrogances couldn't help but step forward to strike up a conversation. This girl. Step aside. Nia Honglian said coldly. A fierce saber energy swept up, shaking the void with a buzzing sound. I remembered, she is Ba Dao San Shou Qin Honglian. Ba Dao San's Ho. It's this crazy woman, she is so beautiful? All the arrogances exclaimed. Ba Dao San Shou Qin Honglian, once molested, angered the family behind a genius, and ordered her to marry the genius to be a concubine to atone for her sin. As a result, Qin Honglian went to the door alone and killed her family overnight. Such a ruthless and domineering method immediately caused an uproar in the Jianghu, and the name of Ba Dao Sanshou was widely known. Although the arrogances covet beauty, they have no shortage of women, and they all make way for this fierce rouge horse. Qin Honglian frowned secretly as she walked. Recently, her practice has encountered a bottleneck, and she has been unable to break through. The remnant formula obtained from the mysterious ruins guided her to come here in the dark, as if there was an opportunity for her in the secret realm of Qinglong. Besides, there is another reason for her to come here, and that is because of a genius who is as proud as she is, but has recently fallen into depravity, Nalan Aoshui. I, Qin Honglian, would like to see what kind of charm that young Haotian has, which can make you, Nalan Aoshui, throw away your self-esteem and pursuit, and become someone else's vassal. A trace of sharpness flashed in Qin Honglian's eyes. The whole person exudes a faintly sharp aura, like a peerless magic knife out of its sheath, which makes all the arrogances distance themselves from her. It's such a strong momentum. If you can subdue it as a follower, it must be a supreme sharp knife to cut through thorns and thorns. That's right, anyone who offends the master, Qin Honglian, will probably slash through it with a single knife, and it's so refreshing and domineering. The Tianjiao present couldn't help imagining how refreshing it would be to subdue Qin Honglian as a follower. It's a pity that she doesn't even give face to the third young master of the Fang family. I can't imagine that she, who is so proud, will be someone else's follower. The only person who is qualified to subdue her is probably only someone like young Master Yang. Speaking of which, why hasn't young Master Yang arrived yet? The Azure Dragon's secret realm is about to open, right? All the arrogances talked about it. Right now. The sky in the distance suddenly burst into golden light. Above the sky, a second sun suddenly appeared, with divine splendor and light shining everywhere, juxtaposed with the original sun. What a powerful momentum! It's the great sun power of the Yang family. Young Master Yang is here.
Look, that sun is transformed by the Yang family's unrivaled Taoist sun god chariot. There was a burst of exclamation among the Tianjiao. A sun chariot, crushing the void, rumbled towards it. It is full of endless divine light, shining golden light in all directions, eclipsing the sun in the sky. Where the wheels pass, 2 golden ruts are left in the blue sky, runes are densely covered, and golden fire is burning. It's really a peerless Taoist weapon. My God, the young master of the Yang clan travels with a peerless Taoist weapon. All the geniuses were shocked. The magic weapons of the 3000 Dao domain are divided into 4 grades: spiritual weapon, Dao weapon, divine weapon, and immortal weapon. According to different powers, they are divided into 6 grades: lower, middle, upper, peerless, perfect, and supreme. The most common ones are of course spiritual weapons. Generally, after the pulse is opened, the spiritual energy reserve is enough to activate it. Dao artifacts are stronger than spiritual artifacts. Even low-grade Tao artifacts are invaluable. As for super-grade Tao artifacts, they are even rarer. When Taiyin Shinhu attacked and killed the newborn Yang Haotian, it only dispatched a mouthful of superb Taoist artifacts. Now when Yang Haotian travels, he will be accompanied by a superb Taoist artifact. It has to be said that the Yang family is indeed a big deal. In the eyes of everyone who is almost looking up. The sun chariot is like a bright golden sun, hovering over Feng's house, shedding unparalleled divine splendor. The head of the Feng family, Feng Tingyi, was ecstatic. Young Master Yang has finally arrived. Elders, quickly follow me to welcome you. Whoosh whoosh. Headed by the patriarch of the Feng family, a group of core leaders gathered under the sun god chariot, looking up at the extraordinary powerful Taoist artifact in the sky. All the elders of the Feng family, including the patriarch, couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. As expected of the young master of the longevity family, even the travel tools are peerless Taoist-level existences. All the arrogances, especially those female arrogances, looked up at the sky eagerly, finally got to see young Master Yang's demeanor. It's really exciting. Aoshue, let's go down. Accompanied by a faint voice, 2 figures stepped out of the sun chariot. He was the first person, dressed in spotless white clothes, with a tall body, shrouded in radiant brilliance, and his jet-black hair was crystal clear, like a burning divine fire. Obviously he was just standing in the void, but it made all the arrogances present feel a silent pressure. They only felt that the white-clothed boy's divine body was like an abyss, unfathomable, and could erupt at any time with terrifying divine power that would destroy them on the spot. At this moment, Feng Yan lowered his eyes and did not raise his head. He was afraid that when he raised his eyes, the endless anger in them would rush out, revealing the secret of the mysterious black figure in his eyes. This is not Feng Yan's plan. His purpose today is to quietly kill all the Tianjiao, plunder the Tianjiao's blood, and break the seal of the hidden dragon. As for Yang Haotian, of course he wants to kill him, but he can't leave any future troubles. The current him can't afford to offend a long-lived family like the Yang family. Except Feng Yan. Nya Honglian also doesn't want to pay attention to Yang Haotian at the moment. She tried her best to turn her gaze to Nalan Aoshue standing behind Yang Haotian. However, Yang Haotian's brilliance is so dazzling that no one can ignore his existence even if he just stands quietly in the void. Even Nya Honglian's gaze was involuntarily attracted to him. Is this the young master of the Yang family? I want to see, why do you make Nalan Aoshue a follower? In Nya Honglian's eyes, there is a domineering sword light looming. The sharp eyes are like 2 heavenly knives, crossing the void, looking directly at Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian noticed it almost immediately, and there were several other unkind divine thoughts that spied towards him. Snort! Yang Haotian's eyes were slightly cold, and his whole body suddenly exploded with overwhelming power. At this moment, his eyes are as deep as the starry sky, and his tall body is shining brightly, like a sacred furnace, with the holy light sweeping across and impenetrable. Everyone present seemed to see the golden sun descending on their faces. Their eyes tingled, and they only felt a trembling from the soul, but they couldn't arouse any thought of fighting against it. Among the celestial arrogance, a young man in black showed dissatisfaction, and tried to spy on Yang Haotian with his spiritual thoughts. Unexpectedly, the moment the divine sense just probed out, he felt a wave of divine sense counterattacking like a tide. The majestic power was like the waterfall of the soul, and it suddenly hit the soul. He spurted a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face pale. Many Tianzhao around, their souls were also traumatized in an instant, and they all hurriedly withdrew their spiritual thoughts, not daring to have the slightest difference. Who is so closed-eyed, dares to provoke young Master Yang, and tries to spy on it with divine sense? I can't even look directly at young Master Yang, and there are still people who want to find out the details of young Master Yang. They are overconfident. All the arrogances exclaimed again and again, and they all experienced the horror of young Master Yang.
Quickly find out who made young Master Yang angry? Find it out for me.
Patriarch Fang's expression changed drastically, and his first reaction was to look at Fang Yan. Seeing that his son lowered his head obediently and did not look directly at young Master Yang, he calmed down a bit, but still felt terrified. In case young Master Yang gets angry, the Fang family can't bear his anger. At this moment, Nia Honglian gritted her teeth and tried hard to meet Yang Haotian's eyes with her neck stuck. She even couldn't help mobilizing the power of the Jade God body. However, she sadly found that it was useless at all. Yang Haotian was so terrifying that he didn't even need to make a move, just showing a trace of aura made Nia Honglian completely unable to look directly at him.
Is this the difference between me and him?
In the endless unwillingness, Nia Honglian looked away in humiliation. She couldn't hold on for even half a breath, and if she looked directly at it, her eyes would probably burn out on the spot.
Hey, the prison-suppressing Eucharist? Yang Haotian recognized Nia Honglian's physique at a glance.
The prison-suppressing holy body naturally attracts luck, and if the hidden talent prison-suppressing vortex is activated, the increase in luck will be even more amazing. These special physiques have been taught to Yang Haotian countless times by his master Li Shurye. So he recognized it immediately.
Aoshue, go meet your old friend. As Yang Haotian withdrew his momentum and light, all Tianzhou noticed the beautiful woman following young Master Yang.
She is as graceful as jade, dressed in snow clothes, pure white and flawless, with a crystal-clear body. There are many auras flowing, and the whole person is shrouded in a holy atmosphere. A group of Tianzhou felt as if they saw a fairy in a trance, and their eyes showed obsession. But in their surprised eyes, this fairy-like person gave a respectful salute to Yang Haotian. Aoshue obeys.
What did the fairy say? Follow orders? She is Nailan Aoshue,
a follower of young Master Yang. As expected of Nailan Aoshue, only such a fairy-like person is qualified to be young Master Yang's follower. The man is handsome and extraordinary, and the woman is as graceful as a fairy. It really makes people look at it without even a trace of jealousy.
In a flash, Nailan Aoshue appeared beside Nia Honglian.
Yang Haotian was not rushing, as if there was an invisible ladder in the void, step by step, going down the stairs. The fluttering snow-white robes made the female Tianzhou present obsessed. Mozhang is like a jade, your son is unparalleled in the world, what a handsome young man.
Moreover, this young man is an unprecedented peerless genius.
With just a breath of breath, he can crush the arrogance on the spot.
Almost all women are obsessed with Yang Haotian.
Nia Honglian looked away from Yang Haotian with difficulty, and looked at Nailan Aoshue. Your light is completely covered by him. Standing beside him, I can't see your existence at all.
Nailan Aoshue, are you willing?
Nailan Aoshue smiled. I followed the young master voluntarily. Being able to bathe in his radiance has already satisfied Aoshue. I don't care about the rest.
Not give a damn about?
Nia Honglian didn't seem to know this old friend anymore. She looked up and down Nailan Aoshue. I don't understand. Why on earth does he, Yang Haotian, make you willing to give up your dignity and follow him so wholeheartedly? What about your pursuit?
Nailan Aoshue shook her head, but did not speak.
Nia Honglian looked at Yang Haotian again with complicated eyes. What kind of charm do you have to make my old enemy willing to follow behind you?
Young Master Yang.
Fang and the elders have been waiting for a long time, please.
Fang Tingyi led a group of elders to greet Yang Haotian like stars supporting the moon.
Different from what everyone imagined, Yang Haotian was smiling and very easygoing, without being overbearing. I'm bothering Patriarch Fang, elders, please go first. His every move reveals good self-cultivation, without the slightest air of superiority. Everyone at the scene was like a spring breeze, and they looked at young Master Shang Yang with even more admiration. But the Fang family still dare not be negligent. Although young Master Yang is courteous and polite, they have no doubt that if they really annoy this one, they will definitely incur the wrath enough to destroy the entire Fong family. Undoubtedly, the arrival of Yang Haotian caused a small climax in the inheritance battle that had not yet started. The news that the young master of the Yang family went to the Qinglong secret realm in person, not surprisingly, has attracted the attention of various forces.
Scarlet Phoenix Ancestral Land.
In the Panhuang secret realm, Huangzi Chihuang is surrounded by divine fire, and there are two big stars floating in his eyes.
Hearing the news about Yang Haotian, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously. The mere Qinglong secret realm is actually worthy of Yang Haotian going there in person? Such a petty person, how can he be the young master of the Yang family?
Opposite him, Chuanjiu, the younger sister surrounded by Hongxia, giggled coquettishly. Maybe he has a big goal, and he is aiming at Panlong's supernatural powers.
Panlong wraps around the sky? If this supernatural power exists, the Fong family will be reduced to a third-rate family?
Shuangshan looked contemptuously in the direction of the Yang family Saint Palace. The young master of the Yang family is nothing more than that. A mere Haotian is not worthy to be compared with me, Huang Tian.
Taiyin God Lake. The bottom of the deep pool.
A young man sat cross-legged in the ice of the 9 orifices, with magic lines coiling around his body. Zhou Prison, if you want to surpass your elder brother and regain the position of son of Taiyin God, you must sacrifice your sword with blood. This Yang Haotian is your first stepping stone.
Brush.
The boy's eyes opened, and there was a ghostly chaotic pupil looming, haunted by magic power. Humph, I don't want to give up even a small azure dragon inheritance, but you are short-sighted.
Yang Haotian, I will kill him in the 9 prisons of Yin. The peak of the peak.
Yang Tian sat cross-legged in the abyss, surrounded by 9 swords flying around. He was shrouded in billowing sword energy, and his domineering aura climbed to the top.
Suddenly,
his eyes are wide open, and the sharp eyes are like 2 peerless swords, shooting towards the direction of Qinglong Mountain. Unfortunately, this sudden epiphany prevented me from entering the Azure Dragon secret realm.
I don't know if Yang Haotian will end up in person and fight against Fong Yan. Fong Yan, who harbors a secret, is completely unpredictable and dangerous.
I hope Yang Haotian will not underestimate him, otherwise he will suffer a big loss.
Rumble.
In Qinglong Villa, endless divine light shot up into the sky. There were bursts of dragon whistles in the void. A green dragon rushed out from Qinglong Mountain. It was formed by the condensed Qinglong Qi. It circled and turned into a magical portal, and landed at the foot of Qinglong Mountain.
It's the entrance to the Azure Dragon's secret realm.
All the geniuses rushed forward. The Tianjiao are the fastest and rush to the front. The aura released by the Qinglong secret realm is extremely mysterious, and everyone can't wait.
Even Yang Haotian felt a little interest and approached the door a little bit. Only the Fong family waited, not in a hurry. Fong Yan even showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, far away from the entrance of the secret realm. Along with Patriarch Fong and 10 elders, they joined hands to enter 11 runes. Boom!
Billowing green dragon energy gushes out from the entrance of the secret realm. This green dragon energy has been brewing in the secret realm for a whole year. It is too majestic, and the terrifying coercion made many geniuses unable to bear it directly, and fainted on the spot. A group of Tianjia couldn't bear the impact of this green dragon energy, and retreated one after another. Those who are proud and arrogant will mobilize all their cultivation bases and work hard to support their bodies. Among them was a young man in black, with a figure like a sword, standing steadily, with the phantom of the divine sword hanging down from his head, forcing all the green dragon energy away. Above Nalan Ashu's head, Shuiyin's spirit sword floated up and down, and the coal ice sword air fell down, and the violent green dragon air could not break through. Nia Honglian was even more straightforward, surrounding her body with sword gangs, turning into a heavenly sword and standing upright, cutting the Qinglong Qi that rushed towards her face, directly. The geniuses who were forced to retreat by the green dragon spirit looked at them with amazement and envy. At this moment, Fong Yan, with the black light floating in his eyes, is using the impact of Qinglong Qi to observe which talents are worthy of his hunting. In just a few breaths, he locked onto several targets. My God! Look at young Master Yang! All eyes focused on Yang Haotian, who was at the front. Because no one dared to compete with him, Yang Haotian was the closest to the entrance of the secret realm. Precisely because of this, the impact of the green dragon energy he suffered was the most violent. If it were any Tianjiao present, he might not be able to hold on for half a breath, and he would be stunned. However, what makes everyone feel incredible is that, from the beginning to the end, Yang Haotian did not activate any methods or tricks. Facing the violent impact of the green dragon energy, he stood still like a rock. The green dragon energy hit him and collapsed powerlessly. Couldn't do any damage to it. What a strong physical body. Just relying on the strength of the physical body, it can block the impact of the green dragon energy. The quartet Tianjiao took a deep breath. Even the patriarch Fang Tingyi and the elders couldn't help being shocked, as the controllers of the Azure Dragon secret realm, they know better than anyone else the terrifying power of the Azure Dragon Chi that surges out the moment the entrance is opened. Even if it is a mountain, blocking the entrance, it is enough to be instantly collapsed by the surging green dragon energy. But young Master Yang blocked it so easily. Simply incredible. Yang Haotian has such a strong physical body. What kind of physique is he? Even Fang Yan had to admit that Yang Haotian's physical strength exceeded his expectations. It even made him think of taking away his blood. Deng deng. Behind Yang Haotian, Nalan Ashua and Nia Honglian were physically exhausted, and they couldn't hold on any longer, so they took a step back. Yang Haotian smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light flew out, wrapping around Nalan Ashua's delicate body. As soon as the Azure Dragon Chi came into contact with the golden light, it didn't even stir up any ripples, and the ice melted instantly. Nalan Ashua's somewhat messy breath immediately calmed down, and she looked gratefully at the back of Shang Yang Haotian. Nia Honglian next to her was still trying to hold on. Her eyes dimmed when she saw this, but she gritted her teeth and continued to hold on. The other arrogances sighed one after another. Just a single wave of energy can disintegrate the Azure Dragon Chi. What an amazing tool this is. The young master spoils his followers so much. I really want to be young Master Yang's follower. I am capable and careful. I am willing to sacrifice my life for him. A group of girls who were impressed by Yang Haotian's charm all scolded and envied Nalan Ashua. A group of nympho. A trace of jealousy flashed across Fang Yan's eyes, and his cold eyes swept over Nalan Ashua and Nia Honglian. One is the fairy female fragrant spring body, and the other is the prison-suppressing holy body. They are all the rarest and most powerful physiques, and they should all become my Fang Yan's furnace. To Fang Yan's surprise, the moment Yang Haotian made a move just now, a breath of golden light leaked made him faintly familiar. What kind of physique is Yang Haotian? I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. When he was looking at Nalan Ashua, Yang Haotian glanced at him. He is Fang Yan. His behavior was really weird. Did he set his mind on Ashua and Nia Honglian? Everyone, the secret realm is opened, and all the pictures inside will be presented by this mirror. Fang Tingyi waved his hand, and a mirror flew over the entrance. The blue light of the precious mirror flickered, and it swelled in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win / phoneme, and suddenly turned into a square of several tens of feet, hanging in the sky. There are green scales on the edge of the mirror to make up for it, releasing strong green dragon energy fluctuations. Patriarch Fang introduced the rules of Qinglong's secret realm. There are 2 levels in this fight for the inheritance of the Azure Dragon, with the goal of killing the Azure Dragon Beast. Every participant will immediately enter a passage, and there is a blue dragon blocking the way in the passage. The Azure Dragon Beast is an evolution of a ferocious beast fused with the Azure Dragon Chi, and it is extremely ferocious. If Tianjiao kills him, he can get Qinglong Chi, and the top 10 people with the total amount of Qinglong Chi will be displayed on the dragon scale mirror, attracting everyone's attention and admiration for their heroic appearance. Choose one of the 20 passages, and kill the Qinglong beast at will. The more people who have acquired the Azure Dragon Chi, the more likely they will be recognized by the Azure Dragon Dojo and allowed to enter the Azure Dragon inheritance. Everyone, the Qinglong secret realm is full of institutions, and crises abound. In order to protect everyone's lives, please inject a ray of natal essence into the life rainbow pillar under the dragon scale mirror. Before Patriarch Fang finished speaking, rows of transparent rainbow pillars of life floated up under the mirror. After the cultivator enters the natal essence, once encountering a fatal crisis, the rainbow pillar of life will give an early warning to give people time to rescue. Naturally, all the geniuses would not refuse the life-saving measures, and poured into their own life essence one after another. Immediately, the transparent rainbow pillar of life burst into streaks of strange brilliance. The surrounding spectators found that each Tianjiao's rainbow pillar of life emitted different brightness. It turns out that the brightness of the rainbow pillar of life has nothing to do with Tianjiao's cultivation level, but is purely related to the strength of life force. That's why it appears that a certain genius's cultivation level is obviously not as high as that of a certain Tianjiao, but the brightness of the rainbow pillar of life far exceeds it. Everyone was amazed again and again, and then looked at Xiang Yang Haotian in unison. I don't know how young Master Yang's life strength will be. What kind of light will his rainbow pillar of life bloom? Fang Yan felt that this was an opportunity to test young Haotian, and invited everyone. Young Master Yang, everyone is curious about your life strength. Why don't you try injecting a natal essence as well? Brush, brush. A series of expectant eyes gathered on Yang Haotian. Even Nia Honglian, Nalan Aoshua, and the others couldn't help casting curious glances. Yang Haotian, who became the focus of everyone, looked calm and shook his head slowly. No need. These rainbow pillars of life can't bear my breath. What a big tone. Self-righteous. Among the crowd, a young man in black sneered and shook his head. It was the person who tested Yang Haotian with his divine sense before, but was injured and vomited blood. Even the strength of my son's life is not enough to break through the endurance of the rainbow pillar of life. How dare a mere chaotic waste body be stronger than my son? Zhang Yi, a young man in black, snorted coldly. He comes from the Yi family of the four great longevity families, and is a follower of Yi Xiaoyao, the genius of the Yi family. This time, I came here under Yi Xiaoyao's order to collect information about the Qinglong secret realm, and observe Yang Haotian by the way. But for Yang Haotian, Zhang Yi was disdainful from the bottom of his heart. Facing the booing from everyone, Yang Haotian remained unmoved. I just came to watch the battle, not to end. Why waste a rainbow pillar of life? Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. If you don't end up, what are you doing here, for a show? He expected that Yang Haotian must have some schemes. Maybe it's just as the young master speculated, it's for something in Qinglong's inheritance. Scarlet Phoenix ancestral land. Huang Ziqi, Huang Tian, and Huang Nu-Chi Huang Yu also received the news, and laughed endlessly. Ah, this Yang Haotian is so funny. He even went to the Azure Dragon's secret realm in person, and even said he was not going to end, just pretending. A strong disdain flashed in Scarlet Phoenix's eyes. Yang Haotian is too petty to be side by side with me. The peak of the peak. Young Tiance also showed surprise when he received the news from Qinglong Mountain. As far as I know, Yang Haotian is born with a chaotic body, and his vitality should be very strong, but why did he reject Feng Tingyi? Could it be that the chaotic body was really abolished by him? If it is really useless, the vitality is probably not as strong as other Tianjiao, and it will be exposed when it penetrates into the rainbow pillar of life. This Fang Yan really deserves to die. He wants to force Yang Haotian to lose face in public. Murderous intent flashed in Yang Tian's eyes. If Yang Haotian loses face, the reputation of the Yang family will also be affected. Yang Tiance regretted that he didn't go to Qinglong's secret realm. Young Master Yang, everyone is looking forward to it, why do you have to hide it? Fang Yan is still tirelessly trying to provoke General Yang Haotian. Without realizing it at all, Yang Haotian looked at him with a ray of indifference. It was the look of the dead. Aoshue, your master is a little timid. Nia Honglian shook her head. It was just a stream of life energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Nalan Aoshue smiled faintly. Since the young master said so, then the rainbow pillar of life may really not be able to withstand the young master's vital energy. As if to verify her point of view, Yang Haotian didn't bother to shirk any longer, and casually shot out a wisp of life energy. It was just the slightest ray of breath, but the rainbow pillar of life erupted with bright golden light in an instant. What a strong vitality! Better than all the arrogance present. When everyone was amazed, the rainbow pillar of life shrank suddenly. Under the inconceivable eyes of everyone, boom! Rainbow pillar of life. Blasted. Hiss! Almost everyone present gasped in unison. The rainbow pillar of life really couldn't bear it. My God, What kind of vitality does it have to make the rainbow pillar of life blow up directly? You know, the natal essence released by young Master Yang is several times weaker than other people. Even so, the rainbow pillar of life still couldn't bear it and exploded on the spot. Yang Haotian's vitality is so strong? Is it true that he has a physique at the level of a god, as the young master deduced? In Zhang Yi's eyes, there were various emotions such as shock, jealousy, and curiosity.
Fang Yin frowned at this moment. Yang Haotian's physique, he has definitely encountered it somewhere, that feeling is too familiar.
What kind of physique is it?
His physical body is so strong. Nia Honglian stared at young Haotian with almond eyes, her beautiful face was full of shock. What surprised her even more? The moment Yang Haotian released his vitality, Nia Honglian felt a strange feeling. It was as if Yang Haotian's life energy had attracted her a bit. Nia Honglian shook her head, dispelling this strange feeling from her mind, thinking it was her own illusion.
Nalan Ashua smiled slightly and said, "It's just the young master's normal operation."
The corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising upwards, betraying the joy in her heart at the moment. Neither of the two women noticed that there were a few strange eyes in the crowd, staring at Nia Honglian. This woman has a special physique.
The master's great career depends on this woman.
She must not let her escape.
Don't worry, leader, after the inheritance battle is over, we will definitely take this woman down. The moment they spoke, Yang Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, there was an accidental discovery? It seems that they are also eyeing Nia Honglian's special physique.
With this little episode of Yang Haotian, all the geniuses are more and more eager to try the Azure Dragon's secret realm.
The Fong family's exercises are best at body training.
If they can obtain the secret body training method from Qinglong's inheritance, they might be able to temper their bodies to become as powerful as young Master Yang.
All the geniuses entered the Azure Dragon's secret realm one after another.
The moment they stepped into the secret realm, the portal shone with precious light, sending them randomly into a passage. Without obtaining the Azure Dragon Chi, the figures of everyone will not appear on the dragon scale mirror.
So no one knew the moment Fang Yan entered the secret realm. Endless black fire spewed out of his eyes.
The black fire was like a dragon, entangled Fang Yan's body, and with a click, a crack was torn open in his body.
Black mist surged through the cracks, and a specter slowly walked out.
The whole body of the phantom is pitch black, except for its eyes that are a strange crimson red, filled with a tyrannical, sinister, and vicious aura. Fang Yan's body, but his eyes are empty, like a walking dead.
The ghost waved his hand towards Fang Yan. Go, kill the Azure Dragon Beast, and don't expose my tracks.
Fang Yan nodded, and rushed towards the passage like a puppet. The phantom turned into a wisp of black mist, slowly sinking into the ground at the same time. Yang Haotian also unfolded his divine sense, penetrated into the secret realm of Qinglong, and began to search for the location of the Qinglong skeleton. Yang Haotian's divine sense contains some characteristics of the chaotic body, which can sense the aura of special targets. This is one of the reasons he came here, using the chaos divine sense, first confirm the location of the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch, and then search for the residual Dao Yun.
Look! Someone has appeared. Outside the secret realm, everyone looked at the dragon scale mirror and exclaimed. Yang Haotian's chaos divine sense happened to also see that in the dim passage, a tall man was wrapped in gold domineering all over his body. Yang Haotian recognized this person as the eldest son of a certain family, born with a domineering physique and strong strength.
A ferocious green dragon beast stood in front of him and was crushed by this person's punch.
A wisp of Azure Dragon Chi floated into his body.
The physical body is not bad, but the boxing skills are not good.
Yang Haotian thought to himself. On
the dragon scale mirror, in the lower right corner of the picture of this person, the kill number 3 appears, which means that 3 blue dragon beasts have been killed.
Look, another figure has appeared. It's Nia Honglian.
She has already killed 5 green dragon beasts. Such a fast-forward speed, the Azure Dragon Beast was instantly killed by her.
Everyone exclaimed again.
Yang Haotian swept away the chaotic divine sense, and soon found a fierce and domineering figure. It was Nia Honglian. She is like a heavenly knife, rushing forward in the passage. As soon as a green dragon beast appeared, it was directly cut in half by the matchless sword energy.
Suddenly, she turned her head around and looked around, feeling like she was being watched by something. Yang Haotian sighed in his heart, is this a woman's sixth sense?
Nia Honglian's kill number changed to 6.
Before everyone could sigh, the third picture appeared on the mirror. In the perception of Yang Haotian's divine sense, Nalan Aoshue, who was dressed in white, with the Shuayin spirit sword floating above his head, was advancing slowly in the passage. A green dragon beast appeared, and before it could attack, the cold sword energy had already flashed by. The azure dragon beast fell to the ground like an ice cube and shattered all over the ground. Nalan Aoshue, dressed in spotless white clothes, stepped over the corpse and looked around curiously. She also seemed to feel that she was being watched.
Yang Haotian smiled in his heart, this vigilance is not bad.
Along with the Tianjiao, kill the azure dragon beast. More and more pictures appeared on the dragon scale mirror.
After the top 10 appeared, the number of kills by everyone continued to rise. Among them, Nia Honglian and Nalan Aoshue were the two daughters who attracted the most attention.
Nia Honglian had the highest number of kills, having killed 29 Qinglong beasts.
And Nalan Aoshue beheaded 26 heads. In Yang Haotian's spiritual sense perception, Nia Honglian's forward speed was extremely astonishing.
She seemed to have turned into a heavenly knife, and no blue dragon beast could block her blow. She went all the way unimpeded, and will soon reach the end of the passage, and everyone's heart is surging when they see it. As expected of Ba Dao Sanso, the killing efficiency is too high. Hey, why did she slow down?
Everyone suddenly noticed that Nia Honglian's forward speed had slowed down.
However, Nalan Aoshue, who was ranked behind her and had been taking no time to rush, came from behind and gradually overtook Nia Honglian. To everyone's amazement, Nalan Aoshue is still dressed in white, unstained. She drinks the spirit sword to kill without blood, and she walks with indescribable ease and ease.
Compared with her, Nia Honglian is much more violent and domineering. And the stamina is also slightly lacking. How could this be? Is there something strange? Everyone was puzzled. But Yang Haotian, whose divine sense covered the entire secret realm, easily analyzed the answer. The reason is actually very simple. Nia Honglian shows her sharpness and moves fast all the way. Although it is simple and effective to use force to break the trick. But after a long time, it will inevitably be exhausted, and the recovery speed will not be able to keep up. On the contrary, Nalan Aoshue's performance along the way made Yang Haotian nod repeatedly, a little surprised. Nalan Aoshue seemed to use the power of the spiritual weapon to open the way, but in fact, she grasped the timing of each sword attack extremely accurately. Even if Yang Haotian takes action himself, he can only improve a little bit. More importantly, there is another benefit for Nalan Aoshue to do this. Apart from the exhaustion of her mind, her physical strength did not suffer much loss. This advantage may not be visible in the early stage, but as it goes deeper into the channel and the consumption increases, it will form a considerable boost. In the eyes of everyone, Nia Honglian's speed suddenly slowed down, as if something happened. But under the perception of Yang Haotian's pervasive divine sense, Nia Honglian's speed gradually decreased, which was extremely obvious. Even a slight change can't be hidden from Yang Haotian's spiritual perception. But Yang Haotian also discovered the most deadly point in Nia Honglian through the perception of her divine sense, which is also the fundamental reason why she is not as good as Nalan Aoshue. The reason why Nia Honglian lacks stamina is not rooted in physical strength. Her biggest problem is that she mistakenly took the prison-suppressing saint body as the jade god body to practice, and spent all her energy on body training. When she stimulated the power of her physical body, it would naturally get twice the result with half the effort, and hidden dangers would arise frequently. Yang Haotian soon discovered that Nia Honglian seemed to be aware of something wrong with her body. The problem that has been troubled for many years reappeared, and her eyebrows were tightly frowned. This time of retreat, I still haven't been able to eliminate the hidden dangers of my physique. But in the dark, there is a mysterious existence guiding me here. Where is the solution? A blue dragon beast jumped out to block the way. Nia Honglian waved her arm vigorously, and the sharp blade blatantly cut out. Yang Haotian smiled heartily. She's starting to get upset. Of course, the azure dragon beast couldn't stop Nia Honglian's angry blow and was killed on the spot. At this moment, Nia Honglian noticed a bright light in front of her. The first level is almost over. She rushed forward quickly,
curious in her heart which one would be the first to clear the level. Yang Haotian's divine sense had already covered the entire secret realm, so he knew the result long ago, and secretly said, "You will immediately see the gap with Nalan Ashue." An empty square appeared in front of him. Nia Honglian didn't sense the slightest breath, and couldn't help but relax slightly. As expected, he was the first to pass the level. When she saw a figure who had been waiting here in the corner, Nia Honglian's expression froze slightly. "Nalan Ashue? Are you faster than me?" It's no wonder that Nia Honglian was surprised. She had fought with Nalan Ashue many times before, and she knew very well that Nalan Ashue's skills are not good at speed. After being reduced to a waste body, Nalan Ashue's strength dropped a lot. I thought she would never be able to keep up with her footsteps. How could he have cleared the level before himself this time? Unexpectedly, becoming Yang Haotian's follower, you have become much stronger than before. Nia Honglian still can't understand Nalan Ashue's willingness to degenerate and be a slave to others. Since your talent has recovered, why do you need to be a vassal to Yang Haotian? Yang Haotian felt helpless in his heart. Is this woman so disapproving of Nalan Ashue following me? Nalan Ashue responded very well. Nia Honglian, you have no idea what following the young master means to me. Since she became a follower of Yang Haotian, the Nalan family, who had previously abandoned her like nothing, almost let her get whatever she wanted, sending various resources to her in different ways. The patriarch who used to be kind to her in the past is now even pleasant, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme cares about Nalan Ashue's practice. What made Nalan Ashue even more happy was that Master Jiangqing's status and right to speak among the elders had also been significantly improved. All of this was naturally brought to her by the young master. Not to mention, by following the young master, he can continue to cultivate the immortal body of the fairy fragrant spring. In just a few days of effort, her cultivation base has been continuously improved, surpassing before. Today's ability to surpass Nia Honglian and pass the level first is due to the attention of the young master. Nalan, you have changed. Now you keep talking about the young master. I'm curious. Has he helped you that much? As Nia Honglian said, she took down the huge long knife from her back. Come on, fight with me, let me see what you have gained from him. Yang Haotian was speechless for a while. Do it if you don't agree. What a sturdy woman. Okay, I am very willing to let you see how powerful the young master is. Nalan Ashue also confronted each other. With a flash of light in her eyes, the Shuayan spirit sword above her head fell into her hand. After the two of them were behind, several other Tianjiu also broke through the barrier one after another. They didn't realize the existence of Yang Haotian's divine sense at all. They only saw Nalan Ashue and Nia Honglian facing each other. They couldn't help showing surprise. They cleared the customs very quickly, and they are so much ahead of us. Hey, are they planning to duel here? The decisive battle between two beauties, how can we miss this opportunity? All the arrogances stopped together tacitly, ready to watch this wonderful battle. Good guy, two talented beauties are fighting because of young Master Yang. Nalan Ashue is so devoted to young Master Yang. Did she really learn something from him? Everyone immediately turned their attention to Yang Haotian. At this time, Yang Haotian's expression naturally didn't change much. Everything in the entire secret realm is displayed in his mind. As long as he is willing, even a few bugs in the secret realm can be checked clearly through the chaotic divine sense, so he doesn't need to pay attention to the picture in the mirror at all. But Yang Haotian, who withdrew his attention from the second daughter, noticed something was wrong. He didn't notice Fang Yan's existence in the secret realm. Up until now, Fang Yan only appeared on the dragon scale mirror once, and he was ranked last, and the number of Qinglong beasts killed remained constant. Based on Yang Haotian's Fang Yan's strength, he shouldn't have performed so badly. Even weirder, Yang Haotian's chaotic divine sense came into contact with Fang Yan once, but found that Fang Yan was just a puppet without a soul. Fang Yan is probably already preparing his hunting plan. Indifference flashed across Yang Haotian's eyes. In his spiritual sense perception, Nia Honglian and Nalan Ashue confront each other, their swords drawn. It's about to start. Make a move, otherwise you may not have a chance to make a move. Holding the hilt of the sword, Nalan Ashue said proudly.
When Yang Haotian saw her holding the sword, he smiled inwardly. This girl just taught her this trick, is she going to show it off? But with Nia Honglian's strength, I'm afraid she can't take this knife at all. As expected, Nia Honglian raised her eyebrows, obviously angered by Nalan Ashua's words. You used to be arrogant, but now you are arrogant, take my knife. Kuora. The knife is sharp. The huge blade was as light as paper in Nia Honglian's hands, and she slashed out a terrifying blade. Nalan Ashua's expression flashed calmly, and she made the saber slash in the air. Yang Haotian nodded in his heart, there was really no need to take the knife hard. Boom! Nia Honglian's knife cut open a terrifying crack in the square. Your speed is slower than before. Nalan Ashua shook her head slightly, looking at Nia Honglian in surprise. I thought that Nia Honglian would be much stronger after not sparring for many years, but unexpectedly, the pressure she felt was less than before. Silly girl, it's not that she puts less pressure on you, but that your willpower has become stronger. Yang Haotian shook his head helplessly. Nalan Ashua didn't realize at all that the reason why she felt less oppressed was not because Nia Honglian had become weaker. It's that she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme follows her and is oppressed by her aura. Invisibly, her will was also tempered and strengthened. For this, Nalan Ashua should actually thank herself. Cut. Under Nia Honglian's feet, a bang exploded, and her whole body exploded, turning into a matchless sword light. The gigantic giant blade was lifted above her head by her, and it slashed down towards Nalan Ashua from top to bottom. This knife is not unpleasant. Not only does it contain the power of saber techniques, but it also contains the results of Nia Honglian's years of body training. The Tianjiao present couldn't see through the trajectory of Nia Honglian's knife, and they all exclaimed, so strong. Even the audience in front of the dragon scale mirror gasped through the mirror screen, can Nalan Ashua block it? There's no need to block it at all, Nia Honglian is doomed. Yang Haotian gave the result almost immediately. His divine sense captured all of Nia Honglian's performance in his heart, so he had the clearest understanding of her strength. Even when Nia Honglian was at her peak strength, she might not be able to block Nalan Ashua's next strike. What's more, now that consumption has intensified. Squeeze. The moment Nia Honglian slashed down with the domineering saber, a peerless sword glow swept up. The bright sword light shone brightly throughout the space. The eyes of the Tianjiao were blinded for a moment. The moment they regained their sight, they all froze on the spot. How can that be? At Nalan Ashua's feet, there was a straight sword mark moving straight forward along Shuayin Lingjian. Directly in front of Jianfeng, Nia Honglian's slender hands leaked a trace of blood. Her face was slightly pale, and with a clang, the giant knife fell to the ground. What is this sword technique? Nia Honglian asked in a bitter tone. Cut the sky and draw the sword. Nalan Ashua said. Yang Haotian smiled in his heart, he has learned this sword quite well. It's just that the timing of the shot is a little bit off, and more practice is needed. At this time, Nalan Ashua added another sentence, this sword was given to me by the young bishop, isn't it very strong? In the perception of Yang Haotian's spiritual sense, Nia Honglian's exquisite and protruding body suddenly trembled, as if she had received a lot of shock. This sword is really strong. Stronger than any sword technique you have practiced before. She picked up the long knife, carried it behind her back, and walked towards the passage of the next level a little lonely. The art of cutting the sky and drawing the sword was taught by Yang Haotian? Whether it's all the arrogances present, or the audience in front of the dragon scale mirror, their hearts are all jumping. Such a powerful swordsmanship, a sword that Nia Honglian couldn't block, was actually taught by Yang Haotian to Nalan Ashua? Doesn't this mean that Yang Haotian has mastered this move more proficiently and its power is stronger? Brush. Eyes of horror and admiration all converged on Shang Yang Haotian. Just now. Bang bang bang. 3 rainbow pillars of life in succession suddenly exploded. All the elders of the Feng family were shocked, someone died in the secret realm. Quickly check what happened in the secret realm. The surrounding audience couldn't help being shocked, a genius died in the secret realm? Is the azure dragon beast so powerful that it can kill Tianjiao? Yang Haotian's eyes turned cold, Fang Yan made a move, he finally couldn't help it. Yang Haoyan immediately mobilized his divine sense to search for Fang Yan's trace in the secret realm. Unexpectedly, nothing. Fang Yan seems to be a mouse that can burrow and hides in the secret realm.
Even the body of Fang Yan, who looked like a walking dead, was completely gone.
Playing hide and seek with me?
A cold light flashed in Yang Haoyan's eyes. If Fang Yan is allowed to go on like this, his plan to find the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch may be stranded. This mouse must be caught. Yang Haoyan's chaotic divine sense penetrates everywhere, sweeping across the secret realm, immediately sifting out the aura of all participants, and aligned with the fluctuation of the rainbow pillar of life. If anyone dies again, he will be able to lock the location immediately and find out the clues of Fang Yan. Next, he just has to wait. As Yang Haoyan expected, Fang Yan's hunting plan has already started, and he couldn't bear it at all, so he shot again. Soon, bang! A rainbow pillar of life exploded again. The audience erupted in exclamation, and the other party's family blamed them. Yang Haoyan's divine sense instantly locked a channel. In the empty passageway, there was still a faint smell of blood, and a distorted corpse was spread on the ground, and the golden light surrounding the whole body was gradually dissipating. It was the strong man who was born with a domineering physique. He lost all his essence and blood and was reduced to a mummy. Yang Haoyan searched all directions with his divine sense, but found no figure, but there were still clues left on the body. This natural overlord body was not beheaded by others, but died by an exquisite mechanism. It's the center of the Kowloon chain. Yang Haoyan's eyes flashed. In the Fang family information given to him by his father before he came, he specifically mentioned the 9 Dragons Chain Center. This center is located in the Qinglong Dojo and can control the organs of the entire Qinglong secret realm. But the specific location, the father has not yet been able to find out. At this moment, the bottom of Qinglong Mountain. A brightly lit dojo, filled with the hazy light of the avenue, is the Qinglong Dojo that Yang Haoyan needs to sign in. In a corner of the dojo, Fang Yan was sneering triumphantly in the central secret room. His eyes were no longer empty, but were burning with strange black flames, exuding a fierce and strange aura. There are 12 sealing runes crisscrossing on Fang Yan's body, one of which has become dim and seems to disappear soon. The blood essence obtained by Fang Yan from killing Tianzhou is slowly being transported to the bottom of Qinglong Dojo through the mechanism of Qinglong secret realm. The energy contained in these blood essences is enough to help Fang Yan break through the second hidden dragon seal, releasing terrifying power. Using the mechanism of Qinglong's secret realm is indeed much more efficient than chasing and killing them one by one. Fang Yan smiled triumphantly. The hunt continues. Patriarch Fang, where is the organ center of Qinglong Dojo? Will it be used by others? Outside the secret realm, Yang Haoyan asked Fang Tingyi. At this time, Fang Tingyi, like an ant on a hot pot, sweated anxiously on his forehead. Hearing Yang Haoyan's question, he immediately shook his head. Impossible. Without me and several elders working together to open the organ center of the Azure Dragon Dojo, no one can enter, let alone the organ center. Even the Azure Dragon Dojo does not have enough accumulation of Azure Dragon Qi, so it is not eligible to enter at all. Fang Tingyi answered firmly. Yang Haoyan sneered, are you sure there is no other way? The deaths of these geniuses were all killed by sophisticated mechanisms. Fang Tingyi looked at him in horror. Even the elders haven't found out the cause of death yet. How did young Master Yang find out? Yang Haoyan was too lazy to talk to this person. He found Fang Yan's trace. In a certain channel, Yang Haoyan's divine sense sensed a trace of residual breath. This ray of breath is extremely faint, almost non-existent at all, not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even if it is a strong person in the secret realm of longevity, it is easy to ignore it. But it couldn't hide from Yang Haoyan's chaotic divine sense. Not only that. In the perception of the chaotic divine sense, this ray of breath also exudes sinister, strange, and fierce fluctuations, going all the way down this passage. Yang Haoyan immediately speculated that this should be Fang Yan's real body, the trace left when he rushed to Qinglong Dojo in a hurry. Yang Haoyan urged his divine sense, and chased down along this trace. Organ Central Room. Fang Yan looked solemn. Is it my illusion? I always feel that there is a pair of eyes staring at me closely. Fang Yan felt uneasy, and this feeling became stronger and stronger.
We can't delay any longer, we have to speed up the hunting plan.
Fang Yan looked at the organ console, a strange rune as bright as blood, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Just do one last fight. There is not much time left for him, and he plans to put all his eggs in one basket. Illusion-killing maze, open it for me. Fang Yan fused his essence and blood with his divine sense, and injected it into the strange blood rune.
Hum! The rune suddenly burst into blood. Almost at the same time.
In the Qinglong secret realm, the Tianjiu who were breaking through the level were horrified to find that the passage in front of them suddenly disappeared. The ground under their feet turned rumblingly, and they seemed to be carried by an invisible big hand and sent to an unknown place. There was a fog of blood in front of my eyes, and I couldn't see anything at all.
The Tianjiu tried with their spiritual sense, but found that their divine sense could not penetrate the blood fog at all. What's going on? Is there such a test in the Azure Dragon's secret realm?
Nia Honglian was in the blood mist, her face darkened slightly.
The young master is right, this Azure Dragon's secret realm is indeed dangerous, and we cannot take it lightly.
Before Nailan Ashui came, she had already been reminded by Yang Haotian, if there are changes in the secret realm, don't panic, just stand still and protect yourself. So Nailan Ashui didn't panic, she held the Shuayin spirit sword and guarded her surroundings.
Why can't I see everything in the Azure Dragon's secret realm? The audience in front of the dragon scale mirror was in a commotion. The death of geniuses one after another has already made them horrified.
Now, even the movements in the secret realm cannot be grasped.
Patriarch Fang and a group of elders were also very anxious at the moment.
The elder who went to investigate had already returned, and told Fang Tingyi with an ugly face that the dead genius was indeed killed by the agency as young Master Yang said.
Could it be that someone really controlled the organ center? How is this possible? Without enough Azure Dragon Qi, it is impossible to enter the Azure Dragon Dojo.
Fang Tingyi never imagined that his third son was the 19th patriarch who had been in charge of the Fang family for tens of thousands of years. He knew the Qinglong secret realm much more thoroughly than anyone else. Some special methods to enter the secret realm are naturally at hand.
It's not good, Patriarch.
In the Azure Dragon's secret realm, someone opened the illusory killing maze.
An elder panicked to report. Hiss! The heads of the Fang family gasped in unison, the battle of lore is on. All the geniuses in the secret realm are probably doomed. The Fang family is going to be in trouble. Hey, there are unexpected gains. In secret. Yang Haotian's divine sense suddenly beamed with joy.
He followed Fang Yan's breath all the way down, and accidentally found a hall halfway. Through the closed door of the hall, it was discovered that there was an old man sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. His whole body was surrounded by green dragon energy, and he no longer had the slightest breath of life, but his appearance was lifelike. Yang Haotian recognized at a glance that this was exactly what he was looking for, the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch. Thanks to Fang Yan's leading, Yang Haotian, who had no clue for a long time, had the remains of the Qinglong Patriarch automatically delivered to his door. But the main hall where Patriarch Qinglong was located had its doors tightly closed and densely covered with runes. It would take some time to enter. But now that the location of the remains has been determined, Yang Haotian is not in a hurry to take them out. Fang Yan, an unstable element, had already left a lot of loopholes by killing Tianjiao to get blood. But now he is not hesitating to take the risk and kill even more frantically. There must be some goal that forced him to make a final fight. This son has expressed hostility to himself many times, and even hit Nailan Ashui with his ideas. Simply pull it out and kill it easily. With his current hole cards and various means, it is no problem to kill Fang Yan. Then, after Yang Haotian used protective measures to seal the main hall, his divine sense continued to pursue it. In illusion-killing maze, screams rang out. Under the influence of the psychedelic array, the heavenly talents who were moved to the same place regarded each other as fierce beasts, and killed each other, bleeding everywhere. These arrogant bloods were all transmitted to the Azure Dragon Dojo through the underground tunnel. Organ Central Room. Through the shadow-watching talisman, Fang Yan looked at the geniuses who were killing each other in the phantom array, and his bewitching black eyes were filled with unstoppable madness. Kill them all.
I will make good use of your blood essence. Suddenly, his eyes froze. The beautiful figures of Nia Honglian and Nalan Aoshue came into view. Thinking of the humiliation they had made to themselves before, Fang Yan couldn't help flashing a sinister look in his eyes. I want to kill you with my own hands and turn you into my female slaves, He skillfully teleported into the illusion-killing maze, approaching Nia Honglian and Nalan Aoshue. Just the moment he disappeared, Yang Haotian's divine sense entered the organ's central room. Fang Yan just left? He glanced at the rune on the console that was shining with a strange bloodlight. This rune has penetrated Fang Yan's blood essence and spiritual thoughts. Only by beheading it can the killing array be released. As a famous teacher, Li Shurye is proficient in many things, and he also taught Yang Haotian in detail about formations and talismans. So he saw the key at a glance. It's Aoshue and Nia Honglian. Yang Haotian discovered the image on the shadow-watching talisman. Fang Yan's target is them. Aoshue may be in danger. Yang Haotian's divine sense immediately extended to Nalan Aoshue. Squeeze! The sword light howled. Nalan Aoshue slashed towards the void in front of him. No response. But Nalan Aoshue clearly felt that there was a pair of bewitching eyes in the blood mist, staring at him quietly. Kora! The sword was bright and sharp, and it slashed forward. However, Nia Honglian did not find any response. She felt exactly the same as Nalan Aoshue. There was a pair of eyes staring at her in the blood mist. At the first pass, Nia Honglian vaguely felt that she was being followed by some existence. But the feeling of being stared at that time was very ordinary, and it didn't make her feel weird and resentful like it is now. Isn't it the same gaze that stared at me? As Nia Honglian thought about it, she suddenly noticed a strange movement in front of her. She immediately clenched the tyrant's saber and was about to cut it out. Don't act rashly, Nalan Aoshue is in front of you. A cold voice suddenly sounded in Nia Honglian's mind. Nia Honglian's pupils shrank suddenly. Whose divine sense? She immediately realized that this divine sense was somewhat similar to what she sensed in the first level, but it was also somewhat different. I am Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the Tao with God. His chaotic divine sense is very special. Different people sense different fluctuations, and the same person senses different fluctuations at different times. Can your divine sense enter the Azure Dragon's secret realm? Nia Honglian's tone was full of surprise. You must know that secret realms like Qinglong's secret realm have special protective formations, not only to defend against external forces, but also to defend against the prying of divine thoughts. But Yang Haotian can easily penetrate the divine sense into the secret realm of Qinglong. What a powerful divine sense this must be. If Nia Honglian knew, Yang Haotian's chaotic divine sense not only invaded the Azure Dragon's secret realm, but also enveloped the entire Azure Dragon's secret realm. I'm afraid she'll jump up on the spot in shock. Let's not gossip. The magic formation you are trapped in is called Illusory Killing Maze. The one in front of you is Nalan Aoshue, who you regard as an enemy. She obviously also regards you as an imaginary enemy. Follow my divine sense and don't make a move. You two meet. Yang Haotian said. Without saying a word, Nia Honglian followed Yang Haotian's guidance and walked forward. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly realized that she and Yang Haotian were only meeting for the first time. Why did she trust him so much? As a casual cultivator, she has never trusted others. Nia Honglian, why is it you? Nalan Aoshue's voice came. In the blood mist, Nalan Aoshue's indifferent face appeared. Nia Honglian hasn't spoken yet. Seeing that Nalan Aoshue's eyes lit up suddenly, his indifferent face instantly changed into a smile, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Young master! You are here too." The quick change of face made Nia Honglian speechless for a while. At the same time, she secretly sighed. Nalan Aoshue has really fallen. The charm of this Yang Haotian is really not small. Listen now, both of you, you are all being targeted by Fang Yan, and he is about to arrive here. My divine sense is not strong enough to fight against the enemy for the time being. Before my real body arrives, you must find a way to protect yourself. Yang Haotian said. Nalan Aoshue nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. Nia Honglian was speechless for a while. Your divine sense is not strong enough? You can easily invade the Azure Dragon's secret realm, how can you be stronger? He, I never thought that two top quality furnaces would come together. Behind the two, an evil voice sounded. Nalan Aoshue and Nia Honglian fought back almost instantly, squeeze. Kora!
The lights of swords and swords all rushed towards the source of the sound.
However, completely useless. Fang Yan is facing the direction with your right hand, let out the saber. Yang Haotian's spiritual thought suddenly sounded in Nia Honglian's mind.
Without saying a word, Nia Honglian slashed towards her right hand. Immediately afterwards, Nalan Aoshue slashed out with a sword diagonally to the rear.
Apparently she was also guided by Yang Haotian's divine sense. Not surprisingly, Fang Yan did not cause any harm.
Not only that, they suddenly discovered that the surrounding blood mist surged violently, and gradually became extremely viscous. The two women seemed to be in a swamp, and their every move was sluggish. What made their faces change even more? The strength of the two of them was quickly sucked away by the blood mist. Their delicate bodies were paralyzed in an instant, unable to move. Dang! Shuai and Lingjian and Ba Dao fell to the ground together. Fang Yan's evil voice sounded again, "Hey, you're lucky, you were able to cover my position, but it's a pity that you are not my opponent." Ancestor? What is the origin of this Fang Yan? Yang Haotian, what should we do next? Nia Honglian tried to ask Yang Haotian's divine sense for help. However, there is no response.
Yang Haotian seemed to have completely disappeared. Nia Honglian's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that they were abandoned by Yang Haotian?
Calm down, don't give Fang Yan the opportunity, the young master will definitely come to save us.
Nalan Aoshue scolded. From the beginning to the end, she never doubted Yang Haotian.
She firmly believed that the young master would never give up on them.
Are there other people around? No, it's other people's divine sense.
Fang Yan immediately realized where his feeling of being targeted came from.
It must be Yang Haotian, right?
Fang Yan's bewitching eyes swayed with phantoms. I don't plan on him, how dare he come to provoke me? As long as he dares to enter the secret realm, I will let him die without a place to bury him. Fang Yan shot blood swords one after another, leaving wounds on the two of them, trying to make them beg for submission.
Unexpectedly. Nalan Aoshue's determination is unprecedented. Honglian, hold on. The young master will definitely come to save us. Is he really coming?
Nia Honglian's eyes flickered. Even if they would come, this place is located in the deepest part of the Qinglong secret realm. Yang Haotian wanted to rush over, at least half an hour, by then they would have been reduced to corpses. The young master will definitely arrive. Fang Yan, you are dead.
Puff.
The blood mist was like a sword, leaving a deep scar on Nalan Aoshue's body. Blood spattered, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. The momentum did not drop in the slightest. A flash of determination flashed in Nia Honglian's eyes. I can't sit still and wait for death, I can only use that trick.
Wanting Yang Haotian to save you?
Fang Yan's cold voice resounded in all directions like a ghost. Even if he comes, you have already become my slave girls.
Fang Yan decided to kill the two of them immediately, and made them into female slaves. Death. Squeeze.
Two blood swords stabbed at the eyebrows of Nalan Aoshue and Nia Honglian.
Heavenly Sanso. Nia Honglian's whole body suddenly burst into blood.
Like a peacock spreading its tail, dense blood condenses into a palm shadow, rushing out from behind her at the last moment. She used a taboo method to fight with her life to break free from the blood mist. Clang kang. The two blood swords were shattered by her. The pale Nia Honglian fought against Fang Yan. Almost at the same time. On the viewing platform, Yang Haotian, who had been sitting cross-legged quietly, flashed his eyes. In the eyes of everyone puzzled. He stood up abruptly, like a giant mountain rising from the ground, with mighty majesty rushing straight to the sky, and the dangerous aura raging like a vast ocean. This moment, the world is silent. The audience was completely silent. Yang Haotian is full of golden light, and the avenue surrounds his body, as if an ancient god has been awakened, and his majestic body is cut out with a palm towards the front. Scoff. The ferocious palm strength is like a heavenly knife, cutting a black crack in the void, and slashing straight to Qinglong Mountain.
Fang Tingyi and the elders immediately exclaimed, "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Boom!
The towering Qinglong Mountain was cut horizontally by Yang Haotian's palm, as if hit by a heaven-slashing sword. The entire mountain was cut off in the middle. Most of the mountain rolled down to the side, and endless runes shot up into the sky. The Azure Dragon's secret realm, which has been passed down by the Fang family for hundreds of years, was torn apart just like that.
Why did young Master Yang suddenly get angry and attack? What a terrifying palm!
The audience from all directions gasped, and all cast horrified gazes at young Haotian. Everything at your fingertips.
Qinglong Mountain broke down in response. The power of one palm is so terrifying. What a powerful force this is. Zhang Yi and the others in the crowd were full of disbelief. Didn't it mean that Yang Haotian had trained the chaos body? With a wave of his hand, how could he have such terrifying power? Taiyin Shenhu, Scarlet Phoenix, Ancestral Land and other forces also got the news immediately. What? Yang Haotian cut off Qinglong Mountain with a palm of his hand? How can a chaotic waste body have such power?
You underestimated Yang Haotian. This unicorn head is hiding deep enough. On the top of Juethling, Yang Tian smiled slightly.
But Yang Haotian destroyed the Azure Dragon's secret realm in this way. Can the Fang family let it go? Why did young Master Yang destroy my Azure Dragon's secret realm? You must give us an explanation. Fang Tingyi scolded angrily. The other elders were also pale. Yang Haotian ignored it, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In secret, Nalanao Xue tried to break free from the blood mist, but to no avail.
Nia Honglian tried her best with taboo methods, but gradually she couldn't hold on anymore. Even if Yang Haotian came in person, he would still have to kneel down and beg for mercy. What's more, your three-legged cat kung fu was almost the same when you activate the prison-suppressing Eucharist.
Unfortunately, you have no chance. Fang Yan killed Nia Honglian directly between the eyebrows with a sword. Sure enough, it still doesn't work.
When death came, Nia Honglian's eyes flashed with despair. At this moment, a ray of golden light flew to, ding! The blood sword shattered.
Nalanao Xue was overjoyed. Young master. Nia Honglian's pupils shrank suddenly. Yang Haotian? The golden light shone all over Nalanao Xue's body. A gentle force enveloped Nia Honglian, and a pill flew into her mouth.
In an instant, the surging medicinal power erupted in her body, and Nia Honglian, who was exhausted, was replenished in an instant.
Behind Fang Yan. Let me kneel down and beg for mercy? Just rely on you?
Yang Haotian appeared quietly, changed from his usual gentleness, like a peerless sword drawn out of its sheath, with an imposing aura and murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear the sky apart and destroy the sun and the moon.
Fang Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. I've been discovered. This is impossible. How did Yang Haotian find me in illusion-killing maze?
The blood mist in the fantasy-killing maze can isolate any prying eyes.
Fang Yan's mind flashed. I finally remembered what kind of physique he was.
To have such a tyrannical divine sense, and even to be able to retract and release freely in the phantom-killing blood mist, there is only that physique. The head of the strongest divine body in the legend, the chaos body.
Ah, my ancestor, I was so lucky. Not only did I meet two top-quality furnaces, but I also met a chaotic body. Your blood essence is mine.
The black light in Fang Yan's eyes was instantly blazing. He turned his head suddenly, and the specter in his eyes was about to fly out, killing Yang Haotian.
Unexpectedly.
What caught his eyes was an extremely bright golden finger at Yang Haotian's fingertips. A light spot the size of a grain of rice rotated at high speed, exuding a divine light. A sun condensed by the 10 suns divine art was compressed on the fingertips by Yang Haotian with supreme divine power.
This moment.
Yang Haotian's fingers were glowing with golden light and murderous intent, sending out palpitating fluctuations. He didn't make any complicated movements, just raised his finger lightly, and pointed towards Fang Yan. Boom! Void shatters.
Bling flashes. The mighty and turbulent force came. Do not. The phantom in Fang Yan's eyes retracted instantly in fright. Puff. Half of Fong Yan's body collapsed into a blood mist. The remnant body was blown away hundreds of feet away, Yang Haotian's divine sense swept away, and Fong Yan's remnant body disappeared. Little Lord! A soft and delicate body suddenly crashed into Yang Haotian's arms. Tears quickly wet the front of his chest. Nalan Aoshui always firmly believes that he will come, but she also feels fear in the face of death. When Yang Haotian appeared in time, the figure in her heart became bigger and bigger. Cultivate the immortal physique well, even a mere Fong Yan can push you to this level. Yang Haotian shook his head helplessly, but he didn't push Nalan Aoshui away. He caught sight of Nia Honglian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining the elixir that Yang Haotian had given her. Originally using taboo means would directly overdraw one's vitality. But the quality of Yang Haotian's elixir is really terrifying. Not only did it restore her overdrawn life in an instant, but even her realm had a tendency to overtake. Nia Honglian looked at Yang Haotian, then at Nalan Aoshui, and finally said a word, "I owe you my life." Immediately she stopped talking and concentrated on refining the majestic medicinal power. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Haotian took the two daughters Nalan Aoshui and Nia Honglian and flew back to the viewing platform. Everyone in the Fong family is going crazy. The Qinglong secret realm, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, was destroyed by Yang Haotian's slap in the face. How could the Fong family be wronged like this? Fong Tingyi immediately rushed forward and shouted angrily, "Why did young Master Yang destroy my Azure Dragon's secret realm? Give my Fong family an explanation." The doubtful eyes of the audience all focused on Yang Haotian. Nalan Aoshui and Nia Honglian couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. "You want to explain to me? Do you have the qualifications?" Yang Haotian cast a cold gaze all of a sudden. As if struck by lightning, Fong Tingyi felt that Yang Haotian's cold gaze made him feel a fear from the depths of his soul. His whole body was as stiff as petrified, and he froze on the spot, unable to utter a word. "Even if you are the young master of the Yang family, it would be too much to destroy my Qinglong secret realm." An old man in green robes appeared on the viewing platform like a ghost. "Ancestor!" The expressions of Fong Tingyi and all the elders changed. The ancestor actually came forward in person. The green-robed old man falcon stared at Yang Haotian like a falcon, and he seemed to attack Yang Haotian directly if he didn't give an explanation. Nalan Aoshui immediately put her hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw her sword anytime. To her surprise, Nia Honglian also had the same reaction as her. Seeing her surprise, Nia Honglian responded lightly and explained, "I owe you my life, young master." "It doesn't have to be," Yang Haotian said lightly, protecting the two girls behind him, and facing the old man in green robe. "You come to me to explain, but you are barely qualified." "But my answer is..." Behind Yang Haotian, the ninefold sky rises up, the waterfall of endless divine power falls, and a peerless fairy king floats in the void, with a solemn treasure, sitting high on the ninefold sky, like an ancient god looking down on the vast earth. Could this be one of the 10 most invincible visions in the ancient legends? The immortal king is coming to the 9 heavens. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi was completely shocked. As a follower of Yi Xiaoyao, the genius of the Yi family, Zhang Yi's heart is higher than the sky, and he doesn't look down on the arrogance of the same generation and even the sons of gods. Even Yang Haotian, in his eyes, is nothing more than a trash who has trained and abolished the chaotic body. But today, Yang Haotian's actions one after another completely subverted his inner pride and disdain. Now, even compared with his master Yi Xiaoyao, he displayed a terrifying vision that was not inferior at all. The immortal king is coming to the 9 heavens. One of the 10 most powerful visions from ancient times to the present, even though it has not yet fully formed, once it is exhibited, it bursts out to crush the sky and split the sky and the earth. Even if he is as strong as Patriarch Fong, he still can't even arouse the slightest thought of confronting him. He watched helplessly as the fairy king standing on the 9 heavens brushed towards Qinglong Mountain casually. It seems to be opening up the world, and it seems to be pushing the 9 heavens. The extremely slow movements emit terrifying waves that make the world tremble. Puff! Only half of the Qinglong Mountain was left, and it collapsed on the spot without a trace. There was only a bare azure dragon dojo left on the spot, emitting a messy and dim light. Is Feng Patriarch satisfied with this explanation?
Yang Haotian is like a god, standing still, and the immortal king ascends to the 9 heavens. You, the ancestor of the Feng family, was trembling with anger. The remains of the Qinglong patriarch of our clan have not been retrieved from the secret realm. Young Master Yang is really rude to destroy my Qinglong mountain without saying a word.
The remains?
Here.
Yang Haotian smiled faintly, and waved the vision of the immortal king behind him, making Feng Patriarch's face tighten immediately in fright.
But I saw 2 celestial lights falling from the vision. In a ray of fairy light, there is a lifelike corpse of an old man, which is the remains of Qinglong Patriarch. In the other celestial light, more than a dozen figures rushed out, all exclaiming, out of the illusion.
We are saved.
It was Yang Haotian who rescued the surviving geniuses from the illusion-killing maze. They understood everything in an instant, and they all knelt down and bowed down. Thank you, young Master Yang, for saving your life. In the future, but rely on the young master's urging, we dare not refuse. Without Yang Haotian's action, they are still killing each other in the phantom formation, and it is impossible to escape the situation of extinction. More than a dozen geniuses were killed by Feng Yan in the Qinglong secret realm.
Feng Patriarch still thinks about how to explain to everyone. As soon as Yang Haotian said this, the faces of the audience in all directions suddenly changed. What, Feng Yan did all the geniuses who were killed? Feng Patriarch shouted angrily on the spot, Master Yang, don't want to spit blood. What evidence do you have that Feng Yan did it? Evidence? Yang Haotian smiled playfully, and glanced at Qinglong Dojo. Isn't the evidence here? Die to the 2 sluts. In the Azure Dragon Dojo, a burst of blood burst out. Feng Yan has a ferocious face, and the blood mist is lingering all over his body. 11 crisscrossing seals can be vaguely seen, wrapping around him with the blood of Tianjiao. He finally unlocked the second hidden dragon seal. The surging power in his body almost overflowed, so Feng Yan couldn't hold back, and blatantly rushed towards Nalan Aoshua and Nia Honglian. Its ferocious and strange aura made the surviving Tianjiao Chi-Chi gasp. The ghost who chased and killed them many times in the blood mist was exactly the same as Feng Yan at this moment. Young master, go back. Nalan Aoshua's first reaction was to step forward to protect Yang Haotian. Unexpectedly, she couldn't move her footsteps. Silly girl, it's just making noise. Feng Yan's target is me. Yang Haotian patted her on the shoulder. With Feng Yan's greed, after knowing that he is a chaotic body, how could he miss the opportunity to devour the essence and blood of the divine body? Unsurprisingly, Feng Yan rushed halfway, when suddenly the devilish energy erupted, killing Shang Yang Haotian and suddenly, Yang Haotian. Your chaotic body essence and blood are mine. Except for the 4 great longevity families, and even the giant forces of the Scarlet Phoenix ancestral land, few people actually know what kind of physique Yang Haotian is. With Feng Yan's burst of shouting, everyone suddenly showed incredulous expressions. What? Chaos body? Young Master Yang turned out to be the head of the legendary divine body, the most powerful special body, the chaotic body? Vientian Heavenly Dragon Fist. Feng Yan punched him. The blood mist was berserk, and everything was faintly galloping, turning into a ferocious blood dragon, wrapping around Feng Yan's arm. The crazy breath made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. However, Yang Haotian's tall figure stands like a majestic mountain, with a fairy king behind him, standing tall in the 9 layers immortal palace. I didn't see him making any complicated movements, but he just punched Feng Yan with a simple punch. Not good. The ancestors of the Feng family, Feng Tingyi and others suddenly changed their colors. Young Master Yang must not take it hard. Even if you use a vision attack, it's better than using your mortal body to block Feng Yan's punch. To know what the Feng family is best at is body training, and the body that incorporates the green dragon energy is already extremely powerful. What's more, the current Feng Yan, with the blood dragon around his body, obviously used the Feng family's taboo technique, and his physical strength has skyrocketed by at least 10 times. What's more terrible is that with the blessing of Vientian Tianlong Fist, the power of this punch is at least comparable to the most violent blow of a strong person at the peak of Chongyang realm. In this case, even the ancestors of the Feng family avoided hastily accepting it. How could Yang Haotian be his opponent in a head-to-head confrontation? Stop that little bastard, Fang Yan! Fang Tingyi shouted. The other geniuses died as well, but if Yang Haotian was injured in the Fang family, what awaited them would be the wrath of the Yang family. But everything is too fast. Fang Yan broke through the second hidden dragon seal. Even if Tianjiao's blood has not been fully refined, his strength is equivalent to the existence of Chongyang realm. At this moment, he hit with all his strength, wishing he could blow Yang Haotian up on the spot. How could he be blocked by others? Fight with me, the ancestor will shatter you on the spot. Bang! Fang Yan entwined the bloody dragon's fist, and Yang Haotian punched them together, brazenly bumping into each other. Hum! Above Yang Haotian's fist, phantoms of shrinking mountain peaks suddenly appeared. They were neatly arranged and emitted 5-color divine light. A majestic terrifying force suddenly erupted from Yang Haotian's light fist. Fang Yan's face changed suddenly. How is it possible? Your physical strength. Bang! His fist exploded into blood mist on the spot. The blood-colored giant dragon wrapped around its arms screamed terribly and collapsed in an instant. A terrifying force like an explosion rushed into Fang Yan's body along with Fang Yan's severed arm. Fang Yan's face twisted, his eyes widened. This is impossible, puff. Fang Yan's body exploded into blood mist on the spot. With a wave of Yang Haotian's hand, the golden light shines all over, and the blood filth evaporates instantly. Well, the power of a punch that fuses 2,000-foot-high giant mountains is not bad. Yang Haotian nodded slightly. Fang Yan, in his eyes, is just a target to test his strength. Yang Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent but calm, and he punched Fang Yan, who was comparable to a strong sunshine realm, as if he had done an insignificant thing. The golden sunlight fell, and a layer of gold was inlaid on his slender body, making Yang Haotian step into the world like a god The audience was completely silent. All of them had their mouths open, unable to recover from the shock at all. It wasn't until Jiang Yi Xiaodao's follower, let out a long sigh in disbelief that everyone woke up suddenly. Immediately, the crowd erupted completely. Even the ancestor of the Fang family, the pupils of his eyes contracted violently because of being too shocked. How can that be? Our Fang family's strongest body training technique, coupled with the taboo secret technique used by Fang Yan, is comparable to the blow of a strong person at the peak of Chongyang realm, but was directly blown away by Yang Haotian's casual punch? How strong is Yang Haotian's punch? Hum! Where Fang Yan exploded, a fragment of green light was suspended in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Some familiar fluctuations reminded Yang Haotian of the mysterious fragment that Nailan Aoshue gave him. The eyes of the ancestor of the Fang family flashed, and just as he was about to make a move, Yang Haotian had already fished it out and collected the fragments calmly. Surprised everyone. Yang Haotian ignored Patriarch Fang's astonished expression, as if nothing had happened, and walked to the remains of Patriarch Qinglong, Jr. Yang Haotian. Destroying the Azure Dragon's secret realm today is to save people. It is really helpless. Please forgive me, Senior. Patriarch Fang wanted to say something else. At the very least, we must get back the fragment left by Fang Yan from the fragment. He sensed a good aura fluctuation. It must be some kind of powerful treasure. Unexpectedly, he hasn't spoken yet. Hum. The remains of Patriarch Qinglong suddenly emitted 9-color divine light, and 9 divine eggs of different colors were suspended above the remains. It can be vaguely seen that in every divine egg, there seems to be a mysterious law of the Great Way. Fang Patriarch's pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be? Not just him. Fang Tingyi, the elders of the Fang family, and even the eyes and ears of Jiang Yi, Qihuang ancestral land and other forces all changed their expressions greatly. Is this the supernatural power that has been lost for many years? God! What did my sons of God miss? Clap clap. 9 divine eggs exploded in the air, turned into 9 divine dragons, and flew straight to Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian's expression moved, but he didn't stop him, allowing the 9 dragons to merge into his body. Immediately, a complete magical method appeared in his mind. Panlong wraps around the sky. Perfect magic. Different from the level of skills, the level of combat skills is divided into 4 levels: treasure technique, divine technique, supernatural power, and fairy technique, and 5 levels of low, medium, high, perfect, and supreme.
Supernatural powers are formed on the basis of divine arts, and are powerful combined combat techniques. For example, Panlong Zhangtianjin is a combination of the divine arts Big Panlongshu and Great Entangling technique. It was precisely with this perfect supernatural power that the Qinglong ancient kingdom relied on it to conquer all directions, and there were few opponents in tens of thousands of epochs. So that even the giant powers such as the four great longevity families, the ancestral land of the Scarlet Phoenix, and the divine lake of the Taiyin sent people to search for traces of the power of the coiling dragon. It's a pity that it has been missing. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian just said a few words to the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch. Unexpectedly, he was recognized by the remains, and he took the initiative to pass down such perfect supernatural powers as Panlong Chantianjin. If I had known that I would be able to harvest this superb supernatural power, I would have persuaded you to come and participate even if I tried my best. Regret flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. No matter it was Yi Xiaoyao or himself, they all dismissed this Qinglong secret realm inheritance battle. He even thought that Yang Haotian's coming here was too worthless, and he secretly ridiculed him. How could Yang Haotian have such an astonishing harvest? Yang Haotian hid it so deeply, he must have known the whereabouts of the supernatural power long ago, so he would rather lose face and go to Fang's house. After receiving the news, Shi Huangtian, Shi Huangyu, Yi Xiaoyao, Yin Zhouyu and others felt regretful and jealous, and their teeth were about to be crushed. A supernatural power of the level of Panlong Zhangtianjin is the best that even the longevity family covets. How come Yang Haotian got it? The moment Yang Haotian merged into the 9 dragons. In the remains of the Azure Dragon Patriarch, a vague aura flew into Yang Haotian's mind. It's the Daoyun of the 6th heaven realm. Yang Haotian sensed the familiar fluctuations in this breath almost immediately. This ray of breath was so ethereal that no one present could notice its existence except Yang Haotian, who was also attacking the 6th heaven realm. But Yang Haotian has a strong feeling. It was this ray of Daoyun's recognition of him that allowed the remnant soul of Patriarch Qinglong to pass on the supernatural power on the spot. Young Master Yang. This is my Fang family's ancestral magic power, you have to give it back to us. With the supernatural powers in the world, Patriarch Fang wanted to ask for them on the spot. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a shout, "Fang Tingyi, shut up!" Patriarch Fang sternly reprimanded, "The ancestors have only passed down the supernatural power of Panlong Zhangtianjin so far, which shows that only young Master Yang is the best candidate approved by the ancestors. As the descendants of the next generation, we have no right to question the ancestors." Saying that, Fang Patriarch Chiang Haotian cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I also ask young Master Yang to take care of the other family for the sake of passing on the merits of the ancestors." His smile is full of bitterness and determination. With the current strength and situation of the Fang family, taking back Panlong Chantianjin is equivalent to taking back a hot potato, which will definitely bring about a catastrophe of genocide. Since the ancestors all chose Yang Haotian, it would be better to be a favor to the Yang family. Yang Haotian understood what Fang Patriarch meant, and thought to himself that this is the real man who has matured into a mature person, and he bowed his hands in return with a light smile. "It's easy to talk about. My Fang's Qinglong dojo has been famous for a long time. I wonder if I can go and have a look. The sign-in task of Qinglong dojo has not been done yet. We can't dig Qinglong dojo back to Yang's back mountain." Patriarch Fang looked helpless. "The Azure Dragon dojo has been dug up by you, is there any point in being accurate? What's more, you have been recognized by the Azure Dragon Patriarch, and you have obtained the ancestral supernatural powers, so you are not allowed to enter the Azure Dragon dojo." Brush. Yang Haotian's figure flashed, and he appeared on the Qinglong dojo without hindrance. Everyone's eyes also looked at the dojo, which was exposed under the sun, and even the formation patterns were about to collapse. Ding. Arrive at the Qinglong Daochang where you signed in. Do you want to sign in? Whether. Sign in. Successfully signed in, the host has obtained the 8-star legendary holy level reward, Tianpeng Fighting Dragon Art. Tianpeng Fighting Dragon Art, Killing Art. You can awaken the divine power of a rook and a dragon. Yang Haotian obtained the instant of this technique. In the void above the head, a Jinpeng and a real dragon evolved, an endless divine light bloomed, rolling in coercion, breathtaking. Swipe. The Jinpeng submerged into Yang Haotian's right hand, and the real dragon submerged into his left hand. It was vaguely visible that Yang Haotian's hands were entwined with a rock and a dragon respectively, and the murderous aura swept away like 10,000 waves. Everyone in the audience retreated again and again, unable to bear this majestic coercion at all. Almost at the same instant, the top of the extreme north. A man with closed eyes, with loose blonde hair and a majestic body, sat cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, his eyes were wide open, and two golden rays of light pierced the sky, staring towards the direction of Zhengzhou Daoyu. He Fanchao is young, stealing my family's great art of killing. Shut up! His blonde hair danced wildly, full of murderous intent, and he took a step into the void, turning into a golden skypung, and heading straight for the Zhengzhou Daoyu. Good harvest! Yang Haotian happened to lack a powerful killing technique, and Tianping fighting dragon art came just in time. And he also has a vision of the sky pendant fighting the dragon, which happens to be able to cooperate with this divine technique. Sudden. Yang Haotian's body shook wildly. OM. A mighty power suddenly rushed to the four directions. Click. The ground under his feet cracked directly, and the huge crack was like a moat, quickly tearing forward. It's the sixth heaven. The power can't be suppressed anymore, and it's about to break through. Yang Haotian's expression changed. The remnants of the Daoyuan of Qinglong Patriarch made up for Yang Haotian's lack of opportunity to attack the sixth heaven realm. He has a feeling the breakthrough time has come. But the violent power has been suppressed to the limit, and it is about to explode. What's going on? What happened to Yang Haotian? Patriarch Fawn and everyone looked puzzled. Little Lord. Nalan Ashua flashed beside Yang Haotian, but was pushed out by that majestic coercion for more than 10 feet. What a powerful aura! Yang Haotian's physical body is so terrifying. Nya Honglian was secretly startled. I thought that what Yang Haotian showed before was strong enough. Unexpectedly, that was not even the tip of his iceberg. Now it was just a breath of breath, which actually made her feel heart palpitations. More importantly, Yang Haotian's aura at this moment is vaguely similar to the remnant formula she obtained in the mysterious ruins. As a result, she had a feeling that she wanted to get closer to Yang Haotian, and unconsciously took a step towards Yang Haotian. Stop here! 3 figures descended from the sky, guarding around Yang Haotian. It was Yang Xinglong, Yang shaking the city, and Li Shurye. Their eyes are full of coldness, and their eyes are like swords scanning the 4 directions. Even after giving Yang Haotian so many magic weapons for protection, they were still worried, and followed secretly to prevent accidents. Sure enough, an accident happened. God, are you alright? Yang Hancheng asked worriedly. I can't suppress my strength, I'm about to break through. Yang Haotian suppressed his power with difficulty. Yang Hancheng's eyes lit up immediately. Is this finally about to break through? How long can it last? Li Shurye asked. If possible, try to go back to Shangyang Palace and make a breakthrough. The 6th celestial realm is a crucial link, which will have infinite benefits for Yang Haotian's future cultivation path, and no one will be allowed to disturb him. It can still suppress 23 breaths. Yang Haotian frowned tightly. He had a feeling that there seemed to be a mysterious force in the sky that was about to descend. An ancient and mysterious portal, waiting for him to open it. 20 breaths is enough. Come here, and immediately set up the Tianyan escape formation. Yang Xinglong made a decisive decision, raised his head to the sky and shouted loudly. Almost the same time, more than a dozen Yang family experts from the secret realm of longevity descended in an instant, guarding Yang Haotian in the center. They waved their arms again and again, throwing pieces of Xinyuan free in all directions, merging with the earth. The dense runes were outlined by them, covering this small world. The rich spatial fluctuations spread instantly. Some well-informed cultivators almost all gasped. This is the most powerful teleportation formation in the legend, the Tianyan Void Escape Formation, which can travel through the void and span 3,000 realms. The Great Array of Tianyan Escape Void is comparable to the Great Void Art of the Gu family of the Longevity family. What kind of event has happened to set up such a big formation? The onlookers were shocked immediately. Just taking out a piece of the dozens of gods that were deployed in the formation is worth the consumption of the families of the Fong family for a year.
The Young family's handwriting is too big.
No one knows how important the sixth heavenly realm is to a cultivator.
Senior, is Young Haotian alright? Nia Honglian asked. Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme, offenders will be killed.
Li Shurye's eyes were as sharp as a sword, and he stared at Nia Honglian. He could tell at a glance that Nia Honglian had a special aura, and there was also a faint fluctuation of the sixth heaven on her body.
But it is a matter of disciples' lifelong cultivation, and he will not relax in any way. 10 interest time is less than.
On the ground under Yang Haotian's feet, suddenly there were strips of silver runes rising up like dragons.
Little guy, long time no see.
A beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Haotian. She was dressed in a red robe, with a wine gourd hanging from her waist, her black hair was like a waterfall, and her figure was hot. She was the patriarch Haotian whom she hadn't seen for many years. During this trip to Qinglong Mountain, she had been secretly following her, and even Yang Xinglong and the others did not know of her existence. Appearing at this moment, her eyes were cold, and she slapped her slender hands in a certain direction, 7 emotions Mahamudra. It was discovered.
Run away.
With a scream, a huge palm print sank into the void. Puff, several bloody flowers burst. These assassins who were waiting to assassinate Yang Haotian died on the spot. The faces of Yang Xinglong, Yang Hanshang, Li Shurye and others changed drastically.
If the patriarch Haotian didn't take action, Haotian might be in danger. Little guy, hold me tight.
The patriarch Haotian embraced Yang Haotian in his arms, released the stellar energy to wrap the two of them, and flicked his jade hand. Tianyan Void Escape Formation, start.
Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky and hit Yang Haotian and patriarch Haotian with a bang. Brilliant divine light flashed. The two disappeared.
Only on the ground was a complex space pattern imprinted, emitting terrifying void fluctuations. Qinglong Dojo is, meters underground. In a dark secret room, Fong Yan's beard and hair were all white, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed on the ground like mud. This is Fong Yan's body. In order to hunt Tianjiao's blood, he gave most of his strength and talent to the half-soul body. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian punched him to death. Even the key to enter the strongest inheritance of the secret realm of the Holy Tomb was taken away by Yang Haotian.
Yang Haotian, you ruined my half-soul body and ruined my inheritance plan. If you don't take this revenge, you will not be a human being.
A venomous light flashed in Fong Yan's eyes. Fortunately, I am superior in skills, and I have used that key fragment to deploy anti-killing methods.
Yang Haotian, this time you are dead. Scarlet Phoenix Ancestral Land. Huanzi Chuangshan and Huan Chuanjiu looked surprised. The Yang family opened the Tianyan escape formation just to send Yang Haotian back to the Yang family?
Ha ha ha, with such a big arm, Yang Haotian must have encountered a fatal crisis, and he might have gone mad.
Scarlet Phoenix looked up to the sky and laughed. The younger sister Chuanjiu frowned. What if he made a breakthrough? Humph, what kind of breakthrough is worth the Yang family's high price? 29 top-grade divine sources are enough to train a master of dragon transformation just to send Yang Haotian home? Are you kidding me? Chuangshan predicted that Yang Haotian must have encountered a life and death crisis.
Maybe in the secret realm of the Holy Tomb 2 years later, he will have one less opponent.
Hall of Longevity.
Gu Xianer, the goddess of the Gu family of the Longevity family, is haunted by the law of space, and the void around her body is distorted and irregular. She seems to be between nothingness and reality, with a pair of eyes as deep as the universe, looking in the direction of Qinglong Mountain. The moment the Tianyan escape array was opened, the Gu family immediately noticed it.
Everyone in the Gu family was horrified. What kind of event is it that forced the Yang family to open the Tianyan escape formation?
Although this large formation is comparable to the Gu family's magical technique, Great Void Technique, the consumption is 100 times that of the Great Void Technique.
The Yang family will not easily open this array for nothing. Could it be that the young master of the chaotic body is in danger of life?
Thinking of this, Gu Xianer couldn't help but order, always pay attention to the signs of the Yang family, and if there is any change, let me know immediately. The Holy Sepulchre is about to open. Not long ago, Gu Xianer felt that there was a terrifying inheritance in the secret realm, which seemed to be related to her in some way. Originally, she planned to cooperate with the young master of the Yang family to explore the most terrifying inheritance in the Holy Tomb. Now that something happened to Yang Haotian, her plan might have to change. The peak of the peak. Yang Tiance, a branch genius, also got the news. But unlike other people's pessimism, Yang Tiance's eyes were full of sharpness, and he laughed and said, Yang Haotian is finally about to open his veins. I just don't know, how many spiritual veins can this young master suppress himself for so many years? He used all kinds of means to open, pulses in one breath, benefiting endlessly. Will Yang Haotian surpass himself? Boom! In front of Shangyang Palace, a bright beam of light descended from the sky. Yang Haotian and Hudian ancestors appeared from it. The 11 elders of the Yang family were already waiting at the gate. 11 people personally guarded Yang Haotian and Hudian Patriarch and entered the Shangyang Palace. Activate the chain of guardian arrays. In Shangyang Palace, 749 beams of light shot up into the sky. 49 The pillars of light stand on the 4 sides of the Shangyang Palace, spraying out dense patterns and branding them in the void. They connected with each other to form a top-level protective canopy that could block the joint attack of 100 immortal-level powerhouses, covering the entire St. Yang Palace. Inside the Holy Sun Palace, the 72 immortal-level elders, except for a few who went to Feng's house, were all in place, ready for battle. Over the Holy Yang Palace, the 4 ancestors who seldom showed their faces were also recruited by the Hudian ancestor and sat cross-legged in the void. After 15 years, is Haotian finally going to break through? Let's see what miracles this kid can perform. The 4 patriarchs hid their bodies, kept their magic weapons at hand, and their strongest offensive and defensive skills were all ready to go, eager to try. If there is any Xiao Xiao who comes to the Yang family to act wild at this time, it will definitely incur the most devastating blow. Activate the spirit-leading array. Prepare to bully the sky. Activate the scattering tribulation formation. In Shangyang Palace, a series of strict and orderly orders were transmitted to all places in an orderly manner. In front of Haotian Palace, Yang Haotian's aura became more and more terrifying. I can't hold back anymore, Patriarch, I have to start. In front of the gate of Haotian Palace, Yang Haotian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Okay. Little guy, don't worry about breaking through. Hudian Patriarch's jade fingers burst out with divine light, sealing runes one after another, branding the void, sealing this place. The elders of the 11 clans came together to protect the Dharma for Yang Haotian. Boom! As soon as the violent force in Yang Haotian's body was released, the spirit protection array that Hudian Patriarch personally cast was crumbling. 15 years of accumulation, today is the harvest time. Hudian Patriarch's beautiful eyes flashed with strong anticipation. The little guy only leaked a trace of energy, and there were such terrifying fluctuations. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying strength he will have after breaking through. Bang! Hudian Patriarch's spirit protection array couldn't bear Yang Haotian's berserk power, so it was declared broken. The clan elders sitting around turned their backs on their backs and were forced to move 30 feet away. Rumbling. The berserk energy surged wildly in the Yang Haotian meridians. The first step to hit the 6th heaven realm is to open the pulse. On Yang Haotian's crystal-clear jade body, the meridians light up sequentially, exuding spiritual light. 10 meridians, 20 meridians. 100 meridians. Yang Haotian seemed to have 100 dragons coiled around his body, and 100 meridians released bright rays of light. In Yang Haotian's body, an energy halo erupted, like ripples on the avenue, and 100 meridians were immediately filled with violent energy. Almost not even a breath. They all bloomed with divine light and successfully opened the veins. A series of spiritual veins are like 100 jade dragons, entrenched in Yang Haotian's body, trembling slowly, nourishing the body. The majestic and terrifying power made all the clan elders couldn't help admiring in unison. It was actually done by this kid. Opening 100 pulses at the same time, and it's done in an instant. How terrifying is this kid's accumulation? With the first experience, Yang Haotian opened his pulse more quickly.
2 meridians, all in one go, instant success. The 3 meridians are still a matter of course, and the opening of the meridian is successful in an instant. A few breaths of effort. On Yang Haotian's jade-like body, there are already 300 jade dragons entrenched, constantly exuding the charm of sunlight, nourishing his body. Opening 300 pulses in one go, looking at the 3,000 realms, I'm afraid there are less than 100 people who can do this. The eyes of the 4 ancestors flashed with brilliance. Unexpectedly, this little guy can bring us such a surprise. But for the next 65 main veins, it will be difficult to open them. If you want to spiritualize them, you need not only energy, but also skill and patience. It can be said that the next step is the beginning of the real test. Take care of your home. In the Hall of Longevity, Gu Xianer's void law surrounds her body, and the surrounding space is crystal clear, showing a distorted and complicated state. Her eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and she asked, "Any news over there?" Returning to the young master, after the Yang family opened the chain of protective formations, there was no more movement. The servants sent people to investigate, but they couldn't even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the Baizhang of the Shangyang Palace, so they were all pushed back. With such a strict defense, could it be that the chaos body is really in crisis? Gu Xianer frowned slightly. The branch of the Yang family, the top of the cliff. The 2 youths with strong auras looked towards the direction of Shangyang Palace together. Brother Tiansu, do you think Yang Haotian's life is really in danger? The young man in black was tall, mighty and majestic, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and his aura was overwhelming. Yang Tian's couldn't help smiling and shaking his head. Impossible, that's a chaotic body. Yang Tianhua smiled playfully. Could it be that he can still open the pulse? Yang Tian's laughed loudly. Why not? I bet that Yang Haotian will be able to open more than veins, and may even surpass your cousin. Yang Tianhua's eyes flashed suddenly. The heavenly Dao bell tolls more than rings, you win. After the cultivator opened up spiritual veins. There are only 65 main veins left, which are in urgent need of spiritualization. And every time a main vein is spiritualized, it will trigger the coming of the heavenly Dao bell, and a sound of the bell means that a main vein has been successfully spiritualized. Yang Tianhua opened 320 pulses. When the heavenly Dao bell rang 20 times, it caused quite a stir. In front of Haotian Palace. On the surface of Yang Haotian's body, 10 spiritual lights suddenly lit up. The 10 spiritual veins are resplendent and Dao-like, and they are more dazzling than the previous 300 combined. When the melodious chime of the bell spread throughout the 10 directions, 3,000 Dao domain, everyone was shocked. The Yang family's chaotic body has opened its veins. Immediately afterwards, the second bell rang in the void, the third, the fourth. A full 2 hours. The heavenly Dao bell rang 65 times in a row without interruption. Yang Haotian almost completed the spiritualization of 365 meridians in one day at an astonishing speed. This moment. In the 3,000 Dao domain, all the geniuses who heard the chiming of the heavenly Dao bell felt a sense of admiration towards Yang Haotian. Some strong-willed Tianjiu even regarded Yang Haotian as a challenge target. In one day, 365 pulses were opened. Only such monstrous geniuses are worthy of our challenge. A time. Yang Haotian's name is remembered by countless Tianjiu. When above the sky, a sudden bell sounded again. He Fengkai opened his pulse at this time? When everyone saw the location of the heavenly Dao clock, their eyes widened. Is it the Yang family again? Could it be Yang Haotian? This is impossible. Yang Haotian obviously succeeded in opening all the pulses. Why is there still the bell of heaven? It's not just that these forces don't understand. Even the 11 clan elders, and even several ancestors, all looked puzzled. Brother 15, what's going on here? How did Haotian trigger the bell of heaven again? Patriarch Haotian flew into the void and asked the 15th patriarch who was the oldest present. The 15th patriarch was well-phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme and knowledgeable, but even he couldn't help frowning. I don't know, what the hell is this kid doing? Outside the ancient city of Haoyang, Yang Chanshan, Yang Xinglong, Nalan Ashuat and the others who drove back in the sun chariot all showed doubts on their faces. Brotherly, why did the bell ring just now?
Yang Chanshang, Yang Xinglong, and his son cast doubtful glances at Li Shurye. To their surprise, even Li Shurye shook his head this time. Vaguely, he felt that this kind of situation seemed to have been seen in some book. But because it is so rare, he doesn't have much impression. At this moment, Shangyang Palace was completely silent. Only Yang Haotian sat cross-legged in front of the Haotian Palace. The energy of the 365 spiritual veins collided in his body, making a thunderous and violent sound.
Sudden. 365 spiritual veins, the light is collected together. It seems that some kind of horror is sensed, and it is about to come. Yang Haotian's eyes flashed brightly. Give me, open, puff. The body exploded. The earth trembled. With Yang Haotian as the center, an invisible ripple appeared in the void. Even Patriarch Hadian and the others couldn't help but suddenly change their expressions. What a terrible fluctuation, what did this kid do? In the surprised eyes of the ancestors. In the middle of Yang Haotian's eyebrows, a bright crack appeared, like a vertical eye, bursting out with bright light. Click. The sky is torn. The void collapses. In the sky above the 3000 Dao territory, a huge eyeball slowly emerged. It is condensed with the thunder of heavenly punishment, like the eyes of a god, overlooking all living beings in the world. Looking away, all souls are terrified. It's God's scourge eyes. Li Shurye's face suddenly turned pale. What exactly did the precious apprentice do to alarm the god of scourge? Could it be that there is a catastrophe coming? Squeeze. The god of heaven blinked, and a sword light fell down. It seems to open up the sky and open up the earth, terrifying Jiewei, and slashing straight to Yangge Ocean. Along the way, the sky left a vertical trace of nothingness. This sword, even the most solid Dao of the void, will collapse directly. Yang Haotian, he is more or less ominous. Gu Xiener, the goddess of the Gu family, had a flash of horror in her eyes. What on earth did Yang Haotian do to even startle the legendary god of scourge? The world is silent, and everything is silent. Yang Haotian was dressed in white, his expression was indifferent, his sharp eyes were like swords, and he looked directly at the light of the sword of divine condemnation. Squeeze. The sword light of heaven's wrath hit Yang Haotian's eyebrows. However, he did not dodge half a point in that ray of sword light. Yang Haotian faintly felt a familiar wave. It was the mysterious aura he sensed in the void when he was preparing for the sixth heaven. Scoff. In the middle of Yang Haotian's eyebrows, that radiant vertical mark swallowed the sword light of heaven's wrath directly. It bursts with dazzling brilliance. Looking from a distance, it seems that Yang Haotian has opened his third eye. This vertical mark seems to hide an extremely terrifying potential, which is urgently waiting for him to wake up. Yang Haotian suddenly felt something, and an inexplicable thought popped up in his heart. This vertical mark is called the heavenly soul vein, one of the three soul veins of heaven, earth, and man. The thought just fell. The power in Yang Haotian's body surged violently again, and the ground suddenly trembled in the 3000 realms. A terrifying wave shocked all the forces. The core of the earth is shaking. It's the dragon veins of the earth who have been awakened this moment. With the Zhangzhou Dao domain as the center, the dragon veins of the four Dao domains of Dongsheng, Shitu, Beihai, and Nanjiang are all awakened. They all turned the faucet and aimed at the Zhangzhou Daoyu together. The endless dragon energy rushed from all directions, and gathered towards the Zhangzhou Daoyu. The geography of the Zhangzhou Daoyu immediately became the well-deserved center of the 3000 Daoyu. The dragon energy swept across, and the earth energy surged. Inside the Shangyang Palace, the endless essence of dragon veins and essence of dragon energy are surging. Yang Chong, who was attacking the extreme realm of the physical body, succeeded in gathering spirits in an instant, and reached the peak of the fifth level of the physical body in one leap. Yang Chang's long hair fluttered wildly, and his angry eyes looked towards the Haotian Palace. Yang Haotian, I, Yang Chong, owe you a favor. Enong. At this moment, Yang Haotian's right leg is shining brightly, and the glow is overflowing. A miraculous spiritual vein, like a dragon, was entrenched on his right calf. Yang Haotian stepped on the ground, and suddenly felt infinite divine power pouring into his body arrogantly.
He had a strong feeling that as long as he stomped his feet, a small-scale earthquake would immediately set off, causing the surrounding land to crack apart. This is one of the 3 soul veins, the Earth Soul Vein. A flash of understanding flashed in Yang Haotian's heart. His heart suddenly burst into blazing brilliance. A loud bang. With Yang Haotian as the center, one after another, the pillars of the sky rose from the ground. In front of them, the guardian array was as fragile as paper, and it was easily broken. My God, that's the evolution of the Tao Law. The forces from all directions, through the shattered protective array, have all seen the changes in the Holy Yang Palace. With Yang Haotian as the center, the divine pillars of the Great Avenue stand majestically. Each root is engraved with endless divine lines, with ethereal sounds of immortality, Buddhist singing of heavenly Buddhas, whispering of gods and demons, all of which are endless. In the sky above the Yang family, phantoms of saints emerged one after another, and all the saints gathered in the sky above the Shangyang Palace to pay homage to the sun and the sky. All of a sudden, Yang Haotian's heart glowed with light, turning into a transparent crystal color. This is the heart of a child. The legendary aptitude for cultivation is comparable to the innate Taoist fetus. The 4 patriarchs were all shocked. Good guy, the chaotic body is not enough, and now he has awakened the supreme cultivating physique of children's heart. Is it really the way of heaven? This is too evil. The 4 ancestors were ecstatic in their hearts. Next, it's time to hit the 6th heaven realm. Not far away. Master Li Shirie looked nervous and expectant. 6th heaven realm, start. The energy in Yang Haotian's body surged violently. The Sky Soul Vein, Earth Soul Vein, and Human Soul Vein are respectively lit up, like 3 little suns, blooming with blazing brilliance. With surging divine power, Chao Yang Haotian swept up above his head. The Juxia realm, the first of the 5 realms of dragon transformation, needs to mobilize the whole body's energy and spirit, integrate the aura of heaven and earth, and condense it into a divine glow. For ordinary geniuses to condense the first glow, it would take several hours to say the least. But Yang Haotian doesn't have to. With the help of 3 soul veins and 365 spiritual veins. In an instant, his first glow was condensed. The first heaven in Juxia realm, step into it easily. Breakthrough is so fast. As expected of the young master. All the clan elders were amazed. But not too surprised. After all, they have been surprised all the way until now, and they are almost used to it soon. Above Yang Haotian's head, the second glow, the third glow, have appeared. Less than half a quarter of an hour. The 9 rays of sunlight were all condensed, floating above Yang Haotian's head, shining brilliantly. Juxia realm 9th heaven, so easy to reach. Look, what is that? Above Yang Haotian's head, 9 rays of light suddenly flashed, giving birth to 9 divine eggs. Xinxia transforms into form. This is a sign of awakening supernatural powers. The crowd exclaimed. When the cultivator condenses 9 rays of light, then you can use means to combine the 9 gods and clouds into one and melt them into a talisman. This talisman has a chance to give birth to the cultivator's exclusive supernatural powers. And the sign of the birth of supernatural powers is precisely Xinxia transformation. Yang Haotian felt that there were 9 golden eggs above his head, each of which was pregnant with a terrifying existence, which was urgently waiting for him to awaken. Hey, it's impossible to kill Yang Haotian. Crimson Phoenix Ancestral Land, Taiyin Shenhu and other forces attacked many times and were extinguished by the Yang family. Yang Haotian broke through to the 9th level of the Juxia realm without any effort, and the terrifying talent of the chaos body began to bear fruit. The Yang family will only die to protect Yang Haotian. These hostile forces can only give up the assassination. Sadly, this Yang Haotian is too tolerant, he has been silent for 15 years, what an amazing willpower. Is this the peak of Juxia 9 layers? Yang Haotian sensed a new power. At this moment, there is still a huge amount of energy left in his body, even if he puts all his strength together, it is more than enough to hit the Chongyang realm. But Yang Haotian's heart moved, and he controlled the urge to continue to break through the Chongyang realm. He sensed that the mysterious fluctuations in the sky became more and more intense. Like a dying relative, eager for him to inherit everything.
Why do I feel this way? Should I continue to break through? Yang Haotian fell into deep thought.
Why did you stop? The four patriarchs all saw that there was still a majestic energy in Yang Haotian's body, which was more than enough to step into the Chongyang realm in one fell swoop.
Why was it suddenly interrupted? The ancestors looked at the Haotian ancestor in unison. Patriarch Haotian stared with apricot eyes. I don't know the reason. The little guy has always had the right ideas than anyone else.
She couldn't help looking at Li Shurye.
To say who knows Yang Haotian best, Li Shurye is the master.
But Li Shurye also has a sullen face at this moment. He has already taught Tian'er everything about how to break into the sixth heaven realm. But how to do it, the apprentice can only rely on himself. The next thing to face is likely to be the key to the success or failure of the sixth heaven realm.
Haotian, continue.
Li Shurye threw a jug of wine to Yang Haotian. Seemingly seeing his disciple's hesitation, Li Shurye smiled and said, according to your feeling, let go and rush. The dignified chaotic body, there is nothing you can't afford to lose.
Yang Haotian's eyes lit up, exactly.
He had a feeling that with his remaining strength, breaking through the sixth heaven realm would be effortless. But it is very unlikely to obtain that unknown mysterious power.
Even so, Yang Haotian decided to take the risk.
Even if it is a waste of an opportunity to hit a higher realm. He also has to answer the call of that unknown existence once.
Feeling proud, Yang Haotian opened the jug and took a big gulp of wine. Unexpectedly,
the wine enters the mouth, and instantly burns the body like fire, and a surge of energy crazily spreads to the limbs and bones.
What kind of wine is this?
Yang Haotian exclaimed, and hastened to run the 10 Suns divine art, devouring this scorching energy.
Surging energy, rolling into the body, hum.
Yang Haotian's body was surrounded by a round of golden sun, followed by the second round, the third round.
Blink of an eye.
10 golden suns, like 10 ancient stars, surround Yang Haotian.
OM.
Above the sky, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme is surging, and the void is turbulent. Endless auspicious clouds and auspicious colors swept over the sky of the pilgrimage Yang Palace. The forces from all directions were shocked again. That's the heavenly Tao God monument.
That boy Yang Haotian, what did you do again?
The steel of heavenly Tao and God manifested in the sky above Shangyang Palace, and a hazy and mysterious voice spread in all directions. Yang Haotian, break through the extreme realm of the physical body and ascend to the heavenly list. On the steel of the gods of heaven, there are 100 names of those who have broken the limit of the physical body since ancient times. A lot of names are dim, which means they have fallen. Others are radiant, representing existence in the world. Yang Haotian is now going to attack the Tiandao Shenbi with all his strength, and the ranking will be determined according to the strength of his strength.
The last one is Yang Tianjun?
The genius of the Yang family branch.
Yang Haotian's eyes flickered slightly. Boom!
He punched the heavenly Tao and God monument.
Fist strength 3,000,600 caddies. The Tiandao Shenbei flashed suddenly, and Yang Haotian's name appeared in the number 86th position. The people in the back row all dropped one. At the bottom, Yang Tianjun was unfortunately squeezed out of the ranking list. Who knocked me off the leaderboard?
In the Zile firefield, a purple-haired young man was tempering his body with thunder fire, when he was suddenly startled, and after concentrating on his investigation, his face suddenly turned ugly. Yang Haotian.
Isn't it good to be your unicorn head obediently? Why do you want to take away my glory? At this moment, Yang Haotian has received a large amount of energy rewards from the Tiandao Shenbei.
This energy comes from the Tao of Heaven, it is the purest, it does not need to be refined at all, and it is perfectly integrated with him directly. Yang Haotian's eyes lit up, he felt that he was one layer closer to approaching the mysterious power. Yang Haotian suddenly had a bold idea. 36 million gene of punching power can become number 600, number 80. What if the punching power is stronger? Is it possible to get more energy rewards? You must know that Yang Haotian's punch just now was just a tentative punch, and he didn't use all his strength. Seeing that the steel of the god of heaven and Tao had not disappeared, Yang Haotian clenched his right fist and punched out again, in the middle of the Tian Dao God monument. Fist strength 4,000,600 caddies. The heavenly Tao and divine monument flashed suddenly, and Yang Haotian's name appeared in the position of the sixth.
I'm going, can I still play like this? Yang Haotian's previous punch didn't use all his strength. Everyone was shocked.
And Yang Haotian happily received the reward of the heavenly Tao God monument. A more surging pure energy merged with him instantly. It really works. Without further ado, Yang Haotian punched the heavenly Tao and God steel again.
Fist strength 5,000,600 caddies.
The heavenly Tao and divine monument flickered.
The ranking rose to 21st, and a large amount of pure energy was rewarded. At this time,
Yang Haotian had a premonition that he was only a little short of strength when he was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the existence in the dark. The Tianzhou of the quartet have been completely shocked by Yang Haotian's coquettish operation. Good guy, is this a reward for holding the heavenly Tao God monument? Yang Haotian's control over physical power is too perverted. Every punch increases the strength by 1,000 million caddies, and every extra caddy will not bring any gains. What an exquisite control this is. Yang Haotian wanted to do it again, but just clenched his fists. Tian Dao seemed to be impatient, and a hazy word representing Tian Dao's will came to his mind. It's almost done, I can only try the last punch. Yang Haotian shook his head helplessly, and immediately his eyes flashed. Last chance, no more fun. Click. Yang Haotian clenched his right fist tightly, and the three soul veins of heaven, earth, and human burst out into Shinshi, with 365 spiritual veins all over his body, like jade dragons entrenched all over his body.
Hum. On Yang Haotian's right fist, phantoms of mountains emerged, shining golden and orderly. Yang Haotian punched out, click.
The void shattered like a mirror, and violently punched, hitting the heavenly Tao and God steel hard.
Boom!
The steel of heavenly Tao and God shook violently, bursting out a ripple in the void. The void in a radius of 100 miles was shattered.
The members of Fong Yang's family were immediately thrown off their feet by the shock.
Even the ancestors couldn't help but change their expressions. The strength of this punch is at least, million caddies. In all directions, countless arrogance and powerhouses stared at the monument of the gods of heaven. How much can Yang Haotian's punch improve his ranking? A long time. On the Tiandao Shenbei, a row of auspicious and colorful characters appeared. Fist strength is 8,000 million caddies, breaking the record of extreme physical body, becoming the strongest physical body ever. On
the Tiandao God's tablet, Yang Haotian's name appeared in golden light, climbing rapidly. Finally, he replaced God Tai Taoist, who was once the strongest man in the extreme state of the physical body, and topped the list of the extreme state of the physical body. Hiss all the powerhouses from all directions. Chi-Chi took a deep breath. It broke the record. The force of one punch is 8,000 million caddies. What terrifying phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme this is. The god Tai Taoist, who is known as the strongest physical body in history, the strongest punch is only 5,000 million caddies. Yang Haotian surpassed by a full 2 times. Such a terrifying record. What kind of amazing reward will the heavens send? Yang Haotian felt something in his heart, and a mysterious and ethereal voice appeared in his mind. Break the record of the strongest physical body, and reward the supreme treasure, yin-yang and 5 elements. A cloud of 5-colored divine light fell from the heavenly Tao God monument. It is the divine energy of the heavenly Tao that contains Tao rhyme and is comparable to the 9 spiritual qis. Each ray can be transformed into a majestic energy, and once it enters Yang Haotian's body, it will be perfectly integrated instantly. At the same time, another divine light wrapped in 5-color thunder light also flew towards him. Yang Haotian waved his hand confidently, boom. This divine light sank straight into his palm, and instantly recognized the master. The yin-yang 5-element god grinding rewarded by the Tao of heaven is automatically branded with his soul without his refinement. Since then, this supreme treasure completely belongs to him, Yang Haotian. Finished? All the powers from all directions sighed in their hearts. The shock that Yang Haotian brought today, wave after wave, made them a little numb. However, it's not over yet. Get the majestic energy rewarded by heaven. Yang Haotian finally has full confidence to approach that mysterious existence. His body is like a dragon, shrouded in divine splendor, and his glorious fist blatantly blasted into the sky, boom. The violet energy turned into a pillar of the sky, piercing through the clouds and heading straight to the sky. All of a sudden, the endless avenue roared, as if a mysterious ancient beast had been awakened by the divine pillar. The sky trembled, and the void tore apart. Even the upper 9 realms were alarmed. How does the existence of the lower realms cause shocks in my realm? With a click, a certain mysterious existence tore apart the crystal wall system of the boundary, and came to investigate below. In the Holy Land of Tai, the elders who had been prepared for a long time, joined hands to directly seal the boundary crack. How can you wait to spy on the future of my 3,000 realms? Okay? The 4 ancestors of the Yang family glanced in the direction of the Tai Holy Land and nodded slightly. A mysterious change is taking place in Yang Haotian's body. The whole body is full of energy and spirit, fused with the power of the 3 soul veins and all the spiritual veins, turning it into a mysterious energy, rushing left and right in the body, looking for a breakthrough. At the position of his dantian, an acupoint slowly lit up. At first, the light was like a beam, and it gradually became more and more blazing. Yang Haotian's berserk energy suddenly found a place to vent, and rushed into this acupuncture point like crazy. Enong, a phantom of a golden dragon, rushed out from this acupoint, roaring up to the sky. A phantom of a white tiger also rushed out from the hole, roaring into the void. Accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers. Billowing heaven and earth spiritual energy surged in, continuously getting into this acupoint. A few breaths of effort. This acupoint is like a bright star, blooming with endless divine light. Click. In the deepest part of Yang Haotian's body, an unknown mysterious confinement seemed to be broken. A clear understanding rose in Yang Haotian's heart. 6th heaven realm, divine aperture realm, successfully broke through, at the same time. Master Li Qie, looking at the roaring dragon and tiger, was shocked in his eyes. It turned out to be the first divine orifice among the 9 acupoints, the dragon and tiger divine aperture. This good boy's luck is really against the sky. The 6th celestial realm, Xinxiao realm, is an extremely ancient mysterious realm. Only those with strong enough willpower and deep enough background, after breaking through the extreme state of the physical body, have a very small probability of entering this state. In the divine aperture realm, there are 9 divine apertures, including Python, bird, swallowing dragon, mind ape, chaos, Pisces, Gaoyu, and so on, each of which possesses incredible power. Among them, the one with the strongest function and the most suitable for those in extreme physical condition is this dragon and tiger divine aperture. Dragon and tiger divine aperture, the head of the 9 great divine apertures, masters the foundation, seeks perfection, and cultivates the real body without leaks. Awakening this divine orifice represents a second chance to recultivate the physical body. To know. Stepping from the physical state to the dragon transformation state is an irreversible process from the use of spiritual power to the use of divine power. Even if you enter the dragon transformation realm and use the supreme divine power to temper your body again, many cultivations completed with spiritual power cannot be changed. But after awakening the dragon and tiger gods, you have the chance to recast your body with divine power and make up for all your regrets. The simplest one function, you can arbitrarily adjust height, weight, appearance, and even change any phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme of any part. And as long as your physical body is strong enough, you can completely trigger the coming of the heavenly Tao and God monument, and launch an impact on the physical extreme list for the second time. This means Yang Haotian can once again obtain the amazing reward of the physical extreme from the Tao of Heaven. And all of these are just the corners of the countless magical functions of the dragon and tiger's divine aperture. Boom! With the continuous flickering of the dragon and tiger's aura, more and more energy automatically merged into Yang Haotian's body, sending out thunderous roars, like the sound of tigers and leopards. Around Yang Haotian, there are dragons and phoenixes manifesting, singing in harmony with each other, exuding auspicious aura. Tiger and leopard thunder sound, dragon and phoenix harmony.
The 15 ancestors of the young family vaguely felt that the scene in front of them was a bit familiar, and in a trance, he thought of the terrifying existence that had brought the curse of 30,000 generations to the young family. But Yang Haotian sensed a mysterious energy between heaven and earth through the dragon and tiger's orifices. The mysterious energy that looks like gold but not gold, like charcoal but not charcoal, was captured by Yang Haotian and absorbed into the body along the dragon and tiger's orifice. A loud bang. This ray of mysterious energy was instantly transformed into mighty divine power, permeating the body. Yang Haotian's eyes lit up immediately. It's actually a high-level energy comparable to the divine power of heaven. When he broke the extreme physical record. The 5-color energy rewards given to him by Heavenly Tao are also in a similar situation. A ray of energy can be transformed into a massive amount of divine power. And this energy, which looks like gold but not gold, and charcoal but not charcoal, is only slightly inferior to that day's Taoist energy, and the transformed divine power is also massive. This is Xianhuang Qi, one of the 9 spiritual Qis. Master Li Shiye's voice came to Yang Haotian's ears. The energy contained in a wisp of mysterious yellow energy is 100 times that of ordinary spiritual energy, and dozens of times of divine power. Do you still remember the pot of wine I gave you just now, which was mixed with a wisp of mysterious yellow energy? Xianhuang Qi is one of the 9 most mysterious auras in the world. Don't talk about ordinary geniuses, even those arrogances with immortal or even godly bodies can hardly detect the existence of mysterious and yellow energy. Wanting to refine them is even more wishful thinking. But Yang Haotian awakened the dragon and tiger acupoints. From now on he can not only sense the mysterious and yellow energy, but also capture it at any time and refine it instantly. Its cultivation efficiency is equal to dozens of times higher than that of Tianjiu in the same realm. What a huge advantage this is! The 6th heaven realm is so terrifying. For 15 years of keeping a low profile and being patient, Yang Haotian has now received the richest reward. Son, you deserve it all. Li Shiye smiled happily. Is that all there is to it? Yang Haotian's eyes flickered. But why do I always feel that the mysterious existence in the dark is still calling me from above the 9 heavens? Taiwan Holy Land. The elders, who are getting old, nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, we didn't let us down. The little guy from the young family has stepped into the 6th heaven. What's more interesting is that the dragon and tiger aperture, the head of the divine aperture, has actually been awakened. As expected of a chaotic body, this opportunity is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Without warning, the 3,000 realms shook together. The world fell into darkness, as if the end was coming, and the gods were at dusk. The chilling and dignified aura caused hundreds of millions of lives in the Tao domain to fall into silence, terrified. The supreme elders of Taiyi Holy Land exclaimed again and again, how could this be? Could it be that moment is finally coming? In the 3,000 realms, everything is silent, and the world loses its voice. In the endless darkness, at the end of the sky, a ray of light suddenly appeared. In the bright light, a road to heaven emerged. Hundreds of millions of avenues turned into dragons, guarding the heavenly roads, hundreds of millions of gods, and billions of auspicious colors. Countless lives in the Tao domain, as if seeing hope, knelt down and worshipped devoutly. But the endless cultivators saw the great emperors from ancient times through the sacred sky. The great emperors of all dynasties reflected the heavens, blooming the divine light of law, and appeared on the road of heaven. Every phantom of the great emperor is actually condensed from endless tribulation and thunder. And at the end of the celestial road, a stalwart and miraculous celestial emperor appeared. He is transformed by the way of heaven. At the end of the celestial road, he transforms the 3 treasures into an emperor fruit, an emperor seat, and an emperor weapon, and floats at the end of the celestial road. The heaven and earth shook, and the forces in all directions boiled over. The opening of the emperor's road is exciting and good news for any Tianjiu and any force. Because the appearance of Emperor Road means that there will be a new Tianjiu ascending to the throne of God, becoming the unworldly emperor who will overwhelm the contemporary era. And many forces will also enter the era of seizing luck and vying for world hegemony. The emperor's road is opened, and the era of great avenues is coming. Countless arrogances will all charge to the emperor's road. The opportunity to become emperor has appeared, and we will step on the road of God, seize the opportunity, swallow our luck, and strike the world.
The emperor's throne, emperor's fruit, and emperor's weapon are the only one in the world.
Who is the worthy emperor? Everything will be revealed from today. Accompanied by a sound of exclamation and shock.
The endless avenue of luck is like a galaxy waterfall hanging down from the emperor's road.
The 3,000 realms changed from the barrenness of the past, and instantly immersed in the endless ocean of luck. The hard times are over.
The world of luck is coming.
Even those ancient powers and old living fossils who have retired from the world have crawled out of coffins and tombs one after another. They sensed the changes in the heaven and earth's chi, stopped their lifespan one after another, woke up from their slumber, and opened their longing eyes. The opening of the Emperor's Road is an opportunity for the proud, the children of luck, and a chance for these old guys to regain their lives. Because with the arrival of luck, not only the three great Emperor treasures, but also endless alien species from heaven and earth, and ancient strange materials were born out of nowhere.
Among them is the appearance of the supreme treasure show Yao Taiyin God Lake. At the bottom of the 10,000-foot deep pool, hundreds of millions of underworlds are boiling.
The underworld palace, which had been covered in dust for millions of years, opened silently. The law of life and death of the Taiyin God King revolves around his body, moving forward all the way. There are a series of pitch-black ancient coffins on both sides of the display. In each ancient coffin, the once peerless arrogance and king of the Taiyin God Lake are sealed, and black lights are lit up one after another, as if to welcome the arrival of the God King. The world of luck has come, my gods, all the arrogances of the lake, wake up and see the sun again. The king of Taiyin did not finish speaking.
Bang!
In the underground palace, the coffin cover suddenly flew like black clouds, and figures with terrifying breaths came out of the open ancient coffins one after another. Every existence seemed to be able to overwhelm the current world.
Scarlet Phoenix Ancestral Land.
In the god river of earth fire that has been burning for millions of epochs and has never been extinguished, the avenue is boiling, and the law is gathering and dispersing. A fairy phoenix suddenly flew over and transformed into a majestic man with 9-color divine light surrounding his body and his hair shining brightly. He waved his hand. Immediately, divine eggs surfaced one after another from the earth fire divine river, and on the golden shells were densely branded with Xinfeng Huangwen. The stalwart man laughed with his hands behind his back. Every one of the Huangzi Tianjiao, luck has descended from the sky, the Emperor's Road has opened, and the day of great prosperity for my Scarlet Phoenix ancestral land has come. Click! The seal of the divine egg cracked suddenly, and billions of divine light rushed out from the crack, and turned into golden portals on the ground fire god river, and peerless existences slowly came out from the divine gate.
Is this Dilu?
At this time, Yang Haotian's eyes were full of doubts. If there is no mistake, the aura displayed by Dilu seems to be very similar to the existence that warmly summoned him in the dark.
Dilu opened for me? Behind him,
all the elders and elders of the Yang family, and even the 4 patriarchs, were all in a state of excitement. The era of hardships has passed, and the great fortune of heaven and earth has come.
As a long-lived family, my Yang family must fight for the throne in this life.
Well said. Over the sky of Shangyang Palace, a majestic voice came, accompanied by a sea of terrifying divine power. The expressions of all the Yang clan members suddenly changed, and they fell to their knees in unison. It's the voice of the ancestors, see the ancestors. The faces of the 4 patriarchs also changed, and they respectfully asked the first patriarch of the Yang family for instructions. Old ancestor,
do you have a lesson to pass down?
Don't be nervous, my Yang family has the supreme chaotic body in this world to suppress luck and attract 3,000 dragon energy from the Dao domain.
Even if we can't win the throne, we will give birth to several quasi-emperors.
Pass me an order. The 4 major main veins and 25 major branches of the Yang clan can communicate with the Jiyuan River from now on, and the 8 barriers are forbidden at the time of opening. The arrogances of all generations who have been sealed by our Yang clan should also come out to breathe.
This statement came out. Everyone in the Yang clan immediately became excited.
The Jiyuan River is a sealed river created by countless sources of gods, and it seals the most stunning genius of the Yang family in all dynasties. The Jiyuan River is divided into 8 levels, and the strength of the seal is more and more amazing. Only the strongest Tianjiu is eligible to be sealed into the depths of the Jiyuan River. There are even legends that the existence sealed in the deepest part of the time-forbidden Eightfold Pass, even compared with top-level physiques such as the chaotic body, is not inferior at all. It's a pity that these arrogances were born at an untimely time. In the era they lived in, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme they had insufficient luck or it was difficult for them to achieve enlightenment, so they were sealed in the Jiyuan River by the Yang family with a great sealing technique to avoid the impact of the long river of time. Now the world of great luck has arrived. The unrivaled arrogance of the Yang family in the past dynasties is finally able to shine to the fullest. With the opening of the Emperor's Road, visions appear frequently in all parts of the world. Except for the Yang clan, Taiyin Divine Lake, and Scarlet Phoenix Ancestral Land. Other regions and various forces in the 3000 Dao region also had unimaginable scenes unfolding. The top of the extreme domain. The ancient iceberg burst suddenly, and an ancient golden coffin that had been frozen for millions of years emerged. The fate of heaven and earth swept across the sky, frantically pouring into the ancient coffin. Boom! The lid of the coffin was cracked, and a pair of golden eyes opened wide, as deep as the universe of ancient times. In the blink of an eye, 6 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes one after another, piercing the sky and reaching the Emperor's Road. In the world of luck, there should be a place for my Tianpeng clan. West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme Brahma. The mottled and cracked Buddha clay sculpture, which was tens of thousands of feet high, burst into pieces. In the billowing dust, a statue of Buddha wearing a golden cassock and white clothes like snow walks 7 steps each towards the southeast, north and west. In an instant, the endless luck turned into wildflowers, and golden springs gushed wildly. He pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, and the swastikas in both eyes rotated, looking straight at the end of the Emperor's Road. The great world is coming, the heavens and the earth, I am the only one. There is also the Jingyuan ancient temple, golden light flashes, and a sun flies out of the ancient temple. In Xianting Yaoqi, the Emperor Lotus blooms, and 4 blood-dropping holy swords appear. For Elephant Mountains, Ziki came, miles from the east, and a boy riding a cow hummed a song, and a volume of Taoist scriptures was hung on the bull's horn, and the luck was condensed like a bright star. Emperor Road opened. Talented people from all walks of life joined the WTO one after another. The 9th Emperor's son of the ancestral land of the Scarlet Phoenix, born with a domineering body, 100 years into a long life, and a talent beyond the ancient and modern, Yuming sage monarch of Taiyinshanhu Lake, born with an ancestral dragon spirit, is invincible in the sky, and goddess with disordered eyes, Emperor Luo Majuan. Any one of them is in existence comparable to the top talent of the chaotic body. On this occasion, quite a few curious eyes turned to the Yang family's Shenyang Palace. After all, before the opening of the Emperor's Road, the chaos body of the Yang family shone brilliantly. After kicking off the prelude to the world of great controversy with one hand, the chaos body once again triggered the opening of the Emperor's Road. So people with good deeds speculate, in this world's Emperor Road, there must be a place for the Yang family's chaotic body. But it was unexpected. Yang Haotian announced his retreat at this time. For the next whole year, there was no news about him from the Yang family, let alone the chaos body walking in the world. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half passed. There are only 2 months left before Yang Haotian's coming-of-age ceremony. During the past year and a half, 3 major events that shocked Daoyu occurred. The first one is that the Kaiyuan Immortal Mansion and Panwu relics, 2 secret realms comparable to the Holy Tomb secret realm, were born one after another, and it has been less than a year since the opening. The second major event, Master Peacock, Pink Fozy and other masters were unsealed and entered the world, challenging the quartet, but no one can defeat Mr. Peacock. The third major event was related to Yang Haotian. The genius of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoyao, defeated Yi Changsheng, the number 1 genius in the clan a month ago, and successfully won the 0 sequence status. On the first day he became the number 0 sequence, Yi Xiaoyao went to Qinglong Mountain to force Feng's family to donate the remains of Qinglong Patriarch, and announced to the outside world that he would challenge Yang Haotian's coiling dragon splitting heaven strength with his own coiling dragon cracking the sky. Coiling dragon encircling the sky supernatural powers, I hope Yang Haotian will not avoid the battle. At this time, Yang Haotian was still in seclusion, he didn't hear anything outside the window, and concentrated on digesting what he had gained from the sixth heaven. His firm Tao heart made him understand that even if he has a peerless talent that surpasses his peers, he still has to devote enough concentration and hard work. Only in this way can he compete for the throne and run rampant all the way, this day. In the Bishue bamboo forest. Nalan Aoshue was dressed in white, with blue hair like a waterfall, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bamboo forest. The green leaf fell gently, and Nalan Aoshue's almond eyes suddenly froze, groaning. Shuein's sword light flashed, and the bamboo leaves floating in front of her were chopped into countless pieces as thin as hair. If there are bystanders here, they will be shocked by the exquisite speed of this sword. But Nalan Aoshue shook her head helplessly. After practicing for so long, this move still can't reach the young master's state of one thought turning thousands of swords. Obviously, I don't see the young master practicing swords at ordinary times. How did his swordsmanship reach such a terrifying state? Was thinking. Nalan Aoshue's face changed slightly. Someone is coming. Nalan Aoshue didn't want to see other people, so she disappeared in a flash. Bamboo leaves rustled and fell, and a figure in embarrassment staggered towards him. He was tall, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, but his breath was messy, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Cousin Tianhua, young Master Xinghe appreciates you and offered an olive branch. Why not join young Master Xinghe? Not far behind young Tianhua, a young man in black with a Dao sword floating above his head, his eyes as sharp as a sword locked on young Tianhua faintly. Yang Tianhua's eyes are full of coldness. Young Tian's. I have already told you that the only person I, young Tianhua, admires in this life is young Haotian, and he is the only young master in my eyes. A mere Yang Xinghe, an abandoned son left over from the last era. Forget it. You still want to compete with the Haotian young master? He is also worthy. Boom. Jian Guang exploded at young Tianhua's feet. Yang Tian's eyes were cold. Young Master Xinghe is extremely talented, and he will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals lead lead slash phonemas to surpass the four main lines and achieve unsurpassed brilliance. Young Tianhua, if you don't submit to young Master Xinghe, I don't mind beheading you under the sword and treating you like a chicken. That chicken that scares monkeys. Yang Tianhua laughed loudly. Ha, killing chickens and scaring monkeys? You and Yang Xinghe are nothing but monkeys. If you want to kill them, kill them. Squeeze. Sen Han's sword light directly killed young Tianhua's eyebrows. Puff. A bamboo leaf flew towards him like a sword, causing young Tian's sword light to collapse on the spot. A snow-white figure stood in front of young Tianhua. Young Tian's eyes turned cold. Nalan Aoshue. Do you want to save him? A gleam of horror flashed across his eyes. After only seeing each other for 2 years, Nalan Aoshue's realm unexpectedly made him completely unable to see through. Get out now, I won't kill you. Nalan Aoshue said coldly. The world of great struggle is coming, and every Tianjiao represents a piece of luck. Since young Tianhua's heart is towards the young master, Nalan Aoshue felt that it was necessary to win him over to young Haotian. Young Tian's obviously didn't intend to retreat, his eyes narrowed slightly. He is the master of young Master Xinghe, you. Nalan Aoshue interrupted coldly. The young family has only one young master, and that is young Haotian. Young Tian's expression darkened, and he was about to speak. Boom! A beam of sword light exploded at his feet. If you don't roll, then use your sword to speak. Young Tian's was furious. Although he was rejected when he recruited Nalan Aoshue at the beginning, he was still a level above him. He is just a follower of Yang Haotian, dare to draw his sword in front of me? Heavenly absolute divine light slash. Young Tian slashed out with a sword. The resplendent sword light had the power to overwhelm the soul, causing Yang Tianhua's expression to change. Be careful, squeeze. A bright sword light soared into the sky. Dazzling Xinhua made young Tianhua and young Tian's blind for a moment at the same time. Alarm bells were ringing in young Tian's heart, and he instinctively felt something was wrong. However, when his sight is restored. Kung! Nalan Aoshue's ice-cold Shuayin Lingjian tapped on the center of young Tian's eyebrows, and if he moved half an inch further, his life would be killed immediately. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master didn't allow the same clan to kill each other, you would have died. Nalan Aoshue withdrew the spirit sword. Gum!
Yang Tian swallowed his saliva, waves of turmoil arose in his heart. Nalan Ashua has only followed Yang Haotian for 2 years, how can she improve so fast? Even if she possessed the Eucharist of the spring, the gap wouldn't be so big, right? Yang Tian's mentality was completely out of balance.
As expected of Yongquan Eucharist, Miss Nalan is very talented, I appreciate it very much, how about following me, Yang Xinghe, brush? A figure descended from the sky. Yang Xinghe was dressed in a golden robe, his face was like a crown of jade, and there were 3 stars slowly rotating between his eyebrows. His deep eyes seemed to contain a starry sky, and when he stared at them faintly, people's souls sank into them without realizing it. Squeeze! The chill fell from Shuai's spirit sword, causing Nalan Ashua to wake up instantly, with strong vigilance flashing in her eyes. Yang Xinghe, you come from a branch vein, but you pretend to be the young master, aren't you afraid that the main vein will blame you? Yang Xinghe shook his head, as long as I'm strong enough, it's too late for them to support me, how can they blame you?
Miss Nalan, I appreciate you very much, why don't you abandon Yang Haotian and join me?
Yang Xinghe stared at Nalan Ashua with scorching eyes, and rejected her without even thinking about it. His eyes could not help but turn cold. Then, as you said, speak with strength. Without saying a word, Yang Xinghe made a decisive move and pointed at Nalan Ashua. A bright star floated at his fingertips, bursting out with inconceivable power. Nalan Ashua was startled, and chopped off with a sword. Boom! The stars at Yang Xinghe's fingertips shattered. He was not surprised, and continued to point out with a sneer smile, if you can block the first one, what about the second one? An even brighter star spun and crashed at Yang Xinghe's fingertips, shattering the void in front of Nalan Ashua. Nalan Ashua slashed out with a sword, but left only a shallow sword mark. Boom! She flew upside down, bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and was seriously injured. Yang Xinghe stood with his hands behind his back. Within 3 days, let Yang Haotian take you to the Zhaixing Pavilion to meet me, otherwise his position as young master will be lost. With a wave of Yang Xinghe's hand, a bright star flew out and hit Yang Tianhua with a bang. Wow! Yang Tianhua spat out a mouthful of blood, his dantian was shattered, and his breath was sluggish, but Yang Xinghe's one move abolished his cultivation base. The two of Yang Xinghe walked away. The seriously injured Yang Tianhua looked at Nalan Ashua with a wry smile. I'm sorry, Miss Nalan, I have troubled you and the young master. Nalan Ashua shook her head. I didn't expect that this Yang Xinghe would be able to deal such a cruel blow to his fellow clan. She handed Yang Tianhua a pill, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, the young master has never been used to people who have no bottom line. In this matter, the young master will uphold justice for you. 3 days later. Shenyang Palace. The gate of Haotian Temple, which had been closed for 21 months, finally opened again. A tall and straight young figure walked out slowly. His white clothes are like snow, elegant and dusty, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness. It was young Haotian. After more than a year and a half of retreat, his aura has become more and more ethereal, with a vague aura of the Tao lingering around him, like a mysterious starry sky. People can't catch his whereabouts, and can't see through the depth. Yang Haotian walked to the back of the mountain, meditating while walking. After nearly 2 years of retreat, he finally digested more than half of the harvest of breaking through the 6th heaven. It can be said that his improvement in the past 2 years is equivalent to the 10 years of cultivation of his peers. First of all, the most worth mentioning is naturally the breakthrough of the 6th heaven realm Xinqiao realm. The awakening of the first divine orifice dragon and tiger divine aperture gave Yang Haotian the opportunity to reharden his physical body and consolidate the foundation of his life, which not only made his physical body stronger. Moreover, the efficiency of practicing Kuanping whale swallowing technique has also increased crazily. In the past 2 years, Yang Haotian has reawakened 200 million giant whale particles, which can fuse 200 Baizhang holy mountains into his body at any time. Also, the dragon and tiger's orifice has an astonishing improvement on the innate chaotic overlord body. Before Yang Haotian broke through the divine aperture realm, the functions of the chaos body and the celestial overlord body had always been separated. If he wanted to cast a vision, he would activate the chaos body, and if he wanted to cast a divine form, he would activate the celestial overlord body. The two are independent. No matter how Yang Haotian tries, he still can't achieve the effect that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However,
Dragon and Tiger God's aperture broke this embarrassing situation in one fell swoop. During the closed period, with the help of the Dragon and Tiger Divine Aperture, Yang Haotian tried for the first time to integrate the vision of the immortal King Lin Zhoutian and the body-protecting divine form of the Taoist Bell. Surprisingly, he succeeded. The vision of the immortal King Lin Zhoutian, who merged with the divine form of the Taoist Bell, not only increased his attack and killing power, but also his defense power has also been astonishingly improved. Besides, in less than 2 years, Yang Haotian perfectly integrated the 3 soul veins of heaven, earth, and man, and he absolutely could not do without the help of the dragon and tiger gods. After the 3 soul veins were completely fused, each of them brought him a huge improvement. Heavenly soul meridian can give birth to a heavenly eye, capable of breaking 3,000 paths, earth soul veins, which can additionally absorb the energy of earth vessels from the earth. The most perverted human soul vein directly awakened Yang Haotian's innocent heart. To know. This is a terrifying talent comparable to the innate Tao embryo of the divine body. Just the initial fusion has increased his endurance 100-fold. It is also this powerful heart that allows Yang Haotian to temper his soul to his heart's content without worrying about collapse. His method of cultivating the soul comes from the supreme treasure Yin Yang 5 elements divine grinding, rewarded by the heavenly Tao. This is a veritable God-level treasure. Just the mantra of urging this God grinder is a top-level way of tempering spiritual thoughts. Chaos God grinds ideas. With the power of the soul and mind, escape into the void and chaos, visualize the chaotic God mill, and achieve the purpose of honing the soul. This process is terrifying and painful, and it is definitely not something ordinary people can bear. But if you persevere and temper your soul to a certain level, you can use this chaotic God mill to forge an innate God's mind with your spiritual mind. The congenital God's thoughts come from the chaos, comparable to the innate, cultivated to the limit, and can kill the gods with one thought. Besides, one more thing worth mentioning: when Yang Haotian broke through the Jusha realm, the 9 Tao gods took form and condensed 9 divine eggs. After closed-door practice, these 9 divine eggs actually gave birth to 9 divine leaves, and each divine leaf released a strong breath of life, like the hand of life. Moreover, the 9 god leaves can be derived into 9 god steels, which can unleash the terrifying art of suppression. Yang Haotian named it 9-leaf conferred God monument. The only fly in the ointment is that Yang Haotian always feels that these 9 divine leaves have not been developed to their peak state. It seems that an important opportunity is still missing to perfectly connect the 9 divine leaves. It will be my coming-of-age ceremony in 2 months, and the ancient Cyanwood country will also be invited. At that time, I can ask the masters of the Root Clan and Grass Clan who are good at wood-type supernatural powers. Yang Haotian secretly said. "Young master, you are out of customs." An exclamation woke Yang Haotian from his thoughts. Yang Haotian nodded slightly to him. This kid named Yang Qi suddenly became excited like something. In fact, during Yang Haotian's journey, everyone he met had bright eyes and excited faces when they saw him. Everyone saluted him respectfully, with eyes full of admiration. Obviously, the astonishing breakthrough that caused a sensation in the Tao domain a few months ago completely convinced them. Now, from top to bottom of Shangyang Palace, not only are there no more rumors, but everyone has a strong sense of pride because of this talented young master. Not to mention, when the young master broke through, he also brought infinite benefits to Shangyang Palace. In the entire Shangyang Palace, I don't know how many clansmen broke through the bottleneck because of the massive dragon energy brought by Yang Haotian, and they were all grateful to him. Even more exaggerated. The Giant Spirit Hall, one of the 10 halls of the Holy Sun Palace, suddenly received the initiative of countless masters to join. All of them were top masters at the level of living fossils. What's outrageous is that they would rather not offer any offerings, and they cried and shouted to join the Giant Spirit Hall, just to be an elder with a different surname and serve the Yang clan. The master of the Giant Spirit Palace inquired carefully, and only then did he learn that these big bosses who were grateful to date had all received the life-saving grace of the young master twice. No matter what, they have to come to repay the young master's kindness and pay back this karma. Now there are rumors in Shangyang Palace that the young master's breakthrough in opening the veins has at least brought the Yang family several times of improvement in terms of reputation and overall strength. The other 3 main lines are completely incomparable. This is a goal that the successive patriarchs of the Shangyang Palace have worked hard for hundreds of years but failed to achieve. Yang Haotian achieved it with a single breakthrough.
The name of the young master is well deserved.
Yang Haotian walked all the way to the back mountain.
At this time, in the back mountain of the Yang family, from a long distance away, one could feel the surging Daoreim permeating, and the endless sincerity soaring. Many younger generations of the Yang family sat cross-legged several tens of feet away from the sacred mountain, comprehending the remaining true meaning of the sacred mountain.
Some familiar scenes reminded Yang Haotian of the first time he signed in to Kunping Mountain. The young master is here.
The young master must have come to devour the holy mountain.
Stop comprehending quickly, don't disturb the young master Tunshin.
All the disciples of the Yang family cast adoring and eager eyes one after another. Young master, please. Yang Haotian came to the sacred mountain. What surprised him was that after devouring 20 Baizhang holy mountains in one breath last time, these neatly arranged mountains not only did not decrease, but increased in number. After inquiring, I found out that he had collected the news about Xinshan and somehow spread it. Therefore, the cultivators who came to visit, consciously or unconsciously, would bring a sacred mountain as a gift to please the young master of the chaotic body with great prospects. The ancestor of the Feng family visited the Yang family not long ago, and he specially brought a 1,000-foot sacred mountain full of the true meaning of Qinglong. Yang Haotian sat cross-legged at the foot of the sacred mountain, and at the moment he urged the Kunping whale to swallow his power, a Kunping divine figure whirled out. After breaking through the realm, Yang Haotian obviously mastered this magic skill more proficiently.
In the incredible eyes of everyone,
100-foot-high mountains turned into crystal-clear light particles one after another, spinning all the way and blending into Yang Haotian's right hand. Until nearly 100 sacred mountains present were swallowed up.
Yang Haotian glanced at the Qianjiang mountains with unsatisfactory eyes. Merging Qianjiang Dayue will consume more giant whale particles, and the speed will be much slower. Yang Haotian awakened more than 200 million particles this time, and now he only used half of it. Yang Haotian didn't want to use the remaining 1 million particles to devour the mountain. He has other plans. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, the integrity of Dao Zhong's bodyguard has increased by 11.0%, and the current integrity is %. Above Yang Haotian's head, Dao Zhong's divine form became brighter and brighter, and began to transform into a real body. Apparently it has also been improved quite a bit. Young master, Aoshue is late, is there anything you can tell Aoshue to do? As soon as Yang Haotian returned to Haotian Palace, Nalan Aoshue flashed at the door, her chest trembled slightly, and her breath was slightly unstable.
Yang Haotian frowned, you are hurt? During the 2 years of retreat, Nalan Aoshue was in charge of all the affairs in Haotian Hall.
She was meticulous about everything, and she did her best to arrange everything properly.
Yang Haotian was very satisfied. Who did it?
With a wave of his hand, an emerald green divine leaf was branded on Nalan Aoshue's chest, and the rich life energy immediately poured into her body. Healing and recovery is one of the functions attached to the 9 divine leaves. All injuries recovered in an instant, and Nalan Aoshue couldn't help but lamented that the young master's methods became more miraculous. Then she told about Yang Xingha abolishing Yang Tianhua. Yang Haotian looked indifferent, did not comment, and continued to ask, has anything else happened in the past 2 years? So Nalan Aoshue talked about the recent major events one by one. He focused on the sequence of the Yi family of the longevity family, and Yi Xiaoyao's provocation. Yi Xiaoyao? Yang Haotian smiled playfully, I don't know the so-called guy, just leave him alone, don't worry about it. Now people and dogs dare to name it Xiaoyao, such a rotten street name, tacky. Get ready and go out with me. Yang Haotian said. Nalan Aoshue was taken aback, aren't you going to ignore that Yi Xiaoyao? Yang Haotian couldn't help but nodded on her little head, it's going to the star-picking pavilion, my Miss Nalan. Knowing that the young master was going to vent her anger, Nalan Aoshue was moved, but she still persuaded, Yang Xingha is only a member of a mere clan, what qualifications do you have to let the young master go there in person? Why don't you hang him out for a few days and kill his vigor? Yang Haotian shook his head, that's not right. On the one hand, Yang Xingha has a perverted personality and is ruthless in his actions. Just because Yang Tianhua refused to accept him, he directly abolished all his cultivation.
As the young master, Yang Haotian doesn't want any more members of his clan to be hurt by this house.
On the other hand, and the most important point, Yang Xinghe provoked him, the young master, and even dared to think of the people around him, which made Yang Haotian very upset.
Let's go, let me go and see, what kind of guy is the guy who came out of the seal of the previous era? Get rid of this guy before coming of age ceremony. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Sign-in location, Qilin Tiangong Adult Banquet. Yang Haotian paused. The next sign-in place is actually Qilin Tiangong?
The Yang clan has a total of 5 heavenly palaces, 4 of which are occupied by the 4 main lines, namely the Shangyang Palace, the Burning Yang Palace, the Day and Heaven Palace, and the Xingyu Palace.
Before, the strength of each main line was enough to rival the line of Shangyang Palace. But after Yang Haotian broke through, Shangyang Palace has left the other 3 main lines far behind.
Except for these 4 heavenly palaces. There is also a Tiangong with the most magnificent scale and the most astonishing functions, named Qilin Tiangong.
Opening it once will cost millions of origin stones.
The Qilin Heavenly Palace will only be used when there are important events or celebrations of the Yang clan.
Will my coming-of-age banquet be held in Qilin Tiangong? Yang Gru has met the young master. A heroic and well-dressed woman greeted Yang Haotian and left in a hurry. Is she in a hurry? Yang Haotian wondered.
I heard that Yang Chong went to find trouble with a genius from the Ji clan, but he was arrested. Yang Ro should have gone to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme im.
Nailan Aoshua shook her head, apparently not too impressed with Yang Chong.
I hope Yang Ro can solve it smoothly.
Yang Haotian's eyes dimmed slightly.
Yang Chong, although his eyes are full of hostility, but the people he punished phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme committed heinous crimes, or humiliated and provoked the Yang family, and they all deserved their crimes.
Moreover, Yang Chong has never attacked anyone of the same clan.
Now that he actually went to trouble the so-called branch genius, I'm afraid things are not that simple.
Boom!
Over the sky of Shangyang Palace, a blazing golden light rose into the sky and galloped westward. It's the Sun Chariot, the young master's car.
The young master went west, could it be to solve that Yang Xinghe?
Humph, the young master is on the move, that brat from the clan is doomed.
Obviously, many people knew about Yang Xinghe provoking the young master. As soon as the Sun Chariot was launched, it immediately attracted the attention of many people.
A group of elders also soon learned of Yang Haotian's news, and they all showed anticipation. Guess, how will the young master handle this matter?
Yang Xinghe even dared to make a move on the young master's followers.
This is provoking the young master's majesty, and he should be punished.
Well, although Zhou Guiyuan is strong, life and death is definitely not the young master's opponent.
What I am worried about is that Yang Xinghe is acting perversely. If the young master just goes directly like this, will he be tricked? Don't worry, there are already more than a dozen seniors following in secret. Even if Yang Xinghe's lineage jumps over the wall in a hurry, they will definitely die. Provoking the majesty of the young master is absolutely unforgivable. The deepest part of Shangyang Palace. The 3 ancestors of the lineage of Yanshake City looked a little dignified. How do you think Haotian will handle this matter? I can't guess. Although Haotian has rules and bottom lines in his actions, his every move has always been unexpected, and there is no trace to be found. Well, I happened to pass through this Yang Xinghe to see how Haotian's heart is. As the young master of a clan, what he possesses is not only glory and privilege, but also some responsibilities. People with insufficient character may not be able to bear these expectations.
Will T-Honor be in danger? Are you sure you don't want to follow?
Knowing that her son was going to fight, Mrs. Yi was a little worried. Yang Xinglong felt helpless for a while. There's nothing to worry about. It's just a 9-star Guiyuan body, with a mere fairy-level physique, and dare to provoke my son. Coldness flashed across Yang Xinglong's eyes. In the past 2 years, whether it is the lineage of Shangyang Palace or the other 3 main lines, there have been many talented talents who have stepped out of the Forbidden Seal and re-entered the world. Even in the branches, there are a few powerful Tianjiao who have emerged. In the great world of luck, the emperors are fighting for the front. If you don't advance, you will retreat. In order to get more luck, all the Tianzhou are busy recruiting followers and recruiting talents from all over the world. But those brats from the Ji clan should never have done anything to their son's people. Let those who don't have long eyes know how powerful my son is. Above the sky, a golden sun rumbles forward. Wherever it passed, 2 golden ruts were left in the void, and golden divine fire was burning. Yan Haotian sat cross-legged in the chariot of the sun, and Nalan Aoshua obediently rubbed his shoulders and back.
Your technology is getting better and better. Yang Haotian nodded in satisfaction.
Nalan Aoshua's eyes were sharp, and the young master nodded. She was happier than any compliment.
How is your fairy female fragrance spring body, how is it cultivated? Yang Haotian asked.
Nalan Aoshua's eyes lit up again. Thanks to the young master's guidance, Aoshua has been able to initially control the power of the Xiangquan body, but it's just that when cultivating beside the young master, I always feel a strange feeling, which is really tormenting. Nalan Aoshua's ears turned red, and she was embarrassed to say the latter sentence from her heart.
Soon,
a sacred mountain appeared in front of it, surrounded by stars, and large stars were suspended around it. On the top of the sacred mountain, there is a palace, with a strong power of stars rising into the sky, like a pillar of the avenue, emitting bright stars.
This is the Zhaixing Pavilion? It looks good. Yang Haotian smiled playfully.
Nalan Aoshua pressed the hilt of the Shuayan spirit sword with her hand, looking around vigilantly.
The sun chariot flew all the way to the Zhaixing Pavilion, and the moment it landed on the ground,
one after another big stars flew to them, lined up on both sides, forming a passage pointing to the star-picking pavilion.
Yang Haotian immediately understood that Yang Xinghe knew he was coming.
Young master, be careful of the master of the branch.
Nalan Aoshua looked serious. She has seen several powerful auras hidden in the star-picking pavilion. Yang Haotian didn't care.
Yang Xinghe's ending was already doomed from the moment he abolished Yang Tianhua. Even if all the masters of the branches were out, the ending could not be changed.
There is nothing behind.
All the elders of Shengyang Palace had a cold light in their eyes. The group of elders in Jimai are ambitious, lurking in the Zhaixing Pavilion and want to besiege the young master? If they dare to attack, I will not show mercy and kill them all.
We must not let them hurt the young master.
The moment you enter the Zhaixing Pavilion, the light and shadow in front of you change, as if you have entered the starry sky of the universe. The sky is full of stars, flickering and compelling. A big star emerged and turned into a splendid portal. Yang Xinghe, dressed in a golden robe, came out from the portal of the starry sky, surrounded by 3 stars between his brows, and a vague talisman above his head gathered the power of the stars, like a waterfall falling from his head. He has entered the second level of dragon transformation, Chongyang realm.
Nalan Aoshua stared at the talisman with surprise.
Above the Juxia realm is the Chongyang realm, and the sign of entering the Chongyang realm is the unity of the 9 gods and clouds, and all the tactics, supernatural powers, and cultivation perceptions are transformed into words, and condensed into a natal talisman seal. This natal talisman contains all the martial arts and even the natal supernatural powers of the cultivator, which greatly improves the speed and power of casting.
The last time Nalan Aoshua saw Yang Xinghe, she hadn't yet condensed her talisman.
It's only been 2 days since I saw him, and he actually broke through to the Chongyang realm.
Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian, you really dare to come. Yang Xinghe looked at Yang Haotian, a little surprised.
With a wave of his hand, a star turned into a portal and opened, and with a plop, a figure hit the ground.
It was Yang Tianhua, whose cultivation had been completely crippled. Nalan Aoshua's face couldn't help but change. When did he arrest Yang Tianhua?
Yang Xinghe stared at Yang Haotian provocatively. Young master, this kid is your admirer, but it's a pity that he was abolished, otherwise he could be your follower. He is a good dog.
Yang Xinghe laughed jokingly, and without waiting for Yang Haotian to speak, he said, to be honest, I'm very interested in your position as the young master.
Why don't you fight a game? If you win, take this trash away. If you lose, give me the young master's position. How about it?
Without waiting for Yang Haotian to speak, Yang Xinghe waved his hand casually. Bang bang.
A series of tyrannical figures appeared in the hall. They were the elders of Yang Xinghe's lineage. Their eyes were cold, and although they didn't speak, their persecution was extremely obvious. A few of them breathed like swords, and their sharp eyes were fixed on Nalanaushue.
If Nalanaushue dared to make a move, they meant to kill him immediately.
Oh, by the way, I'm also quite interested in her.
Let her be a bonus.
If you win, she will still be yours.
If you lose, she will be my slave girl. Young Master Yang doesn't say anything. I'll take it as your consent.
Yang Xinghe sneered and waved his hand. A big star above Yang Haotian's head suddenly emerged, like a meteorite from outside the sky, with a long tail of flames. It crashed down with a bang.
Yang Haotian didn't even move. A golden light flashed all over his body. When
a bell enveloped him, golden runes flew, and the falling stars collapsed directly.
Yang Xinghe showed surprise.
Yang Haotian shook his head, looking at Yang Xinghe like looking at an idiot. I'll give you one last chance. Bind your hands and follow me back to Shangyang Palace. You may still have a chance to survive. Yang Xinghe smiled contemptuously. Why, do you want to go back to Shangyang Palace to judge me?
You are worthy? Yang Haotian shook his head. It's stubborn.
He slapped it casually.
If you don't make a move, it will be fine, and if you make a move, it will be thunderous. OM.
Yang Haotian's palm changed the color of the void and shook the palace. The elders of Yang Xinghe's lineage all changed their faces. The power of one palm is so terrifying? This is the chaos body? One must know that Yang Haotian's right hand has fused the power of hundreds of great mountains. Even a casual slap is equivalent to hundreds of mountains, all hitting Yang Xinghe together.
How can ordinary people be able to stop the terrifying power? How dare you? How dare you attack me?
Yang Xinghe's face changed, like a nobleman who was angered by the commoners. His face flashed ferociously, rumbling. The 3 stars between the eyebrows suddenly turned into 3 big stars, rumbling around the body.
Yang Xinghe's figure became ethereal and uncertain, like the stars hidden in the starry sky. He waved his arms, one big star after another, like endless mountain peaks, bumped into Yang Haotian's palm. Boom, boom, boom.
In the Jiaxing Pavilion, there was a series of explosions, and the surging power of the stars rushed out of the Xingxing Pavilion. The elder of Shangyang Palace, who was hiding the void, looked through the Xingxing Pavilion, and had a panoramic view of Yang Haotian's actions. As expected of the young master, the power of one palm forced Yang Xinghe to dare not show his face.
But don't take it lightly.
The elders in the branch are all desperate people, and there is no guarantee that they will take risks.
The elders of Shangyang Palace are secretly vigilant and ready to strike at any time. Yuanchen Divine Killing Technique. Yang Xinghe's natal talisman flashed, shining like a bright star. Squeeze.
Drawn by endless starlight, it seemed like a sword from beyond the sky, blatantly killing Shangyang Haotian. Wherever it passed, the big stars were directly penetrated, and even the void was pierced through the black nothingness black hole. Beyond a sword, it's so fierce.
Nalanauxue's expression changed, while the elders of the branches showed complacency in their eyes.
This is the Tianzhou of the branch clan that they have sealed for nearly 10,000 years, and this time they stepped out of the seal to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme their branch to glory.
To make things mysterious.
Yang Haotian saw through the trick of this sword at a glance. It looked like an energy attack, but it was actually an attack on the soul. If it were someone else, he might be caught by surprise, but Yang Xinghe used this trick against him and chose the wrong target.
After being tempered in the idea of chaos god and demon view, Yang Haotian's spirit strength is not ordinary fierce.
With a flash of divine thought, the void turned into a miraculous millstone, filled with chaotic atmosphere, and a terrifying majesty made the entire breadth of Jiaxing Pavilion suddenly condense. The elders of the branches looked shocked, staring at the grinding disc. Xinghe, be careful, that millstone is weird.
Kong.
The resplendent sword energy was only touched by this millstone, and it shattered on the spot. The chaotic grinding disc was turning rumblingly, like a chaotic mountain, crushing towards the Yang Xinghe.
Not good.
Yang Xinghe's face changed, and he waved his arms again and again. One after another big stars flew towards the chaotic millstone, trying to resist. However, ripples appeared on the millstone, directly piercing through the big star, and the surge of spiritual thoughts enveloped Yang Xinghe in an instant. With only one turn, puff.
Yang Xinghe spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his soul was seriously injured. The young master is so strong.
Yang Tianhua, who woke up, was taken aside by Nalan Aoshua and looked at Yang Haotian with a pair of eyes full of horror.
7 stars killing the heavens. Yang Xinghe was a little outraged, and his natal talisman flashed, communicating with the stars in the sky.
One by one big stars light up hundreds of millions of runes, burning blazingly, connecting with each other, forming a peerless killing array, shrouding Yang Haotian.
Don't give up yet.
Yang Haotian shook his head, looked up at the stars covering all directions. A black light flashed in the palm of his left hand. A pitch-black seal of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ base / phoneme flashed with the palm of his hand. That was the supreme spiritual artifact forbidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ base / phoneme that he had consumed a full 120 million giant whale particles to fuse into his left hand.
The forbidden magic phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ base / phoneme can confine the void and block all kinds of energy.
Even if it is the supreme Taoist artifact, the Taiyin furnace, it is difficult to break its confinement for a while.
Click.
Yang Haotian's left hand flashed a black light, and the rune of the forbidden magic bottle was branded in the void.
In an instant, the space hardened and the void solidified.
The lore-killing star formation that rumbled down was actually cut off directly above by the frozen space. Yang Haotian punched casually with his right hand and threw it above his head.
Boom boom boom.
The solidified void, together with the big stars shining with runes, all exploded.
Yang Hao Tian Dao Bell protects the body, isolating all energy aftermath.
Yang Xinghe was not so lucky. The natal talisman above his head was dimly lit. He vomited blood from the shock, staggered back 3 steps, and looked at Yang Haotian with incredible eyes.
Are you still fighting? Yang Haotian looked at Yang Xinghe calmly.
Xinghe, don't give up, you still have a killer move. The branch elders looked a little ugly.
They didn't expect that Yang Xinghe, who was invincible in the Ji clan, couldn't even hurt half of Yang Haotian's clothes. They have some doubts. Supporting Yang Xinghe to provoke Yang Haotian, is it really the right bet?
The chaotic body is really talented, but my 9-star Guiyuan body is not weaker than others.
A dark light flashed in Yang Xinghe's eyes.
When I was sealed into Jiyuan, I was banned from the 8 gates for 10,000 years. I thought that being born again would stir up the situation in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way.
Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian stopped him, and the plan to dominate died immediately.
Damn it, if Tianjiao, who is deeper in the time-forbidden 8-layer pass, walks out of the seal, I won't have a chance.
Yang Xinghe's eyes were filled with unwillingness.
The seal of the time-ban 8-fold pass became more and more fierce as it went in. Yang Xinghe once thought that with his talent, he would be sealed into the deepest part of the Yuan River. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was actually at the first pass in the outermost layer of Jiyuan River. Yang Xinghe was not reconciled, and planned to take advantage of being the first to go out, and crush the same level with a thunderous force, so as to gain a lot of resources and establish his own advantage. Unexpectedly, even the chaotic body couldn't be dealt with. How will we face the stronger Tianjia who is sealed in the depths of the 8-fold pass in the future?
I'm not reconciled. The 9-star Guiyuan body is definitely not weaker than the chaos body.
Yang Xinghe yelled in his heart, and the power of the stars around him surged at high speed, turning into swords that killed gods one after another. Whoosh! His figure was like a sword, like a bullet, and he shot in front of Yang Haotian in an instant, and the natal talisman flashed. Instant killing technique. The star-killing sword all over the body exploded with murderous intent, killing Yang Haotian's vital parts. At the same time, the 3 big stars turned into 3 sacred mountains of stars one after another, flying towards the top of Yang Haotian's head, trying to suppress him on the spot.
Yang Haotian shook his head. To be honest, he was a little disappointed.
Even though it has been known for a long time that Yang Xinghe is just the thing sealed at the outermost edge of Jiyuan River, the Yang family has to seal it in Jiyuan River every year, consuming a lot of source stones.
In the end, the so-called Tianjiao is at this level? Boom!
Yang Haotian slapped out a palm casually, and the violent palm force swept up like a waterfall in the Milky Way. The 3 big stars were directly smashed to pieces. Almost at the same time, Yang Xinghe's sharp star sword energy hit Yang Haotian. To be precise, it hit the bodyguard of the Taoist clock outside Yang Haotian's body. When
the melodious bell rang.
On the golden Dao clock, a Tianpong rune suddenly lit up.
A howl of pang.
Yang Xinghe felt the golden light flashing in front of his eyes, and his pupils became blind for a moment.
In the next second, it flew upside down.
Whoosh whoosh. Yang Haotian shot repeatedly with his fingers, and 3 bright little suns shot towards him, hitting Yang Xinghe's body almost at the same time.
Wow!
The scorching fire penetrated into Yang Xinghe's body, making his internal organs extremely hot, and the spurted blood spilled on the ground, and white smoke rose from it. The elders of the branches suddenly looked extremely ugly. They pinned their hopes on the 9-star Guiyuan body, and they lost like this?
The chaos body made 3 moves, but he couldn't block any of them?
The elders of the branches looked at Yang Haotian sullenly, with murderous intent in their eyes. At this moment, their expressions changed. There were fierce murderous intentions in the void, locking them completely, but if there was any abnormal movement, they would definitely be beheaded on the spot. The people from Shangyang Palace really came.
According to the plan, did you fight with them?
The branch elders exchanged glances with a sad look on their faces. If Yang Xinghe wins, they may be able to exchange their lives for the rise of the branch, and everything is worth it.
But now that Yang Xinghe has suffered a disastrous defeat, so what if he risked his life? The 10 Sons divine art is the foundation of the Yang family's foothold and the cornerstone of brilliance.
The family's top combat skills, the 10 Sons dragon elephant art, the heavenly god fist, and even the great enchantment of light and darkness Dharana embryozing are all based on this art.
It doesn't even understand it, so how about learning other things? Yang Haotian looked at Yang Xinghe with a disappointed expression. Yang Haotian, don't you stand tall here.
As a young master, you have all the resources, talents, and privileges.
How do you know the suffering of our branches?
Resentment and unwillingness flashed across Yang Xinghe's eyes. Give me the young master's position if you are capable, and I will definitely do no worse than you.
It seems that you still don't understand. Yang Haotian shook his head. The young master is not that important to me.
You and I are both members of the Yang family. If you are recognized by everyone and can take on the responsibility of maintaining the family, so what if the position of the young master is handed over to you?
But, can you? Yang Haotian shook his head. From your performance, you can't.
His goal was to kill the 10 murderers and avenge his mother and master.
But with the chaos body and the sign-in system, Yang Haotian is confident that he can achieve his goal.
The position of young master is just a icing on the cake for him, not a must.
The expressions of the branch elders changed. The position of young master makes people? Was Yang Haotian's words just casually, or did they come from the heart? They stared at Yang Haotian, trying hard to find evidence of insincerity from his face. However, even though their eyes were vicious, they didn't see any signs of fraud from Yang Haotian's expression. What Yang Haotian said was actually the truth.
Yang Xinghe sneered upon hearing this. Ha, Yang Haotian, your beautiful words are so loud that even the elders of my clan were deceived by you, but you came to the star-picking pavilion because I hurt your woman, and you just came to take revenge, but why did you pay me back? It's so hypocritical to say so high-sounding.
Yang Haotian shook his head again. You are wrong again.
You are indeed guilty of hurting Aoshue, but it is not worth my coming here to take revenge, because Aoshue is not a very human being. The harm you have done to her today, given time for her to grow up, will send you to die more than enough. The real purpose of my coming today is to come for Yang Tianhua, for the family rules. There is no rule without rules, which is the foundation of family prosperity. He said this. Whether it was the branch elders or the elders of Shangyang Palace, all of them couldn't help but change their expressions. None of them thought that the reason why Yang Haotian came here was because of this. Even the 3 ancestors of the Yang family who had completely concealed their aura in the void showed surprise on their faces. Come for family rules? Yang Tianhua looked at Yang Haotian gratefully. He never expected that the young master would come here in person for him.
You came here for Yang Tianhua? Yang Xinghe looked puzzled, and immediately sneered. Stop lying, he is a waste. Is it worth your trouble? It took a lot of trouble? Then do you think, you are a defeated general, what qualifications do you have to be worth my wasting words with you like this? It was the first time for Yang Haotian to talk so much with an unrelated person.
Yang Xinghe felt something bad in his heart,
and hurriedly asked, Why tell me so much? The three ancestors who were hiding in the void also couldn't help but froze slightly, showing curiosity. Originally, it was just on a whim, so he quietly followed, hoping to see how Yang Haotian would deal with his opponent. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected gains. At this time, hearing Yang Haotian's faint voice, he said in an unhurried manner, Now that the Emperor's road has been opened, heroes from all walks of life, past heroes, past arrogance, and many strong men from the previous era have emerged one after another. In this world of great competition, although opportunities are everywhere, danger is also extremely dangerous. At this point in time, my Yang family should unite with the outside world. If you are like Yang Chong, if you attack outsiders, I won't say anything about how cruel you are, but you have malicious intentions and hurt Yang Tianhua's origin. Clan rules can't spare you, and I, Yang Haotian, can't spare you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Having said this, Yang Haotian's eyes were filled with coldness. Can't you spare me? You, die. Halfway through Yang Xinghe's words, he suddenly soared into the sky. Starlight flashed all over the body, and quickly gathered towards the Dantian. A terrifying swordlight was bred, Kaiyuan Xingwang / The branch elders exclaimed, Galaxy can't do it. Although Yang Haotian's words failed to completely convince these old fellows. But they vaguely felt that the young master's heart was probably far beyond their expectations. It is a great blessing for the Yang family to have such a young master. If you want to get rid of them, they are too stupid. Naylan Ashue and the elders of Jimai wanted to stop her without even thinking about it. However, it was not yet time to make a move. In the void behind Yang Haotian, a Jinpeng suddenly appeared, lifelike, killing Yang Xinghe like lightning. At the same time, a real dragon manifested behind Tianpeng, and a dragon chant made Yang Xinghe's soul tremble. Even the branch elders couldn't help trembling in their souls, with the urge to bow down. It is the second vision of Yang Haotian's awakening, the picture of Tianpeng fighting the dragon. It is in an instant. The golden Tianpeng had already grabbed onto Yang Xinghe's body, and bang pressed him to the ground, unable to move. The real dragon flicked its tail, the golden light was shining brightly, and with a bang, the Kaiyuan Xingwang Zhan was extinguished by a tail. Stubborn. Yang Haotian's eyes turned into indifference, scoff. With a hook of Jinpeng's sharp claws that were as sharp as a knife, Yang Xinghe's dantian was torn apart with a puff, and blood gushed out. A group of bright galaxy, like a deep starry universe, entrenched in his sea of qi. Jinpeng hooked it with its claws and pulled it out. It was the essence of the 9 stars Guiyuan body. No! Return my 9-star Guiyuan body. Yang Xinghe screamed crazily, but his body was limp, unable to move like mud. Above Yang Haotian's head, a green divine leaf floated out, the Dao patterns filled the air, the rays of light were everywhere, and a strong life energy emanated from the divine leaf. Just a whiff of breath made the branch elders secretly startled. Xinxia transforms into form. There is only one step away from awakening the supernatural power of life. I saw that green divine leaf swaying slightly, and 2 streams of strong life energy fell down. Among them, the most surging ball wrapped the essence of Joshing Guiyuan body and flew into Yang Tianhua's body. Time. Yang Tianhua's physical body crackled and exploded, and his injuries recovered almost instantly at an astonishing speed. Not only that, the energy of Shinai actually returned the 9 stars to the source of the original body, and merged with Yang Tianhua, and the energy of the stars from all directions came together. Yang Tianhua's talent is actually stronger than before, and it is just around the corner to restore her cultivation. I actually have the 9-star Guiyuan body. Young master, I. Yang Tianhua was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Originally, Yang Haotian sought justice for him, and he was very grateful. From now on, he will be a disabled person who has lost all his cultivation in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme on his last days with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian's methods were astonishing, and Yang Xinghe's talent was perfectly integrated with him. It was like giving him a second life. Yang Tianhua looked at Yang Haotian, full of gratitude, admiration, respect and other emotions. The branch elders were also stunned by Yang Haotian's defiant operation. Although some talents can be forcibly seized, But Yang Haotian has never seen such a smooth person.
Yang Haotian injected another weaker life essence into Yang Xingha's body. If you attack the same clan and destroy its origin, then I will compensate him with your talent, and you must not be able to say anything. When I go back, I will, as the young master of the Yang family, issue a clan decree. It is okay for fellow clansmen to compete with each other, but it is strictly forbidden to use deadly hands, hurt the source, and prevent internal friction. As for you Yang Xingha, as the chicken who kills chickens and scares monkeys, follow me back to the Yang clan and accept the punishment of the clan rules. After all, he directly sealed Yang Xingha and turned to look at the branch elders. Yang Haotian looked indifferent. Elders, is it fair for Haotian to deal with it today? The branch elders fell silent. Yang Haotian and his party in Jiaxing Pavilion not only let them see the power of the chaotic body. He fully realized Yang Haotian's thunder method. 9-star Guiyuan body was a top-grade talent, and he gave it to Yang Tianhua just for the sake of justice. More importantly, this young lord's judgments on internal friction in the family and the general trend of the world all show a broad mind and great vision. This talent is more than enough for the young master of the Yang family. A long time. The branch elders all bowed their heads and saluted together. The young master is open-minded, fair in dealing with things, and has the means to reach the heavens and the earth. It is a blessing for the Yang family to have a young master like you. I'll wait, convinced. Yang Haotian nodded. Since you are convinced, let's follow the elders outside and go back to the Yang family to accept the punishment. Collaborating with Yang Xingha to threaten him, ignoring the majesty of the young master. Yang Haotian naturally wouldn't just let them go lightly. Facing Yang Haotian's already dignified eyes, the elders of the branches did not hesitate to confess their crimes on their own. Yang Xingha's lineage can no longer raise any thoughts of resistance. The strongest genius was waved to the ground by others. What unwilling capital do they have? It's a pity that Yang Tian's didn't show up, but he hid quite quickly. A cold light flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. Outside the palace of picking stars, a group of elders controlled the branch people, with complicated expressions. There was surprise that it was so easy for the young master to suppress the Jiaxing Guiyuan immortal physique. Even more shocked by Yang Haotian's words just now, my young master of the Yang family actually has such a broad mind and long-term vision. How lucky the Yang family is. Above the void. The three ancestors exchanged glances, and also saw the relief and admiration in each other's eyes. With this son as the young master, why should my Yang family be unhappy? Even those Tianjiu who came out of the seal of Jiayuan River, compared with Haotian's kindness, I'm afraid they are not as good. Haotian has already mastered the tenfold and ten-sun magic skills, so we should find an opportunity to teach him the ten-sun dragon elephant skills. This moment. The three ancestors changed their wait-and-see attitude towards Yang Haotian. Originally, when dealing with Yang Haotian, they had most supported favoring resources. After all, they were not sure enough about Yang Haotian's character. But today's encounter made them see clearly the character of this young master. It was also from this moment that Yang Haotian formally established his identity as the helm of the next generation of the Yang family in the hearts of the ancestors with the highest status in the Yang family. The young master of the Yang family is Yang Haotian. Oh, by the way, there is also the Order of the Gods. Remember to urge him to come to the treasure house as soon as possible. Yang Haotian returned to Shangyang Palace. The clouds were calm and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme was light, as if he hadn't done anything. However, under the deliberate preaching by Yang Tianhua and other elders, the fact that he defeated Yang Xingha with only 3 moves quickly spread throughout the entire Yang family and gradually spread to the outside world. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian's suppression of Yang Xingha did not cause much repercussions. On the contrary, it was the rule he set that spread to all directions at an astonishing speed, which aroused the emotion of many clan disciples. This rule was promulgated by Yang Haotian in the name of the young master when he returned to Shangyang Palace. No matter what the situation is, all Yang clan celestial beings are not allowed to fight privately with each other, harm their lives, let alone use the name of sparring to injure the origin of the same clan, and abolish their cultivation. Those who make such an order will be punished by the clan rules. As soon as this decree was promulgated, it immediately received support from top to bottom of the Sun clan. With the opening of the Emperor's Road, more and more Tianjiao came out of the seal of Jiyuan River, but compared with the Tianjiao who grew up in the contemporary era, they lacked the time and foundation, so their actions were unavoidably violent. The people of the same race who were oppressed by it, or even abolished and killed, were by no means a minority.
Now,
Yang Xinghan not only abolished his cultivation base, but also took away his 9-star Guiyuan body talent. As the implementer of this punishment, Yang Haotian promulgated this order, which directly made these Tianjiao feel jealous, and they became more honest for a while. Because of this, Yang Haotian's prestige rose greatly. Hey, I envy the Yang family, there is such a young master who has a fellow clan. Why can't we meet this young master? The descendants of the Scarlet Phoenix ancestral land in Taiyin Shenhu are all envious. Naturally, it is impossible for similar things to happen only in the Yang family.
As long as there is any force that unblocks Tianjiao, there will be incidents of cannibalism among the same clan. But they don't have a young master like Yang Haotian to uphold justice. For a while, even the disciples of the Yang clan became the envy of other cultivators of the same generation. Yi family happy hall.
Yang Haotian dares to ignore me, he is courting death. Yi Xiaoyao's whole body was full of dragon energy, and there was a dark light in his eyes. He challenged Yang Haotian, but Yang Haotian ignored him at all. He would rather deal with some rubbish, Gui Yuanti, than Yi Xiaoyao. This is blatant disregard for him. My lord, it will be Yang Haotian's coming-of-age ceremony soon, do you want to teach him a lesson then? Follower Zhang Yi's tone is quiet and authentic. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold, of course we can't let go of this opportunity. Yang Haotian, if you don't give me face, then don't blame me for sweeping your face. If you don't fight me, then I will find an occasion that you can't refuse. Gu Family Life Hall. Gu Xianer is surrounded by the laws of space, floating and twisting in the void, with a pair of beautiful eyes shining with wisdom. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian has such courage. I underestimated him before. Longevity families like the Yang family don't even bother with the strategy of raising Gu. Yang Haotian's move has greatly preserved the family's strength, but worry flashed across Gu Xianer's eyes. The Tianjiao keep their own place, I'm afraid it's just an appearance. To subdue these unruly people, it's not enough to deal with Yang Xingha, they are temporarily dormant, just waiting for who will be the first to ignore Yang Haotian's order. Once there is the first one, the second one will appear immediately. Yang Haotian's first order as the young master will only become a joke. Unless, he can use thunderous means. As Gu Xianer expected. Only 3 days have passed since Yang Haotian's order was promulgated. The first person who ignored him appeared. In Haotian Palace. Yang Haotian is cultivating, the dragon and tiger's orifice is like a star, snatching strands of black and yellow energy from the air and refining them into his body. Even though Nalan Ashua had seen its surging energy aura many times before, she still couldn't help being secretly startled. What made her admire even more was that after what happened to Yang Tong, the young master was able to practice calmly. This demeanor made her admire. After half an hour, Yang Haotian's daily routine training ended. Only then did Nalan Ashua say with righteous indignation, Young master, Yang Tang is provoking the young master by doing this kind of thing, and he must not be spared. Yang Tang is the arrogance of the lower branch who has just been unblocked, and he was the one who detained Yang Chong before. Yang Ro went to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phonemer, but was beaten back seriously injured by Yang Tang. What's more, he even dug out Yang Chang's supreme bone on the spot and passed it on to his followers. Such vicious and cruel actions are clearly provoking the Yang family's rules. And more importantly, the timing of his action was neither too early nor too late, just after Yang Haotian's decree forbidding clan fratricide was promulgated. This is a blatant challenge to Yang Haotian's prestige, and it is not a small blow to his young master's prestige. Young master, let me cut off Yang Tang's head. Nalan Ashua's eyes were full of murderous intent. As a follower of Yang Haotian, she has become more and more dedicated. It's just a small matter, don't be so impulsive. Yang Haotian smiled and waved his hands. This Yang Tang did such a thing at such a time, and the result was doomed to death. But in line with the principle of waste utilization, Yang Haotian intends to make his death more valuable. In fact, as soon as the news came, the family conveyed the meaning of the three ancestors. Yang Haotian decides whether Yang Tang is dead or alive. If manpower is needed, all members of Sanluo Palace, including the master of Sanluo Palace, should be mobilized by Yang Haotian. Among the 10 halls of the Yang clan, the Sanluo Hall is the department responsible for the family's laws and family regulations. The lowest strength of each member is above the Chongyang realm, and they are solid soldiers and strong generals. And the cultivation of Sanluo Palace Master has reached the astonishing secret realm of longevity, and his status is not inferior to the elders. Only the Patriarch and the 12 elders are qualified to command the Sanluo Palace Master. The three ancestors jointly issued such an order, and even the Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was handed over to Yang Haotian, expressing their attitude without reservation. The young Master Yang Haotian has been unanimously approved by the Holy Yang Palace, and His Majesty will never allow any disciples to provoke him. In fact, it's not just the ancestors, the people in Shangyang Palace almost all held their breath from top to bottom. Such an excellent, generous, and bottom-line young master, there are still people who want to provoke him? It just doesn't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Everyone is waiting for Yang Haotian to start a killing spree, to teach the short-sighted Yang Tang a hard lesson. But Yang Haotian didn't plan to use Sanluo Hall. It's just a genius of a branch, and it's worth him to use such a big battle? But he may not care about the position of young master, but he does not allow anyone to challenge His Majesty. If you want to slap him in the face, you can't. Young master, Yang Chong begs to see you. Nalan Aushus said. He did come. Yang Haotian smiled and nodded, let him in. An 11 or 12-year-old boy walked in with disheveled hair. The injury on his chest has been brought under control, leaving a hideous scar, and his face is pale, his breath is messy, and his footsteps are a little vain, completely losing the sharpness of the past. It seems to be recovering quite decently. Yang Haotian looked at Yang Chong and said calmly. Yang Tang injured my sister, dug out my supreme bone, such a brutal act, shouldn't you kill him? Yang Chong stared at Yang Haotian, eyes full of hostility. He could bear being dug out, but he could never bear to hurt his sister. Yang Tang must die. Ignoring Yang Chang's eyes filled with murderous intent, Yang Haotian shook his head and said slowly, you came to ask me for help, but you didn't even want to call brother Shang? This boy Yang Chong has a very awkward personality. It was because of Yang Haotian's favor that he broke through the bottleneck before, so he came to the door that day and told Yang Haotian that he would pay back the favor. As a result, the talent was taken away before the favor was returned. You haven't repaid the previous favor, and now you're asking me for help to take revenge. Calling me big brother isn't too much, is it? Yang Haotian looked at Yang Chong. Big brother. Yang Chong yelled crisply, he didn't allow anyone to hurt his sister. If you can kill Yang Tang for me, I'd be willing to call you 10 or 100 times big brother, even my life is yours. It doesn't have to be. Yang Haotian waved his hand, Yang Tang ignores the family rules, so he will be punished, but since you call me brother, don't you want to take back the talent of the Supreme Bone? I killed Yang Tang for you, how can I kill him myself to relieve my anger? As soon as Yang Haotian said this, Yang Chang's eyes burst into an astonishing light, can you help me get my bones back? The Supreme Bone was dug out, unable to avenge his sister, this was Yang Chang's biggest pain. Under his longing eyes, Yang Haotian nodded slowly. But immediately Yang Chang's heart sank again, and he heard Yang Haotian say slowly, I have 2 ways to help you get back your talent. The first way is naturally to get that supreme bone back from Yang Tang. What about the second way? Yang Chang's eyes were burning, and he always felt that Yang Haotian's words had other intentions. The second way is to regenerate your supreme bone. It can make your talents better than before, but there is also a disadvantage, the process of rebirth is 10 times more painful than being dug out of your supreme bone. Talent is better than before? I choose the second method. As Yang Haotian expected, Yang Chong chose the second path without hesitation, staring at Yang Haotian with burning eyes, you really have a way to regenerate my supreme bone? Yang Haotian nodded, but did not speak. Yang Chang's eyes flickered, and he said directly, what do you want me to do? Yang Haotian smiled, and a sharp light in his eyes turned into an endless cold killing intent, which seemed to flow out of his eyes. I need a sharp sword, a peerless and fierce sword that will kill all those who violate the order and all those who dare to violate my will.
Young Chong, do you dare to take on this task?
In troubled times, heavy codes are used, the heart of the benevolent cannot be less, and the means of thunderbolt must also be possessed. This son of Yang Chong is born with an astonishing hostility. After training, he must be a peerless sharp blade with a murderous aura that will never stop.
I see what you mean.
There was a flash of light in Yang Chang's eyes. As long as I can avenge my sister and kill an unruly scum like Yang Tong, what about making a sword?
I'll do it. Yang Chong was straightforward and decisive.
Okay.
Then tell me now, why did Yang Tang detain you in the first place? What is the reason why you bothered him? Yang Haotian knows very well that Yang Chang's nature is not bad. Even though his eyes are full of hostility, he never strikes against his clansmen.
This time, he went straight to the branch and went to Yang Tang to settle the score. There must be some reason. Yang Tang uttered wild words, saying that you are not worthy of being a young master. I owe you favors, and want to teach him a lesson for you. Yang Tang smiled wryly. It's a pity that my skills are not as good as others, and my sister was also troubled.
This Yang Tang really deserved to die.
Nailan Aoshue was already murderous, but now that she knew Yang Tang's target was the young master, her eyes became even more murderous.
He, another bastard who overestimates his capabilities.
Yang Chong, I will capture this man, and you will kill him in front of your clansmen.
Sun Han flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. Didn't you want to provoke me? I will let you know what I need to bear to provoke me.
Above Yang Haotian's head, a ray of light flashed, and the 9 gods condensed and came out. Nailan Aoshue and Yang Chong were surprised to see that the 9 gods had turned into 9 emerald green leaves. Buzz. 9 Paths God Yi exudes a strong life energy, like the hand of a god. They pat Xiang Yang Chang's chest together. Bang bang bang.
The dense emerald green runes slid into Yang Chang's chest like little snakes.
He suddenly felt endless pain attacking his body. It is actually 10 times stronger than when he first awakened the supreme bone.
Stop it if you can't stand it, I can dig the bone back for you. Yang Haotian said with a deadpan expression. Continue. No matter how painful it is, I can't bear it anymore. Ah.
A boy in his early teens roared to the sky, veins popped out on his forehead, and beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead.
A time.
The green glow flickered in the entire Haotian palace, and the life energy was boiling.
The whole process lasted for a day and a night. Mirage Mountain. Tenglong Temple.
On the uppermost throne sits a black-robed young man cross-legged, with a jet-black 9-apertured spirit fetus above his head, exuding 9-color precious light, slowly floating and sinking in the endless Tao rhyme. Below him, several followers who also did not follow the breath sat quietly cross-legged. For the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme follower, a precious bone on the chest exudes a divine glow, and is constantly trembling. The follower had a ferocious face, trying hard to fuse this treasure bone.
Sudden. Puff.
The follower spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, his chest sneered, and the precious bone tore open his chest, turned into a ray of light and was about to escape.
Bang!
A big hand was born out of thin air, and it slapped the precious bone to the ground, densely packed with precious light symbols flying around. The young man in black flicked his fingers and sealed the treasure bone directly. A group of trash, none of them can subdue this precious bone. Yang Tang had an unruly face, his aura was as sharp as a sword. If you look carefully, each of his eyes has 2 pupils, one pupil is as sharp as a sword, and the other pupil is as deep as an abyss, making one's soul tremble when looking at it. Unexpectedly, there is no one in a million double pupils. On top of Yang Tang's head, the black 9-orifice god fetus retracted into the body, and the double pupils faintly flickered black. You bastards, tried one by one, not even one who can refine the supreme bone, and expect you to fight against the Sanluo Palace of the Holy Yang Palace?
Ha!
Yang Tang felt helpless for a while. Back then when he broke the seal and walked out of the 6th pass, he was ambitious and wanted to compete with the world. Unexpectedly, when I saw the withered and scattered people in the branch, I felt powerless. With this background, how can he compete with other Tianjiao? How can he have resources to support? If he wants to fight for the top of the Emperor's Road and fight against the world's arrogant, he must have enough backup support, resources, connections, status, and inheritance, all of which are indispensable. Since the branch is not good, then I will fight for it myself. Then Yang Teng aimed at the chaotic body without hesitation. If you want to do it big. As long as he can step on the chaos body, he can prove his talent, and then he will naturally get the recognition and support of the main line. For this purpose, Yang Teng directly spoke out, accusing Yang Haotian of not being worthy of being the head of the family. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian himself was not attracted, but Yang Chong was. The supreme bone on his body immediately aroused Yang Teng's covetousness, and he dug it out. Pity. The supreme bone is strong, but it is naturally repulsive with his 9-aperture spirit fetus, and the fusion has ended in failure several times. I had no choice but to give it to my subordinates, but in the end, none of them could integrate successfully. Report to the young master. There is movement in the Shangyang Palace. A branch elder rushed into Tinglong Hall. Yang Teng's eyes flashed suddenly. It's finally here. Tell me, how many people have they come? How long can you block the elders with all your elders? If you want to be recognized by the above, you must prove that you are strong enough, not only must be able to fight, but also must be strong in command strategy. Yang Teng was gearing up, ready to arrange the elders and followers to fight. Unexpectedly, the elder's answer made his body stiff. To tell the young master, only one person came. Boom. Yang Teng's aura exploded in an instant. How could this be reasonable? How dare Shangyang Palace underestimate me? Yang Teng. Only one person is sent to die? Who is coming? Yang Teng decided to kill this person no matter what. If the main line dares to look down on me, then I will let you all know how powerful I am. The elder opened his mouth, just about to speak. A calm voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Don't ask, I'm exactly the person you're looking for. Before the words were finished, a big golden hand descended from the sky, like hundreds of divine mountains falling down. Boom. Tinglong Hall was instantly turned into ruins. A few followers of Yang Teng couldn't dodge in time, they were crushed to a pulp on the spot. The terrifying power caused the mountain where Tinglong Temple was located to collapse on the spot and be razed to the ground. Yang Teng, the elders, and the surviving followers scattered and hid in the void. They looked towards the people in horror, and suddenly saw above the sky, the sun chariot suspended in the void, like a golden sun, burning blazingly. A young man in white, with a handsome face and an indifferent expression, is slowly withdrawing his palm. Obviously, the palm that collapsed Tinglong Temple and even the entire Milong Mountain came from him. Yang Haotian. How dare you come here alone? Yang Teng's pupils shrank, and the double pupils burst into unmatched light. Ha, I've seen people who don't care about life and death, but I've never seen you come to court like this. Around Yang Teng, a group of followers and elders were also ready to move. Yang Haotian looked indifferent, didn't even say a word, just slapped him casually. The void vibrated, and the majestic palm rushed towards the followers. Before they could make a move in the future, they felt an earth-shattering overwhelming force sweeping towards them like mountains and seas. Not good. Hide quickly. Puff. Yang Haotian's palm was too fast. Not only did he possess the power of hundreds of great mountains, but he also integrated the turbulent firepower of the 10 Suns' divine art. More than half of Yang Teng's followers were directly shaken to death, not even leaving their bodies, they were turned into fly ash on the spot. The other half escaped the blow by luck, but were seriously injured by Yang Haotian's palm. Yang Haotian. You. Yang Teng's voice just started. Just above Yang Haotian's head, 9 radiant clouds lit up. Yang Haotian's whole body was bathed in the sunlight, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. He casually pointed in this direction. Whoosh. 9 paths of divine glow flew towards Yangteng, surrounding Yangteng, and turned into 9 emerald green sacred monuments. On this sacred tablet, there are strands of mysterious runes imprinted on it. Vaguely, the runes connected with each other, forming 9 pupils, staring at Yang Teng faintly. Yang Teng suddenly felt that everything from body to soul froze on the spot, unable to move. What a 9-orifice spirit fetus, born with double pupils, any talent is useless. The 9 Tao divine tablets turned into 9 rays of light and shot into his body, making him unable to move at all.
What kind of supernatural power is this? When did my Yang family have such a confinement magic? Yang Tang was shocked. Snapped. He was slapped across the air by Yang Haotian, directly on his mouth, to shut up. Yang Haotian hooked it casually. The invisible energy bound Yang Tang, like throwing a pig. He threw it onto the sun chariot. Leave the rest to the elders, Yang Hao said to the sky. Several tyrannical figures suddenly appeared. Don't worry, young master. Seeing the young lord driving away in the sun chariot, the eyes of the Yang family elders who came after him were full of amazement, pride, and other expressions. Good guy. The last time it was enough to subdue Yang Xinghe with 3 moves, this time it was even more outrageous. He suppressed Yang Tang with only 1 move. You know, this Yang Tang is the arrogance of the 6th pass of the time ban, and his strength is much stronger than Yang Xinghe. It is said that she was born with double pupils and was pregnant with a 9-aperture divine fetus, but in the end she couldn't even block the young master's move. What's even more outrageous is that it hasn't even been half an hour since the young master went out to leave Shangyang Palace, and now he has suppressed Yang Tang and returned the same way. Young master is too fast. In Haotian Palace. When Yang Chong woke up from a deep sleep, he saw the concerned face of his sister Yang Ro. Sister, your injury is healed. Yang Chong looked excited, and found at a glance that his sister had completely recovered from her injuries. Yang Ro looked at her younger brother with a complicated expression. Yang Chong, why did you agree to the young master's request? Being the sword in his hand means that you will be accompanied by constant killings in the future. You. Sister, stop talking. Yang Chong has always respected his sister very much, and rarely interrupted her, but this time he interrupted. As long as I can become stronger, it doesn't matter if I become Brother Haotian's sword. What's more, my ability to recover my talent is all due to Brother Haotian. Yang Chang's chest, a radiant aura brewed astonishing energy fluctuations. Yang Ro was stunned. The young master took your supreme bone back? No, this is the second bone that Brother Haotian helped me reawaken, and I have a feeling that this bone is stronger than the previous one. Just talking, The new bones in Yang Chang's chest suddenly burst into incomparable light, and he suddenly looked out of the hall. It's my previous bone, it's approaching here. He looked at Yang Ro in surprise. Did Brother Haotian go to find Yang Tang? The surprise on Yang Ro's face was no less than his. Half an hour ago, Yang Haotian healed her injury casually, left her to take care of her younger brother, and drove out in the sun chariot. How long has he brought back the supreme bone from Yang Tang? Soon, Yang Haotian walked into the hall. Nailan Aoshua followed behind, holding a ball of precious light in her hand. In that precious light, there is a divine bone filled with runes, with a natural aura. Yang Chong exclaimed, it's my supreme bone. Yang Haotian took it indifferently. The real supreme bone is in your body. This one is just a precious bone. He threw the treasure bone Chaoyan Chong casually. It's up to you to deal with it. Where's Yang Tang? I'm going to kill him. Yang Chang's eyes were full of hostility. Yang Haotian smiled. Are you sure you can be his match? Born with a 9-aperture spirit fetus and a rare double pupil body, Yang Tang's strength is absolutely extraordinary. With Yang Chang's current means, he would have to hang if he wanted to win Yang Tang, let alone kill him. It seems that Brother Yang can't do anything about him. But I will become stronger soon, and then I will kill him with my own hands. Yang Chong mistakenly believed that Yang Haotian just snatched back the treasure bone, but failed to capture Yang Tang back. There is no way. After all, Yang Tang is too strong. He tried his best at the beginning, even joined forces with his sister, but he couldn't do anything against him. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian shook his head. Yang Tang has been captured by me, and he has been imprisoned in the prison of Sanluo Palace. You can kill him yourself at that time. What? This time, both Yang Chong and Yang Ro changed their faces. The young master actually led someone to capture Yang Tang back? How can that be? The young master went out with all his plans, and it took less than half an hour, and Yang Tang was actually settled? Too fast. A time. The siblings looked at Yang Haotian with amazement. Yang Haotian's expression was flat, but Nailan Aoshua beside him looked proud. How long will it take at the fastest? Can you kill Yang Tang? Yang Haotian asked.
If you want Yang Chong to be the sharp blade in your hand, to frighten Xiao Xiao, then you can kill and keep sharpening this fierce sword.
Give me 10 days. After 10 days, I will kill Yang Tong. Yang Chong said. I'll only give you 2 days. Yang Haotian said, in 2 days, I can personally guide you. No. Shonger can't take this risk.
Yang Ro objected loudly. Yang Haotian wanted to finish in 2 days what could only be done in 10 days.
What a joke. Yang Chong also looked at Yang Haotian suspiciously. The siblings thought that Yang Haotian took the elders to deal with Yang Tang.
They naturally didn't know that Yang Haotian was alone, and he suppressed Yang Tang with only one move. Yang Chong, follow me to the martial arts hall, what you decide afterward is up to you.
Less than half an hour.
The closed door of the Yanbu dojo was suddenly opened.
Yang Haotian looked calm and walked out at a leisurely pace.
Yang Ro hurriedly looked into the hall, and saw Yang Chong lying on the ground panting in the center of the martial arts arena, looking at Yang Haotian with admiration. Brother Haotian, I will count on you for the next 2 days.
This look.
Yang Ro's heart trembled. Ever since she was a child, she had never seen anyone her younger brother served. Even Yang Haotian, in Yang Chang's eyes, is just a goal to catch up with. But now, she saw admiration and conviction in her younger brother's eyes.
Yang Ro couldn't help but look at the back of Yang Haotian. Young master, what kind of astonishing means do you have? Even my rebellious younger brother is willing to surrender. 2 days have passed. Apart from training, Yang Haotian spent most of his time practicing Yang Chong in the martial arts hall.
Yang Chong, who was reborn as the Supreme Bone, has improved rapidly in strength.
In addition, Yang Haotian called from time to time.
His fighting skills are improving at an almost astonishing speed.
At the same time,
his admiration for Yang Haotian became more and more thorough and intense.
Yang Chong is very clear that what he has learned now is probably less than 1/1000th of Brother Haotian.
So when he heard that Yang Haotian suppressed Yang Tun with only one trick, he was not surprised. How strong Brother Haotian is, he can't imagine it at all.
Outside Haotian Palace, Yang Haotian looked at the sunset, slightly lost in thought.
Tomorrow is the battle of Yang Chong beheading Yang Tang. In order to establish rules, he specially invited the elders of each branch to watch the battle in San Luo Hall. Yang Haotian used this battle to tell them, anyone who tries to provoke his might as a young master will be mercilessly beheaded. Yang Chong is the first fierce sword he forged.
There is a flaw. Die. Sen Han's murderous intent, shattering the void, suddenly attacked Yang Haotian's heart.
Yang Haotian didn't turn his head back. A green dragon flew out from behind, with thousands of runes and thousands of auspicious colors, entangled towards the curvy red shadow. Seeing the ferocious Panlong Chi, he was about to swallow that beautiful figure in one gulp.
Brush. Panlong disappeared out of thin air. Little villain. Is this the Panlong Chantanjin supernatural power you got? It's really not bad.
The ancestor of Haotian wore a red dress, black hair like a waterfall, and a fiery figure, exuding a mature and hot temptation of the devil. 16 years have passed, but the years have not left any traces on her body. Her figure is still hot, and her temper is still hot. Only the faint fragrance mixed with alcohol made Yang Haotian Weilu addicted. 16 years, how time flies. The Haotian patriarch's eyes were blurred. He was once a little boy, but he has grown into an adult. He is tall and straight, handsome and handsome.
And what's even more rare is the astonishing strength. A breakthrough when opening the veins shocked the entire Dao domain.
Even himself, under the light of Yang Haotian, gained a lot of insights into practice.
Little guy, here it is.
Haotian patriarch threw his jade hand, and threw a black glow. Yang Haotian received it in his hand, the cold air overflowed, and the murderous intent was overwhelming. It was actually a magic furnace.
Taiyin Divine Furnace? Yang Haotian recognized that this was exactly the Taoist weapon that Taiyin Shenhu strangled him when he was born.
Old ancestor, this.
Patriarch Haotian rolled his eyes, a coming-of-age gift for you.
Without you, Patriarch would not be able to descend this superb Taoist artifact.
In order to strangle Yang Haotian back then, Taiyin Shenhu did not hesitate to use a superb Taoist artifact and an immortal master. It's a pity that Hudian Patriarch went out in person, and the immortal master was scared away on the spot. However, with the quiet help of Yang Haotian, she kept the Taiyin divine furnace. For more than 10 years, Hudian Patriarch has been trying to erase the tens of thousands of marks left in the sacred furnace. It was finally completed not long ago, and it was given to Yang Haotian as a coming-of-age gift. It's still the ancestor who loves me, so I accept it. Yang Haotian smiled. With this Taoist weapon, his combat power will be further improved. Even against the Shangyang realm and even the Longmen realm, they have the power to fight. Little guy, I have a divine refining method that can help you refine it. If you want to refine a Taoist artifact, you need to consume a lot of spiritual thoughts and time, and it takes longer to refine a top-grade Taoist artifact. Unexpectedly, Hudian Patriarch hadn't finished talking. I saw Yang Haotian raised his finger and fixed the Taiyin divine stove in the void, and immediately a majestic chaotic divine sense poured into the divine stove like a tidal wave. In an instant, Yang Haotian seemed to have entered another world, with tens of thousands of formations and hundreds of millions of tadpole-like law runes floating in front of his eyes. It seems to have sensed the enemy's invasion, and the formations are lit up one after another, like a beast opening its pupils. Roar the formation trembled, spraying out streams of lunar black fire, freezing this piece of heaven and earth directly. If it weren't for Yang Haotian's divine sense to have the chaotic attribute, I am afraid that consciousness would also be frozen here. The Taiyin black fire did not let go, and turned into a pitch-black fire unicorn, with countless law runes surrounding it like a rain of light, rushing to kill Yang Haotian. Surrender to me. Yang Haotian gave a low snort. Buzz. The majestic spiritual thoughts rushed wildly, and the densely packed formations, hundreds of millions of avenue runes, and laws in the sacred furnace were washed and refined by the chaotic spiritual thoughts at an astonishing speed. One breath time is not enough. The Taiyin divine furnace withdrew all its breath, shrunk down to the size of a pill, and obediently hovered over Yang Haotian's fingertips. With a thought in Yang Haotian's mind, the pitch-black fire unicorn swallowed the Taiyin divine furnace in one gulp, and turned into a wisp of black smoke and entered into his sea of energy. What an astonishing divine sense, and the refining speed is too fast. Patriarch Hudian was shocked. This is a superb Taoist weapon, with tens of thousands of formations and tens of millions of Taoist runes imprinted in it. Even if she wants to refine it, she will probably have to spend a lot of effort. Fortunately for the little villain, it was completed in an instant, and he didn't borrow the method of divine refining at all. What a powerful spirit this is! The ancestor of Hudian stared at Yang Haotian with beautiful eyes, full of admiration. Unexpectedly, little guy, your soul is so powerful. Yang Haotian smiled. The power of Chaos Divine Sense is already impressive, not to mention the daily honing of the Chaos God grinding thoughts. His divine soul is indeed not ordinary tyrannical. Great! Originally, I was worried that you would not be able to bear the pressure if you went to the treasure house of heaven, but since your divine sense is so strong, it's fine. Patriarch Hudian dragged Yang Haotian away. Follow me to the Heavenly Tao treasure house. If you don't use your Heavenly Tao God's token, someone will be there first. Divine order? Only then did Yang Haotian remember that the reward for going to the Heavenly Tao treasure house to pick treasures was useless. This is an opportunity to greatly improve your strength. How long it takes? It takes about 3 days and 3 nights to open the Heavenly Tao treasure house once. Do you have any questions? Yang Haotian shook his head. It seems that he will not be able to watch the duel between Yang Chong and Yang Teng tomorrow. But he has arranged everything. Even if he is not present, with Yang Chang's current strength, it is more than enough to kill Yang Teng. As long as Yang Teng was killed in public, Yang Haotian's goal of intimidating Xiao Xiao would be achieved. I'm fine, let's go now. Yang Haotian said. Walk. Hudian Patriarch waved his red sleeve, and Yang Haotian was taken up to the 9th heaven. The two came to the sky. What comes into view is a sea of clouds for thousands of miles, containing a huge sun at the end, shining golden light, dyeing the sea of clouds golden and translucent. Come with me. The ancestor of Hudian wrapped Yang Haotian in divine power, and moved forward all the way. A faint body fragrance poured into Yang Haotian's nose, making his heart flutter, and immediately pressed Enian,
it seems that I have to find an opportunity to learn a flying method.
Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing if this happens again. The two soon came to the end of the sea of clouds. Under the golden light of the big sun, there are two giant pillars, one black and one white. The giant pillars go straight into the void. I don't know its height, but there are hundreds of millions of runes densely packed, like dragons, entrenched on the giant pillars. Superior. Stand in front of these two giant pillars. Yang Haotian suddenly felt that he was like a drop in the world, extraordinarily insignificant.
Patriarch Hudian quietly looked at Yang Haotian's expression. When most people see these two divine pillars for the first time, they will feel small and humble, and their faith and vigor will be greatly hit. She was secretly vigilant, and if Yang Haotian was affected, she would give him a blow to help him recover. Unexpectedly. Without her help at all, Yang Haotian just blurred his eyes for a moment, and immediately regained his sobriety. As expected of a little villain who has been able to hide for 15 years, his willpower is really extraordinary. Patriarch Hudian admired secretly. She squeezed out the magic seal with her jade hands and drove it into the giant pillar of Optimus. The two divine pillars, one black and one white, buzzed, boom. A huge light curtain appeared between the two giant pillars, with ripples and strong spatial fluctuations. This kind of breath, Yang Haotian once felt in the Tianyan Dunkong Formation. Is this the portal to the treasure house of heaven? Patriarch Hudian shook his head and smiled. No, this is the portal to the small universe cave, the portal to the treasure house of heavenly Tao, and it's still in the small universe cave. As she spoke, she took Yang Haotian's hand and stepped into the light curtain. In an instant, the world was spinning. Yang Haotian felt as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss. The strong sense of weightlessness caused his internal organs to vibrate endlessly. Thousands of hurricanes roared in his ears, making him dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. If he hadn't been born with a chaotic body and his physical body was extremely strong, he might have vomited immediately. Fortunately, this uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a moment. In a flash, he and the ancestor appeared on a grassy plain. The spiritual energy here is so thick that it is almost liquefied, and it turns into a spiritual mist and blows towards the face. The fragrant grass under my feet, anyone is a high-quality spiritual grass that is hundreds of years old. A divine river of unknown origin divides the plain in two. Yang Haotian discovered that what flows in the Xinhe River is liquid spiritual energy, and the bottom of the river is vaguely covered with pieces of spiritual stones. No, that's not a spirit stone, but an origin stone. Yang Haotian's pupils dilated slightly. The difference between source stone and spirit stone is tens of thousands of times. Spiritual stones are nothing more than compressed spiritual energy, which is nothing more than solid spiritual energy, while origin stones are condensed from more precious spiritual sources. The spiritual energy is endless, but it is emitted by some kind of substance between the heaven and the earth. This substance is the source, and after the spiritual source is condensed and purified, the source stone is formed. Unexpectedly, this small universe has such an amazing energy reserve. Yang Haotian was extremely shocked. On both sides of the Kami River, young people sat cross-legged one after another. They were 18 or 19 years old, and the oldest was only in his early 20s, but their auras were majestic and astonishing, and there was a spirit array shining with divine splendor below them, helping them to continuously refine the aura in the river of gods. This is the heavenly Tao divine river. It was formed by the ancestors of the Yang family using their supreme supernatural powers to open up a space wormhole and attract energy from other worlds to condense. The ancestor of Hudian introduced, to step into the Chongyang realm, you need to gather your natal talismans, and then in the Longmen realm, you need to communicate with higher-level alien worlds, attract higher-level spiritual energy, and water your natal talismans. Yang Haotian nodded. The Shenhuang Qi is a higher-level energy than ordinary aura. The spiritual energy in front of him, including the liquid spiritual energy in Xinhe, is still a bit inferior to the black and yellow energy. All the young people present here are the best of the young generation of the Yang family. Under them is the heavenly Tao divine formation, which can increase their cultivation speed by more than 10 times. Young people in the family who reach the age of 20 can exchange their family contributions for the training here. Chance Hudian Patriarch said. Yang Haotian blinked. Little guy, if you have the divine order of the heavenly Tao, you automatically get a seat in the divine formation, but you are different from theirs. Your cultivation seat is higher, and you can enter the inner formation of the divine formation of the heavenly Tao to practice.
Inner formation? Yang Haotian was puzzled, so he saw Patriarch Hudian pointing forward. Entering that temple is the inner formation of the heavenly Tao divine formation.
Not far away, there is a huge palace in the dense spiritual mist, looming.
The source of Kamigawa actually came from inside this palace. Yang Haotian followed Patriarch Hudian all the way to the temple.
The young people on both sides of the river didn't even look at them. Every minute and every second of entering the Shao Chenkuan cave was bought with a large amount of family contributions, which is very precious. They are fully immersed in cultivation, and it is difficult for them to be distracted by anything. Little guy, I'm going to open the treasure house of heaven with the ancestors. After about 3 days, you can enter the treasure house to choose treasures. During the waiting period, you can walk around, or you can enter the temple to practice according to the order of the gods.
Patriarch Hudian flew away.
Yang Haotian didn't enter the temple phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but found an idle divine formation on the side of Tiandao Shenhe. The supervising elders next to him showed shock when they saw the heavenly decree in Yang Haotian's hands, and saluted him. You can choose a seat arbitrarily, and you can practice as long as you want.
Yang Haotian smiled and nodded.
Sitting cross-legged in the divine formation, he immediately felt a burst of strong aura, which turned into spirit snakes and burrowed into his body with the flickering of the divine formation.
And these auras are several times purer than the outside world, and can be completely absorbed after a little refinement. But, compared with the purer and more energetic Shen Huang Qi, it is still a lot worse. Looking at the river of heaven and God flowing in front of him, Yang Haotian had a whimsical idea. If I run the Kuanpeng whale swallowing technique and integrate this divine river into my meridians, I don't know how powerful my meridians will be. If you just want to refine this river of gods, what you consume is probably not the giant whale particles, at least the dragon whale particles. I can't merge with Shenhe for the time being, but it's not bad to be able to merge with this divine formation. By fusing the divine formation with your own palm prints and fingerprints, you can automatically refine the aura of heaven and earth, and your cultivation efficiency will surely be doubled. After leaving the world of small universe, it's time to choose a few Yangtze rivers and refine them into the meridians. Yang Haotian secretly said. While thinking about it, suddenly a noise came from behind. Where's my seat? I've clearly booked a seat before. A young man in a black robe was arguing with the supervisor elder with a dissatisfied expression.
There was a burst of noise, which caused the young people around to frown and cast dissatisfied glances.
Guess what?
When this person saw Yang Haotian, his eyes suddenly lit up. I found it, that's my place. The overseer stopped him without thinking. That's the young master. No one should disturb the young master's cultivation.
Young master? Is he Yang Haotian?
Yang Zhantian, who was dressed in black, suddenly flashed his eyes. If it were someone else, seeing that their position was taken over by the young master, they would have swallowed their anger and swallowed it. But Yang Zhantian is arrogant, and thinks that his talent is not inferior to anyone else. Some time ago, he even received a heavenly order from his ancestor for his outstanding performance. Holding the Tiandao order in his pocket, Yang Zhantian's eyes turned cold, and he walked directly towards Yang Haotian. What is he going to do? Do you want to compete with others for a seat? Making trouble here is courting death. After all the commotion, many young people have noticed the existence of Yang Zhantian. Following his gaze, everyone also found Yang Haotian. Hey, that person seems to be the young master? Young Master Yang? He is the one who made a family rule to protect us from the bullying of those sealed heavenly prides? I have to say, the young master is really handsome. Not only is he handsome, but the young master's talent is astonishingly first class. Not only does he possess a chaotic divine body, he even opened 365 veins in one fell swoop a while ago. It is said that he has also awakened the mysterious 3 soul veins. A group of young geniuses couldn't help discussing. Looking at Xiang Yang Zhantian's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a little more vigilant. In case Yang Zhantian makes trouble, stop him and don't disturb the young master. Yang Zhantian is relying on how old the young master is, so he wants to trouble the young master?
Then we have to ask whether we agree or not. In the burning eyes of everyone, Yang Zhantian came to Yang Haotian, stopped, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, Yang Zhantian sees the young master. He took the initiative to salute Sun Haotian. Brother Zhantian clan, what's the matter with you? Yang Haotian stood up and returned the salute. The gazes from all around couldn't help but converge on him. Even the supervisor elders couldn't help but pay phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme attention to the movement here. As long as Fan Yang Zhantian dares to overstep the young master, they will immediately throw this kid out. Unexpectedly, Yang Zhantian said directly to Yang Haotian, Young master, I am about to make a breakthrough in practice. This position was occupied by me before, and I have left a breath that belongs to me. Oh? Surprised in Yang Haotian's heart, he activated his divine sense for a while, and suddenly found that there was indeed a vague aura left beside the divine formation, which was the same as Yang Zhantian's aura. He had been focusing on the heavenly Daoshina before, and the aura left by Yang Zhantian was too weak, so he failed to attract Yang Haotian's attention at all. Good guy, is this Yang Zhantian still planning to get his position back? Are you kidding? The seat doesn't belong to his family, so they came to occupy it? The young people around shook their heads one after another. This Yang Zhantian was too ignorant to advance or retreat. Recently, Yang Haotian showed great power and cleaned up several hard stubbles. Many prickly children would be terrified when they heard young Master Yang for the first time, and even those arrogances who had stepped out of the seal did not dare to easily violate the rules set by young Master Yang. It can be said that Yang Haotian's reputation in the clan is so high that no one dares to provoke him. It's good that Yang Zhantian is occupying the head of the young master. A time. The atmosphere is tense. The youths on both sides of Tian Daoshinha were silent, waiting to see how the young master would get angry and clean up Yang Zhantian. Several supervising elders were even more anxious, like ants on a hot pot. This is the little universe cave, the site of the ancestors. If Yang Zhantian quarrels with the young master, not to mention affecting the cultivation of the big guys, if he alarms the ancestors or disturbs the cultivation of the ancestors, then there will be no redemption. What the elders didn't know was that the ancestors sitting cross-legged in the depths of the temple had already noticed what was going on here before the two of them got into a fight. This Yang Zhantian is a bit unruly. How can he play tricks like urinating in the holy land of the clan? You say, how will Haotian handle this matter? The young man is high-spirited. Our young lord has made a lot of noise recently, his sharp edge is fierce, Yang Zhantian can't hold him down. Several ancestors chatted while making preparations for opening the treasure house of heaven. However, the three patriarchs, Yang Shengtai, Yang Xingxin and Yang Xingjian, who came from the same lineage as Yang Haotian, shook their heads one after another. Well, old 18, you seem to have different opinions? The ancestors looked at the three Shang Yang Shengtai. The three brothers couldn't help laughing and said, You guys still don't know Haotian, he is not an ordinary young man. Oh? Could there be any surprises? The ancestors raised their curiosity a little bit, and looked outside the temple with interest. At this time, Yang Haotian has already noticed the tense atmosphere around him. At the same time, he also noticed the tension in Yang Zhantian's eyes that couldn't be hidden. Yang Haotian couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. I'm really sorry, brother Zhantian clan, I didn't notice your aura before. Yang Zhantian couldn't help but froze, thinking that Yang Haotian didn't intend to give it up to him. He couldn't help but said anxiously, but I did leave a breath behind. Brother Zhantian, please be safe and don't be impatient. Yang Haotian smiled and waved his hands. I think you are at the critical moment of breaking through, and you must need the help of the gods, so you are a little anxious. How about this, brother Zhantian, go directly to the inner formation. I am in the inner formation. There is still a place, you can use my quota to enter. I hope that the more spiritual energy in the inner formation can help brother Zhantian make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. The whole place was quiet. Everyone looked stunned. Not only did young Master Yang not get angry, but he wanted to give up the position in the inner formation to Yang Zhantian. Yang Zhantian was also stunned. I thought it would be a blessing to be able to get the outer seat. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian would give up the precious position in the inner formation to himself. Why are you doing this? Yang Zhantian couldn't help asking. Yang Haotian couldn't help laughing, because you're about to break through.
clan brother obviously needs this position more than I do. If clan brother can break through smoothly, his strength will go up to a higher level, which means that my young family's strength has also increased by 1 point, isn't it? The truth couldn't be simpler, but when Yang Haotian said it so nonchalantly, it made all the young people present feel a trace of emotion in their hearts. This seems to be quite different from the young master who was sharp and aggressive in the rumors. Now it seems that this young master is a kind person. With everyone stunned, Yang Haotian had imprinted his heavenly Tao divine order into the temple. Yang Zhantian looked at Yang Haotian's hand, which was obviously superior to his own, and was both surprised and grateful. I really didn't expect that the young master is such a person. In the temple, several ancestors fell into a brief silence. A long time. The ancestors all laughed and sighed. It's really rare to have such a heart at such a young age. They glared at the three Yang Shengtai brothers one after another. Old 18, we finally understand why the three of you are beating chicken blood like chicken blood, dragging us to open this treasure house of heaven ahead of time. Everyone, even the little ones, are so considerate of the family. We old bones, we can't be lazy to work for the outstanding juniors. It should be like this. Old 18, I heard that you plan to pass on the dragon elephant art of Haotian 10 sons in person. Then count us as one, and we must help him comprehend this magical art as soon as possible. After Yang Haotian activated the inner seat, fearing that he would go back on his word, Yang Zhantian rushed in. Everyone was envious, and at the same time felt that Yang Zhantian was really rude. Yang Haotian sat cross-legged and continued to wait. 3 days and 2 nights passed. Patriarch Haotian suddenly appeared in front of Yang Haotian. Follow me. The two went straight to the temple, and Yang Haotian felt that more than a dozen tyrannical spiritual thoughts swept across him. The moment he entered the temple, Yang Haotian only felt the divine light shining all over his body, and his whole body was warm. An extremely surging wave of divine power rushed towards him. In the temple, there are arrays of gods and gods lined up here. Sitting cross-legged on the divine formation, there are powerful figures, some middle-aged and some young. Among them, Yang Zhantian is impressively listed. At the critical moment of his breakthrough, his brows were frowned, and it seemed that things were not going well. Haotian, next I will take you to the Jedi of the 10 Sons. Haotian Patriarch's beautiful face showed a rare dignified look. The Jedi of the 10 Sons is the only way to the treasure house of heaven. There are traps and traps everywhere. With your current strength, if you are not careful, you will fall into a place of eternal doom. Be careful, and follow me closely. Yang Haotian nodded. Don't worry, Patriarch, I won't take my life as a joke. Swish. Patriarch Haotian waved his robe sleeves, and the two of them appeared in a twisted void. The power of billowing space squeezed towards Yang Haotian. He used his divine power to resist, and felt a little pressure. If he hadn't been physically strong enough, he might have been crushed into meatloaf immediately. Follow me, watch my steps, don't make mistakes. In the Jedi of the 10 Sons, where there are many traps, even Patriarch Haotian dared not activate the flying method without authorization, and could only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme Yang Haotian forward step by step. The two walked for about 3 hours. Suddenly, a dark wormhole rune twisted, appearing in front of his eyes. Is this the entrance to the heavenly Tao treasure house? Yang Haotian was surprised. This is the entrance we have jointly opened for you. Activate it with your heavenly Tao divine token, and you will be able to enter the treasure house. Suddenly there was a voice from above. Yang Haotian was startled. He didn't notice the existence of any other aura at all. Looking intently, I saw 6 old figures in the sky, sitting cross-legged in the sky with their heads and feet on their feet, pouring divine power into the black hole continuously. Haotian, with our strength, we can only support this entrance for half an hour, so you have to pick out the most suitable treasure for you within half an hour. Haotian, this kid has no experience, you can accompany him, go in and choose. Patriarch Haotian stared. Didn't it be agreed to let the little guy choose 2 things? Talking doesn't count? Several ancestors shook their heads and smiled wryly. Haotian, you give up one of your chances and want Haotian to choose one more treasure, but this is against the rules. Patriarch Haotian still wanted to argue. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded in the void. Yang Haotian established the rules to avoid Tianjiao's private fight. If he has meritorious service to the family,
let him choose as many as possible. Follow your orders, old ancestor.
Several ancestors smiled and looked at Shang Yang Haotian. The old ancestor spoke in person. Your boy is really lucky.
What else do they want to say?
Haotian patriarch pulled young Haotian up. Time is precious, go in and pick out treasures quickly. The two stepped into the void wormhole. In a flash, they appeared in a void, surrounded by vast darkness, as if they were in the universe.
Yang Haotian looked around in a daze. Suddenly the golden light in front of him was bright, and a series of precious lights appeared. There are humans coming.
Hurry up, sisters, hide quickly, humans are coming to snatch our treasures again.
Hey, it's a kid who came this time, not good. There's still that crazy woman, sisters, flash.
The voice did not fall.
Haotian patriarch has already grasped it. What are you running for? Come and light me. Rumble. The treasured mountains in front of him bumped towards young Haotian. The infinite precious light immediately illuminated the pitch-black void. Only then did Yang Haotian realize that the people talking turned out to be a cornucopia of people.
The cornucopia is filled with densely packed rare materials from heaven and earth, fairy treasures and spiritual stones, piled up into a mountain, exuding infinite precious light. Influenced by countless years of jewels and jewels, these cornucopias gradually gave birth to wisdom. Yang Haotian even saw that there was a cornucopia supporting a big mountain, with its mouth wide open, chewing and eating the sacred mountain, and every stone on the mountain was actually made of priceless divine sources. And such a cornucopia, in this treasure house, is almost as numerous as stars, suspended in the void, like the stars in the sky, shining brightly in the treasure house. Little guy, don't waste time on these cornucopias, they are just the lowest level of treasures, not worth bothering at all. Patriarch Haotian waved his hand and dragged young Haotian forward. Those cornucopias quit immediately, and their self-esteem was hit. Say we don't have any good things, crazy woman, who do you look down on? Little brother, come and see, my sister's belly is full of good things, you can choose whatever you want. No matter how they greet you. Patriarch Haotian only dragged young Haotian straight forward without looking back. When you need to refine a magic weapon, if you lack any materials, you can talk to your family. Even if you don't have any outside, they will come to the treasure house of heaven to get it for you. It's not worth wasting a spot. Yang Haotian smiled. In fact, he had already swept through all the cornucopias one by one through his chaotic divine sense. He probably knows what treasures are in each cornucopia, and there is indeed nothing in it that he needs. Compared with the top-grade material dragon pattern black gold rewarded by the system when signing in at the beginning, the things in the cornucopia are obviously not worth much. Was talking. In the void ahead, giant pillars of the sky appeared, densely packed with words imprinted on them, exuding a strong atmosphere of civilization. After careful identification, young Haotian discovered that the giant pillars were actually rows of combined bookshelves. The bookshelves are full of ancient secret books, dragons of civilization and moral articles composed of ancient characters, circling and dancing in the bookshelves. As soon as Yang Haotian approached, these ancient classics suddenly shouted, "Masters, look, here comes a human. These humans have come to spy on the secrets in our bodies again. The old man is trapped here and lives alone. Now if we want to use up our precious knowledge and magical powers, we must slaughter pigs and cook sheep, and obediently offer sacrifices." Like the cornucopia, these ancient secret books also gave birth to spiritual wisdom. It's a pity that being trapped in a corner all the year round, like a boudoir who hates a woman, is not pleasing. Patriarch Haotian also didn't even look at them, and dragged young Haotian forward. These classics are like corrupt scholars and cunning women, each one is more difficult to deal with, even if there are peerless magic arts in them. I'm afraid it will take half an hour to get them done, not to mention that you will be able to learn the 10 young dragon elephant art right away, which is the top-level existence, is more suitable for you than anyone here. Young Haotian smiled, and also scanned these ancient books with his chaotic divine sense. Indeed, there was no exercise he was interested in on the bookshelf. Ow! There was a roaring sound of tigers roaring. A ferocious white tiger rushed forward without warning. Haotian ancestor waved his hand confidently, and the eye-catching white tiger collapsed with a puff. It turned out to be a ghost-headed sword the size of a door panel. The blade was blue and cold as snow. Yang Haotian looked forward, and saw that there were chains of avenues hanging down in the void, and each chain was bound with a magic weapon blade, forming an endless forest of magic weapons. The more powerful the magic weapon's blade, the thicker the chain of the Tao God is wrapped around it, and it releases a murderous aura. Little guy, quickly protect your body with the Taiyin God Furnace. These magic weapons have their own fierce power, and they can easily affect your soul. Patriarch Hudian exhorted. Yang Haotian smiled indifferently. Affect me? Just because they don't have the qualifications. The two of them went deep into the magical forest, and those magical blades seemed to have produced spiritual consciousness. When Yang Haotian approached, each one of them burst into endless ferocious power, trying to frighten Yang Haotian. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian's expression did not change, and he moved forward calmly. Later, he felt troublesome, and thought, A millstone condensed above the head, rumbled and spun, releasing the aura of Chaos Tao. It was the Chaos God Mill that he visualized. This mouthful is sharpened. The swordsmen who were about to move suddenly died down one by one. Their proud ferocity and murderous aura, in front of this chaotic millstone, is nothing short of insignificant, not enough to look at all. So that, as soon as Yang Haotian approached, these magical weapons suddenly shrank, not daring to make any sound. Patriarch Hudian was amazed. It's no wonder that you have such a strong spiritual sense, little guy, and you still have such an adventure, was talking. Suddenly there were dragons singing and tigers roaring, eagles singing and monkeys singing in front of them. I saw countless sharp blades of magical soldiers evolving visions of giant dragons, tigers, red birds, condor eagles, white apes, etc., besieging a bulky tortoise. As soon as Yang Haotian approached, the vision all over the sky suddenly collapsed, and the turtle turned into a huge treasure box. The treasure box is shaped like a coffin. Even if it is wrapped around by circles of Tao God chains, the box still emits an endless scorching aura. Yang Haotian's heart skipped a beat. What is this? Patriarch Hudian smiled wryly. Sure enough, you are also attracted by it. It's called the Qiankuan Ichi sword box, and it contains 6,000 Qiankuan flying swords. It's a set of low-grade Taoist artifacts. Oh? Yang Haotian's eyes lit up slightly. But he wasn't too excited. Hearing the tone of Patriarch Hudian, there seemed to be something else hidden. Old ancestor, is there something wrong with this sword box? Patriarch Hudian nodded. There is indeed a flaw, and it is a fatal flaw. This sword box has no attack power at all. Yang Haotian was not surprised. Just now he had seen that the tortoise vision condensed out of the Qiankuan Ichi sword box had been besieged by other divine soldiers and had never fought back. In the Qiankuan Ichi sword box, there should have been, flying swords and a matching picture of the Qiankuan Ichi sword, but my young family only collected, flying swords in this sword box, and the remaining, Gikofei Jin is lost, and the sword map is also missing. Without the cooperation of the sword map, the sword box and the flying sword are just decorations, and even if they are reduced to low-grade Taoist weapons, their power cannot be displayed at all. Patriarch Hudian shook his head regretfully. If it weren't for this, such a top-quality treasure would not be left here. You must know that the sword is the leader of 100 soldiers, and the flying sword is a powerful offensive weapon that works with your heart, especially the complete set of flying swords, which can even cooperate with each other to create a sword array, which can be used to advance, attack, retreat, or defend, and is extremely powerful. It's a pity. If I can find the picture of the Qiankuan sword and collect more than 3,000 other flying swords, this Qiankuan sword box will come in handy. Yang Haotian shook his head. Patriarch Hudian rolled his eyes. Why are you so lucky? It just happened to be collected by you. Before she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something again, and looked at Yang Haotian jokingly. Speaking of which, little guy, your luck has always been very good. Why don't you just choose it and try your luck? She was also very curious. If she could get together 9,900 flying swords and sword diagrams, what amazing power the Qiankuan Ichi sword box would unleash. But Yang Haotian refused without hesitation. He was too lazy to do such a completely unreasonable thing. Not to mention, he had already felt it through the chaotic divine sense, and there were two tyrannical auras in front of him, which made him inexplicably moved. Yang Haotian turned his back on the guests and led Hudian Patriarch all the way forward, passing through the Shinbing forest. Even if he encounters a magic weapon that emits fluctuations of the unrivaled Taoism, Yang Haotian will not stop. This concentration made Hudian Patriarch's eyes shine brightly,
and he secretly admired again and again. Buzzing.
Across the forest of divine soldiers, there is a bright starry sky ahead.
It's not an exaggeration, it's a real starry sky.
Every star is a small planet. The patriarch Hadian waved his hand and summoned a planet densely packed with precious medicines from spiritual plants, exuding a rich life essence.
Yang Haotian took a deep breath, only feeling refreshed.
But the eyes searched everywhere.
Little guy, do you have a goal?
Patriarch Hadian discovered that young Haotian was not in a hurry, as if he had a goal long ago.
Could it be that something was wrong? There. Patriarch, that planet.
Yang Haotian's eyes lit up, and his chaotic mind locked on one of the stars. The planet trembled slightly, and Patriarch Hadian immediately locked onto the target. Wow! That planet was brought in front of Yang Haotian. Its whole body was gray and bare, not even half a spiritual plant had grown.
Hadian Patriarch couldn't help but stare wide-eyed and searched, but still found nothing. What did you find? Why didn't I find anything? Yang Haotian couldn't help laughing. What are you looking for? It's it.
He pointed to this gray planet.
Patriarch Hutian's face suddenly changed. Are you going to choose this planet? Are you kidding me? The planets here are all used for planting spirit plants, and each one is. Hey, this planet seems to be weird.
Hadian Patriarch was halfway through speaking when he suddenly noticed that the planet was emitting weird fluctuations.
Yang Haotian couldn't help smiling. The ancestor finally found out.
This thing is not a planet at all, but an egg. What kind of egg can be so big, little guy? Don't lie to me.
Patriarch Hadian obviously didn't believe it. But looking at this egg, there is a little more fear.
I didn't lie to you, this is a giant Kuanping egg, which was conceived by the legendary ancient beast Kuanping.
What?
Patriarch Hutian's complexion changed slightly, and he hurriedly used his magical powers to investigate carefully. Immediately, she sensed a terrifying aura that belonged exclusively to Kuanping in this giant egg. Even Patriarch Hadian felt a little dread and fear, as if this planet would suddenly turn into a big mouth that devoured her.
It's really the Kuanping Dome. A descendant of the legendary Kuanping beast? Hadian Patriarch's beautiful face showed shock. In the treasure house of the Heavenly Tao, there is actually such a top-grade treasure hidden? How did we not find out before? Patriarch Hadian looked at Xiangyang Haotian with strange eyes.
She has been to this Heavenly Tao treasure house several times.
But every time, the Kuanping Dome didn't lie to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian only came once and recognized these treasures. Not only that.
The ancestor of Hadian even secretly suspected that even the other, ancestors of the Yang family might not have noticed the existence of this Kuanping giant egg.
Otherwise, such top-grade treasures will definitely not be stored until now and have not been taken away.
As the ancestor said, he pinched it casually. With a puff, the ghost with mottled blood was directly strangled by him. The ancestor returned the fragments to Yang Haotian and said with a smile, since the fragment rushed out of the treasure house on its own initiative and wanted to follow you, then you should take it with you, maybe you have a fate. He felt that these 3 fragments contained a great opportunity.
But everyone else's fortune has not arrived, only Yang Haotian can open it. With 2 treasures and an unexpected fragment, Yang Haotian is about to leave Zioqiang Condongshan. Haotian, you.
Hadian Patriarch Lu Mei frowned slightly, he hesitated to speak.
If you have anything to say to the ancestor, just say it.
Yang Haotian said with a smile, this time he has gained a lot, and he is in a good mood. It's nothing, you go, practice hard, and get ready for the coming-of-age ceremony.
Patriarch Hadian didn't say anything. Not long after Yang Haotian left,
Yang Zhantian suddenly rushed out of the temple with high spirits and eyes full of brilliance. Finally break the gate of shackles. As long as I get the treasure that my ancestor prepared for me, I will be able to step into the 3rd heaven of transforming dragons, the Dragon Gate realm.
Heavenly treasure, here I come.
Yang Zhantian held the order of heaven and rushed to the temple where the branch ancestor was.
30 interest time is less than. Put.
Yang Zhantian came out in a panic from the passage of the Heavenly Tao treasure house. The branch ancestor next to him was pale and out of breath. A person who forcibly opens the entrance to the heavenly Tao treasure house, even if his cultivation base is as strong as his, can only last up to 30 breaths. In order for Yang Zhantian to have enough time to obtain such a treasure, he exhausted all his strength.
But Yang Zhantian turned a blind eye and roared angrily, "The Dragon Ball is gone! Who dares to take away my opportunity of Yang Zhantian, court death?"
The branch ancestor frowned slightly, and immediately thought of the young master Yang Haotian in front of him. Yang Zhantian also thought of it very quickly. His eyes were full of ferociousness. Yang Haotian, a despicable villain. I said why he was so kind and gave me the place in the temple. It turned out that he was deliberately delaying my steps so that he could steal my Dragon Ball.
The branch ancestor frowned. Zhantian can't speak in vain.
What the young master possesses is the divine order of heaven, which is higher than the order of heaven I won for you. He could have entered the treasury of heaven before you. Why should the young master delay your steps? The ancestor of Jimai shook his head. Since the young master took the Dragon Ball, it must be useful for the Dragon Ball. Based on our understanding of the young master, he will not intentionally target you. Don't be suspicious. Don't worry, Patriarch, I understand. I won't fight against Yang Haotian. Yang Zhantian's eyes turned cold, and after hastily saluting the ancestor, he walked away. Ancestor Jimai could tell at a glance that Yang Zhantian didn't take his warning to heart at all. He couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Silly boy, you don't understand at all. With the young master's talent, why did he target you? In Haotian Palace. After Yang Haotian came back, Nalan Aoshue came to him immediately. Young master, Yang Chong killed Yang Tung with only 10 moves. Everyone in the branch clan was shocked. In addition, Yang Chong was responsible for monitoring the talents of the heavens, and everyone was convinced. This matter involves the plan of the young master, so Nalan Aoshue reported everything in detail. Has Yang Teng's talent been dealt with? According to your instructions, before beheading Yang Tung, Yang Chong specifically deprived Yang Tung of his talent in public. Young master, Yang Chong is here. Nalan Aoshue suddenly looked at the entrance of Haotian Palace. Sister Yang Ro and Yang Chong stood at the gate of Haotian Palace. After Yang Haotian nodded in agreement, they came in. Gudong. Yang Chong knelt down on one knee, offering 2 balls of precious light with both hands. In a ray of precious light, there is a spirit fetus with 9 orifices, and the infinite aura is like a small snake, drilling in and out of the 9 orifices. The other ray of light is 2 double pupils, densely packed with mysterious runes, covering the 2 eyeballs. This is a talent taken from Yang Tung, and it will be handled by the young master. Yang Chang's address to Yang Haotian has changed. It fully expresses the meaning of belonging. Yang Haotian waved his hand. You don't need to be so born, just call me big brother. You joined Sinlua Dian to help me, not to work for me. You have to be clear about this. Well, I understand, brother Haotian. In Yang Chang's eyes full of hostility, there was a rare smile. Another ball of precious light also flew in front of Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian looked at Yengru in puzzlement. Yengru smiled softly. I only now understand that, young master, you pointed out a clear path for Chonger. I was narrow-minded before. This precious bone was taken back by you yourself, so naturally it should be handed over to you. Oh? Yang Haotian smiled slightly. He had already felt it. He led Yang Chong to the way of killing and used it as a sword. Yang Ro was dissatisfied. But the joy of seeing my brother's amazing progress in finding his goal. She is still grateful. Among other things, just helping my younger brother regenerate the supreme bone is a great kindness. From now on, Yang Ro will cooperate with my younger brother and do things for the young master and the family wholeheartedly. Yang Ro also knelt down on one knee, directly expressing her attachment. Nalan Aoshue's eyes brightened slightly. To subdue a younger brother, and to take on an older sister, the young master has 2 more generals under his command in an instant. At this time, Yang Chung suddenly said, Young master, I wonder if you can give this bone to sister? Yang Ro's complexion suddenly changed. Yang Chung, shut up. How to deal with the precious bones is up to the young master to decide. How can you let me be the beak? Wanting to influence the young master's decision as soon as he surrendered, the younger brother is too immodest. It's okay.
Yang Haotian waved his hand. He still has a bit of tolerance. It's just that this habit can't be tolerated, it should be beaten or beaten. Yang Chong, the supreme bone belongs to you, not to mention that you killed Yang Tang and made great contributions to the family, it is not too much to ask. But you have to remember that as a sword, it is your duty to maintain the order of the family, but if you use this power for personal gain or have other ideas, even I will not keep you. Yang Chong broke out in cold sweat. Only now did I feel that my request was too abrupt. The young master has clear rewards and punishments, how do you decide which turn to get him to intervene? Yengru, come here. Yang Haotian said calmly. Yengru didn't doubt that it was there, and stepped forward. Yang Haotian swiped his palm like lightning, puff. The blood soars. There was a hideous wound on Yangro's chest where the bones were deep. Sister! Young master, why do you? Chonger, don't move rashly. Yang Ro hurriedly stopped her. But Yang Haotian waved his hand confidently, and the halo containing precious bones turned into a stream of light and flew into Yang Ro's wound. Hum! The divine leaf appeared above Yang Haotian's head, and the emerald green light swept away, and Yang Ro's wounds recovered as before. It's just that the torn clothes couldn't be restored, and a snow-white and plump body came into Yang Haotian's eyes. Yang Haotian moved his eyes away, and the corners of Nalan Aoshua's mouth curled up slightly. I'm sorry, but with your character, I'm afraid you will refuse to integrate, so I have to resort to this bad policy. Yang Haotian looked at Yang Ro and smiled. Yang Ro's expression was complicated, with shyness, shock, and a hint of relief. She thought that what Yang Haotian said just now was just a high-sounding encouragement. After all, she knew very well the value of the supreme bone, and it was impossible for Yang Haotian not to know. But he didn't expect that the young master actually fused the treasure bone to her. With such a great deal of money, Yang Ro felt that it was a wise move to follow him, and secretly admired Yang Haotian in her heart. Yang Cheng's reaction was the most direct, kneeling on his knees with a plop. This unruly boy kowtowed heavily to Chao Yang Haotian. Thank you, young master. I, Yang Chong, will definitely serve young master wholeheartedly in the future. His sister is his biggest weakness. He wanted to give the treasure bone to his sister before, but looking at the entire Yang clan, Yang Haotian is the only one who can fuse the treasure bone without any trouble. Yang Chong just opened his mouth hastily, thinking that he offended the young master and violated a taboo. Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian still helped him. From this moment, Yang Chong was determined to surrender to Yang Haotian with all his heart. Your brothers and sisters have symbiotic precious bones, one strong and the other soft. Cooperating with each other, you will be able to explode amazing power. It's a pity that this pair of double pupils and the supreme bone repel, and cannot be fused with you. Yang Haotian laughed. But the siblings were already very grateful, thanking each other for a long time, and then they said goodbye and left. From now on, their brothers and sisters may be completely devoted to serving the young master. Nalan Aoshua was full of admiration. The young master's methods are really astonishing. With just a few tricks, he completely subdued the two geniuses. She looked at the young master with eyes full of admiration. Next, I plan to retreat for a few days. Yang Haotian said lightly. Just now he has received the news that his coming-of-age banquet will definitely be held in Qilin Tiangong, and there will be some provocations at that time, who want to try his strength. The things obtained from the Heavenly Dao Treasure House must be refined immediately to improve their strength and meet the upcoming challenges. Nalan Aoshui was not surprised. I will retreat with the young master. In the previous battle against Yang Xinghe, she was no match at all. Although Yang Haotian didn't say anything, and avenged her in the blink of an eye, Nalan Aoshui, who has always been strong, felt extremely unwilling in her heart. Only by becoming stronger can I serve the young master better. If I get crushed casually, I can't let it happen again. Nalan Aoshui looked determined. He does not mean that. Yang Haotian paused and said with a smile, although the potential of the immortal fragrant spring body is extraordinary, it is indeed more difficult to develop. At least for you now, it is not a good thing to improve your strength too slowly. Nalan Aoshui has followed her for many days and has been doing her best, so she should be rewarded. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes.
When Yang Haotian said a word, Nalan Aoshua immediately closed her eyes tightly without hesitation.
Hum. A double pupil, wrapped in emerald green light, flew into Nalan Aoshua's right eye. In an instant, thousands of miraculous runes merged with his right eye.
The moment Nalan Aoshua opened her eyes, the world suddenly changed, visions rotated, and infinite mysterious runes filled her internal organs. The body of the fairy fragrance spring operates automatically, and a fragrance permeates the entire Haotian temple, and the double pupil of the right eye is perfectly integrated with her body. Not only that, but she also felt that with the double pupil of her right eye as a supplement, she mobilized the power of the fairy body more smoothly and freely.
Thank you, young master, for the reward.
Nalan Aoshua knelt down on one knee, extremely surprised. She felt that this double pupil contained astonishing power, and it was of great help to her in controlling the fairy fragrance spring body. The young master is helping her. Refining well, don't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live phoneme up to the name of Chongtong immortal physique.
Yang Haotian said.
When Nalan Aoshua raised her head, the figure of the young master had disappeared. The young master is going to retreat. I also want to control the double pupil as soon as possible, and release the power of the fairy body.
In the secret room of Haotian Palace. The divine embryo emerged above Yang Haotian's head, Daoyan permeated, and chaos chi scattered. With a wave of his hand, the 9-aperture spirit embryo emerged, which was the talent taken out of Yang Tang's body. It's time to deal with you. A trace of eagerness flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. Immediately, he will get the strongest boost, and it is also his most secretive and powerful hole card so far. Hum.
The 9-aperture spirit embryo flew up and floated side by side with the Dao embryo above his head.
With a hook of Yang Haotian's finger, the 9-aperture spirit embryo slammed into the Dao embryo on one side. There was a bang.
The 9-aperture spiritual embryo shattered on the spot, turning into endless aura, which was instantly absorbed by the Dao embryo. Surprisingly, the 9 spirit orifices of the 9-orifice spirit fetus are suspended in the air, like 9 mysterious whirlpools, slowly rotating.
A brilliant light flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. These 9 spiritual apertures are his real goal. Today I will enlighten you.
Yang Haotian was a little bit away from the Dao tire, and 9 spirit apertures flew towards the Dao tire, like 9 drills, drilling crazily towards the Dao tire time.
The Tao tire hummed and trembled, spilling endless chaotic energy.
Under Yang Haotian's amazed gaze, 9 spirit apertures were inlaid around the Dao tire.
All of a sudden, the sun is shining.
Auspicious colors are flying. Endless precious light, Dao rhyme, and chaotic air spurted out from the 9 spiritual apertures of the Dao fetus.
Yang Haotian just took a breath, and felt refreshed, and his viscera were greatly strengthened. Boom, boom, boom.
The 9-orifice fetus suddenly beat up and down like a heart, as if a life was about to be conceived. From this moment, the 9-orifice Taoist fetus has completely become a part of Yang Haotian, giving him a feeling of being in harmony with each other and moving freely.
The 9-aperture divine embryo is finally done.
Yang Haotian's face was full of surprise. Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju has finally taken a big step forward, and I have a second powerful hole card. Slaying my wisdom Ju is the supreme magic method rewarded for the first sign-in of the system, and its function is extremely heaven-defying. This Dao embryo was condensed with the Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju, which fused the essence of the original life of the chaotic body. After opening the 9 orifices, it can initially exert the perverted power of a Zhanhua Ming Dao Ju. With a single thought, another self can be cut out, another self with the same strength as Yang Haotian's main body, and the same supernatural skills. As for the 9 spiritual apertures, a total of 9 selves can be cut out, which is equivalent to 9 external incarnations of the same strength.
Just imagine.
When encountering the enemy of life and death, instantly cut out 9 avatars, which is equivalent to a 9-fold increase in strength. Coupled with the connection of each other's minds and the sharing of 5 senses, the combat power will increase geometrically.
All the time.
Apart from the supreme treasure Yin Yang 5 elements grinding rewarded by the Tao of Heaven, Yang Haotian has no other means to suppress the bottom of the box. But starting today, he finally has a second card against the sky.
9 apertures sword embryo. It's finally done. In a dark mine. Yang Tian's beard and hair are completely white, and his eyes are full of madness.
He didn't hesitate to lie down and play a small role, and worked for young Xinghe, in order to deceive this Yuanshan iron star from his hands. Young Tiance once obtained an ancient book by accident, which recorded the refining method of the top demon body devil sword demon embryo. If you want to become the devil's womb of the sword of the underworld, you must first become the womb of the sword with 9 apertures. The Yuanshan meteorite is the key material for opening up the sword fetus. After 2 years of dormancy, young Tiance spent a lot of hard work, and finally he was enlightened. Young Tianhua, you have opened more veins than me, and you have even merged with the 9-star Guiyuan physique, and your talent has soared. I am so envious, but everything will be different after today. Not only you, but also young Tianhua. Haotian will be trampled under my feet. Squeeze. Above young Tian's head, a pitch-black sword embryo emerged. It was like a mass of hideous flesh and blood, gurgling and trembling, with 9 twisted sword chi jetting out from 9 orifices. That's great, master. With this 9-aperture sword embryo, you will definitely be able to kill young Haotian and win the position of young master of the Yang clan, and you will be ashamed. Yi Cheng's clothes are torn and his face is dirty. These days, the master is hiding in this meteorite mine tunnel, and he is the one serving all of them. Yecheng, don't worry, I will avenge you, but before that, I need a sacrifice to sacrifice the sword fetus. Young Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Cheng didn't hesitate. Master, I'll take any sacrifice for you, no matter what you order. Puff. Blood splattered. Yi Cheng's face was distorted in pain, and he stared at young Tiance with wide eyes in disbelief. Master, you. Young Tiance smiled strangely. Yecheng, you are loyal to me. It would be best to be my first sacrifice. Your soul and blood will fuse with my 9-orifice sword embryo, and then you can watch me kill young Haotian. You took revenge. Squeeze. The strange sword energy was like a tentacle, shot out from the 9-orifice sword embryo, and pierced into Yi Cheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Cheng was reduced to a mummy. Young Tianjun, I said that there is a way for you to kill young Haotian, why don't you believe me? In a valley, Fang Yan ran away with disheveled hair. Behind him, the purple-haired young Tianjun, with cold eyes, young Haotian squeezed me out of the physical extreme state list. Although I am unhappy, it is only a personal grudge, and there is no life and death conflict. You tricked me to kill young Haotian. It is too small to look down on me. Yang, who has evil intentions towards the Yang clan, be punished. Boom! Young Tianjun grabbed the purple thunderbolt and shot it out like a spear. Fang Yan was pierced through a blood hole and ran away in terror. 2 days and 2 nights later. In the swamp filled with mud and putrefaction. Fang Yan was as angry as a thread, and his face was full of unwillingness. I didn't expect that I would die in this muddy place after reliving my life. Yang Haotian's beast has not been killed yet, and the top inheritance of the holy tomb has not yet been obtained. Can you kill young Haotian? A ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Yan. Yin Zhouyu's whole body was haunted by magic patterns, and a pair of ghostly eyes were looming in disorder. He has followed Fang Yan for 3 days and finally showed up today. I have a blood curse that can kill young Haotian. Yin Zhouyu's chaotic eyes flashed suddenly. Help me kill young Haotian, I will save your life. Fang Yan didn't speak and passed out. Outside the ancient city of Haoyang. The bright moon shines on the river. On the bank of the Qi River, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged quietly. Accompanied by his every breath, the torrent of the river unexpectedly changed astonishingly. When the young man inhaled, all the waves on the tumbling river suddenly disappeared, and the river surface was as smooth as a mirror. When exhaling, the huge airflow actually cut off the river water, exposing a Jiangsu-wide river bottom, leading all the way to the opposite bank. The boy in white is naturally young Haotian. After awakening the dragon and tiger acupoints, his physical body was tempered again, and his internal organs were as powerful as a godman. He could shoot down wild geese flying in the sky with just a breath. And at the position of his dantian, a golden halo surrounded his body, floating quietly. This is the condensed black and yellow qi that is countless times higher than ordinary aura, and it is snatched from the void by the dragon and tiger's orifices every day, and continuously refined into the body. In a while, Yang Haotian will definitely startle the coming of the heavenly Tao and divine monument again, breaking the record of the extreme state of the physical body for the second time. And on top of his head, the leaves of the 9 Tao gods were exuding a green glow, rich life energy, interweaving to form the outline of a talisman. But whenever the talisman was about to condense, it suddenly collapsed.
There is still an opportunity missing.
When the 9 Tao divine leaf conceives complete supernatural powers, I will be able to condense my natal talisman, and step into the second level of dragon transformation and Chongyang realm in one fell swoop. A clear understanding rose in Yang Haotian's heart. I am afraid that this opportunity will have to wait for him to ask the experts of the Root Clan and Grass Clan for advice at the coming-of-age ceremony tonight.
Yang Haotian chose Qi Zhong not to integrate it into the meridian, but to use it to refine the Dragon Ball. That's right, the mysterious black ball is the Dragon Ball. The Panlong Zhangtian gene is amazingly powerful, but Yang Haotian has only cultivated one Panlong gene so far.
When he noticed the breath of Dragon Ball in the treasure house, he had a plan to use it to condense Panlong gene.
Boom, boom. 2 explosions.
2 eggs, one big and one small, fell in front of Yang Haotian. The big one, the whole body is white, it is as huge as a house, and it collapsed the ground. The smaller one was pitch black and only about the size of a watermelon. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a stubborn stone.
It is Kunpeng Dome and Dragon Ball.
Looking at the densely packed seals on it, Yang Haotian threw away the 2 cracked storage rings. The aura of the Kunpeng Dome and the Dragon Ball is so terrifying that even if they are heavily branded and sealed, ordinary storage rings still can't bear it. If there is a chance, I have to find a magic weapon for storage.
Yang Haotian thought in his heart, and looked at the Kunpeng Dome.
Originally, he planned to directly devour the energy of the Kunpeng giant egg, so as to speed up the cultivation process of Kunpeng whale swallowing technique and awaken more giant whale particles. But at this moment, when it is sensed in the Kunpeng Dome, a majestic devouring energy is being conceived and born. He suddenly changed his mind. In this Kunpeng giant egg, a divine technique is about to be bred, which should be the Great Devouring Technique. The Great Devouring Technique is one of the most practical divine arts. After practice, it can not only greatly increase the speed of devouring spiritual energy, but also devour the enemy's attack moves and transform them into one's own energy.
More importantly,
for Yang Haotian, with the help of the Great Devouring Technique, the efficiency of Kunpeng whale's swallowing power to devour mountains and rivers can also be greatly improved.
Also,
Yang Haotian also vaguely felt that the Great Devouring Technique seemed to have a mysterious connection with the dragon and tiger's orifices. Yang Haotian decided, keep the Kunpeng Dome first, wait for it to give birth to the Great Devouring Technique, and then refine and absorb it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Putting away the Kunpeng Dome, Yang Haotian looked at Dragon Ball.
After he casually injected a trace of divine power, the Dragon Ball emitted a faint precious light, trembled slightly, and immediately became silent.
Your appetite is not small. Yang Haotian laughed.
Dragon Balls are made by fusing the animal blood and divine blood of real dragons. A Dragon Ball is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme tempered and played by countless dragons. The more divine power it swallows, the better the appearance of the Dragon Ball.
Yang Haotian mobilized his divine power and kept breaking into the Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball burst into glory suddenly and soared into the sky.
It slammed into the void heavily, trying to shatter the space, and flew away. Yang Haotian was already prepared. How could he allow it to escape? Your mission has not been completed yet, work obediently for me. With a clap of his left hand, the rune of the forbidden magic bottle flickered, and with a click, it imprisoned the void here. The Dragon Ball is getting brighter and brighter, gradually like a sun, hanging in the void, shining brightly with the bright moon in the sky. A strange fluctuation spread in all directions, and there was no sound for 100 miles. The aura emanating from the Dragon Ball is the dragon's power, which is naturally intimidating to subdue all beasts.
Enon the Dragon Ball shook and let out a dragon roar.
A horned dragon suddenly flew out from the Dragon Ball. Its ferocious dragon horns were like swords and spears. It smashed and killed Yang Haotian.
Panlong wraps around the sky.
Yang Haotian slapped casually, and a green dragon flew out vigorously, more than 10 feet long, instantly entangled the horned dragon, and swallowed it directly with the dragon's mouth.
Immediately, a dragon-shaped energy penetrated into Yang Haotian's meridian and occupied it. Ow!
The Dragon Ball shook again, and a flood dragon flew out. The scales were as ferocious as flying swords, and shot at Yang Haotian. The green dragon energy circled again, and all the scales collapsed. The dragon's tail slammed on the dragon, opened its mouth and sucked it, and swallowed it again. Immediately after, what kind of pterosaurs, ice dragons, yellow dragons rushed out one after another, without exception, they were all swallowed up. The dragon-shaped vigor is entrenched in passing through Yang Haotian's meridians, like giant dragons dormant, nearly bursting his meridians. This trouble of happiness made Yang Haotian secretly sigh. If it can integrate several Yangtze rivers into the body, and the meridians are mighty and majestic like a torrent, then there is no need to worry about being exploded at all.
Fusion of Jianghe must be on the agenda.
After absorbing so much dragon energy into his body, Yang Haotian felt that the second coiling dragon was about to condense. As expected of a Dragon Ball, the dragon chi is really abundant.
Yang Haotian had the urge to refine the Dragon Ball into his body and absorb the dragon energy every day. At this moment, boom! Void vibration. Above the Dragon Ball, the hardened space suddenly exploded.
A ferocious dragon claw rushed out from the space crack and grabbed the Dragon Ball.
Ha ha, I finally caught a dragon. The records in ancient books do not deceive me. Yang Haotian was not surprised but delighted.
He once phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme in an ancient book that there are 4 kinds of dragons in the sky and the earth, and the Dragon Ball is just the best bait for catching dragons. Whenever these 4 kinds of dragons perceive the existence of the Dragon Ball, they will definitely not be able to stand the temptation and will come to snatch it.
This is his chance to catch the dragon.
If he can capture a dragon by his side, he will be able to generate dragon energy in an endless supply, helping him to practice supernatural powers.
Seeing the dragon claw coming to snatch the Dragon Ball, Yang Haotian waved his hand confidently and groaned.
The sword light tore through the sky and the earth, and the ferocious dragon claw was cut off directly, and crashed into the Chi River with a bang.
Let me see, which one of the 4 dragons are you? Yang Haotian punched out the void where the dragon was hiding, boom.
A grass-green grass dragon with 4 legs growing from its abdomen was shaken out of the space by Yang Haotian.
It's actually a grass dragon? Yang Haotian was disappointed.
Grass dragon, also known as Qilong, is a 4-legged dragon that voluntarily gave up its divinity and completely degenerated into a beast. Among the 4 dragon species, Qilong belongs to the weakest category, and has almost no dragon spirit. It didn't take much effort for Yang Haotian to be subdued by the dragon with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and he suppressed it with a green dragon force.
Right now. Mutation regeneration. Ooh.
There was a roar like thunder, a violent storm broke out, and lightning shredded the sky. Above the Dragon Ball, the space wriggled inexplicably like flesh and blood, emitting bright golden light, trying to devour the Dragon Ball.
Yang Haotian's expression suddenly changed. What a powerful wave of divinity. Is this a real dragon? But how could a real dragon hide in a different dimension? The alien space is the space bubble produced by the void.
These space bubbles are big and small, similar to independent small caves. But most of the space bubbles are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme full of dangerous void winds that will tear people to pieces when touched, or full of all kinds of strange poisons and evil spirits, which make it impossible for human beings to survive. Only those solitary ghosts, ferocious beasts, and monsters who have no caves and family inheritance will risk their lives to search for a suitable hiding place in different dimensions.
And so, alien space is a place where wandering spirits and evil beasts gather. How can a true dragon, a terrifying existence with divinity, appear in the space bubble? Unless this is the first real dragon that has been robbed. It has not lost its divinity, and it hides in a different dimension to recuperate. Unexpectedly, it was caught by my Dragon Ball. Ah, my luck is so good. Yang Haotian's eyes were full of surprises.
Real dragons also need to cultivate like cultivators, and they have to survive thunder disasters. After passing through the thunder tribulation, the real dragon grows wings and evolves into an Yinglong, but if the tribulation fails, it may fall from the dragon realm to the mortal world. A dragon that has fallen into the mortal world, lies dormant on the ground, coils up, and is on the verge of death at any time. It is called panlong. Dragon swims in shallow water and gets caught by shrimps refers to this kind of falling dragon. Yang Haotian couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. What kind of dragon ball? What kind of dragon spirit? How can it be as powerful as a real dragon whose divinity has not yet dissipated? If one can get a scale of a real dragon, just a trace of divinity remaining on it will be enough to make Panlong Chantianjin become a master in an instant. If you are lucky enough to get a drop of real dragon blood, it will be more precious than 10 dragon balls. If you get rich, at least get a piece of dragon scales down. Yang Haotian pressed his excitement, calmed down, and then slapped the void with his palm. Click. The squirming golden space solidified, slowing down the speed of devouring the dragon ball. But the dragon ball was still hung in the void by Yang Haotian, as the bait for the real dragon. Sure enough, the golden space was still wriggling, revealing space cracks, trying to devour the dragon ball. Yang Haotian immediately stimulated the chaotic divine sense, and penetrated along the crack in the space, and the chaotic divine sense swept away an alien space filled with boiling dragon energy and rampant violence suddenly appeared in his mind. Yang Haotian couldn't help being taken aback. In the huge alien space, most of the space is occupied by the bright golden light of divinity. Yang Haotian urged his spiritual thoughts to look carefully, and in that majestic golden light of divinity, there was actually a gigantic dragon head. This dragon's head is as huge as an ancient sacred mountain. It is thousands of miles high and tens of thousands of miles long. Scattered cyan dragon scales can be faintly seen, each piece is as big as a large lake, exuding divine light, as if suns have grown neatly on it. This is a black dragon. Yang Haotian exclaimed in his heart. Sanglong is the head of the 4 divine beasts. Because the scales of the whole body are blue in the sky, it is also called Qinglong. This green dragon occupies the entire alien space with only one dragon head, and its larger dragon body obviously extends to other alien spaces. What shocked Yang Haotian even more was that, at this moment, there was an ant-sized human jumping around in front of the blue dragon's head. He has the terrifying aura of the peak of the dragon transformation 5th layer lingering around him, but compared with the divine-like Sanglong, he is like a grain of rice in front of the sun and the moon. But the peacock feather in his hand was extremely extraordinary, exuding 5 colors of divine light, continuously bombarding the Qinglong's mouth. Just below Qinglong's mouth, a golden lake, exuding divine light, the lake water is sparkling, floating densely packed with divine symbols. The golden lake water was bubbling, and every time a bubble burst, a golden dragon flew out, lingering with a faint divinity, and disappeared into the void. This time, no matter how powerful Yang Haotian's willpower was and how broad his knowledge was, he couldn't help his heart beating wildly, and he exclaimed, "Dragon saliva spring! A real dragon with horns, scales, and beards. Dragon blood, dragon nails, all treasures from head to toe. But the most precious is undoubtedly the saliva of the real dragon, commonly known as the real dragon saliva. Because real dragon saliva contains not only the divinity of the dragon, but also the animality of greed. The perfect fusion of the two is the most precious top-quality material. Just a drop of real dragon saliva is worth tens of thousands of gods, not to mention, this is a whole mouthful of real dragon saliva. If you can get it, I am afraid that even the entire Yang family and all the ancestors will be completely shocked." Yang Haotian was short of breath. Even the breath is a little messy, and the heart is turbulent. At this time, you can see the benefits of a strong soul generally. When encountering such an astonishing situation, it is difficult for the strong to calm down, and the lake of heart will be ups and downs. But Yang Haotian's soul is powerful, and after being crazily tempered in chaos god-grinding thoughts, as soon as the thought moved, the powerful divine mind immediately suppressed the ups and downs of the heart lake like a needle for calming the sea. He calmed down instantly. In the flash of thoughts, Yang Haotian immediately made a decision. No matter who that person is, we must take this dragon saliva true spring. Wealth and wealth are in danger, even if that human being has the terrifying strength of the 5th level peak of the dragon transformation realm, he must give it a go. What's more, the reason why this person dared to attack Qinglong unscrupulously was that Qinglong was sleeping soundly and didn't bother to talk to him. In order to get more dragon saliva, this person took the risk of attacking Longzue. But even in deep sleep, Qinglong still follows certain instincts. the greedy animal nature of the dragon clan, and instinctively wants to devour the Dragon Ball. This also means that the dying human may wake up the real dragon at any time, and by then, there will be nothing left. On the bank of the Qi River, Yang Haotian immediately moved into action. A precious light flashed above his head, and the 9-orifice fetus floated out. The endless chaotic energy is like a spirit snake, crawling in and out of the 9 orifices. Unexpectedly, you will come in handy as soon as you succeed in enlightening the strength of the real dragon, not to mention the secret realm of longevity. Even the bosses of the secret realm of immortality cannot resist. The blue dragon in front of him can kill Yang Haotian with just one breath. So the ontology must not take this risk. Yang Haotian immediately activated the Zhan Waming Daoju. A ray of divine light emerged, cutting towards the divine fetus above the head. Brush! A figure like him emerged from the Tao Tire. Yang Haotian's heart suddenly moved, and that figure transformed into Fang Yan's appearance. But the realm of cultivation is the same as that of Yang Haotian, and even his abilities and supernatural powers are exactly the same. As Fang Yan stepped out of the divine womb, the light of the Tao womb above Yang Haotian's head dimmed, and with a bang, a spirit aperture collapsed. Just beheading a spiritual fetus like this, wasting an incarnation outside the body, I have to make enough money. Yang Haotian manipulated Fang Yan, opened the way with the Dragon Ball, and squeezed into the alien space. In order to avoid disturbance, his body left here non-stop and returned to Shangyang Palace. In the alien space. As soon as the Dragon Ball entered, it was immediately put away by Yang Haotian and released the aura of the Green Dragon. This alien space is the world of Qinglong, filled with massive Qinglong Qi. Yang Haotian blended into it perfectly, hit it, and approached the Dragon Saliva True Spring. Ah, this is really my good fortune. With this Dragon Saliva True Spring, I can break through the dragon transformation and step into the secret realm of the shrine just around the corner. The man holding 5 peacock feathers is none other than Mr. Peacock. No one knows his specific origin, only know that this person is born tyrannical, with 5 colored peacock feathers brushed all over Zhengzhou in his hands. He will never be a match for him. In the end, he left a comment of no one in Zhengzhou and walked away. The appearance of Mr. Peacock here is also a good fortune. Even though the green dragon was asleep, its greedy nature still coveted the peacock's divine plume and wanted to devour it. The peacock boy followed the vines and quickly found the nest, and found this real dragon's saliva spring. It's all here, we must get more dragon saliva and go back. Mr. Peacock was so bold that he kept attacking Qinglong's mouth, causing more dragon saliva to be secreted. Yang Haotian sneaked all the way to not far away. His eyes flashed. If you want to get Baoquan, you have to create some trouble for this kid first. The opponent is a strong man at the 5th level of the dragon transformation realm, and Yang Haotian is far behind him, so he can only avoid head-to-head encounters. If Mr. Peacock is vigilant around, he will find a black bead appearing out of nowhere not far away. The bead fluttered and moved a few angles, and suddenly, whoosh! The black bead flew towards Qinglong's head. A thud. The Dragon Ball hit Qinglong's huge forehead. Mr. Peacock was stunned immediately. Seeing the Dragon Ball rolling down, he didn't react for a while. What the hell? Where did it come from? Qinglong's head can still secrete this stuff? The next moment he reacted immediately. Someone attacked. Call. Qinglong turned his head, pointed his black nostrils at Mr. Peacock, and a wisp of cyan dragon's breath erupted like a flame, directly blowing him out. It's now! Fang Yan appeared out of nowhere, and while picking up the Dragon Ball, he aimed at the Dragon Saliva True Spring. Panlong wraps around the sky. Ow! The billowing dragon energy in the alien space was immediately mobilized and turned into a huge green dragon. The green dragon circled around, wrapped around the real spring of ambergris, and with a click, uprooted the spar ground. A black unicorn flew out, opened its mouth wide, revealing the dark furnace mouth of the Taiyin god. Fang Yan threw the Dragon Saliva True Spring into the furnace. Boom! When the furnace cover was closed, the sacred furnace dripped into the size of a jujube pit and flew into the palm of Fang Yan. Go! Fang Yan opened the way with the Dragon Ball, and fled here immediately. It didn't even take a breath from the time he made the move to the time when he put the real dragon's saliva spring into the furnace. Too fast. Any Tianjia would not be able to react at all at this time, not to mention that the incident happened so suddenly.
However, the opponent is Mr. Peacock,
the peerless genius who swept away the invincible Tianjia of Zhangzhou. He counterattacked almost instantly, and the 5 color feathers flashed coldly, and came with a swipe. How dare you snatch food from a tiger's mouth and fill it with your life? The 5 color divine light is like a 5 color magic sword, brushing towards the front of Fang Yan. Whenever Fang Yan insisted on escaping, if he took a step forward, he would be turned into a pile of meat powder immediately.
Big Pan Dragon Art. Fang Yan turned around and gave a palm. In Hong.
A green dragon's strength coiled out, absorbing the green dragon energy from all directions. Like a mountain range thousands of miles away, it swept towards Mr. Peacock. Master Peacock flicked the 5 colored feathers. Puff, the green dragon energy collapsed on the spot.
Are you from the Fang family in Zhangzhou Daoyu?
Master Peacock's cold eyes are like swords.
Fang Yan sneered, if you don't want to change your name or surname, I am Yang Haotian, the young master of the Yang family.
If you say that there is no one in Zhangzhou, I, Yang Haotian, will come to meet you. The dragon is entangled with the strength of the sky. When the fake is real, it is also fake. Fang Yan deliberately gave confusing information, and then shot wildly. Panlong Chantianjin's power soared dozens of times under the addition of green dragon energy here, overwhelmingly killing Mr. Peacock. Mr. Peacock was furious. No one had ever robbed a house before, and it was his head. What made him even more angry was that he had already realized that the other party was only at the first level of dragon transformation realm. A bug in Juxia realm, an ant-like existence, dares to snatch things from him. Court death. Master Peacock used the feathers as a divine sword, and swiped them one by one, destroying a green dragon's energy with each stroke. Sudden. His face changed abruptly. Not good. A 5 color divine light, guided by Fang Yan, hit Qinglong's eyes unexpectedly. The eyes are one of the most vulnerable parts of any creature, let alone a sleeping dragon. Rumbling. Qinglong snorted. It was this snorting, green dragon energy from a different dimension that exploded in an instant. Brilliant divinity filled the entire space. The blue dragon slowly opened its eyes, and endless divine light shot out from the dragon eyes. The entire alien space seemed to be illuminated by holy light, and the Buddha descended, directly turning into a golden world. What a strong divinity! This green dragon is definitely not an ordinary real dragon. How could it fall into the 3,000 realms? Young Master Peacock was shocked. He has attacked Qinglong so many times before, he may not escape death this time. Walk. Yang Haotian turned around and fled, using the Dragon Ball to open the way, breaking through the space and leaving. Young Master Peacock also reacted, and escaped with 5 colored feathers. Qinglong's huge eyeballs trembled slightly. Whoosh. 2 golden lights containing divinity shot out from the eyeballs, turned into 2 golden little dragons, and flew towards the Dragon Ball and the 5 color feathers. No matter how Yang Haotian changed his direction, the golden dragon would chase after him as if he was alive. Yang Haotian didn't panic, because he had already prepared. Rely on you. He threw out a ball of green light, which was the grass dragon he had caught. When the grass dragon saw the real dragon, it was already frightened and stupid, but the little golden dragon with divine nature was also a huge temptation for it. It almost instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed the little golden dragon greedily. Boom! The grass dragon exploded in the air. The little golden dragon turned into light rain and dissipated, and Yang Haotian also disappeared completely. Only Mr. Peacock, who was entangled by the little golden dragon, gritted his teeth and threw out a 5 color feather, finally escaped. The green dragon opened its mouth, and the little golden dragon flew into its mouth with its feathers in its mouth. Qinglong glanced at the direction where Yang Haotian was leaving. This alien space began to tremble and collapse crazily. Qinglong's huge mountain-like body quickly shrank towards its head, and hundreds of millions of space bubbles shattered. The green dragon turned into the size of an earthworm, and its whole body shone brilliantly. Like a loach drilling tofu, it burrowed into the void and disappeared. Put. On a bare mountain peak, Mr. Peacock fell to the ground in embarrassment. Looking at the 4 peacock feathers left in his hand, his heart twitched wildly. Take my dragon saliva true spring, and cause me to lose a piece of divine feather. This enmity is irreconcilable.
His eyes flickered quickly, and pictures flowed in his mind. That little bastard, who calls himself Young Haotian, has never used the unique skills of the Yang clan. Even if he tries his best to imitate Panlong Chantian Jin, its power is dozens of times stronger than the original version. The magic weapon used to collect the dragon saliva true spring is also full of energy. This person phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme comes from the Fong family, or has an inseparable relationship with Taiyin Shinhu.
Young Master Peacock quickly locked onto the suspect. Only Yang Haotian was not counted. A soft-legged shrimp that can't shrink back and dare not even take on a challenge will never dare to compete with him for food. However, suspicion cannot be completely ruled out. In a few days it will be this son's coming-of-age feast. I can try it out.
In Haotian Palace. Yang Haotian looked rather hesitant.
He seldom panics when he encounters anything, but it is related to a top-grade treasure like Dragon Saliva True Spring.
Even if the ancestors are here, I'm afraid they can't be calmer than him. There must be no accidents. Yang Haotian secretly said.
Suddenly, his eyes flashed suddenly, coming. In the secret passage in the corner of Haotian Palace, a figure flashed past. Whoosh! A pitch-black unicorn the size of a thumb flew towards Yang Haotian. When it reached his palm, it turned into a lunatic furnace. A strong divinity mixed with dragon energy fluctuations came out from the divine furnace.
Ah, it's done. Yang Haotian was overjoyed, and couldn't help breathing quickly.
The incarnation of the spirit fetus that was cut out was gradually distorted. Your mission is accomplished.
Yang Haotian nodded towards him, and a divine fetus emerged above his head.
The incarnation of the spirit fetus turned into a rich chaotic energy on the spot, which was instantly absorbed by the god fetus. There are only 8 spiritual apertures left on the divine fetus, and the severed spiritual apertures cannot be recovered. But he could feel the rich fluctuations of the real spring of ambergris.
Yang Haotian was extremely excited. Everything is worth it.
Only a small part of this true spring of ambergris can be absorbed, and it may be able to push the energy of Panlong Chantian, reaching great success in an instant.
If all refining and absorption.
The amount of energy obtained alone is enough to be worth 500 years of hard work.
Not to mention, the rich divinity and dragon nature contained in it. What an amazing adventure!
On the top of Yang Haotian's head, a mouthful of gods flashing with 5-colored thunder suddenly appeared, releasing a strong desire for the dragon saliva true spring.
Even the yin-yang and 5 elements grinding gods were alarmed.
The supreme treasure rewarded by heavenly Tao is extremely powerful. Whether it is used for self-defense or crushing the enemy, it is completely sufficient. But it has a characteristic: too proud. It doesn't look down on idle energy at all, and even the existence of one of the 9 spiritual qi, the mysterious yellow qi, is completely dismissive.
Until the real spring of dragon saliva appeared, even this supreme treasure couldn't resist the temptation. Unfortunately, can't move it yet. Yang Haotian suppressed the urge to absorb the refining immediately. He is very cautious.
Even 4 or 5 drops of treasures of the level of Dragon Saliva True Spring are enough to move the faces of the Longevity family.
And what he got now is a whole mouthful of Dragon Saliva Lake.
There are millions of drops of Dragon Saliva. Once the news gets out, not to mention the Longevity family, I am afraid that even the old holy places that have been handed down from ancient times, such as Taiyi Holy Land and Dian Holy Land, will be crazy about it.
Young Master Peacock has suffered such a big loss, so he must be secretly investigating now, trying to get this treasure back.
But if the news spreads that this treasure has entered my hands, he will know that there is no hope of getting it back, and he will probably die immediately. Spread the news of the Dragon Saliva True Spring to everyone.
Until then, the Yang clan will definitely face the siege of many forces. Everyone is innocent and guilty.
The value of the Dragon Saliva True Spring is enough to make countless strong people crazy about it.
Think about this.
Yang Haotian's expression became more and more serious, and he typed out dense seal runes and branded them on the Taiyin furnace. Be sure not to let any breath leak out. After working hard for half an hour, he finally felt relieved. Hey, if you have a top-grade divine technique like the Great Sealing Technique, how can it be so troublesome? If you throw a great sealing technique, the lunar god furnace will be completely isolated from another time and space, and it will not leak half of your breath. Like the great devouring technique, the great sealing technique is also a highly practical divine technique. But the great sealing technique is a unique skill of the Lin family of the longevity family, and it will never be handed down.
It has to be said that Yang Haotian's harvest today is amazing.
Needless to say, the ultimate product such as dragon saliva true spring. Just talking about the supernatural power of Panlong Zhangtian gene, he has already cultivated 2 Panlong gene. And because he saw Qinglong with his own eyes and absorbed a trace of divinity, his understanding of this supernatural power became more and more thorough. Moreover, thanks to the abundant green dragon energy in the alien space, Yang Haotian's third coiling dragon energy is about to condense. Just use Dragon Ball to assist a little, and you can succeed in one fell swoop. Besides, this time he went out to practice, and he also exposed 2 major problems. The first one is, you must find a magic weapon of space. If he had a high-quality storage magic weapon, he would not need to occupy the lunar sacred furnace when he collected the dragon saliva true spring. Now that the Taiyin sacred furnace is occupied, it means that he has temporarily lost the combat power of a superb Taoist weapon. It's a pity that the forbidden magic bottle doesn't have enough Dao Law to nourish it, otherwise it will evolve into a Dao weapon, and its power will be stronger.
Yang Haotian shook his head. Now the strongest magic weapon in his hands is Yin Yang 5 Elements God.
But in a short time, he didn't want to easily expose the existence of this treasure.
The second problem is the problem of meridian capacity.
With his current spiritual strength, the efficiency of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been greatly enhanced, and there will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme be problems with the meridians being filled, or even bursting. Integrating the Yangtze River into the meridians must be put on the agenda, and this plan must be completed before the adult banquet. As soon as Yang Haotian put away the Taiyin divine stove, his father Yang Xinglong came. Entering the hall, he frowned slightly. What breath fluctuations?
Yang Haotian looked at him calmly. Check it out.
The father's main method of cultivation is the art of enchantment, which is the most sensitive to energy. If it can be hidden from his perception, it will be difficult for others to detect the breath of the dragon saliva true spring.
Really?
Father searched, but found nothing, smiled and gave Yang Haotian a look. I feel a lot of ceiling fluctuations, you kid must be practicing the sealing technique. He shook his head and sighed. My Yang family's great barrier of light and darkness, although it has the effect of sealing, but the strongest is attacking. The one who is really good at sealing has to be the great sealing technique of the Lin family. Father, why are you here? Oh, I almost forgot the business.
Yang Xinglong showed seriousness on his face. Tian'er, are you familiar with Yang Xinyu? Yang Xinyu? The lineage of Xingyu Palace?
The 4 main veins of the Yang family, apart from the Shangyang Palace, are the 3 veins of the Burning Yang Palace, the Day and Heaven Palace, and the Xingyu Palace.
But he doesn't have much friendship with Yang Xingyu.
Unexpectedly, the father said solemnly, your coming-of-age ceremony will be held in the Qilin Temple. I just applied for the right to use the Qilin Temple, but I learned that the Qilin Temple was borrowed by this son in advance.
Yang Xinyu occupied the Qilin Temple? Yang Haotian's expression couldn't help but change.
The status of Qilin Tiangong is extremely special. It will only be opened during major events or celebrations of the Yang clan. And every activation consumes at least several million source stones.
How did Yang Xinyu get the right to use the Qilin Temple? And Xingyu Palace is so generous, supporting his consumption of several million source stones?
What surprised Yang Haotian even more was still behind. Yang Xinyu heard that you were going to use the Qilin Tiangong, so he took the initiative to let it out, and this kid also asked me to remind you. A trace of coldness flashed in Yang Xinglong's eyes. He asked you to come of age at the coming-of-age ceremony. Beware of Yang Zhuxian.
Yang Zhuxian? Who is this person? Yang Haotian had never heard of it.
I have specifically checked, and there is no such person in the younger generation of the Yang clan. I checked more than a dozen generations before I found out that Yangzhu Immortal was actually a 10-year-old Tianjiao, who was sealed into the Jiayuan River.
Get out of the seal.
Yang Xinglong said in a low voice.
The pride of heaven 10 years ago? Yang Haotian's eyes flashed. And there is something weird about this person. Strong doubts flashed in Yang Xinglong's eyes. The talent of immortal Yang Zhu is extremely astonishing.
He could have been sealed into the deepest part of Jiyuan River together with another peerless genius, but he offered to seal the 8th stage of the ban.
Okay? Yang Haotian frowned suddenly.
In addition to the 8-time forbidden gates, Jiyuan River also has the deepest sealing place, and only the strongest clansmen are eligible to seal it in. When the seal enters the deepest part, it is least affected by the power of time and space.
After 10 years, the cultivation level will hardly drop by half.
But immortal Yang Zhu obviously has the qualifications, but he voluntarily gave up and entered the 8th stage, which is slightly worse.
What is he planning?
Father, don't worry, I will be vigilant against this person.
Yang Haotian was a little curious. How did Zhang Xinyu know this? Unexpected prophet? Or, is he a reborn?
By the way, Father, I need a magic weapon of space.
Please keep an eye on it for me, and remember to tell me if there is a suitable one. Now that the problem was exposed, Yang Haotian started to solve it.
However, space magic weapons are rare, and with Yang Haotian's current spiritual strength, it will take time to find a space magic weapon that matches him.
Father Yang Xinglong nodded, expressing that he would take care of him. Then he hesitated for a while and asked, Tiana, recently have you heard any rumors? Yang Haotian shook his head. What rumors? That's that you are unpopular among the young people of the Yang family.
The father seemed to be afraid that his son would be sad, so he thought about it. Yang Haotian has recently solved the 2 major hidden dangers of Yang Xingha and Yang Tang one after another, but these 2 talents are not bad. Some hostile forces seized on this point and spread the news that Yang Haotian was jealous of talents, trying to drive a wedge between him and the young people in the clan.
Oh, so that's what you said. Yang Haotian waved his hands nonchalantly. It's just a cheap trick to divorce us, we won't fall for it.
Yang Xinglong frowned slightly. Tiana, you have to be careful, you know that 3 people become tigers. He has quietly found out the source of the rumors in the clan. It is from a few jealous juniors. Obviously they have fallen into the enemy's scheme to alienate them.
This made Yang Xinglong very sad.
His son clearly did his best for the sake of his family and peers, but he was still misunderstood by them. But Yang Haotian obviously didn't take it seriously. It's just a few idiots with bubbles in their heads, it won't affect the overall situation. He believes that most of the young people of the Yang clan still have their heart for him. As for those bastards who can't even tell the difference, what big waves can they cause? But seeing his father worried, Yang Haotian changed his mind and said with a smile, this kind of heart attack seems to be difficult to handle, but it can't be easier to break it. Yang Xinglong's eyes lit up immediately. Tiana, do you have a solution? He had a lot of headaches about this problem before. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and rumors can't be stopped. Yang Haotian smiled, simple. At the coming-of-age ceremony, you just have to wait and see, and make sure all the messages are unbreakable. Seeing his son's confident face, Yang Xinglong couldn't help but smile in relief. The son has indeed grown up, and he can be on his own. Tiana, this coming-of-age banquet, oh. Yang Xinglong's expression suddenly changed, and there was a faint chill all over his body. What happened to father? Yang Haotian asked. It's nothing, I've got an old problem, you guys practice hard, I'll go first. Yang Xinglong hurriedly left the hall. Yang Haotian frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong with his father. The Yang family's kung fu was mainly based on the fire element, so how can there be cold air overflowing? Your father's cold poison has relapsed. Grandpa entered the hall with a serious expression on his face. Cold poison? Did Taiyin Shenhu do it? Yang Haotian's eyes turned cold. Grandpa shook his head. It has nothing to do with Taiyin Shenhu Lake. This poison is one of the ancient strange poisons, Toad's poison. Every night when the moon is full, you have to suffer from the cold poison that devours your body. The poison of the underworld, Toad. 10 evils in the upper world. Murderous intent flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. In order to protect Qin Xian, your father was poisoned by the Nether Toad clan. There is no cure for this poison. Once it breaks out, the whole body will be icy cold, and even my Yang clan's fire system can't resist it.
your father has cultivated for so many years.
It has always been difficult to advance an inch and has something to do with this poison. The sun shakes the city road.
Is there a way to relieve it? Yang Haotian asked.
Grandpa nodded. The only thing that can suppress the toxicity of the underworld toad is the heavenly chicken Jianggu produced in the wilderness ancient mine of my young family, but recently the wasteland ancient mine lost contact, and the heavenly chicken Jianggu failed to deliver. The family has sent people to investigate. Seeing his grandson's ugly and worried face, young Hancheng hurriedly said, Tianer, don't worry, Grandpa will take care of father's affairs.
You can concentrate on preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony.
This coming-of-age ceremony is of great importance.
It's a big deal? Yang Haotian was surprised.
Yang shook the city for a while, and decided to selectively tell Yang Haotian apart. Haotian, originally the young master's coming-of-age ceremony is not qualified to open the Qilin Tiangong, but firstly, you are a rare innate chaotic body, and your talent is amazing enough. Secondly,
what? Yang Haotian felt that the most critical part was the latter. Sure enough, Mayor Yang Chan sighed and said, secondly, the ancestral land of the Yang family has changed recently. It seems that such things cannot be suppressed.
Except for the ancestors and the ancestors of Haotian, the other 17 ancestors of my Yang family all went to the ancestral land secretly to help suppress that kind of thing.
A trace of solemnity appeared on Yang Haotian's face.
He only knows a little about that kind of thing, and it is said that it has brought an eternal curse to the blood of the Yang family.
If it is not handled well, the entire Yang family may be destroyed. The ancestors went to the ancestral land, causing the Yang family's combat power to be empty.
In order to prevent other forces from discovering the clues and taking advantage of the situation to attack the Yang family, you need to use this coming-of-age ceremony to show the heritage of the Yang family and deter all Xiao Xiao.
Yang shakes the city with a bang.
In recent years, the Yang family has not entered the rivers and lakes for a long time, and people in the world seem to have forgotten how powerful the Yang family is. Some Xiao Xiao forces even dared to test the Yang family and tried to provoke them. Yang Haotian's eyes flashed solemnly, and he clenched his fist slightly. Unexpectedly, a family as powerful as the Yang family would end up in such a dangerous situation. As the young master, he must do something. At this moment, Yang Haotian's desire to become stronger was stronger than ever.
No matter for father, mother, or master.
He made up his mind that only by mastering absolute power can he control the situation.
Xingyu Palace. In the main hall.
The elders of the Xingyu Palace lineage looked unhappy. The Shangyang Palace is really messed up. With just young Haotian, what right does he have to occupy the Qilin Heavenly Palace? That is, Xingyu is kind and generous, and took the initiative to give up the opportunity to use the Qilin Heavenly Palace.
Xingyu, why did you give up Qilin Tiangong?
At their starting position, a young man with a handsome face and bright eyes, with an extraordinary demeanor, hesitated to speak. Seeing this, the elders immediately laughed and said, if you have anything to say, just say it.
Yang Xingyu is the most outstanding genius in the lineage of Xingyu Palace.
The most important thing is that he has encountered countless adventures since he was a child, and has brought countless treasures and wealth to himself and his family. In the eyes of the elders of Xingyu Palace, Yang Xingyu, who has amazing luck, is the best candidate for the young master of the Yang family. Elders, Xingyu thinks that almost all the ancestors have gone out, resulting in the emptiness of the Yang family's base camp, but the more you can't show your cowardice at this time, so not only must the coming-of-age ceremony be held, but also a special one.
This is my initiative to give up. The reason for Qilin Tiangong is just.
When Yang Xingyu said this, he hesitated.
The elders immediately encouraged, if there's anything you can't say, say it boldly.
Only then did Yang Xingyu smile shyly, and said, it's just that this coming-of-age ceremony is related to the entire Yang family, but whether Yang Haotian can suppress the quartet Tianzhu is a question. The elders nodded. This was what they were most worried about.
As Yang Haotian's young master, if he loses in the competition, it will bring a big blow to the reputation of the Yang family.
Elders, Xingyu has a suggestion. If the opponent is too strong and you are not sure you can win, you might as well consider avoiding the battle. Yang Xingyu bowed his hands to the elders. I have to leave this matter to the elders.
If there is a strong enemy that cannot be defeated, don't let that young Haotian take action.
Because it is the closest to Shangyang Palace, the elders of Xingyu Palace and Shangyang Palace join hands to attend this coming-of-age ceremony. All the elders agreed repeatedly, praising young Xinyu's idea with all their strength, and if they couldn't do anything, they would definitely stop young Haotian from making a move. No one saw it, but a gleam of coldness flashed in young Xinyu's eyes. Young Haotian, everything started because of you. Although you were also the young master in the previous life, you were only an innate Taoist body. Now that I am reborn, you have become an innate chaotic body. This biggest variable has already led to changes in the direction of many things, and you must not let you continue to influence it. So I must get rid of you. Of course, it was through the hands of Yang Zhuxian. Thinking of immortal Yang Zhu, strong fear flashed in Yang Xinyu's eyes. Yang Zhuxian's talent is extremely terrifying, and he is born to restrain all kinds of physiques. Even a genius who combines two physiques is completely useless. In the previous life, Yang Zhuxian casually injured young Haotian at the coming-of-age ceremony, but he was not fatal. Now that I have given up the Qilin Tiangong and held a larger-scale coming-of-age ceremony, the domineering and conceited Yang Zhuxian is absolutely jealous and wants to kill young Haotian. Taiyin God Lake. There was a loud bang. The dark lake of the underworld exploded, and a large amount of lake water rushed into the sky. A boy in black rushed out from the bottom of the lake. The chaotic pupils in his eyes shone, and the cold air overflowed from his whole body. With a click, the lake water rushing up to the sky was frozen in mid-air by the cold air all over his body. Is it all arranged? In Zhouyu landed steadily, and asked in a deep voice. It's all arranged, but young master, isn't it too risky to sneak into Yang's house? That was the coming-of-age banquet of the Yang family, and it was held in the Qilin Tiangong, which showed that the Yang family attached great importance to Yang Haotian. The young master broke into the enemy's camp alone. It was no different from sending him to death. In Zhouyu sneered, "How can you catch a tiger if you don't enter the tiger's den? Everyone thinks it's risky, but I have to do it." The Yang family's coming-of-age banquet opens the highest standard Qilin Tiangong, which is to support Yang Haotian. It is also to show the strength and heritage of the Yang family to the world. If he can make a big banquet and behead Yang Haotian, it will definitely deal a major blow to the prestige of the Yang family. More importantly, his reputation can surpass his brother In Tianqiu in one fell swoop, and regain the position of son of God. Fang Yan, are you sure that method will work? In Zhouyu looked at the dark Ming Lake. Boom! Fang Yan rushed out of the lake like a dragon. Don't worry. I sense that the fragment is still on Yang Haotian's body. As long as that thing is still there, Yang Haotian will die. He has enough confidence in his blood curse. Okay. Then go make a big fuss, cut off Yang Haotian's head, and severely hit the Yang family's arrogance. Time flies. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The coming-of-age banquet for the young master of the Yang family has arrived. This day, outside the ancient city of Haoyang, there are many colors and treasures flooding. Flying treasure ships, flying gods, flying swords, etc. are constantly coming and going, which is very lively. In the ancient city of Haoyang, all the wine shops are full of cultivators watching the excitement, pointing out all kinds of cars that come to the ancient city from time to time. Hey, the palace of the ancient country of Tianke has come. Look, it looks like the eldest princess of the White Tiger Kingdom is here, so beautiful. The princess of the ancient Xuanwu country has also come. In the extraordinary cars, palaces, etc., you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme see graceful and attractive beauties. Most of them are covered with light veils, and their faces cannot be seen clearly, but just looking at their figures and temperament makes many young people's hearts beat endlessly. After the young master of the Yang family comes of age, he can choose a Taoist partner. As the young master of the longevity family, this noble status alone is enough to attract many young girls. And the astonishing talent of the chaotic body has made many young ladies, princesses, and saintesses yearn for it. It's rare for us to see these Tianjia saintesses once in a lifetime, but today they all gather here. Next to the well-informed cultivators, a group of young people surrounded them. They all followed their elders and came to open their eyes. But even if they took a look at the Tianjia from a distance, they all felt the shocking pressure rushing towards them. It's hard to imagine.
What kind of terrifying scene is the Yang family where the arrogance and nobles gather? This coming-of-age ceremony will officially confirm young Master Yang's title as the first unicorn, and will also bestow the unicorn sword. The Qilin Excalibur, the perfect Taoist weapon. It is the symbol of the status of the leader of the Yang family's Qilin species. Everyone in the restaurant couldn't help but exclaimed. The young master of the Yang family is already powerful. If he got this unicorn sword, wouldn't he be even more powerful? At that time, even if he faces an existence like Mr. Peacock, he will still have the power to fight, right? Speaking of Mr. Peacock, I heard that Yang Haotian seemed to have had a fight with Mr. Peacock not long ago. It seems that the demon Peacock suffered a lot. What? Mr. Peacock, who said that there is no one in Zhengzhou, has suffered a big loss at the hands of young Master Yang? That flower peacock has always been conceited. The young master of the Yang family is coming of age this time. Maybe he will come and mess things up. Shenyang Palace. At this moment, the front door is wide open, and spiritual clouds are floating, welcoming guests from all over the world. A divine chariot filled with Tao rhyme and shrouded in divine light slowly stopped in the void. A tall figure stepped out from the divine chariot, and the void suddenly squirmed like a swamp, as if it had melted. It is the pride of the ancient kingdom of gods and mud who has arrived. The ancient kingdom of divine mud, which has been established for millions of years, has the supernatural powers of the sacred mud great handprint, blasting out with one palm, and turning 100 miles of void into muddy water. Ding dong! A burst of graceful and beautiful music sounded. Heavenly fragrance emerges, musical notes linger, 7 exquisite beauties, surrounded by stars and the moon, a woman in the middle, her figure, appearance, and posture are all hazy and unclear. But everyone only heard the moving music, and they knew which fairy had come, Fairy Miaoyin from Tianyin Ancient Country. The Tianyin Ancient Country is a giant with comparable strength to the Sheni Ancient Country. Even if it is a long-lived family, it must be courteous. As it approached, several more Tianjiu and fairies descended. Different from those women who show their faces, when the women from the Sheni Ancient Kingdom and Tianyin Ancient Kingdom arrived, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme disguised themselves as men, or used magic weapons to cover their bodies, trying their best to avoid showing off their beauty in front of everyone. Even though they also came here to get acquainted with Yang Haotian, all of them were reserved a lot. Simply put, face. Everyone was amazed when they suddenly felt strange fluctuations in the void. In the sky, there was an inexplicable ripple, and the endless runes were like tadpoles, swimming quickly in the center of the ripple. This strange fluctuation, could it be of the legendary Great Void technique? It's the Gu family from the Longevity family who came. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Gu Jia, a long-lived family, owns one of the most mysterious 9 great scriptures, the Void Sutra. This scripture not only derived the amazingly powerful magical arts such as the Great Void Art and the Great Teleportation Art, but also allowed the Gu family to master the unique refining method of the space magic weapon. Almost half of the best space magic weapon transactions in the 3000 Dao domain are handled by the Gu family. In terms of financial resources alone, the wealth accumulated by the Gu family by relying on the magic weapon of trading space is not inferior to the Yang family at all. Void runes shone, endless holy light fluttered, and 2 figures appeared in the center of the ripples out of thin air. The void around the 2 of them was completely distorted, and all the divine thoughts that wanted to spy on the 2 of them collapsed. What a beautiful fairy, is she Gu Xian'er, the goddess of the Gu family? How is it possible that the peerless genius who was about to become the next patriarch of the Gu family has come in person? A series of exclamations spread. Gu Xian'er, the goddess of the Gu family, has strands of space law hanging down her body, making it impossible to see her specific face clearly. She seems to be between nothingness and reality. Even if she perceives it with divine sense, she can't feel it at all. Gu Xian'er's eyes swept away, secretly surprised. Hey, the Yang family has so few people? The secret realm of the Holy Tomb is about to open, and the reason why Gu Xian'er came here in person has 2 purposes. One is that, like all Tenjiao, he wants to see the quality of the chaotic body with his own eyes, so as to serve as a reference for the future emperor's battle. The second is to take the opportunity to test Yang Haotian, to see if there is any possibility of cooperating to explore the secret realm of the Holy Tomb. Gu Xian'er saw that at the gate of Shenyang Palace, there were only 4 figures responsible for welcoming guests from all directions.
Nalan Aoshue, Yang Ro, Yang Chon, and Yang Tianhua stood at the gate of the huge Shangyang Palace, looking lonely and funny.
The audience around obviously noticed this too. Anyway, it's also a coming-of-age ceremony for the young master of the Yang family. There are only 4 people here to welcome the guests. Isn't it too shabby? It's not just shabby, I doubt that the 4 of them can handle it. The young master of the Yang family is so unpopular? Is there too little manpower under his command?
Whether it was the audience or the guests from all over the world, they all shook their heads in wonder. Inside the side hall of Shangyang Palace, Yang Xinglong, Yi Qingxian, Li Shiye, Yang Hanshine, and others all gathered here. Although they couldn't show up, their attention to this coming-of-age ceremony did not relax at all. From the very beginning, Yi Qingxian kept frowning. Haotian has only 4 people under his command, it's too ridiculous to ask them to deal with this banquet. She couldn't really let it go. I'll let Xiao Xiang and the others help Tian'er.
Hold on. Yang Hanshang waved his hands and said, this is the family's test of Haotian, no one is allowed to interfere.
Yang Xinglong also pulled his wife over, looking forward. The family had arranged for him before, but he declined all of them. Since he did this, he must have his own intentions.
Exactly.
Li Shiye smiled and said, Haotian, this boy, has always done things in a disciplined manner, and he has never disappointed anyone.
Don't worry. In Haotian Palace. Yang Haotian knew everything outside through the chaotic divine sense, and his expression was calm.
Everyone knows that this coming-of-age banquet is a test for him.
But why didn't Yang Haotian take this opportunity to test the young people in the clan?
Enemies spread rumors that he was unpopular among young people, so much so that even his father was troubled by it.
Yang Haotian easily came up with a solution. For this coming-of-age ceremony, he will not arrange any servants to contribute.
Except for the people around him, he didn't mention this arrangement to anyone. If the people of the same generation were interested in him, they would understand what he meant and take the initiative to help the situation. In this way, young Haotian's unpopular rumors are self-defeating. Of course, it is also possible that everyone will not come to help, but if he doesn't even have the intention to help, what is there for him to be nostalgic for this mere young master? The family can test his loyalty and ability repeatedly, so he can also test the family. It's not young Haotian's style to concentrate on hard work. The guests are almost here. As the host, it's time for me to appear.
Yang Haotian's eyes flickered slightly. I hope they don't let me down.
The gate of Shangyang Palace. The 4 of them, Nalan Aoshue and Yang Chong, were already overwhelmed with work, yet no one came to help.
The audience and guests around gradually began to point and point.
The 4 looked a little embarrassed.
Sudden.
A group of young men and women filed out from the door. They were dressed in fine clothes, with happy expressions on their faces, and all of them were calm and free-spirited.
Brother Yang Chong, we are here to help.
Yang Qi, a rambunctious boy, changed his mischievous nature and brought his friends to run errands to help. In front of Yang Tianhua, there was also a group of handsome men and women who came to help. The young master usually plans so much for us. If we don't work hard at this time, are we still human? Where there is a shortage of manpower, just order us.
In front of Yang Ro, there is also a group of beautiful women,
Yin Yin Yen, fat and charming. All of them blushed when they mentioned the young master. The young master is a kind person, and he is dedicated to working hard for the family.
This coming-of-age ceremony, the sisters must not let the young master lose face.
In front of Nalan Aoshue, Nia Honglian was dressed in red. Her eyes dodged a little. She has been able to repay Yang Haotian's life-saving grace, but when she heard that Nalan Aoshue was short of manpower, she happened to be nearby, so she came without saying a word. But it was only when she was there that she realized that her identity was a bit embarrassing. She was neither a follower of Yang Haotian nor a member of the tribe, which made people think too much. Nalan Aoshue didn't care about these things, and pulled her over. I'm worried about the lack of manpower.
You came just in time. Arrange the singing list with me.
Before the guests enter the venue, they need to sing out the list of congratulatory gifts they have brought, and then they can officially enter the table and start the banquet. Seeing the gate of the palace, which was still deserted just now, a group of extra people appeared in the blink of an eye, and all of them were handsome men and beautiful women, with extraordinary bearing. The audience and guests were all dumbfounded. Good guy.
Those are the three brothers Yang Tianwang, Yang Tianzhao, and Yang Tianlong. They once wiped out a top demon sect overnight. Look, the ruthless man Yang Shixin has also come. He once used Juxia realm cultivation to fight against the ruthless sword cultivator who was at the peak of Chongyang realm. There's also Yang Tianpeng, Yang Tianwan, all of them are arrogant talents who overwhelm one side, they're all here to help. Just now, the guy who suspected that Yang Haotian was unpopular has completely died down now. Young masters and ladies of the Yang family, in terms of status and strength, no matter where they go, they are not the arrogance of a party, and they are people who are held high. But at this moment, for the young master's coming-of-age ceremony, he was busy, and the smiles on his face were completely from the bottom of his heart. All the guests saw it in their eyes and silently praised in their hearts, such a strong cohesion. Before, they had vaguely heard the rumors that Yang Haotian was unpopular. Now it seems that the mistake is really not ordinary outrageous. The rumors are self-defeating, ha ha ha, happy. In the side hall, father and son Yang Chancheng and Yang Xinglong laughed heartily. Master Li Shirie also showed relief on his face. As a disciple, he really never disappoints. Karen Heavenly Palace, open. A melodious voice spread all over the place. The moment the voice hadn't finished speaking, above the sky, there was a divine light. A bright golden pillar shot straight into the sky, and in the endless void, a fantasy temple loomed. A unicorn, an auspicious beast, as big as a mountain, covered with auspicious aura and auspicious clouds, crouched at the entrance of the temple. This is the Qilin Temple, one of the 9 most mysterious buildings in the 3000 Dao domain? Oh my god, it really is Tiangong, it actually appeared above 9 heavens. A majestic building like a fairyland, how should the guests enter? The onlookers were amazed again and again, their eyes full of longing and curiosity. It was in their burning eyes that were so horrified that they couldn't believe it. Ow! The auspicious beast Qilin, which was as huge as a mountain, opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. Suddenly, a huge magical portal emerged. This portal is as high as 100 feet, as huge as a mountain, and on the huge doorframe, there are lines of dragon-like divine inscriptions, exuding a sacred brilliance. Karen's Sect. One of the 4 semi-sacred artifacts of the Sun Clan. The Yang clan is so generous. For the young master's coming-of-age ceremony, they used a half-sacred weapon to attract guests. All the talents from all walks of life came to congratulate, and they all wanted to take the opportunity to see the quality of Yang Haotian, the unicorn head of the Yang family. I really didn't expect that the Yang family would actually take out a half-sacred weapon to support him. The guests from all directions were shocked. Divine weapon is a magical weapon. Different from Tao tools with a single usage, a divine tool phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme comes with several supernatural powers, and these supernatural powers can cooperate with each other to form an astonishingly powerful combined magic formation. The output of the divine weapon is mainly composed of divine formations composed of magical powers. And those who only have supernatural powers, but cannot be integrated into a divine formation, are called semi-divine weapons. In the entire 3000 Dao domain, there are less than 20 people who are qualified to be called semi-divine weapons. The Qilin Gate, a semi-artifact, trembled slightly, and the void trembled in an instant, forming a bridge. From the Qilin Gate, one after another Qilin divine script flew out, turning into small unicorns out of thin air, supporting the bridge in the void. The sky bridge shone with golden light and shrouded in vigor extends to the front of the main hall of Shengyang Palace. Hey, that's strange, why hasn't young Master Yang appeared yet? That's right, they're all entering the arena right away, and the young master hasn't seen him come out to meet him? When everyone is curious. Bang! In the direction of Haotian Palace, the golden light fills up, and the endless Dao rhyme boils. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a Kuanping, soaring up 90,000 miles, surrounded by divinity, sweeping the avenue, and swooping in. Everyone felt a golden light flashing in front of their eyes, and a round of golden sun floated out of the endless Dao rhyme. Looking closely, it was actually a peerless young man with a handsome face. Wearing a dragon pattern costume, he has a divine body like an abyss, an imposing manner like a rainbow, and surging divine power fluctuations, as if a sun god has descended into the world. He just stood there, and all the people present couldn't help but be attracted, and they couldn't ignore his existence at all. It's the young master of the Yang family. Sure enough, she's so handsome. I now understand why so many beautiful older sisters and younger sisters are yearning for this banquet. Everyone looked at young Master Yang, who looked like a banished immortal, and they all sighed again and again. Nalan Aoshua looked at the radiant young master with brilliant eyes. But she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the young master seemed to have something different about him compared to the gentle and jade-like Jade in the past. Everyone please. Yang Haotian cupped his hands and greeted with a smile. The apparently plain voice was transmitted to the two people present so clearly that it was impossible to ignore it. Yang Haotian is very satisfied with the appearance of Yang Qi, Yang Tianwan, Yang Shixin and other young clansmen. After all, his devotion for the clansmen was seen by everyone, and he responded. That being the case, I will take up the burden of the young master of the Yang family. I, Yang Haotian, will do my best to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the Yang family into a brighter era of glory. That curse. I will also break it. A flash of firmness flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes, and he smiled slowly. The Kailan Heavenly Palace has been opened, everyone, you can prepare to enter. All the arrogances nodded one after another, which was a preliminary approval. But whether the chaos body is really that strong, and whether it is worth their attention, depends on the discussion after the banquet. Yang Haotian's combat performance will be the first footnote of his journey to God. Dongsheng Daoyu, Jiang Yunlong, the 8th prince of the ancient kingdom of Shinmu, came to congratulate him, and presented 9 volumes of Tianyun Daoshu and 2000 Zhang Sacred Mountains. A prince with an extraordinary bearing came to Yang Haotian, bowed his hands and saluted, and entered the arena. In Hokkaido, the son of heaven in Shisha Cave came to congratulate me, offering 2 bottles of immortal jade spirit essence, 10 pieces of divine source, and 2000 Zhang divine mountains. Southern border Daoyu, the princess of the ancient country of Tiankei, came to congratulate her, and presented a pair of Huanshui Lingwan and 2000 Zhang sacred mountains. As the arrogances of all parties entered the arena, people gradually discovered an interesting thing. Among all the guests' congratulatory gifts, without exception, there are several sacred mountains that gave birth to various true meanings. Everyone seems to know that the young master of the Yang family likes to collect sacred mountains of various attributes. Yang Haotian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't like to collect the sacred mountain, he used it to devour and fuse it, okay? Zhongzhou Daoyu Gu Xiener, the goddess of the Gu family from the longevity family, came to congratulate. This statement came out. Everyone in the crowd, including audience and guests, fell silent. A series of gazes focused on that beautiful figure that was left alone in the world. Brother Haotian. Gu Xiener was dressed in snow clothes, spotless, and her bright and deep eyes seemed to contain a universe. She looked at Yang Haotian's eyes with a slight smile, but more of a silent scrutiny. This kind of look makes Yang Haotian slightly displeased, so he can see through Gu Xiener's vague plan at a glance. As a goddess of the Gu family, she didn't have to come in person, but Gu Xiener came anyway, obviously for some purpose. Yang Gru, greet the 2 fairies of the Gu family for me. Yang Haotian laughed. Gu Xiener frowned secretly. Did Yang Haotian realize his intention? Or did my Gu family dislike him and he knew about it? Before Gu Xiener came, she was strongly blocked by the elders, and they couldn't look down on Yang Haotian, the young master. In the lineage of Shangyang Palace, although there are 3 ancestors in charge, as the veteran powerhouses have been unsealed and entered the world one after another, this advantage is nothing. In addition, Yang Xinglong, the nominal patriarch of the Yang family, has been unable to grasp the real power of the family because of the drastic decline in power due to the poison of the underworld toad. From top to bottom, the Gu family was unanimously unfavorable to Yang Haotian. But Gu Xiener still came. She always felt that Yang Haotian was different from other Tianzhou. I hope today, we can reach a cooperation intention. A trace of solemnity flashed in Gu Xiener's eyes. The secret realm of the Holy Tomb is about to open, and there is something very important inside. She needs to find a helper to get it. Congratulations from the Gu family, 1 volume of the Void Dao Sutra, 2 Void Divine Stones, and 2 condensed Void Divine Mountains. The Gu family gift list, unsurprisingly, caused a sensation among the crowd. It's actually the Void Dao Sutra. It is said that it is inextricably related to the Gu family's true biography, the Void Sutra. There is also the sacred mountain of condensing void,
which is a sacred mountain that condenses the laws of space.
With a little refinement, it is a magic weapon for storage. What a great handwriting! Everyone was shocked. Even the elders of the young family sitting cross-legged in the void showed shock on their faces. When did the relationship between the Gu family and us get so good? And the goddess of the Gu family actually came to congratulate her in person. Could it be that she has friendship with Hao Qian? Just when they were amazed, Shi Tu Daoyu, Fairy Liani of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, and Shuri, the ninth prince of Yaoshi Shanghua, came to congratulate and present congratulatory gifts: 9 volumes of the Dharma Sutra of the Dianhuang, 10 drops of Dianyu Immortal Essence, 2 purple gold pieces of Dianhen, and 100 pieces of the unrivaled Divine Source. A pair of dragon blood treasure horses, a pair of dragon blood jade rui. There are 50,000-foot sacred mountains, and 100-foot sacred mountains. The elders' eyes lit up, and they all nodded and smiled. The Yaoqi Holy Land is here, and this gift list is not bad. The rest of the people below are all boiling. My God, Yaoqi Holy Land has sent so many gifts. Among other things, the electric trace purple gold alone is the best refining material. Others, such as electric jade fairy marrow, etc., are even more beneficial to practice. Even the sacred mountain that young Master Yang likes, there are tens of hundreds of them. This handwriting is astonishingly large. You guys don't know, but the Yaoqi Holy Land and Yaoshi Shanghua have a lot to do with the Yang clan. The controller of Yaoqi is a distant branch of the electric clan from the upper realm who has been exiled to the mortal world, and Yi Xinlan, the previous saint of Yaoqi Holy Land, is young Haotian's aunt. Also, this ninth prince, Shuri, has the blood of the electric clan and the royal family, and strictly speaking, he is young Haotian's cousin. After some discussions, everyone finally understood that Yaoqi Holy Land and Yaoshi Shanghua have such an inextricable relationship with Yang clan. No wonder the gifts are so abundant. Moreover, that Fairy Liani is also extraordinary. She has a slender figure, and the 5-color light surrounds her body, making her face hard to see. Beside her, there was a man who was wearing Monglong robe, with a faint smile on his handsome face. It was the ninth prince Shuri. Ever since Fairy Liani got off the phoenix chariot, Shuri never took his eyes off the fairy. The prince is so obsessed with her. This Fairy Liani must be a first-class beauty. Everyone secretly sighed. Fairy Liani, surrounded by 5-color divine light, moved lightly with lotus steps, and came to Yang Haotian lightly. Liani has met Mr. Yang. The divine light from her body faded away, and young Haotian saw her face clearly. The face is beautiful, the sky is beautiful, the charming big eyes are like water, and there are various styles. When Ying looks at you, she looks like a kitten waiting to be caressed at any time, which is indescribably alluring. A real person is more charming than a portrait given by my mother. Yang Haotian thought to himself, this girl is the girl his mother wanted to marry him to accept. But his eyes didn't even waver. He is about to enter the WTO and compete with other Tianzhou emperors. How can he be shaken by beauty at this time? Fairy Liani gave him a look of resentment, and bowed and entered the arena. Cousin, congratulations, drink a few more glasses later. The ninth prince, Shuri, smiled a little distantly just now. When Fairy Liani showed her true face to young Haotian, he felt a burst of jealousy in his heart, and he looked at young Haotian with a hint of indifference. The Yang family, let me make you proud for a few more days. Emperor Father has reached an agreement with Taiyin Shenhu. When the mutiny is launched, the Yaoshi Shan kingdom will no longer be a vassal of the Yang clan. On the contrary, half of the territory of the Yang clan will belong to our Yaoshi Shan kingdom. This Shi Yi's eyes are wrong. Nailan Aoshua told young Tianhua, keep an eye on him, if there is any misconduct, take it down. Yang Tianhua's eyes flashed coldly, leave it to me. At the top of the extreme north, the golden-winged Xiaopeng king came to congratulate him, and presented a congratulatory gift, a sword of Pengyu. The audience couldn't help but be silent. Nailan Aoshua, Yang Tianhua, Yang Chon, and the others all looked a little ugly. Swords and soldiers are unlucky. How can you give such an ominous thing as a weapon as a birthday gift? It's so rude. To give such an inappropriate gift. For birthday gifts, everyone brings auspicious gifts, and the worst thing is to send jade rui, auspicious peaches, and the like. Everyone stared wide-eyed, wanting to see who did not know the etiquette to send such a murder weapon. In the eyes of people like needles.
A tall and majestic Ongzong man with blonde hair came out of the crowd. With blonde hair and shawls, his eyes are like lightning, he walks like a dragon and a tiger, and treats everyone as nothing. He calmly comes in front of Yang Haotian, he cups his hands, and enters the arena without even looking at Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian's heart moved inexplicably, he thought of something, and waved his hand. Small episode, everyone continue. Above the void, the faces of the elders of Xingyu Palace changed slightly. This kid has a very strong cultivation base, and I'm afraid he will be a strong enemy of Yang Haotian.
Follow Xinyu's plan. If Yang Haotian is not sure of victory, he is forbidden to fight.
In the southern border region, Zhao Tianlin from the Heavenly Demon Palace and Xiang Tianga from the Four Elephant Mountains came to congratulate you. They brought you a pair of Tunshin bracelets, a set of armor with 10,000 scales, a mouthful of dragon soul chalcedony, heavenly feather god gold, black yellow. There are 6 pairs of sacred stones, 100 sacred mountains of thousands of feet, and 1,000 sacred mountains of hundreds of feet. Everyone couldn't help but took a deep breath, and looked at the two tall men with overwhelming momentum and domineering steps. It's Zhao Tianlin and Xiang Tianga, the two prides of the Zhao and Xiang clans.
These two tall men are very domineering, and there is a bright spar with aura and restraint between their eyebrows.
That is the unique monster core of the monster race, which condenses the essence of a lifetime of cultivation.
Only after entering the dragon transformation state can it be absorbed into the body and disappear.
Brother Yang, we are here, you are very happy today, let's have a few more drinks with you later.
Zhao Tianlin and Xiang Tianga's voices are bold and unrestrained.
That intimate and familiar tone, obviously already familiar with Yang Haotian. Please hurry up, two brothers.
Yang Haotian warmly greeted the two of them.
The monster clans in Tianyao Palace and Xishan Mountain have long been completely assimilated by the human race, and they are completely different from the monster clans outside the 3,000 realms. More importantly, the Yang clan's unique ancestral study 10 Sun Dragon and Elephant skills has an inseparable connection with the Zhao clan and the Xiang clan. Because of this, the Zhao clan and the Xiang clan have established a family relationship with the Yang clan that lasted for millions of years, and they are hardcore allies. Based on the efforts and blood shed by the Zhao and Xiang clans to protect the Yang clan over the years, if the Yang clan is a lucky dynasty, the contributions of these two clans are enough to be embroidered on the clan flag as beasts of protection for the country. Zhengzhou Daoyu, Yi Xiaoyao, son of the longevity family Yi family, came to congratulate you.
Someone from the Yi family actually came? Everyone's expression changed. Really? The godson of the Yi family didn't come to make trouble, did he? Among the 4 great longevity families, the Yi family and the Yang family are notoriously at odds.
The Yang family is good at fire-type exercises, while the Yi family's foundation is built on a sacred tree of Jianmu, which is a real wood-type exercise. Huaqimu, the Yang family is almost the natural nemesis of the Yi family. It's no wonder that the relationship between the two clans is good. Yi Xiaoyao presents a congratulatory gift, a magic weapon, a set of 5 elements slashing god needles.
Brush.
Needle drop could be heard all over the venue, and there was a dead silence.
Brightly provocative, this is it.
After all, he is also the son of the Yi family, doing such an unstyled thing, it's too dirty. In the past, the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King sent weapons as a congratulatory gift, which could still be said to be impolite. Then Yi Xiaoyao directly gave the magic weapon, and it was called Zhantian, which cursed Yang Haotian's name. That was uneducated and naked provocation. You must know that life-threatening things like magic weapons should not be given to each other unless they are blood relatives or even family friends. With such a competitive relationship between the Yi family and the Yang family, it is even more impossible to give a magic weapon as a congratulatory gift. Who knows if you have hidden doors and traps in your magic weapon? Yi Xiaoyao obviously had ulterior motives in doing this.
Young Master Yang, this set of heaven-slashing 5-element magic needle is an unrivaled Taoist tool.
I will specially deliver such a precious magic weapon to your door.
You won't refuse to accept it?
Yi Xiaoyao was wearing a golden robe, protected by 9 supreme dragon auras, and a mysterious dragon embryo was faintly floating behind him, looking at young Haotian provocatively. You little bastard from the Yi family, dare to come to your house to make trouble, and you're looking for death. Be safe and don't be impatient, this sun's aura is similar to Haotian's realm, let Haotian handle it.
In the void, the Yang family elders said. Brother Haotian, do you want us to beat this kid up? Zhao Tianlin and Xiang Tianga went back and forth, looking at Yi Xiaoyao gearing up. Yang Haotian smiled faintly. If someone comes to give a gift, just accept it. He knows the meaning of this coming-of-age ceremony. No matter for himself or for the family, he will not back down from any provocation. Yi Xiaoyao seemed a little surprised, and sneered, "Aren't you afraid that I will move my hands and feet inside?" The Yi family and the Yang family have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Recently, the Yi family has been frequently robbed of the limelight by the Yang family, and their reputation has plummeted. This is all because of Yang Haotian. As a genius representative of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoyao is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme compared with Yang Haotian, but Yang Haotian completely ignored his previous challenges and ignored them. This made Yi Xiaoyao feel ashamed, so he has to fight with Yang Haotian today. Yang Haotian, if you dare to accept my magic weapon, we will discuss it later. Before Yi Xiaoyao finished speaking, Yang Haotian interrupted coldly, "It's just a set of magic weapon. I'll use this set of magic weapon to learn Brother Ye's strength when we discuss it later." Yang Haotian's eyes flickered with coldness. Father once investigated the source of the rumors outside the clan, vaguely pointing to the Yi family. "If you don't clean up Yi Xiaoyao's meal, I'm sorry for this face that came up to me." "I don't believe it, you really dared to refine it on the spot?" Yi Xiaoyao said aggressively with a half-smile. He has tampered with this magic weapon. If Yang Haotian dares to refine it, he will definitely suffer unprecedented heavy losses. Naylan Aoshui and others also worried, "Young master, don't be impulsive. This magic weapon must have been tampered with by this despicable villain. Come to my Yang family to provoke, you are courting death." Yang Chong was about to attack Yi Xiaoyao immediately. Yang Haotian waved his hand to stop Yang Chong. "It's just a set of magic weapon, so what's the difficulty in refining it?" It just so happened that he lacked a Dao weapon, and the lunar sacred furnace was occupied by the dragon saliva true spring, so he couldn't use it for battle. The power of the yin-yang 5 elements grinding god is too amazing, and Yang Haotian doesn't want to expose it for the time being. If this set of 5-element magic needles is of good quality, it's fine to use it. Naylan Aoshui held a treasure box and brought it to Yang Haotian with worried eyes. This set of heaven-slashing 5-element magic needles is undoubtedly a top-notch Taoist weapon. But she was worried about a trap, so she tried her best to mobilize her divine sense, trying to find the hands and feet in the magic weapon. It's a pity that with the strength of her divine sense, it is difficult to refine the Taoist weapon in a short period of time, let alone find out the loopholes in it. This is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Yang Haotian took the treasure box and saw 4 ancient seal characters outlined on the treasure box, 5 elements magic needle. Obviously this is its real name. The word Zhantian was obviously added by Yi Xiaoyao to provoke him. Yang Haotian opened the treasure box casually, and 5 beams of precious light shot up into the sky. The strong aura of the 5 elements, which implies a cold and murderous intent, surprised the guests present, and they had the urge to turn around and stay away. It's amazing, it's so sharp. This set of unrivaled Taoist artifacts seems to have a tendency to evolve into a perfect Taoist artifact. What a lunatic, for the sake of scheming and provoking Yang Haotian, playing such a big game. Yi Xiaoyao saw everyone's reaction, and felt contemptuous in his heart, a group of short-sighted people. Such a person as Yang Haotian, if he wants to plot against this big fish, how can he not take out enough bait? A set of unrivaled Taoism artifacts, even if they know that there may be traps, few people can resist such a huge temptation, right? Look, Yang Haotian has been fooled. You still want to refine it in public and use it to fight with me. As long as I use the back hand left in the magic weapon, you will die without knowing how to die. A cold light flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. Well, it's indeed a top-notch Taoist tool, and it has great potential. It has the tendency to evolve into a perfect Taoist tool, Brother Yi, thank you. When Yang Haotian saw this set of flying needles, he suddenly remembered the Qiankuan Ichi sword box. More than 3,000 flying swords are missing, and the Qiankuan Ichi sword box is still rated as a low-grade Taoist weapon. I don't know if this set of flying needles can be used in conjunction with the mouth Qiankuan flying sword In the treasure box, the 5 magic needles suddenly burst out, splitting into densely packed flying needle clones, forming 5 gorgeous rainbows, sweeping across the void. Hey! Young Master Yang can actually activate this set of magic needles? Could it be that he refined it?
Compared to everyone's shock, Yi Xiaoyao's expression at this moment is even more ugly. Why did I lose contact with Wuxing Shenshin?
This is impossible. The magic weapon was obviously tampered with by me. How could Yang Haotian refine it so quickly? He looked at Yang Haotian in surprise. Yang Haotian smiled faintly. Idiot, stealing a chicken is not enough to lose money, right?
A long time ago, he was able to instantly refine the Taiyin sacred furnace, which is also a superb Taoist artifact, with his spiritual thoughts. And these days, he tempered his soul with chaos god's grinding thoughts day by day, and his chaotic thoughts skyrocketed with the strengthening of his cultivation. Yang Haotian felt the abnormality of the chaotic body more and more. As the head of the gods, the chaotic body is by no means as simple as a few more visions. It has amazing energy compatibility. Ordinary aura, black and yellow aura, and dragon aura can all be perfectly integrated. This means that no matter how difficult the environment is, he can absorb all kinds of energy to complete his cultivation.
But what really surprised Yang Haotian was Chaos Divine Sense.
The energy of the chaotic divine sense is huge, and it is extremely concealed. Even masters such as Father and Master cannot detect it at all. More importantly, Chaos Divine Sense is pervasive and can be cast extremely fast. You know, even the huge terrain of Qinglong's secret realm, he can instantly cover it with chaotic spiritual thoughts, and refine a small set of 5 elements magic needles, which is not easy.
Not only that, Yang Haotian even dug out Yi Xiaoyao's backhands who were ambushing in the magic weapon.
It was an extremely small green sawdust, which looked like the seed of some plant. The strange thing is that it clearly exudes exuberant vitality, but it makes Yang Haotian feel deeply afraid. Without warning, the 9 divine leaves, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly started to move. Yang Haotian immediately suppressed this fluctuation, and was greatly surprised. Could it be that the opportunity for me to break through the Chongyang realm has something to do with this? Yang Haotian sealed the seed with his chaotic mind, and searched carefully again. After confirming that there were no other problems, the 5 elements magic needle was completely refined.
As soon as it was activated, Yi Xiaoyao was startled. "Humph, do you think it will be fine if you seal it?" No one can understand the horror of this seed. Yang Haotian was fooled.
Yi Xiaoyao sneered in his heart. That seed is a strange existence that specializes in absorbing all kinds of energy. No matter how strong the seal of divine sense is, it can't trap it. Let you play with this flying needle for a while. When that seed devours the seal and breaks free from the cage, it will be the time when this Son of God will control your life. Yang Haotian.
Zhongzhou Daoyu, the ancient Cyanwood country is here to congratulate.
Yi Xiaoyao's expression sank when the singing sounded. This group of rubbish from the ancient Cyanwood country has also come. A group of grassroots dare to call it a tree.
Yi Xiaoman turned his head and walked into the arena. Yang Haotian, I'm waiting to fight with you.
Yi Tianxi from the Grass Clan and Shang Tianmao from the Root Clan presented congratulatory gifts, 1 planted in space coordinates, 2 green wood holy plants, 2 blue blood divine fruits, for dragon trees wrapped in aloes, 50,000-foot sacred mountains, 100-foot holy mountains.
The crowd erupted. It's actually a spatial coordinate seed. This is a rare good thing. After Chongyang realm, there is Longmen realm.
To break through the Dragon Gate realm, the cultivator must first communicate with a portal of another world with spiritual thoughts. But in order to communicate with stronger alien worlds and obtain high-level energy descending, it is necessary to use some space coordinates to communicate with known higher alien worlds.
High-level foreign worlds are rare, and known ones are even rarer.
And the ancient Cyanwood country happened to have a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme connection with the legendary high-level alien world, Holy Spirit Realm. The Holy Spirit Chi from the Holy Spirit Realm is one of the 9 spiritual Chis. After Yang Haotian obtained this space seed, he could communicate with the Holy Spirit Realm and obtain a steady stream of Holy Spirit Chi. Sent out the space coordinate species, the ancient Cyanwood kingdom is really generous. The green tree holy plant and the blue blood fruit are also first-class top treasures. They are too generous.
Everyone was emotional.
But some older practitioners or guests took it for granted. If you know the origin of the ancient Cyanwood country and the Young family, you will understand that no matter how generous a gift they give, it's not too much. About tens of thousands of years ago, in the ancient Cyanwood kingdom, from the emperor to the emperor, down to the prince and grandson, they were all cursed and their lives were in danger. The forces of the four directions were like wolves waiting to take advantage of it. At that time, Yang Shanchang, who was in his prime, couldn't bear this kind of despicable behavior, so he went to the imperial palace of the ancient Xianwood country, and used the Yang family's unique knowledge light and darkness Dara Taizong Great Barrier to save the royal family of the ancient Xianwood country. The entire 3 generations of Qingmu Kingdom's bloodlines were saved by Yang Sheikh City, and it was at a time when everyone was waiting for a bargain. The friendship between the ancient Xianwood country and the Yang clan was formed at that time, and has been the most staunch ally of the sacred Yang palace ever since. When everyone heard this, they were filled with emotion. No wonder the ancient Qingmu country is so generous to the Yang family, it turned out to be a kindness to save the family. Brother Haotian, if you need our help, just ask. If you plan to deal with Yi Xiaoyao, don't forget to call us. Yi Tianxi and Sheng Tianmao said. Both the ancient Xianwood country and the Yi family are good at wood-based exercises, but the Yi family has never put grass and roots in their eyes because they built the sacred tree of wood. The ancient Xianwood country seriously suspected that the curse that nearly wiped out their clan back then was most likely caused by the Yi family. The hatred between the two sides has therefore continued. The Zhangzhou Daoyu, the ancestral land of the Scarlet Phoenix, the Emperor Qi Tianji, and the Phoenix girl Qi Huang you came to congratulate. The red phoenix feathers of the Phoenix girl, the divine light surrounds her body, the phoenix hovers above her head, and the radiant glow falls down. And beside her, there was a tall figure standing, sizing up Yang Haotian as if he was stalking a prey. This person's eyes were like swords, his hair was flying wildly, and his majestic and incomparable arrogance made everyone feel tight. It's Qi Tianji, the 9th son of Emperor Xingyu. Unexpectedly, Qi Tianji also walked out of the seal. It is said that he is born with a domineering body. Heavenly overlord body, one of the 10 great divine physiques. A terrifying existence that can compete with the chaos physique. The crowd was amazed. Qi Tianji, whose eyes are like falcons, staring at young Haotian strangely, are you an innate chaotic body? Why did he feel a familiar aura from young Haotian? Although this breath was fleeting, it was definitely not his illusion. This young Haotian is probably not as simple as a chaotic body, it is not easy to kill him. Almost exposed. Yang Haotian said secretly. The moment Qi Tianji appeared, he sensed the same aura of dominance, and his heaven dominance almost exploded. The same physique, and even the same vision, are mutually inductive. Once they meet, they will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme compete. If it weren't for Yang Haotian's initial control over the 2 major divine bodies and the innate Taoist body, the fusion would be completed immediately. I'm afraid he has long exposed the fact that he possesses a dominant body. Yang Haotian, today I want to experience the power of the chaotic body, do you dare to fight? Qi Tianji's eyes flickered fiercely, and his whole body was covered with layers of domineering golden lights, with a provocative expression on his face. Before being sealed, he was suppressed by an acquired chaotic body for hundreds of years. Because he had no hope of becoming an emperor, he could only seal himself for a lifetime. Now that he is back out of the seal, Qi Tian desperately wants to avenge his shame, but he learns that the acquired chaos body has long since fallen. Surprisingly, a stronger innate chaotic body was born in the world, and Qi Tianji immediately came to him. He wants to wash away the shame of being suppressed by the chaotic body from Yang Haotian. Fight me? Yang Haotian nodded, no problem. His response was neither arrogant nor humble. In the calm tone, there is a deep and calm like the sea. Qi Tian was slightly surprised, and said with a sneer, Yang Haotian, I advise you to be more serious, don't think that your home game, I will show mercy. Brother Qi is worrying too much, please enter. Yang Haotian waved his hand, but responded lightly. If someone wants to slap him in the face today, that's really overthinking. Qi Tianji's eyes were filled with anger, what do you mean? Did this guy ignore me at all? Qi Tian's extremely cold eyes glowed. I'm late, I'm really sorry. Qi Tianji felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a tall and straight figure appeared. Peak master of the 5th level of dragon transformation. Qi Tianji's pupils suddenly shrank. He could barely react to this person's speed alone. If the other party wanted to attack him, he would definitely be in a mess.
Yes, it's Mr. Peacock. Could that rumor be true? Yang Haotian destroyed one of his treasures, and he came here to make trouble for revenge? Everyone was shocked. The Tenjo of Zhengzhou reacted the most violently. Humph, if young Master Yang can defeat you once, he can defeat you a second time. That's right, Mr. Peacock is just taking his own humiliation. No one was prepared for the sudden arrival of Mr. Peacock. This is what he did on purpose. The moment he appeared, his eyes fixed on Yang Haotian like a sword. If Yang Haotian really snatched the dragon saliva true spring and suddenly saw him, he would definitely show his flaws. Even the slightest change can never be hidden from his eyes. However, Peacock was disappointed. There was no surprise on Yang Haotian's face or eyes, only his irresistible fighting spirit remained. Your Excellency is Mr. Peacock? I heard that you once said that there is no one in Zhengzhou. After the banquet, Yang must ask Your Excellency some tricks on behalf of the Zhengzhou Tianzhou.
Yang Haotian had already rehearsed the scene in front of him countless times, pretending to see Mr. Peacock for the first time.
With his strong willpower, it is natural that Mr. Peacock will not see the slightest flaw. Hey, isn't it the one who robbed my dragon saliva true spring?
Young Master Peacock shook his head, and then his eyes suddenly focused on a certain figure in Shangyang Palace, Gold Wing Xiaopeng King.
Why is this monster here? Yang Haotian, I want to experience your Panlong Chantianjin supernatural power. Do you dare to fight?
Mr. Peacock stared at Yang Haotian, not letting go of any chance to test him.
Yang Haotian's expression was flat, and he gladly accepted the challenge. I can't ask for it. All the arrogances of Zhengzhou were immediately overjoyed. Yang Xiao mainly vented his anger on everyone's behalf. Young master, they are here.
Yang Tsong suddenly said with a gloomy face.
Yang Tianhua gritted his teeth. Yang Tiance.
He still has the face.
Yang Tiance was dressed in black, with sword energy surrounding his body. He went straight in.
Next to him, a young man with purple hair and entangled with thunder is none other than Yang Tianjun.
Facing Yang Tianhua's and Yang Chang's indifferent gazes, Yang Tiance seemed to have never seen them, and came to Yang Haotian, with deep eyes and said, Today is the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. Yang Tiance especially came to congratulate you.
The cold tone made Yang Tianjun beside him frown. Yang Tiance is such an idiot to provoke his young master in front of outsiders.
Brush. With a flash of Yang Tianjun's figure, he directly distanced himself from Yang Tiance.
He and the other branch disciples came here because they wanted to experience the power of the chaotic body, and by the way, to see if Yang Haotian was qualified enough to be the young master. It is not enough just to have the name of the young master.
To convince everyone and gain real power, one must have strength.
The contemporary patriarch, Yang Xinglong, couldn't hold even half of the real power because of his stagnant strength and inability to convince the public.
To provoke the young master, Yang Tiance seeks death. Yang Tianhua's eyes showed killing intent.
Yang Tiance yelled at him before he could bear it, but he definitely couldn't bear to provoke the young master's majesty in public. He was about to make a move when he was stopped by Nalan Aoshua, who shook his head slightly. What does it look like to make a fuss in front of so many outsiders?
This is the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone, let's enter. Yang Haotian signaled to Yang Tianjun and others, ignoring Yang Tiance.
Yang Tiance didn't care, and entered the arena with everyone. He didn't come here this time to make trouble, but to watch the excitement, and something good will happen soon. Yang Tiance looked at the two figures in the arena with dark eyes, and sure enough, they had already sneaked into the arena.
Yang Haotian is doomed to die today. In the Kailan Heavenly Palace.
Daorime flows, runes are densely covered, beams of bright holy light are like the sun, floating above the Heavenly Palace, reflecting the whole hall like daytime. But the guests were attracted by the majestic Qilin Gate outside the palace gate, the legendary demi-artifact. It is said that its previous master was a king of war who overthrew countless other worlds and planes. I heard that if the Qilin sect exerts its power, it can easily destroy an alien space. Of course, the semi-divine weapon used by the king of war who swept across all worlds, is it so powerful? All the geniuses present were of the same age, and there were many topics to talk about. King Goldwing Xiaopeng and young Master Peacock are two exceptions. No one knows the specific origin of the two. Young Master Peacock is alright, at least he has fought against many Tianjiao, everyone knows his strength.
But the Golden Winged Xiaopeng King, everyone doesn't know the details at all.
He seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the congratulatory gift he sent was also a very impolite sharp knife.
Unfortunately, young Master Yang let him in to save face. All the Tianjiao cast curious eyes on King Gold Winged Xiaopeng. Gu Xianer was different, her gaze fell on Yang Haotian frequently from the beginning of the banquet.
She was observing Yang Haotian. Different from the domineering and flamboyant rumors, the young master of the Yang family she saw was quiet and calm. He sat quietly on the main seat directly above the main hall, with a faint smile on his face, neither intimacy nor alienation. When someone came to toast, he would always drink it with a smile on his face, which can be said to be a great face to everyone. I entered the Qilin Tiangong, but there is no sign-in prompt.
Yang Haotian thought to himself, it seems that the sign-in can only be completed after the coming-of-age banquet is over. When did you make the move? The Peacock Prince asked the Gold-Winged Xiaopeng King.
The purpose of the latter is to abolish Yang Haotian and retrieve the Tianping clan's life-killing secret technique.
This gave Mr. Peacock many opportunities to see the details of Yang Haotian.
A top-grade treasure such as the Dragon Saliva True Spring deserves his careful attention, not letting go of any clues.
Not urgent.
The Golden-Winged Xiaopeng King has a shawl with golden hair, and his whole body is shining with golden light. There were curious eyes from all around, but King Gold-Winged Xiaopeng turned a blind eye and ate on his own.
Brother Haotian, you said you wanted to ask us a question about our cultivation, what is it?
Yi Tianxi and Shang Tianmao, the Tianzhou of the Grass Clan and Root Clan, took the initiative to ask Yang Haotian.
Yang Haotian smiled, it is indeed related to the wood element. Yang Haotian selectively talked about the problems he encountered.
What I don't understand is that this seed clearly reveals a powerful breath of vitality, but why does it make me feel afraid, and I don't even want to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Yi Tianxi smiled, this question is related to the exercises of the Zhen clan, let brother Tianmao answer you. Shang Tianmao nodded, it's normal to be afraid, because the essence of growth is plunder. In fact, the growth of all things is essentially plunder. Animals hunt, plants absorb nutrients, and cultivators absorb spiritual energy. It's just that the plants express this kind of plundering more intuitively. They grow rapidly through plundering. Brother Yang is afraid, maybe because he feels the threat of this kind of vitality.
Threat to life force? A bright light flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. He suddenly thought of Yaozu.
There is a demon core between the eyebrows of the demon clansmen, which is the energy essence they have cultivated all their lives. If the demon core is refined, they can get a huge amount of energy. Therefore, there used to be practitioners who hunted monster races and captured monster cores to increase their strength. The two monster clans, the Zhao clan and the Xiang clan, were in a very difficult situation for a time, and the younger generation was almost on the verge of extinction. Later, it was the Yang family who relied on the fate of 10 Sun Dragon Elephant art to save it and put an end to the phenomenon of hunting demon cores. This is also the reason why the Zhao clan and Xiang clan are so grateful to the Yang family so far. How can I get rid of this fear and get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to this seed?
Yang Haotian asked.
He had a premonition that the seed left by Yi Xiaoyao might be the key to condensing his natal talisman and stepping into the Chongyang realm. Since you are afraid of being robbed, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you stay away, or you join in and plunder others.
To join it, to plunder others?
That's it.
In the void above Yang Haotian's head, 9 divine leaves suddenly appeared, shining brightly in an instant. The expressions of all the people present changed. Young Master Yang has an epiphany? Is this to break through the Chongyang realm on the spot?
The 9 divine leaves on Yang Haotian's head released terrifying energy fluctuations.
The sharp aura actually made everyone present vaguely feel threatened. What kind of supernatural power is this? How can the breath be so terrifying? Even masters such as King Gold-Winged Xiaopeng and young Master Peacock felt a bit of fear.
The two stared solemnly at the top of Yang Haotian's head. The 9 divine leaves are distorted by the rays of the sun, overlapping and connecting with each other, faintly transforming into a long strip of talisman outlines. In the outline of this talisman, the 9 divine leaves exude 9 strange lights, which seem to take root and germinate, giving birth to terrifying and peerless magical powers. It's not enough, there is still an opportunity.
Yang Haotian frowned slightly.
If he condensed the magical talisman now, he might fail.
What is missing? That monster seed? Yang Haotian was concentrating on contemplation when a green and cold light suddenly burst out.
It was a green leaf. The green leaf was like a sword, and shot to Yang Haotian's face in an instant.
It seems that once Yang Haotian's epiphany succeeds, it will bring disaster to the Yi family.
Gu Xian'er flicked her fingers, and with a puff, the void twisted, and the green leaves collapsed on the spot.
Everyone frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoyao, Yang Chom, Yang Tianhua and others were furious. My young master has an epiphany and seeks death.
Zhao Tianlin, Xiang Tianga, Yi Tianxi, Sheng Tianmao and others were even more furious. How shameless! Disturbing people's epiphanies and breaking people's chances, the Yi family is indeed full of despicable villains. Yi Xiaoyao was expressionless.
Yang Haotian's epiphany made him feel an inexplicable sense of threat.
This feeling did not come from power, but a premonition somewhere. Brother Haotian, I killed this despicable villain for you. Yi Tianxi took the initiative to invite Ing, and the sun shone behind him, turning into a heavenly grass.
No, I'll deal with this person, Yang Haotian said.
He discovered that the green leaf that Yi Xiaoyao attacked secretly could help him condense the magical talisman. And this energy happens to come from the same source as the demonic seed. This means that as long as he refines that seed, he will be able to condense the magical talisman in one fell swoop and step into the Chongyang realm. Yi Xiaoyao's sneak attack not only failed to destroy his epiphany, but pointed out the direction for him.
But this does not mean that Yang Haotian will let the other party go.
If it weren't for a coincidence, if my epiphany was interrupted this time, I would definitely suffer a heavy loss.
Yang Haotian nodded to Gu Xian'er as an expression of gratitude.
Then he straightened himself up.
Like a majestic mountain rising from the ground, Yang Haotian's eyes were full of fighting intent. Yi Xiaoyao, do the Yi family behave like a villain like you? Yi Xiaoyao's expression changed. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight.
Murder intent erupted in Yang Haotian's eyes. No matter from his standpoint or his status as the young master of the Yang family, he would never allow others to provoke him like this.
Exactly what I want.
Yi Xiaoyao's dragon soul swayed all over his body, bursting with unmatched murderous intent.
Turn on the Qilin platform. Yang Haotian gave an order.
In the sky above the main hall, there are thousands of gods and rays of light.
Click.
A gigantic arena with a square of zheng tearing apart the void descended brazenly.
Boom!
The huge Qilin platform fell down the center of the main hall, causing the entire Qilin temple to tremble slightly. Around this pitch-black arena, there are densely packed unicorn symbols, hooked and surrounded, like 4 high walls. The ground of the arena is paved with powerful materials comparable to Taoist artifacts, and it is imprinted with a formation of flood dragon symbols connected end to end. Hundreds of millions of runes vaguely merged into a picture of a black and white unicorn, with its mouth wide open, entrenched in the center of the arena. The effect of the Jialong talisman formation is that it is strong and can withstand nearly 1 million bombardments from the Supreme Tao artifact. And the function of the unicorn map is to devour the energy bombarded on the ring, so as not to leak out and affect the surrounding audience. All the arrogances are looking forward to. The Qilin Terrace is said to be one of the 2 highest standard dueling arenas of the Yang family, capable of withstanding the berserk attacks of experts from the secret realm of the Huashan Palace. The secret realm of the Divine Palace is stronger than the Dragon Transformation realm, second only to the Longevity secret realm.
Young Master Yang is planning to get serious.
Qi Tianji clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of fighting intent. After so many years, is it finally time to see the Chaos Body attack again? This time, I will not hold back my hand, life and death will be in peace. Yi Xiaoyao was surrounded by 9 supreme dragon souls, overflowing with murderous aura. If given the chance, he would not mind beheading Yang Haotian at all, to completely resolve this threat. Yi Xiaoyao was just about to take the stage.
Slow. An indifferent voice sounded, I'll come first.
The golden-winged Xiaopeng King stood up, his blonde hair was flowing, and his whole body was shrouded in golden light.
Young Master Peacock's eyes lit up. It's finally time to make a move. The opportunity to test Yang Haotian has come.
What are you, dare to stop me from doing things? Get out. Yi Xiaoyao punched out casually. The surging fist turned into a dragon shape, and rushed towards the golden-winged Xiaopeng King roaring. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King looked indifferent. He casually tapped his finger, and a golden dragon shot out from the fingertip. With a puff, Yi Xiaoyao's fist's strength instantly collapsed, but the golden little dragon didn't stop, and instantly killed Yi Xiaoyao.
So fast. Yi Xiaoyao's pupils shrank suddenly, and he punched out quickly.
With a loud bang, the golden little dragon collapsed. Yi Xiaoyao took 2 big steps back, and looked at King Gold-Winged Xiaopeng in horror. The surrounding people couldn't help being shocked. With 1 finger of power, he actually forced the godson of the Yi family to retreat. This golden-winged Xiaopeng King is so strong.
How can such a tyrannical person be so unknown?
Golden-winged Xiaopeng King, the pinnacle of the extreme realm.
Could it be that he is?
Gu Xianer thought of a possibility, and there was a gleam of solemnity in her eyes. Yang Haotian might be in danger.
Stop Yang Haotian quickly. Don't let him fight.
Cultivation of Dragon Transformation Realm. This person's strength is not inferior to Mr. Peacock. Yang Haotian is definitely not an opponent. Above the void, the elders of the Xingyu Palace lineage of the Yang family all changed their colors. They were going to attack immediately to prevent Yang Haotian from accepting the challenge.
Wait.
Whether you want to fight or not, the young master has his own decision.
The elders of Shangyang Palace supported Yang Haotian without hesitation. Yang Haotian decides? If he loses, it will affect the reputation of my Yang family. Can he afford it? The elders of Xingyu Palace sneered.
Brush. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King was full of divine brilliance, and turned into a ray of golden light, shooting towards the Qilin platform. In a daze, everyone seemed to see a golden-winged rock flying through the air. In the next instant, King Gold-Winged Xiaopeng was already standing on the Qilin platform.
What an amazing speed! What kind of agility is that?
The crowd was shocked. Qi Tianji's expression changed even more. This person's speed is actually faster than Mr. Peacock. The Peacock boy suddenly flashed beside him before, making him completely unresponsive, which was enough to be horrified. Unexpectedly, the blonde man was even faster.
Tianping's extreme speed is of course fast. How can an existence ranked in the top 10 extreme speed arts perform mediocrely? Envy flashed in the eyes of Mr. Peacock. Only fighting for speed, even he has to bow to the Tianping clan. Yang Haotian, come up and fight with me.
There was a cold light in the golden-winged Xiaopeng King's eyes, and the murderous aura was boiling like a golden cloud. Tianping's dragon fighting technique is an undisclosed secret of the Tianping clan, and it is absolutely not allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King's divine splendor is blazing, and his blonde hair is flying, as if the divine fire is burning. I came here for my family's life-killing art.
If you win Yang Haotian, I will allow you to abolish the Tianping fighting dragon art. If you lose, then you will be blessed. The elders of Xingyu Palace suddenly brightened their eyes. So that's how it is. Yang Haotian stole his treasure technique, and he came to him now. What are you still doing? Let Yang Haotian return it to him immediately. My Yang family has so many supernatural powers. Why does Yang Haotian covet other people's treasures? And now people who are provoked by greed come to the door. Just based on this alone, Yang Haotian is not qualified to be the young master. Quickly order him to return the Tianping fighting dragon technique. This battle cannot be fought, and the consequences of losing will be very serious. The time when the elders speak. Yang Haotian's figure flashed, and he had already appeared on the ring.
The elders of the Xingyu Palace lineage were furious when they saw this. Bold.
Yang Haotian dares to fight without authorization. If he loses, won't he implicate my Yang family? Yang Haotian is arrogant and arrogant. He refuses to listen to advice.
I will definitely report this matter to my ancestors and abolish Yang Haotian's position as the young master on the ring.
Yang Haotian had already put everything behind him and stared at his opponent.
He has mastered all of Tianping fighting dragon technique, and its power is indeed impressive. But he wanted to go further, but he couldn't find the right way. Fighting with the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King may find some inspiration.
Golden Wing Xiaopeng King, do you dare to fight me fairly?
The cultivation base of the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King is the peak of the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm. After reaching the Dragon Transformation Realm, the demon core between the brows of the demon clan can be hidden, so neither he nor Mr. Peacock has any demon cores between the brows. And it would be too bullying to fight against Yang Haotian at the Juxia realm at the Dragon Transformation Realm. Goldwing Xiaopeng Kingly said, I will suppress the realm of Juxia realm Jichanshan and fight you fairly. A golden light flashed behind him, and immediately, countless Jinpeng phantoms flew in all directions, covering the Qilin platform. At this moment, King Goldwing Xiaopeng seems to be the master of this world. It's the breath of the domain. All Tenjio were taken aback. Golden Wing Xiaopeng King actually condensed the domain? To step into the Dragon Gate realm, one needs to tear open the gate of the other world, and draw high-level aura to pour supernatural powers into the talismans. The Xiantian realm needs to refine the gate of space into the body to form its own potential. After entering the Dragon Transformation realm, there is a certain opportunity to combine this potential with the perception of practice to form a field. Within the domain, the cultivator is the absolute ruler, holding the power of life and death in one hand. For any Tianjiao, the field can be called a big killer. Is this the domain? It's really amazing. Yang Haotian unfolded his chaos divine sense, sensed the mystery of this field, and accumulated experience for condensing the chaos field. But the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King obviously didn't want to give him this chance, and the Tianpeng domain turned into a cluster of space runes and sank into his body. Goldwing Xiaopeng King dropped from the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation realm to the Juxia realm visible to the naked eye. There are 9 rays of light above the head, like 9 little golden rocks floating. Let's start. Murderous intent flashed in Goldwing Xiaopeng King's eyes. When this son of Yang Haotian is beheaded, the Yang family will be in chaos, so he can use the domain and Tianping's speed to escape from the chaos. Damn it, it's irreparable. If Yang Haotian loses, he will be a sinner of the Yang family. Yang Haotian is too unscrupulous. This coming-of-age ceremony has a lot to do with it. He acts willfully and recklessly. He is by no means the best candidate for the young master. The elders of Xingyu Palace didn't recognize Yang Haotian in the first place, but now they found a reason and immediately objected. The elders of Shengyang Palace all paid attention to the 2 people on the Qilin stage. In case the young master loses, they have to rescue him immediately to prevent the young master from being injured. Boom! The divine light surged above Yang Haotian's head, a Jinpeng and a real dragon emerged, the Jinpeng submerged in his right hand, and the real dragon submerged in his left hand. His hands were wrapped around a rock and a dragon respectively, and the surging murderous aura surged away like 9 stormy waves. Hum around the Qilin terrace, the 4 rune walls lit up one after another, activated by this majestic coercion, and began to crazily absorb the remaining power. Even so, Tianjia couldn't help but take a step back. That's the momentum. Qi Tianji's eyes flashed darkly, and his fists were suddenly clenched. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was suppressed by the aura of the acquired chaotic body. A strong unwillingness surged wildly in his heart, and his eyes were red. The Golden Wing Xiaopeng King shook his head in regret. Yang Haotian, your talent is good, but it's a pity that you are destined not to last long. Even some members of the Tianpeng clan don't have as deep an understanding of Tianping's dragon fighting art as Yang Haotian. It's a pity that Yang Haotian will never submit to the Tianpeng clan with his identity, and his Tianpeng fighting dragon skill can only be abolished. Kill! Yang Haotian rushed out, murderous intent overflowing. Everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and a figure appeared in front of King Goldwing Xiaopeng. With a sudden eagle howl, Yang Haotian's probing hand turned into sharp claws, tearing towards the throat of the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King. Everyone seemed to see that a golden head of Tianpeng was sticking out its icy claws, with silver hooks drawn on iron, trying to tear the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King with one claw. Shooting is the ultimate move. This kid from the Yang family is also a ruthless person. Young Master Peacock sighed in his heart. It's a pity, to perform the Tianpeng fighting dragon art on the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King is tantamount to suicidal. Yeah. With a sharp peng shao, the void shook. The Tenjiao of the ancient Tianin country all changed their expressions, this is actually the Pangsha magic skill of the Tianping clan. Yang Haotian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, only to feel a moment of sluggishness in his soul. A golden sharp claw came after the first, and suddenly tore towards his face. With a scoff, everyone saw in horror that the head of Yang Haotian was directly torn in two, and turned into golden aura and dissipated. It was just an afterimage. Gold-winged Xiaopeng King's pupils shrank slightly, somewhat unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a shadow enveloped his head, and Yang Haotian was born out of nowhere. His body is like a celestial rock, with golden light and radiant brilliance. His arms turned into talons of the celestial rock, tearing down towards the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. A ray of divine light was like a sword, cutting towards the chest of golden-winged Xiaopeng King. All the geniuses were taken aback for a moment. They never expected that Yang Haotian's counterattack would be so fast and fierce. Even the gold-winged Xiaopeng King was a little surprised, but he responded instantly and shouted, "You're still a long way off." His radiance was brilliant, and he turned into a skypang, only to hear a loud bang, as if steel was being torn apart. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King captured the divine light directly with both hands, crushed it into pieces, and scattered them all over the sky like stars. Everyone was stunned, only to see two Tianping confronting each other in the air on the Qilin stage. The Tianping on the left is full of golden light, and the light presents a deep dark red color. On the right Tianping, the divine brilliance is bright, and the light is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to translucent gold. Young Master Yang's power of Tianping is not at all inferior to the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. Everyone was shocked. The young people of the Yang family felt proud and raised their chins slightly. "Have you seen it? This is the strength of our young master." Even the golden-winged Xiaopeng King was surprised at this moment, looking at Yang Haotian solemnly. This kid's Tianping fighting dragon technique is strong, somewhat beyond his expectations. You know, as a member of the Tianping clan, his understanding of Tianping's true meaning should have surpassed that of Yang Haotian. However, the result is very strange. Yang Haotian's grasp of Tianping's true meaning is not inferior to him at all. Incredible! At this time, the golden-winged Xiaopeng King naturally didn't know that Yang Haotian had also mastered the Kuanping whale swallowing art in addition to the Tianping fighting dragon art. It is precisely because of this that Yang Haotian's true meaning of Tianping has an extra majestic and vastness from the ancient Kuanping. In terms of imposing manner, he is on the contrary above the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. Kill! Two Tianping, one red and one white, launched their extreme speed at the same time. On the unicorn stage, two light beams were moving very fast, and the strikes were so fast that even the arrogances with their best eyesight couldn't distinguish them at all. Everyone was shocked. Only Qi Tianji clenched his fists, his fighting spirit boiled, and he wished he could go on the field immediately and fight against him. Boom boom! Two loud bangs. Yang Haotian and golden-winged Xiaopeng King landed on the two sides of the Qilin terrace respectively, each taking 3 big steps back. The unicorn picture under their feet flickered again and again, absorbing the violent energy leaked from them. Don't wait for everyone to be shocked. The two people who played the real fire shouted together, "Come again!" The two soared into the sky and turned into two dragons. A green dragon, entangled with a strong green dragon spirit, like a real black dragon, roaring into the void, a golden dragon with blazing golden light and towering horns, as if pouring out of gold, tearing apart the sky. They slammed together violently. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly majestic golden dragon was defeated by Yang Haotian's slender green dragon. He was coiled around by the green dragon and slammed heavily on the ring. It's such a strong green dragon energy, Yang Haotian has merged into the Panlong Chantian energy. Yi Xiaoyao saw the clue. Young Master Peacock's eyes flickered, and he felt that the green dragon seemed somewhat familiar. Golden-winged Xiaopeng King, your understanding of dragons is far inferior to mine. I have Panlong's supernatural powers for reference, and you are no match for me. The green dragon roared. Tianping fighting dragon art. The golden dragon of the golden-winged Xiaopeng King roared angrily, and the dragon's claws tore at the green dragon's abdomen. With this claw, a resounding sword chant faintly resounded in the void. The blow of the golden-winged Xiaopeng King was comparable to the fiercest swordsmanship, and it wanted to tear the opponent Qinglong into 2 pieces. Tianping fighting dragon art. Yang Haotian also shouted loudly, and with a flick of the dragon's tail, a cyan Xiaopeng shot out, and with the bang, it perfectly deflected the blow of the golden-winged Xiaopeng king. Ha ha ha, happy. Gold-winged Xiaopeng king shot backwards, revealed his true body, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. I'm defeated. Yang Haotian, I didn't expect that your Tianping fighting dragon technique has a different way, and you have unique insights.
I am not as good as you.
King Gold-winged Xiaopeng knew very well that he would not be able to suppress the opponent if he continued to fight. However, Tianping fighting dragon art is their own family's great art, but in the end it couldn't suppress a single human being. From this point of view, he was already inferior, so he simply admitted defeat.
Unexpectedly, Yang Haotian laughed loudly. Ah, golden-winged Xiaopeng king, you don't have to lose heart, because my talent for Tianping fighting dragons is not inferior to yours at all. The audience couldn't help being silent for a moment, and the expressions of all the geniuses were a little strange. What do you mean your talent is not inferior to others? The golden-winged Xiaopeng king is from the Tianping clan, so how could Tianping's talent for fighting dragons be worse than yours? It's a bit too much to step on the face of golden-winged Xiaopeng king even after winning. Everyone looked at Yang Haotian, full of puzzlement, and didn't understand why he said that. The golden-winged Xiaopeng king's eyes darkened, and there was a loud bang, and the glow of the 9 golden rocks above his head collapsed instantly, and his cultivation directly returned to the peak of the dragon transformation realm. A golden field opened up, covering Yang Haotian. Being humiliated by Yang Haotian in public, he is trying his best. Yang Haotian is such an idiot, he accepts it when he doesn't see it right, and he still wants to anger him. With such an impulsive character, how can he take on the responsibility of the young master? Yang Haotian is by no means a qualified young master. The elders of Xingyu Palace were angry, and their faces were ugly. The elders of Shengyang Palace didn't care about this at all, and they shrouded the golden-winged Xiaopeng king one after another with spiritual thoughts. As long as he dares to show any disrespect to the young master, he will be killed immediately. Golden-winged Xiaopeng king, be safe and don't be impatient. On the Qilin stage, Yang Haotian smiled slightly, and when golden-winged Xiaopeng king hesitated, a brilliant vision rose behind him. In an instant, a rook and a dragon floated above his head, turning into a divine figure, with endless power falling down. For a moment, this divine map actually blocked the coercion of the golden-winged Xiaopeng king's Tianping domain. If the golden-winged Xiaopeng king insists on fighting, Yang Haotian can completely rely on this divine map to fight against his domain. My god, this is a vision, young Master Yang's second vision. Yang Haotian, he actually awakened the vision of Tianping fighting dragon picture. It's no wonder that his Tianping fighting dragon art is as powerful as the golden-winged Xiaopeng king. All the arrogances were all stunned, with incredible horror in their eyes. But there were 2 figures present, but their reactions were completely different from everyone else's. Zhao Tianlin and Xiang Tianga, the 2 arrogances of the monster clan, blurted out in unison, interracial symbiosis. This is the God-given fate with the highest level of the monster clan. The Zhao clan and the Xiang clan became family friends with the Yang clan because of the same interests. But there is another important reason, which is because of the belief in the God-given fate of the Yaozu. The Yang family's ancestral unique skill 10 Sons Dragon and Elephant art is born with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme ties with Zhao and Xiang. In the eyes of the Yaozu, this is a gift from heaven, so they have established a strong ally with the Yang family. Now, Yang Haotian directly awakened the vision belonging to the Tianping clan. Not one of the blood of one's own race, but awakening the same talent as one's own. This is external symbiosis, and it is a God-given fate of the highest level of the monster race, and must not be easily abandoned. The Tianping clan is going to form a bond with the Yang family. At least the fate with Yang Haotian cannot be given up. The other peacock young master of the monster race who was present also immediately thought of this, and his face was a little unsightly. If Yang Haotian becomes an ally of the Tianping clan, how else would he try to test Yang Haotian? I didn't expect you to awaken such a vision. Gold-winged Xiaopeng Wang looked surprised and said with a smile. Yang Haotian's vision of Tianping fighting the dragon picture made his Tianping blood ready to move, and there was absolutely no adulteration in it. This surprised Gold-winged Xiaopeng king. Brother Haotian, the matter is very important.
I will leave immediately to report to my father about the matter of your awakening of my clan's vision. The Tianping dragon fighting technique will be entrusted to you for the time being. I hope you will not fall into its prestige. The Golden Winged Xiaopeng King immediately put away the Tianping domain, and the killing intent completely dissipated. With Yang Haotian's strength, he was evenly matched with him, which made him secretly admire him. Now there is a symbiotic fate, and Golden Winged Xiaopeng King is also happy about it. Yang Haotian smiled faintly, and responded to him, even you can't suppress my Tianping fighting dragon technique, so naturally others can't even think about it. The gold-winged Xiaopeng King looked up to the sky and laughed out loud, in an indescribably happy mood. Suddenly thought of something, gold-winged Xiaopeng Wang grabbed it out of thin air with his big hand. Sword come. In the heap of congratulatory gifts, a long sword suddenly shone with golden light and trembled wildly. With a loud bang, the long sword turned into a stream of golden light and flew into the hands of the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. This was originally a long sword that he took a peng feather and condensed it as a congratulatory gift to fool things. It was me, Meng Lang, who bumped into Brother Yang's coming-of-age ceremony. I'm really sorry. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King rubbed his hands together, and the Pingyu sword turned into aura and collapsed. But he saw a point of light appear out of nowhere with his fingertips in the air, exuding strong spatial fluctuations, flying towards Yang Haotian. Another space coordinate species. Gu Xianer's eyes lit up, and she looked at the golden-winged Xiaopeng King in surprise. What is this? Gold-winged Xiaopeng Dynasty Yang Haotian explained with a smile, when I was traveling around the world, I accidentally discovered a Jedi where a rare treasure was born. Now it should be conceived and perfected. I am very happy to fight with Brother Yang today. Let's send it to Brother Yu Yang as a congratulatory gift. Oh? Then I'm really curious. The rare treasure that the golden-winged Xiaopeng King could take as a gift must not be an ordinary item. Yang Haotian didn't refuse, and accepted it generously. This boldness and unpretentiousness immediately made gold-winged Xiaopeng King laugh happily. Ha, your temperament is really likable. The matter is important, I should say goodbye next time I have a drink with Brother Yang, and then I will make amends. The Yang family is the top force in the 3000 Dao domain. If they can establish an ally relationship with it, it will be enough to cause a sensation in the entire Tianping clan. He had to bring the news back to his father as soon as possible. When passing by Mr. Peacock, King Gold-winged Xiaopeng paused and asked, "Are you still looking for trouble?" Talking with Mr. Peacock before, he faintly felt Mr. Peacock's hostility towards Yang Haotian. Young Master Peacock looked helpless at this moment, and said with a wry smile, "Don't worry, I won't make trouble." The background of the Tianping clan is not inferior to that of the Peacock clan. If they get another ally from the Yang clan, they will not be easily provoked by the Peacock clan. How could he trouble Yang Haotian again? Above the void. The elders of Xingyu Palace felt incredible when they saw the gold-winged Xiaopeng King leave. Is this over? I thought that Yang Haotian would lose, but I didn't expect that it was the king of gold-winged Xiaopeng who took the initiative to admit defeat. And in the end, Yang Haotian actually won an ally for the Yang family? The symbiosis of different races seems to be the most important fate of the Yaozu. If they can form a bond with the Tianping clan, it will be of great help to the Yang family today. Thinking of this, even though the people from Xingyu Palace didn't like Yang Haotian, they still couldn't help feeling a little eager in their hearts. They had to admit that Yang Haotian did a great job in this battle. Yang Haotian, I'm here to experience your Panlong Chan Tianjin. Yi Xiaoyao roared with murderous intent. Seeing that Yang Haotian made a random move, not only was he tied with the golden-winged Xiaopeng King, but he also won a powerful ally for the family. Yi Xiaoyao was so jealous that he was about to explode. Why is all the good luck attributed to Yang Haotian? I will destroy you today. Yi Xiaoyao got up and was about to rush to the Qilin terrace for a big fight. Unexpectedly, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his steps. Chaos body, fight me. Yi Xiaoyao immediately flew into a rage. What cats and dogs dare to spoil my battle? Court death. Yi Xiaoyao blasted out with one punch. This figure is exactly Qi Tianji. He could no longer hold back his fighting spirit. As the hegemonic body of the sky, Qi Tian was extremely invincible throughout his life, but in the chaotic body, he encountered unprecedented humiliation.
In order to win the chaos body,
he practiced hard in dormant for 2 lifetimes, even at the expense of sealing himself. But when he woke up, he found out that his former enemy had fallen, and it was impossible for him to seek revenge. At that time, Qi Tianji was filled with unwillingness and depression. He was ecstatic until he learned that the young master of the Yang family was also a chaotic body, and a stronger innate chaotic body.
Yang Haotian, fight me!
Qi Tianji had been waiting for too long, and couldn't wait to rush to the Qilin Terrace.
Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoyao launched an attack behind him without saying a word.
The violent dragon force tore apart the void, and blasted to Qi Tianji in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yang Haotian was the only one in his eyes. How could he put other people in his eyes, and slapped him out, "Go away!" With a bang, Long Jin was smashed to pieces, and Yi Xiaoyao was forced back by Qi Tianji's move. There was a bang, and the cups and plates behind Yi Xiaoyao were messed up, exploding the ground, and he was in a panic. However, Qi Tianji came crashing down on the Qilin Terrace like a ball of flame. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the breath of the chaotic body. What a familiar wave! Back then, he was in this chaotic atmosphere, repeatedly defeated and dejected.
Not reconciled.
Qi Tianji's eyes flickered with madness, and his hands trembled with excitement. The heavenly overlord can no longer bear the blow of being defeated by the chaotic body.
Today, if you don't succeed, you will be benevolent.
Surging fighting spirit, like a crimson blood mist, surrounded Qi Tianji's body layer by layer.
He pointed at Yang Haotian, and his voice was hoarse. Today, my celestial overlord body challenges the innate chaos body, life and death. Everyone lives in peace.
All the arrogants all changed their faces. This is the rhythm of life and death.
Isn't this fair? Qi Tianji's cultivation is a Chongyang realm, and he wants to fight Yang Haotian to the death? Everyone was stunned. Only Huang Chuanjiu, with tears in her almond eyes, fair? Back then, the acquired chaos body, relying on its advanced cultivation, repeatedly humiliated Brother Tianji. How could it be fair?
Brother Tianji has endured so much hardship and suffered so much for today, knowing that there is no way out once this battle starts, but he still comes. Just to let go and fight to wash away the shame of the year. Qi Tianji has gone crazy. This battle must not start. Nalan Ashua, Yang Chong, and the others all changed their expressions. They firmly disagreed with this battle. Qi Tianji is a whole realm higher than the young master, and is also the heavenly hegemony body at the same level as the chaos body. Once this battle begins, life and death are unpredictable, and the young master must not be allowed to take risks.
It's too late to avoid the war. Mr. Peacock shook his head slightly.
The two sides have already faced each other in the ring. No matter who retreats at this time, it will lose their moral heart. Especially for Yang Haotian, today is the starting point for him to step into the rivers and lakes and fight for the throne, which is of great significance. Once he retreats, his Tao heart will be dusted, and he may no longer have the possibility of seizing the throne.
This battle. Yang Haotian also can only advance and is not allowed to retreat.
Rescue at any time. Make sure not to let the young master be killed by him. The elders of Shangyang Palace knew that the young master could not retreat, and worry flashed in their eyes. That is the heavenly overlord physique. In terms of talent and potential, it does not fall into the chaos physique at all. What's more, the realm of Chitianji is still one level higher than the young master.
In this battle, the young master's chances of winning are not great. This is playing the piano indiscriminately. Why do you still fight when you know you will lose? Tell Yang Haotian to leave Qilintai quickly. He only raised his cultivation base in the Xia realm, and he still wants to fight against the Chongyang realm?
He's beyond his control. Drive him off the Qilin stage.
The elders of Xingyu Palace didn't care whether avoiding the battle would affect Yang Haotian's cultivation.
They are about to make a move immediately, and catch up with Yang Hao to the Qilin stage in the world. But he was stopped by the elders of Shangyang Palace, who firmly defended Yang Haotian. Affecting the young master's Taoist heart is the enemy of my Shangyang Palace. Since the young master is fighting, no one should disturb him. Hey, Yang Haotian has no chance of winning this battle. I'm afraid he will lose. Gu Xianer said. Tianjiao next to him couldn't help asking curiously, why did Fairy Gu say that? A ray of light flashed in Gu Xianer's eyes, and she said in a firm tone, Shi Tianji's brilliance is unrivaled, not to mention the suppression of his realm. It is extremely difficult for Yang Haotian to win against him. The surrounding Tianjiao nodded and said with emotion, I heard that Shi Tianji was once suppressed by an acquired chaotic body for a lifetime, and he was repeatedly defeated. Now he is looking for Yang Haotian, probably to wash away the shame of the past. That's right. Gu Xianer nodded, Yang Haotian's chance of winning is not high. After all, Shi Tianji has fought against the Hotian chaos body for a lifetime. He has a thorough understanding of the chaos body, but Yang Haotian has never touched Sangtian before. Hegemony, this is his biggest shortcoming in this battle. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but fell into silence, feeling in their hearts, indeed, knowing oneself and not knowing the enemy, Yang Haotian had no hope of winning this battle, and a tie would be considered a miracle. Yang Chong, if the young master encounters a crisis, don't worry about the consequences, let's go together and block Shi Tianji no matter what. Nailan Aoshue, Yengru and the others discussed quietly. Yang Haotian should have died in my hands, it's cheaper for him. Yi Xiuyao's eyes were full of ferocity, and he also didn't think that Yang Haotian had a chance of winning. On the Qilin stage, with disheveled hair all over his head, Shi Tianji calmly said coldly, Chaotic body, I hope you can go all out, otherwise you will die, don't blame me for being ruthless. The golden light flowed on his body surface, looking carefully, the golden light actually condensed into small golden figures one by one, each releasing unparalleled arrogance. The surging fighting spirit merged into a torrent, oppressing Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian shook his head, with a trace of regret in his eyes, and said lightly, Shi Tianji, in your current state, it is almost impossible to win against me. Shi Tian was extremely excited. The acquired chaotic body back then had brought him too much failure and pain. Now that he has found a chance to wash away his shame, his mentality has become unbalanced. In this case, it is almost impossible to win. The chaos body will die. Shi Tianji launched an attack impatiently. The golden villains surrounded by him, all of them flamboyant like overlords, opened their mouths in unison and shouted angrily, roaring. A roaring sound wave rushed towards Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian slapped forward with his left hand casually, and a black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme rune was imprinted in the void. There was a loud click, and the space in front of him froze instantly. Gu Xianer's pupil shrank when she saw it, and she was secretly surprised. Space fluctuations, what kind of space magic is he using? There was a bang, and the void shook with ripples. Shi Tianji's body was full of golden villains, emitting layers of halos, and they started to make the sound of chanting sutras. Yang Haotian, I have fought against the chaotic body repeatedly, and I already know the characteristics of the chaotic body well. This is my greatest advantage, and it is also your biggest shortcoming. Shi Tianji's eyes were sharp, thinking that Yang Haotian had absolutely no chance of winning. Yang Haotian shook his head again, looked at Shi Tianji calmly, and said coldly, You know the chaos body so well, haven't you been defeated repeatedly? The chaos body can still crush you today. Kill! Shi Tianji yelled violently, and the eyes of the little golden people around him shot out golden light. The scriptures they chanted turned into densely packed swastika characters, pouring into the golden light, heaven and man kill. Accompanied by a long sword chant, the golden light turned into unparalleled sword energy, entwined with circles of ancient scriptures, and the taurine flowed, blatantly tearing apart the imprisoned void, killing Yang Haotian. It appeared, Brother Tianji's most powerful god form. Huangnu Chuanjiu's eyes were filled with amazement. The Tianjiao couldn't help but change their faces. Instantly tearing open the void, the power of this sword is too terrifying. Behind Yang Haotian, golden light rises, and the vision of Tianping fighting the dragon emerges. His hands wrapped around a rook and a dragon respectively, and his murderous aura swept across like 10,000 waves. Tianping fighting dragon art. Yang Haotian's hands were blazing with golden light, like a god coming to the dust. With a wave of his hand, a phantom of Tianping flew out, transformed into blazing sword energy, and slashed straight out, Tianping divine slash. There was a bang, and the two overbearing sword chi collided brazenly. Those two idiots. Why don't you make a move? Yang Tian's in the crowd was secretly anxious, his eyes flickering. The fight between Yang Haotian and the two tigers of Chitianji was the perfect time to make an assassination attempt, but those two had remained silent.
Shouldn't you be afraid?
He looked towards the corner, two silent figures.
Heaven's hegemony has exerted its strength. The battle is coming to an end. Mr. Peacock keenly noticed that the golden light all over his body suddenly became incomparably blazing.
The warm-up is over, Chaos Body, prepare for your defeat. In the void behind Chitianji, a divine form of a spirit crane emerged, with its wings spread out. The neck of the crane was like a magical arc, revealing an inexplicable murderous intent.
It is one of the most powerful ultimate moves in the Overlord body, the spirit crane divine form. The crane is the carrier of the Tao. The beak of the crane is as sharp as a sword, and the neck of the crane is as round as a Tai Chi picture. The whole body exudes magic. Even Chitianji, under the shroud of the spirit crane's divine form, has a mysterious aura on his body. Sudden. A crane sounded. Yang Haotian's pupils shrank suddenly, only to feel a spot of light enlarging rapidly in his pupils. With a ding, white light flashed, and a crane feather flew away. A green dragon, entrenched in front of Yang Haotian, blocked the blow. Panlong wraps around the sky. It's the supernatural power of the ancient Qinglong country. The expressions of the Tianjiao changed. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Finally, I can see this supernatural power with my own eyes. Let's see if this supernatural power can compare to his self-created coiling dragon splitting the sky. In the corner. Among the two silent figures, one of them trembled suddenly, and the indifferent voice of his companion came, "Don't get excited, this is a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair. If we expose our flaws too early, we will die." The two figures were exactly Fang Yan and Yin Zhouyu, who had sneaked into the Qilin Tiangong at a huge price. Fang Yan stared at Yang Haotian, with a little madness in his eyes. He is waiting. When Yang Haotian relaxes, he will kill with one blow. Yang Haotian brought him too much humiliation and setback. Yang Haotian is not dead, he will not be reconciled in this life. Don't worry, I won't reveal any flaws before killing Yang Haotian. Fang Yan said coldly, his eyes were full of resentment. When he saw Yang Haotian, he sensed that the mysterious fragment was still on Yang Haotian. As long as the fragments are there, the blood curse will still be there. This is Yang Haotian's biggest Achilles heel. On the Qilin platform, the cold light flew and the shadow of the crane swirled. Under the blessing of the divine form of the spirit crane, Chitianji is like a ghost, and every time he appears, he will make a murderous move. However, Panlong's defense was impenetrable, making him unable to attack for a long time. Chitianji gradually became impatient. He originally thought that with previous life experience, he could easily kill Yang Haotian. How could the opponent be so difficult? Kill! With a flick of Yang Haotian's finger, Panlong Chantianjin roared and rushed towards Chitianji. With a puff, the divine form of Lingyi was torn apart by Qinglong Jin. The expressions of the Tianjiao changed, they had such a strong attack power. It's worthy of the town's supernatural powers. Qinglong Jin continued to attack. A burst of purple air spewed out from above Chitianji's head, giving birth to a divine beast, and opened its mouth wide to swallow Qinglong Jin in one gulp. Pisho God form. Everyone looked at Chitianji in surprise. Chitianji's talent is really astonishing. He even developed the divine body into 3 divine forms. Yang Haotian made a few attacks casually, and all of them were swallowed by the god figure of Pisho, who was steaming with purple air. Interesting, this Pisho god form is actually a defensive god form. Yang Haotian swayed his body, and the vision of Tianping fighting dragon was shining behind him, and endless divine light hung down. One after another divine swords rose from the ground, standing in the void behind Yang Haotian. A forest of swords evolved and occupied the void. Endless murderous intent, breaking through the sky and shattering the sky. Behind Yang Haotian, heavy sword shadows swayed, endless murderous intent boiling. This is the ultimate move derived from Tianping fighting dragon picture, 108,000 swords. Yang Haotian looked at Chitianji, and said in a flat tone, "If you can block my move with the shape of a brave god, you will win." Chitian was extremely angry and laughed back, his body swayed, and countless auras rushed into the void. "What I want is not to win, but to crush you."
Countless spirit cranes were derived from that aura, and each phantom of spirit cranes has a beak like a sword and a crane neck like a Tai Chi arc, exuding majestic power. Kill.
Yang Haotian and Qi Tianji launched ultimate moves at the same time.
The vigorous gold and white sword energy traversed the void, tearing the sky apart.
Sifang Tianjiu was shocked by such momentum, and he wondered in his heart, if it was replaced by himself, would he be able to block the attack of any one of them? The conclusion is completely unstoppable. Yang Haotian and Qi Tianji were too violent and brutal. No matter which one, it will make the Tianjiu feel unmatched.
It's hard to imagine that this is actually a confrontation between cultivators at the Chongyang realm.
Gu Xianer was shocked by Yang Haotian's strength.
Perhaps, he is indeed the best candidate for cooperation in the secret realm of the Holy Sepulchre.
Of course, the premise is that he can survive Qi Tianji's fight.
Because Gu Xianer discovered that Qi Tianji's offense became more and more crazy, but his defense gradually decreased.
The last wave of counterattack is coming, and this will be Qi Tianji's most hysterical attack. Gu Xianer is a little curious, can Yang Haotian stop it?
On the Qilin stage,
Yang Haotian and Qi Tianji took 2 steps back.
In the sky above the head, the 108,000 swords in Spirit Crane Divine Killing Formation exploded like a storm.
The remaining energy falls down like waterfalls.
Qi Tianji's eyes were cold, he had already calmed down under the anger. A pair of eyes are like gloomy dark water, faintly flickering murderous intent. Yang Haotian, I underestimated you, your understanding of tyrant body is not inferior to mine.
Qi Tianji was on Yang Haotian's body before, and sensed the fluctuation of the overlord body, and even couldn't help wondering in his heart, did Yang Haotian have been in contact with the overlord body long ago? Or does he have a hegemony himself?
The latter thought made him feel unbelievable for a while, but he dismissed it immediately. This is almost impossible.
Such a terrifying physique as the overlord body will never be the same as the chaos body. There has never been anyone who can perfectly integrate 2 god-level physiques into one body.
The reason why Yang Haotian showed familiarity with the overlord body was probably because the Yang family paid a huge price to allow him to fight against the transformed overlord body. That's why the fluctuations of the heavens overlord body remain on his body.
Yes, it must be so. A ray of sharpness flashed in Qi Tianji's eyes, an infinite fighting spirit rose again in his heart. It's a pity, the power that Qi Tianji possesses is not limited to the heavenly overlord body.
Qi Tianji's body shook, and his whole body burned with flames, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, bursting out with aura of nirvana.
Nirvana Mahamudra.
Qi Tian gave a very low cry, and the billowing flames turned into the hand of the god shrouding the sky, burning and crushing down. With this poem, the flames boiled, and the killing intent went berserk.
It's the unique knowledge of the ancestral land of the Scarlet Phoenix, the Nirvana Mahamudra.
It is also one of the strongest fire-type attacks with the Yang family's 10 sons' divine art. All the Tianjiu looked solemn, they all saw that Qi Tianji was playing a real fire, and they were ready to go all out.
Gu Xianer's eyes brightened, it's coming, Qi Tianji's most powerful move. Playing with fire in front of me? He. Yang Haotian almost couldn't help laughing.
Sensing the terrifying murderous intent of Nirvana Mahamudra, he didn't panic, the palms of his hands flooded with golden light, and a bright sun condensed out.
It's the 10 sons' divine art of my Sun clan.
At a young age, he has cultivated the 10 sons' divine art to the peak of the 10 layers. No wonder the ancestors unanimously agreed to teach him the 10 sons' dragon elephant art. Above the void, all the elders of the Yang family praised.
Even those from Xingyu Palace couldn't help nodding. Yang Haotian's talent in practice is really nothing to say. OM.
Yang Haotian pushed both hands, and the golden sun flew towards the big hand that covered the sky, like a ray of golden light, crashing headlong into the Nirvana Mahamudra.
The sun and the handprints collapsed at the same time. Golden and red flames swept across all directions.
A green dragon energy hovered, turning into a phantom of the green dragon, covering Yang Haotian and blocking the billowing flames. But Qi Tianji didn't have time to dodge, his numb eyes opened wide, letting the billowing flames cover his whole body. Qi Tianji staggered, walked out of the flames, his face was twisted and ferocious, he failed again. After all, the celestial overlord body failed to crush the chaos body. Even if he has more than 100 years of combat experience than Chaos Body, and he uses all his killer moves, he still can't suppress the opponent.
I lost again. Chi Tian smiled wryly. Sound pathetic.
All the arrogances fell silent, some sympathized with Chi Tianji, and some were shocked by the chaotic body. In this battle, Yang Haotian only used one vision and one supernatural power. But the power that erupted was enough to startle all the Tianjiao present. Yi Xiaoyao also had a solemn face at the moment. In other respects, he is not sure, but Yang Haotian's use of the power of the coiling dragon definitely far exceeds him.
Yi Xiaoyao was not sure that he could overwhelm Yang Haotian even if he used Panlan Shuangshenjinjin. This made Yi Xiaoyao feel infinite unwillingness. I have already lost before fighting? Yang Haotian, you won.
Chi Tianji staggered back a few steps, sighed dejectedly, completely lost the sharpness and arrogance he had before. His face was pale, his hair was messy, and his voice was weak. With a thud, Chi Tianji sat paralyzed on the Qilin platform, doubts revealed in a pair of slack eyes. Is the celestial hegemony body really inferior to the chaos body? Song Tian dominant body is destined to be trampled underfoot by chaos body forever? Brother Tianji, you haven't lost yet. Keep fighting. Scarlet Phoenix Feather's eyes filled with tears. Brother Tianji, don't do this, you just failed to win for a while, so you can't lose your confidence. Before coming, the elders had told her that if she wins this battle, the heavenly hegemony body will be reborn from the ashes. And once defeated, it will be difficult to see the supernatural power in this world again. With tears in her eyes, Chi Huanyu watched Chi Tianji limp into mud, completely devoid of fighting spirit. She felt wronged for Brother Tianji. Hey, this person's spine has been crushed by repeated defeats. Even if he has a domineering body, he can't bear so many defeats. Gu Xianer shook her head regretfully. After all, suffering is just suffering, not wealth. Especially the continuous suffering will only destroy one's will, and it will never breed the flowers of victory. Looking at the dejected Chi Tianji and the sad and tearful Chi Huanyu,
Yang Haotian vaguely realized something, but couldn't grasp it for a while.
He just suddenly felt that the crying girl next to Chi Tianji was pitiful and helpless. Chi Tianji's decadence affected not only himself. I'm afraid that even Chi Huanyu's future cultivation path will be negatively affected. I don't want people around me to cry for me. I want them to always have full confidence in me, and I want to get the strongest power.
Yang Haotian suddenly realized something in his heart.
He still has his mother's revenge and his master's revenge to avenge. There are still 10 evils waiting for him to eradicate. And his father's toad poison, waiting for him to find the antidote. I want to be stronger. An emerald green divine leaf appeared. Yang Haotian hooked his finger, and a green glow shot towards Chi Tianji.
The expressions of the Tianjiao changed. Could it be that Yang Haotian wanted to take the opportunity to kill Chi Tianji? This is a bit of a predicament, right? Above the void, the elders of Xingyu Palace also changed their expressions. What is Yang Haotian going to do? Killing Chi Tianji at this time will cause a great battle between the Yang family and the Qi Huang ancestral land. An old man with blonde hair and shawl flashed beside Chi Tianji like a ghost, his eyes fixed on Yang Haotian vigilantly. This is Chi Tianji's guardian. He was about to block Luxia and decipher Yang Haotian's ultimate move, but he unexpectedly discovered that there was no murderous intent in that Luxia. If you don't want the Scarlet Phoenix ancestral land to lose a hegemonic body, then you should obediently stay still. Yang Haotian looked at the old man calmly, without any malice. The mind of the Taoist guard was inexplicable, and he allowed Luxia to penetrate into Chi Tianji's body. On Chi Tianji's body, there was a touch of emerald green brilliance visible to the naked eye. A cool breath permeated his mind and heart. Chi Tianji regained a little sobriety from his shaky spirit. What? The green glow penetrating into his body made him feel a vibration from his soul. He suddenly looked up at Xiang Yang Haotian. It's you? Yang Haotian said lightly, although the reputation of defeating the overlord body sounds good, I don't feel that I am enjoying it. You are too impatient, and you have not displayed the true strength of the overlord body at all. After Yang Haotian finished speaking, he glanced at the tear-stained scarlet phoenix feather, and said coldly to Chi Tian, take her back and adjust your state.
I hope to have the opportunity to fight against the peak state of the Overlord.
Chi Tian was extremely silent. He thought he would welcome Yang Haotian's humiliation, but Yang Haotian would respond like this. All the arrogances are also very surprised. You didn't take the opportunity to kill Chi Tianji? He helped Chi Tianji instead?
After taking a deep look at Yang Haotian, Chi Tian stood up staggeringly. Yang Haotian, I owe you a favor.
Next time we fight again, I will do my best. He turned around and took Chi Huangyu away. Chi Tianji's Taoist guardian gave Yang Haotian a meaningful look, and slowly saluted Yang Haotian. Thank you, young Master Yang.
With Chi Tianji's talented state, if he wants to completely destroy him, he doesn't need to take action.
Yang Haotian can make him collapse with just a word of mouth.
But Yang Haotian didn't do that. Instead he gave encouragement in a disguised form. This not only stabilized Chi Tianji's Dao heart, which was on the verge of collapse, but also prevented Chi Huang's ancestral land from losing a hegemony.
The favor Yang Haotian gave to Scarlet Phoenix's ancestral land is not small. Young Master Yang's kindness today will be repaid in the ancestral land of the Scarlet Phoenix, so I bid farewell. The guardian saluted Yang Haotian solemnly, bid farewell and left.
There was silence.
No one expected that it would end like this.
The heavenly hegemony's momentum was menacing, and his arrogance was overwhelming. But from the beginning to the end, he was almost suppressed by the chaotic body, and even his Dao heart almost collapsed at the end. On the other hand, Yang Haotian, at the end of the battle, he was calm and relaxed, not at all looking like he was trying his best. Obviously, he still has other whole cards that he has not used.
For a while, all the Tianjiao felt that Yang Haotian was unfathomable. Above the void.
The elders of Shangyang Palace all had faint smiles on their faces, and the young master's astonishing performance made their faces glow. On the contrary, the elders of Xingyu Palace were expressionless, showing no signs of happiness or anger.
They want their descendants to perform well. But they never hope to be better than their descendants. Next, it's time to fight that kid from the Yi family, right?
The elders of Xingyu Palace held their breaths. This wolf cub of the Yi family behaved in a lowly manner, being rude and provocative. He should be dealt with severely.
That's right, let Yang Haotian teach him a lesson.
The elders of Shangyang Palace nodded in agreement, but there was also vigilance in their eyes. The set of magic weapons given by the Yi family was refined by the young master, but there must be traps inside, and they must be ready to attack at any time to prevent the young master from being plotted against. On the Qilin stage, Yang Haotian hooked his finger at Yi Xiaoyao. It's your turn, fight with me. Yi Xiaoyao showed hesitation. He has seen the power of coiling dragon entangling the heavens with his own eyes, and he has no confidence that he can crush this supernatural power. More importantly, Yang Haotian's strength made him feel afraid. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes showed hesitation. Can he bear the price of losing? In case, like Chi Tianji, his Dao heart collapses. Yi Xiaoyao, are you scared? Yang Haotian smiled coldly, not concealing his disdain at all. At this time, a cold light burst towards the Qilin terrace without warning. A black shadow, like a ghost, flashed beside Yang Haotian, death. He slashed out a jet of black sword energy, cutting Yang Haotian's throat. At the same time, the strange cold light bursting out also pierced Yang Haotian's eyebrows.
Idiot, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Haotian's chaotic divine sense has long been aware of a looming murderous intent.
He was prepared, and his right fist suddenly flashed with light, and there were dense phantoms of mountains, which condensed in an instant, and blatantly bombarded. With a click, the void in front of him shattered into cracks. The sword light of the sneak attack collapsed. The black figure also spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately raised his head to the sky and shouted, "Come and help me."
Yin Zhoujuan's mouth was full of bitterness, and he still underestimated Yang Haotian.
He never expected that he would encounter such a violent counterattack from Yang Haotian when he made a sudden move. At this moment, a shop behind him exploded. "I'll come too."
Fang Yan rushed over, death. Fang Yan's hands quickly formed seals, a strange bloodlight filled the air, and the evil breath filled the Qilin platform instantly. The faces of Gu Xianer and others changed. This weird fluctuation. Could it be the legendary blood curse? The opponent came prepared.
On the Qilin stage, Yin Zhouyu's eyes buzzed for a while, and a pair of dark pupil runes shone. From the top of his head, a ghostly eye suddenly appeared, its chaotic pupils flickered like a black sun, and the strange black light shrouded Xiangyang Haotian.
Fang Yan, why don't you make a move yet?
At this moment, Fang Yan was dumbfounded. His blood curse handprint has obviously been cast, but there is no sign of the blood curse being activated at all.
Naturally, Yang Haotian's spirit will not be under any control. What's going on?
Could it be that the blood curse has been broken?
Fang Yan's face was ugly, and he happened to see Yang Haotian's contemptuous gaze at this moment. Fang Yan's heart beat wildly, and he suddenly understood, be cheated.
Yang Haotian, an old fox, had broken the blood curse a long time ago, but deliberately carried fragments of the blood curse's breath on him.
He came out to hook me. Without saying a word, Fang Yan left Yinzhou prison and was about to escape.
Unexpectedly, Yin Zhojuan thought the same as him. When he saw that he had lost the best opportunity, he turned around and ran away.
You're here and want to leave?
Yang Haotian's indifferent voice came, and a divine hand with radiant rays and lingering Dao rhyme smashed through the air. Yin Zhouyu and Fang Yan were slapped on the ground like two mice. Looking up, I saw that behind Yang Haotian at this time, the nine heavens tower emerged, and the divine light was shining brightly. An immortal king sat high on the nine heavens, with a solemn treasure, looking down on all living beings.
Ghost chaotic eyes. Shadow lore. Blood dragon purple blood.
The coiling dragon strangles. Yin Zhouyu and Fang Yan did not hesitate to use one after another killer moves, and began to desperately.
However,
Yang Haotian's expression was indifferent, like a deity who was used to seeing changes in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and clouds, and the fairy king behind him slowly swung his arms as if he had opened up the world. The joint attack of the two was as violent as a hurricane, but it couldn't make waves in front of the fairy king, and was wiped away by his hands.
My life is over.
Yin Zhouyu ran wildly, looking up to the sky and shouting, "Senior, hurry up and save me!" As a peerless genius of the Taiyin God Lake, Yinzhou prison naturally also has guardians. Just rush out of the Qilin Tiangong. The guardian had a chance to make a move and save him from it.
Yang Haotian, die.
In the infinite void, a ghostly cold drink sounded. The sky was torn apart with a snap, and a large pale hand full of ghosts, like a sword from outside the sky, rushed into the Qilin Tiangong, intending to shoot Yang Haotian to death. The Taoist's assassination of Yang Haotian successfully attracted everyone's attention, and Yin Zhouyu was able to escape from Qilin Tiangong.
Ah, I'm alive again.
Yin Zhouyu rushed out of the Qilin Tiangong, bursting into ecstasy. However, facing the assassination of the Guardian, Yang Haotian completely ignored it, as if he was sure that the Guardian would not hurt him.
He pointed at the air,
9 points of light flashed all over Yinzhou prison, turning into 9 Dao God monuments. The steel revolves around the 9 prisons of Yin, releasing endless emerald runes. But at this time, the ghost hand that attacked and killed Yang Haotian was like gravel, and it crumbled silently.
This was just a feint, Yang Haotian saw it at a glance.
The guardian of Yinzhou prison, like a ghost, flashed beside Yinzhou prison. From the beginning to the end, protecting Yinzhou prison was his real purpose. With a flick of his sleeve, he was about to use his sleeves to take away the Yin 9 prison. Unexpectedly, the 9 Dao divine tablets surrounding the Yin 9 prison shone brightly, directly shattering the power of the guardian.
How can that be?
The face of the Taoist guard changed. What kind of trick did Yang Haotian use to block his full blow? Break into my Shangyang palace and kill people. You Taiyin God Lake are getting more and more brainless. A strange smell of wine descended from the sky, and a slender hand came out of the air, pinching the head of the Taoist protector. Not good. The face of the guardian changed greatly. When did the other party approach him?
It's too late.
With a click, his head was directly taken off by the snow-white jade hand. Black light spewed out from the headless body, and dense ghost figures flew out like bats, trying to escape the soul.
Haotian,
the owner of the slender hands, scolded.
Yang Haotian had been prepared for a long time, and slapped the void casually. With a click, the void solidified and solidified. The ghost hit the hard void and bounced back. Receive.
A mouthful of wine gourd appeared in the void, and a Taiji diagram rotated on the full belly of the gourd, and the precious light shrouded the ghost. Under In Joyu's horrified eyes, all the ghosts were collected into the gourd, and none of them escaped. You stay too. Behind Yang Haotian, the fairy king faced the vision of the 9 heavens, and was slightly shocked. Boom! An inexplicable force enveloped the void where Fang Yan was, and 9 miraculous ripples descended from the sky, like 9 heavens, and Fang Yan collapsed into a bloody mist. A pitch-black jade slip was left on the spot, haunted by a ghostly aura, and permeated with a sense of gloom. Yang Haotian hooked his fingers, and the jet-black jade slip flew into his hand. It's actually the ghost chaotic pupil technique. It should be that Fang Yan reached a certain kind of deal with In Joyu, and then he obtained the netherworld chaos pupil art from In Joyu. Now Yang Haotian is cheaper. Outside the Zhengzhou road. Somewhere in a dark tomb. In the bloody coffin, a blood egg burst suddenly. A miserable green boy appeared in the venom, spitting out a big mouthful of blood, my last half-soul body. I also lost the ghost chaotic pupil technique. In Joyu is an idiot, I knew he was unreliable. And Yang Haotian is an insidious villain, dare to plot against me. In the tomb, Fang Yan cursed angrily. Kailan Heavenly Palace. In Joyu was blocked by the 9 Paths God's tablet. No matter what tricks he used, he couldn't get rid of the 9 Paths God's tablet. His face was full of despair. The Tianjiao people around are also looking at the 9 Gods monument in amazement. What kind of supernatural power is this? With the cultivation base of the Yin 9 prison's Chongyang realm, there is nothing to do? This Yang Haotian has so many cards. Yi Xiaodao's face was full of jealousy, his eyes flickered with fear. Thankfully he didn't make a move. Yang Tian's was also frowning at this moment. Fang Yan and In Joju failed too quickly. However, the 9 Paths divine tablet was indeed terrifying. Young Tian's couldn't help thinking, if he was trapped, with his 9 aperture sword embryo, would he be able to crack it? Young master, are you alright? How does he handle it? Naylan Aoshue stared at In Joyu with murderous eyes. For this kind of mortal enemy, Yang Haotian has no need to keep his hands back. He waved his hand casually, and with a puff, In Joyu was killed on the spot, and his soul and soul were all wiped out. A farce quickly came to an end. All the arrogances had complex expressions, shocked by Yang Haotian's ruthless methods. But Mr. Peacock found that the aura that Fang Yan and In Joju had just shown had a familiar feeling. He thought of the battle with the mysterious person in the alien space, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Taiyin God Lake. Maybe the true spring of ambergris fell into the hands of Taiyin Shenhu. Yi Xiaoyao lowered his head slightly, and was walking outside pretending to be relaxed. All the arrogances also noticed his actions. Although they didn't cry out, they couldn't help laughing in their hearts. Yi family god's son is scared. It seems that he realized Yang Haotian's strength and didn't want to be named by Yang Haotian, so he had to sneak away. In order not to offend the Yi family, all the geniuses did not point out Yi Xiaoyao. Everyone pretended not to see and let him slip out of the Qilin temple. But in their hearts, they have a better understanding of Yang Haotian's strength. Without even needing to make a move, the Yi family Shensi could be forced to flee without a fight. This shows how powerful young Master Yang is. What's funny is that Yi Xiaoyao also gave away a set of unrivaled Taoist artifacts for nothing. I don't know what he did in this artifact. Yi Xiaoyao left in despair. Naturally he couldn't escape Yang Haotian. He wanted to call Yi Xiaoyao to stop and fix it. But the voice of Patriarch Hadian sounded in his mind. The next step is to officially confirm your identity as the young master. Don't be distracted. The elders of the Yang family, Naylan Aoshue, Yang Chong, Yang Ro, and Yang Tianhua, and even Yang Tianjun, who was separated from the family, could not help but look forward to it. It seemed that something had been foreseen, and the atmosphere in the audience gradually became quiet and solemn. It seems that everyone knows that the main event is about to debut. The chaotic body, Yang Haotian, is about to be formally confirmed as the young master. And the symbol of confirmation is to be given the Qilin Excalibur. Tian'er has obtained the Qilin Excalibur, and the identity of the young master will no longer be questioned by anyone. In the side hall, his father Yang Xinglong looked relieved. He has deeply experienced the pain of not being right in speaking, and he has not been able to grasp the real power so far.
Not to mention getting the symbolic treasure Kirin disc representing the identity of the head of the family. Yang Xinglong is very happy that his son can be truly recognized by the family. Yang shakes the city, but his eyes are serious. The family is facing a crisis. At this time, Tian'er becoming the young master may not be a good thing, but it is also a kind of training for him. Such a major event happened in the ancestral land. As the young master, he has to take on more responsibilities. But with this name, Yang Haotian will have the opportunity to hold more power in the palm of his hand and obtain more resource support. Master Li Shiria nodded slightly. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Haotian, he can handle it completely. Outside the Qilin temple, the Qilin God's Gate is magnificent, spewing out clusters of runes, condensing into a 7-color divine bridge. On the Shinxiao, Haotian patriarch walked gracefully and solemnly. In her hands, a ball of precious light is like a round sun, blooming with immeasurable divine splendor. As she approached, the demi-artifact Qilin Shenmen rumbled and trembled, as if being provoked by a divine beast. It released its supreme divine light. All Tenjio were oppressed by this breath and couldn't breathe. However, in the hands of Patriarch Haotian, the precious light was calm and indifferent, completely unaffected. It seems that its existence is more noble and powerful than the Qilin Godgate. Ready to take the sword. Right above the Qilin Tiangong, the precious light in the hands of Haotian Patriarch trembled slightly, sending out a ray of brilliance, filling the Tiangong. Immediately, all the coercion of the Qilin divine sect was pushed out of the heavenly palace. All the Tenjiao felt the pressure all over their bodies disappear, their hearts relaxed, and they all looked at the precious light in surprise. What a powerful force! Just a ray of light actually blocked the aura of Qilin Shinmen. Could it be the young master's matching sword, the Qilin Excalibur? Yang Haotian stepped forward to meet the precious light. The precious light flickered slightly, then converged inward. A long jade box appeared in Yang Haotian's hands. The seal runes on the jade box are like small dragons, densely covering the whole jade box, but just the breath flowing from the jade box surprised all the heavenly talents. Could it be that the Qilin Excalibur was sealed in a jade box? The Tianjiao were terrified in their hearts. When the Qilin Excalibur was sealed, its aura was so amazing. If the seal is opened, what kind of power will it be? Haotian, the Qilin Excalibur is a divine weapon. If you want to be recognized by it, you only need to have the identity of the young master, and you need enough strength. Are you ready to accept the test of this sword? Patriarch Haotian looked at young Haotian solemnly. If you fail to accept the Qilin Excalibur in public, you may be ridiculed by everyone. Those who are not stable enough may affect their cultivation. This is a test of Yang Haotian's Dao Xin. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Yang Haotian nodded calmly. I'm ready. He understood the function of the Qilin Excalibur better than most of the people present. This moment is the key to communicate with the upper plane Kirin realm. With this sword, a gap in the Kirin realm can be opened and Qilin Qi can be obtained. Qilin Qi is one of the 9 great auras. If you can get the Qilin Excalibur, you can open the Qilin world in advance and get the irrigation of high-level aura. This is tantamount to entering the Longmen realm ahead of time, which is a huge help for cultivators. More importantly, the Qilin Excalibur also has a perverted function. With this sword, a Qilin clone can be condensed, and this clone has half the strength of the main body. Yang Haotian's Slaying My Wisdom Ju can cut out a clone with the same strength as the main body, but it can only be used 9 times, and as long as the unicorn sword is present, the unicorn clone can continue to condense. Moreover, the higher the level of the owner of the Qilin Excalibur, the more abnormal the power of this function, and the Qilin Qi can help the owner quickly improve his strength. Obtaining this sword means that the strength has skyrocketed, and only when the strength is strong can one take life and death and control others. This is the symbol of the young master's power. Yang Haotian wanted to get this sword no matter what. Now that you're ready, let's get started. Haotian Patriarch said. Everyone in the audience took a tight breath, held their breath secretly, and looked at the jade box with curiosity or expectation. Yang Haotian has a calm expression and confident eyes. With the swipe of the ancestor's jade hand, the seal runes on the jade box lit up and cracked inch by inch. With a bang, the jade box opened, and a streak of brilliance shot up from the jade box. Ow!
In the golden beam of light, a dark green shadow rushed out and ran in the void. Wherever it passed, clusters of spirit patterns were branded in the void, and the brilliant green glow shone in all directions. The green figure was like a bull, covered with jasper scales. It was a jade unicorn. In the jade unicorn, a magical long sword is looming, which is the body of the unicorn sword. Its power is too terrifying, and its infinite spirituality is released to form this jade unicorn. Jade Qilin seemed to know who was the tester, and stepped across the void with 4 hooves, turning into a bright swordlight, and burst towards the sun and Haotian. Ow! With a roar, everyone felt that an immemorial mountain, shining with blue light, was hitting them head-on. Everyone's spirits were shaken, their eyes were lax, and they retreated again and again under the pressure of this majestic majesty, and they almost couldn't help running away.
Kirin Excalibur, don't hurry to recognize the owner.
Yang Haotian yelled violently, facing the rushing jade unicorn. He did not dodge or dodge, and reached out to grab it. Click! The phantom of the jade unicorn suddenly disintegrated, revealing its real body. A divine sword lingering in jade color, Suecia shot out, was caught by Yang Haotian and struggled frantically in his hand, spreading out circle after circle of emerald green concentric circles of ripples. As the ripples passed by, everyone felt their hearts beating faster, their chi and blood boiling, and they could hardly stand upright. It was hard to imagine how great mental pressure Yang Haotian, who was at the center of the storm, was under.
But Yang Haotian was as stable as a rock, his eyes were firm and clear.
No matter how hard the Qilin Excalibur struggled, it couldn't break free from his hand.
Patriarch Haotian couldn't help but nodded slightly. To be recognized by the Qilin Excalibur requires not only strong strength, but also a firm will. It seems that Haotian is indeed qualified to control this divine sword.
Seeing the Qilin Excalibur being held in Yang Haotian's hands, the range of struggle became smaller and smaller. All the arrogance sighed again and again. The chaotic body is really strong enough. This unicorn sword seems to be not only a status symbol, but also possesses terrifying power. I heard that this unicorn sword can open a new world and communicate with higher planes.
Communicate with the higher planes? Hey! Doesn't this mean that owning this divine sword means entering the Dragon Gate realm in advance? Everyone couldn't help but stare hotly. The chaos body is already strong enough, but now that it has this superb sword, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Except for the hot-eyed and envious crowd, young Tiance reacted the most. He was born with a sword, and he has an unusual sensitivity to swords. As early as the appearance of the Qilin Excalibur itself, he felt the great power hidden in the Qilin Excalibur. Even young Tiance felt that the Qilin Excalibur seemed to have a strange connection with his sword fetus. This made de young Tiance a little emotional. That is the Qilin Excalibur. An artifact. Obtaining it not only can communicate with the upper plane, but also get the baptism of high-level spiritual energy. It can even condense a powerful avatar. Moreover, I was born with a sword, almost a perfect match with the Qilin Excalibur. Why should young Haotian have this sword? Thinking of this, young Tian's eyes flashed with determination. Qilin Excalibur, I want to fight too. Above young Tian's head, a twisted and weird sword embryo suddenly emerged, exuding a strange and magical light. Young Tiance mobilized his divine sense and entwined towards the Qilin Excalibur, as if he wanted to grab the attention of the Qilin Excalibur. And at the moment of his shot, young Tiance, you are courting death. Young Chong and young Tianoa's eyes are full of murderous intent, but young Tiance dares to destroy the event of the Qilin Excalibur's recognition of the master and the young master. Because of jealousy, young Tiance's mentality was out of balance, so he couldn't help but make a move. But the moment he activated the sword embryo, he suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake. In front of all the arrogances and so many outsiders, to openly oppose her young master is to eat inside and outside. The family rules alone are enough to make him pay a huge price. Not to mention the disdainful eyes of young Tianjun and other branch children. The Qilin Excalibur suddenly hummed and was completely suppressed by the chaotic body. It gradually succumbed, strands of emerald green runes flew out from the sword, and Xiaoyang Haotian wrapped around his arms. In Hong. An ancient unicorn roared from young Haotian's mind. The dense emerald green runes turned into little unicorns, and quickly entered young Haotian's body along the divine sword. Excalibur recognizes its master. Yang Haotian conquered the Qilin Excalibur. All the Tianzhou exclaimed in surprise, their faces showing shock. He actually conquered the Qilin Excalibur. Surprise flashed in Haotian Patriarch's eyes. She originally planned that if young Haotian encountered trouble in subduing the Qilin Excalibur, she would help suppress the Qilin Excalibur, and then let young Haotian gradually refine it. Unexpectedly, without her making a move, young Haotian conquered this divine sword. Holding the Qilin Excalibur, Yang Haotian's spiritual energy surged. To his surprise, the Qilin Excalibur reintegrated the energy in his body, giving him a sharp aura. In time, with the help of the Qilin Excalibur, his energy will become more concentrated and more powerful. Ding! You can sign in for the Kirin Tiangong Adult Banquet, but is the host signed in? Whether? Yang Haotian's eyes lit up, sign in. Successful sign in, the host has received a holy reward, Qiankuan Ichi sword picture. Yang Haotian's heart skipped a beat, what is really missing? He originally planned to get the set of Qiankuan Ichi flying sword and use it as a means of long-range attack with the 5 elements magic needle. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate, and got all the pictures of the sword of heaven and earth. With the diagram of the Qiankuan sword and the cooperation of the 5 elements divine needle, this set of flying swords can at least exert the power of a peerless Taoist weapon, or even a perfect Taoist weapon. In this way, Yang Haotian has the Qilin Excalibur 4 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme attack and the Qiankuan Ichi flying sword for long-range attack, which greatly enriches the fighting methods. Yang Haotian, since you have been recognized by the Qilin Excalibur, from now on, you will be the young master of the Yang family. The ancestor of Haotian hadn't said the word Lord yet. I disagree. Yang Tian shouted, the twisted sword embryo above his head overflowed with devilish energy, staring at young Haotian ferociously. What qualifications does young Haotian have to be the young master? He. Yang Tian's. Yang Haotian holds the Qilin Excalibur, his eyes are cold. He gave Yang Tian's a chance, but the other party didn't cherish it, since he didn't know how to advance or retreat. There was no need to stay any longer. You tricked Yang Xingha into killing Yang Tianhua for your own self-interest. You originally planned to let you go, but now you are sabotaging the clan's affairs in public, disregarding the overall situation, narrow-minded, and you can't be left. Squeeze. The emerald green sword light, like a sword from beyond the sky, tore through the void, and slashed in front of Yang Tian's. Yang Tian's was stunned. This sword is as fast as thunder, even if he has a natural sword fetus, it is completely unstoppable. The other Tianzhou didn't even expect that Yang Haotian had such a tyrannical swordsmanship. Just one sword strike made them fearful and shocked. Seeing that Yang Tian's was about to be beheaded by this sword. Kung! An invisible sword energy in the void shattered Yang Haotian's emerald green sword light in the sky. Without my permission, who in the Yang clan dares to call you young master? Qilin Excalibur, come back to me. The voice did not fall. Yang Haotian only felt a frightening sword energy, formless, suddenly killing him in front of him. Patriarch Hutian's complexion changed drastically, great Wuxian swordsmanship. He's back. Master, be careful. Naylan Aoshue dodges and draws her sword, using the heaven slashing sword technique to slash out against the invisible sword energy. With a clang, Shuain's spirit sword snapped. But the invisible sword energy didn't disintegrate, it circled in the void, killing Naylan Aoshue like a ghost. What a weird sword technique. What kind of trick is this? It's so terrifying. All the Tianjia were shocked. With their means, facing this sword light, they felt helpless. Kung! The green light of the Qilin Excalibur flashed and flew towards Naylan Aoshue, blocking the sword light. The Qilin Excalibur was also thrown dozens of feet away by Bang Fei. Yang Haotian supported the pale-faced Naylan Aoshue and protected her behind him. A powerful hand grabbed the Qilin Excalibur. Unexpectedly, a white palm appeared out of thin air, grabbing the Qilin Excalibur. With just a flick of it, Yang Haotian's condensed energy hand collapsed in the air. Qilin Excalibur struggled frantically, but couldn't get rid of this palm.
With such power, at least the cultivation level above the dragon transformation realm.
Yang Haotian's eyes flashed, the opponent's realm surpassed him too much.
With that hand pulling casually, the void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The aura of endless chaotic color rolled out from the space crack. A tall figure walked out slowly, without any hurry or slowness. Above his head, there is a magical cave floating in the cave. In the cave, there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood ups and downs, and phantoms of immortals and Buddhas can be vaguely seen lying in the corpses, and the murderous aura swept out, making all the arrogance present. A peerless killing god actually produced Taoist illusions.
What a terrifying vision! Who is this?
There is a complete cave above his head, and he is a master of the secret realm of the palace. All the arrogances were amazed. After the 5 realms of Juxia, Chongyang, Longmen, Xiantian, and Hualong, there is the secret realm of the palace.
Even if they are as strong as Mr. Peacock and others, they are only at the peak of dragon transformation realm.
But this person has the cultivation base of the peak of the secret realm of the divine palace, surpassing Yang Haotian's realm by several realms. It's simply terrifying.
No matter who he is, if he dares to come to Yang's house to make trouble, I'm afraid Yang Haotian won't let him go. As soon as these words came out, the mysterious tall figure suddenly smiled. Don't let me go? No one in this Yang family is qualified to say this to me. He glanced at this Tianjiao indifferently, and the void shattered every inch of his eyes.
Tianjiao's face suddenly turned pale, and with a puff, his dantian was torn apart, his blood burst into a puddle, and his breath was sluggish. With just one look, he directly abolished this Tianjiao of Chongyang realm.
This is the strong man in the secret realm of the shrine? It's terrible. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Senior, save me.
Young Tiance was almost beheaded by Yang Haotian in public. Seeing the mysterious strong man at this moment, he decisively asked for help. The mysterious man smiled lightly. You dare to provoke authority in public, and you are not afraid of power.
I appreciate your courage, and you will follow me from now on. Young Tiance burst into ecstasy and saved his life.
Judging from the behavior of this senior who casually suppressed Yang Haotian, it is definitely a strong side. Young Tiance is willing to follow his predecessors and imitate the power of dogs and horses. The mysterious man nodded, and casually threw the unicorn sword in his hand to Young Tiance. You have good eyesight. As a reward for following me, I will give you this sword. Seeing the unicorn sword flying towards him, Young Tiance was overjoyed. It was the treasure he had dreamed of.
All Tianjiao looked at Yang Haotian sympathetically. The treasure was taken away just like that, and it was also given to his sworn enemy.
Yang Haotian did not explode, and stared at the mysterious man calmly.
Yang Zhuxian. The unicorn sword is the symbol of the young master. How can you give it away at will?
Patriarch Haotian yelled, and out of thin air, he congealed a big hand and grabbed the Qilin Excalibur. Immortal Yangzhu stood in the void, with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood floating behind him, and a hole in the sky above his head, with phantoms of Buddha and immortals lying in the corpses. A halo appeared between his eyebrows, and a small tower appeared in the halo. Scoff. The small tower shot a ray of divine light, which directly collapsed the big hand. The Qilin Excalibur fell into Young Tiance's hands, struggling crazily.
Patriarch Hutian's complexion changed. 1,000 illusory Linglong Pagoda. The ancestor actually gave you this superb artifact. Yang Haotian's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yang Zhuxian. 1,000 fantasy exquisite tower? Is it a peerless artifact given to him by his ancestors? All the Tianjiao also took a breath. He actually possessed a peerless artifact. Is this immortal Yang Zhu a member of the ancestor of the Yang family? The pagoda between Yang Zhuxian's brows was suspended, and Chao Haotian Patriarch sneered and said, Zhang Ro, you still can't get on the stage like this. During the tens of thousands of years I was sealed, haven't you made any progress? Sealed for tens of thousands of years? The expressions of the Tianjiao changed slightly. Does the Yang family still have such geniuses? Gu Xianer's eyes flashed, and she suddenly remembered that it was mentioned in the family records that 10 years ago, the Yang family once gave birth to an immortal genius. This person is a genius rarely seen in ancient times. At such a young age, not only does his cultivation improve at an astonishing speed, but he also possesses a strange talent for innately restraining his special physique.
It's a pity that he was born at an untimely time, unable to walk on the road of God, and his whereabouts are unknown in the end.
Many forces believe that this person has passed away.
But the Gu family, who was proficient in the laws of space, knew that this monster did not die, but was sealed into the deepest part of the source river of the Yang family at a huge price by the Yang family.
Could it be that the Yang Juxian in front of him is that evildoer? Yang Juxian has the talent to restrain special physique. Yang Haotian is in trouble. Gu Xianer looked at Yang Haotian worriedly.
His chaotic body can't get the slightest advantage in front of this Yangzhou immortal. Not to mention, the cultivation base of the Yangzhou immortal cave surpassed that of Yang Haotian by a full 5 realms.
Yang Juxian. The Qilin Excalibur is the symbol of the young master. How can you give it away casually? Where do you put the family rules? Haotian Patriarch asked coldly.
It is true that the Qilin Excalibur is the symbol of the young master of the Yang family, but it is still the sword of the leader of the Qilin species. Yang Haotian's talent is acceptable, but it is not enough for him to be the young master.
Yang Juxian shook his head, looked at Yang Haotian indifferently. The position of young master needs to be discussed again. Yang Haotian was expressionless, and looked at him indifferently. The patriarch Haotian worked hard for the Yang family and made great contributions. You shouldn't call him by his name. Yang Juxian smiled. Are you teaching me how to do things?
Little ants, you dare to raise your eyes and look at me.
It's really courageous. It's a pity that you are not strong enough, so you shouldn't mess with me. I will cut off your arm today to let you know that you have offended me. The price of Yang Juxian.
Yang Juxian pointed out from the air, his fingertips buzzed, and his divine light flashed. A terrifying beam of light erupted from his fingertips, blatantly killing Shang Yang Haotian. This finger tore apart the space, and instantly hit Yang Haotian's right arm. Yang Haotian's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to fight with immortal Yangzhou originally, because he had seen that the immortal Yangzhou in front of him was just a clone. Even if he killed him, it would not change anything. But if Yang Juxian disagreed, his arm would be cut off, and Yang Haotian would not bear it any longer.
He was just about to make a move.
A curtain of azure blue water suddenly appeared in front of him. The aroma of wine was overflowing, and energy was boiling. Immortal Yangzhou's terrifying ultimate move hit the water curtain, and was immediately assimilated and absorbed, completely disintegrating.
Tianqiang Xuanmu?
Jiang Rou, I didn't expect you to refine this treasure. Yang Juxian seemed to know the power of this magic weapon. He retracted his fingers with a light smile, and shook his head. Well, for your sake, I'll spare him just once. Immortal Yangzhou turned his eyes and looked behind Yang Haotian. But I have to take that woman away. A strong possessive desire erupted in his eyes, as if he saw a rare treasure. The famous fairy fragrant spring body. It's just a waste to be with this trash like Yang Haotian, and it just happened to be used for me. As Yang Juxian said, he grabbed Nalan Aoshuan in the air like no one else was there. A strange force immediately enveloped Nalan Aoshua. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Yang Haotian's eyes were indifferent, and he punched out immediately. With a click, Yang Juxian's power suddenly shattered. You still dare to touch me? Immortal Yangzhou has a domineering personality and does not allow anyone to disobey his will. At this moment, with murderous intent in his eyes, he punched Yang Haotian. This punch was very strange. The strength of the fist turned into a strange vortex, and the spiritual power of the 4 directions was absorbed by this vortex crazily. When he rushed in front of Yang Haotian, his fist's strength had turned into a hurricane of death, bursting out with destructive power. Zhuxian Shunquan. Patriarch Haotian's face changed drastically, and he immediately activated Tianqiang Xuanmu. Unexpectedly, between the eyebrows of immortal Yangzhou, the 1,000 illusionary Linglong Pagoda flashed a burst of light, imprisoning Tianqiang Xuanmu. The death hurricane immediately enveloped Yang Haotian, and the void where he was located collapsed on the spot. My God! Yang Xinglong, Li Shiye, and Yang Chancheng flashed out, and immediately shot to tear at the death hurricane. Out of control. Yang Juxian sneered, his Juxian Xingquan is not something everyone can crack. Yang Xinglong, Li Shiye, and Yang Chancheng were blown away as soon as they came into contact with the death hurricane. Don't move, this is the immortal jade fist that specifically restrains the special physique Yang Juxian. Are you going to destroy the Yang family's chaotic body?
Patriarch Hudian scolded sharply. Yang shakes the city and Yang Xinglong is even more furious. Let the sky go. Dare to hurt my son. The father and son suppressed Shang Yang Zhuxian at the same time and wanted to capture him. Immortal Yang Zhu didn't move at all, and the Linglong pagoda spun wildly between his brows.
With two bangs and bangs, the sun shook the city and the Yang Xinglong was shaken out of Baijiang.
Puff, puff. Both of them spurted a mouthful of blood, their faces turned pale, and their eyes showed shock. What kind of energy is this?
The power of immortal Yang Zhu is really weird. Even if Yang Shake's city's cultivation has reached the secret realm of longevity, he was actually injured internally by this strange energy. Yang Xinglong's eyes are full of murderous intent. Release my son immediately, otherwise you will never leave Qilin Tiangong alive today.
Threat me? Just rely on the two of you?
Immortal Yang Zhu showed disdain and smiled contemptuously. In front of my Zhuxian Xinquan, no special physique can resist. You two are no exception, and Yang Haotian's chaotic waste body is no exception. Before immortal Yang Zhu finished speaking, there was a cracking sound, and the hurricane of death covering Yang Haotian was torn apart.
Yang Haotian stepped forward. Immortal Yang Zhu's eyes were stunned. How come?
His Jade Immortal Fist contains the power of Jade Immortals, which is designed to restrain special physiques, even the chaotic ones.
How could Yang Haotian break free from his power?
There was a trace of blood on the corner of Yang Haotian's mouth, and his face was expressionless.
Humiliate my family? What did they do? They just wanted to protect me. Why hurt them?
I have worked hard to practice until now, just to protect my relatives from being hurt. If I dare to touch my family, I will die.
Tianpeng Fighting Dragon Art. Yang Haotian was full of murderous aura, with his arms wrapped around a dragon and a pang, and his divine light shot straight into the sky like a horse. The killing technique erupted, and he turned into a golden light, flashed suddenly, and let out a snort. Blood spilled all over the sky. Yang Zhuxian's right arm was flying in the air.
His face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with fury and disbelief. It's impossible for you to hurt me. Even if it is a chaotic body, if it is hit by his Zhuxian Xinquan, it will never explode in strength in a short time.
But Yang Haotian broke his arm in an instant. This made Yang Zhuxian feel unbelievable. The quartet Tianjiu has an unbelievable expression on his face. Yang Haotian, who was only in the Xia realm, actually crossed 4 realms, and cut off the arm of Yang Zhuxian, who was in the secret realm of the shrine. Simply appalling. How did he achieve such a large gap in realm? Yang Zhuxian, you can insult me, but you shouldn't do anything to my family. If you dare to hurt my family, you will not be spared. Yang Haotian erupted, and the visions of Tianpeng fighting Longtu and immortal king Lin Jiushan boiled, an unparalleled murderous intense soared into the sky. He was like a huge golden wave, sweeping in front of Yang Zhuxian. His golden fists were burning like divine fire, and with a bang, Yang Zhuxian was blasted hundreds of feet away. With a salty throat, Yang Zhuxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and Yang Haotian's punch actually injured his internal organs. Impossible. How could his strength be so strong? Yang Zhuxian showed horror. How could he know that Yang Haotian's right fist seems ordinary, but it actually combines the power of nearly 1,000 sacred mountains? How amazing it is when it explodes with all its strength. Kill. Yang Haotian's vision added to his body, his murderous aura was boiling, and his majestic power was like a golden fire burning blazingly. Like a golden horse, he rushed towards Yang Zhuxian. His golden fist was as heavy as an ancient mountain, and he sent Yang Zhuxian flying with his fist. The speed was fast, the strength of the punches was fierce, and the attacks were continuous, just like the sky was overturning, so Yang Zhuxian couldn't fight back for a while, and could only be beaten passively, reduced to a sandbag. The arrogance of the quartet was shocked. This is the chaotic body? Terrible. With a cultivation base of Juxia realm, he actually chased after the secret realm of the divine palace. Simply incredible. At this moment, a strange force descended suddenly, imprisoning Yang Haotian in the void. Yang Haotian's acupuncture points all over his body stabbed suddenly, the two visions collapsed immediately, and the violent energy disappeared completely in an instant. Yang Haotian, don't mess around. Xu Xian, don't do your business. An old voice sounded in the void. Patriarch Hudian, Yang Hanshang and others' complexions changed slightly. The ancestor made a move, but what did he mean?
When Yang Juxian bullied Haotian, he didn't stop him, but now that Haotian started to fight back, he came out to stop him instead? It was a good coming-of-age ceremony, but Yang Juxian made a big fuss and caused chaos. Haotian just wanted to get justice for us, but he was imprisoned on the spot. As for Yang Juxian, there was no punishment at all, so he just patted his ass and left? Where to go? Leave me. Yang shakes the city, and Yang Xinglong strikes in a rage, trying to suppress Yang Juxian. Bold. Are you going to disobey the will of the ancestor? A terrifying energy, like two big mountains, held the two of them tightly in the void, unable to move at all. Ancestor. As soon as Patriarch Haotian spoke, he was interrupted by an old voice. I have my own plan for this matter. Xu Xian, are you still not leaving? The void fluctuated, and a space crack appeared in front of Yang Juxian. Yang Juxian stared coldly at young Haotian. I, immortal Yang Zhu, have never failed in my entire life. Yang Haotian, you are very good. How dare you break off an arm of my avatar, ruining my main body's retreat plan? On the day I leave the seclusion, I will take your life. Yang Juxian stepped into the space passage, turned to look at Nailan Ashua. The fairy female fragrant spring body is a rare and special physique in ancient times. If you get this woman, you can not only use it as a furnace to improve your cultivation, but also gather luck, and the possibility of becoming an emperor will be greatly increased. This woman will sooner or later be in my pocket. Master Xu Xian, wait for me. Holding the Qilin Excalibur, young Tiance hurriedly followed. There is no place for him here, he can only follow Yang Juxian. The space crack slowly closed, and the two disappeared. Everyone in Qilin Tiangong was silent for a while, and they looked at young Haotian with complicated eyes. The series of changes that happened today are overwhelming and beyond their imagination. Yang Haotian's formidable combat power was shocking. Lifting the Xia realm can hurt the secret realm of the shrine. It can be seen that the chaos body is strong. However, Yang Juxian, whose arm was cut off by him, was just a clone. Cultivate as a clone of the secret realm of the Gundam Shrine. It's hard to imagine how powerful Yang Juxian's body would be. Waiting for his body to come, waiting for Yang Haotian, is there only one way to perish? Old ancestor, is this the end of the matter? Seeing Yang Juxian swaggering away, and the moment Yang Chancheng regained his freedom, he immediately asked in a deep voice. Today should have been his grandson's day of fame. Haotian risked his life to fight the Golden Winged Xiaopeng King first, then defeated Qi Tianji, and then beheaded Yin Zhouyu, in order to make his family famous and win glory for the Yang family. However, Yang Juxian ignored the overall situation, first snatched away the Qilin Excalibur that belonged to his grandson, then wounded his grandson, and even spoke disrespectfully to Haotian Patriarch and their elders. So unscrupulous, the ancestors just let him go? I will give you an explanation on this matter. Yang Haotian, follow me. With a flash in the void, Yang Haotian disappeared out of thin air. All the arrogances left the arena one after another. Yang Hanchang, Yang Xinglong, and Li Shurye looked at the place where Yang Haotian disappeared, all with expressionless faces. Patriarch Haotian smiled wryly and said, Haotian has been wronged, the ancestor should have a reason. Li Shurye shook his head and did not speak. Yang Shake City said coldly, I, Xinglong, including the three patriarchs, did my best for the family, just not wanting to make them feel wronged. I just didn't expect that it was my grandson who was wronged in the end, and the one who humiliated him was actually a fellow clansman. This matter, the old man does not agree. The ancestor of Haotian looked slightly stagnant, and sighed secretly in his heart. In today's matter, the ancestors were indeed unfair. With the character of that child Haotian, it would be difficult for the ancestors to appease him if he was humiliated in public like this. In the empty hall, there was no one around, no breath fluctuations, and no sound at all. Ancestor? Yang Haotian said. No response. Yang Haotian's originally soft expression gradually turned into indifference. With a clever mind, he naturally understood that the old ancestor was planning to leave him alone and give him a blow. Let the uneducated immortal Yang Zhu not go to train, but instead torment me? It's hilarious. Yang Haotian didn't say anything, sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall, mobilizing the chaos body. Recovering from his injuries, Yang Huxian's Juxian Xinquan has extremely strange energy, and it seems to be specially aimed at the chaotic body. If he hadn't initially integrated the three physiques of Chaos Physique, Celestial Overlord Physique, and Innate Tao Physique, he might not be able to crack the power of Juxian Xinquan at all. Even so, the remnants of Jade Immortal Fist's punching strength also entangled in his body for a long time before it was completely wiped out. But Yang Haotian kept an eye out, deliberately pretending that the strength of the Juxian fist could not be dispelled, and his face was pale. It's not that he thinks too much, but the attitude of his ancestor towards Yang Juxian, which makes him have to think more. The dead silence of the hall lasted for half an hour. A feeling of desolation filled Yang Haotian's heart. If it were anyone else, who was humiliated in public like Yang Juxian, I am afraid that he would have been unable to hold back his irritability and exploded. But Yang Haotian remained calm and practiced calmly. The appearance of Yang Juxian made him feel the importance of strength. You have good self-control. The old voice of the ancestors sounded in the void. He still didn't show up in front of Yang Haotian. Maybe this junior is not worthy to see him, or maybe there are other reasons. My ancestors praised me. After what happened today, I will naturally continue to work hard and dare not relax. Yang Haotian smiled playfully. After all, immortal Yang Zhu will kill me if he disagrees. The old ancestor fell silent. This junior was different from other clansmen, and seemed to have no respect for him. After a long time, the ancestor asked, "Do you have any complaints?" Contrary to the expectations of the ancestors, Yang Haotian shook his head. I don't hold a grudge against him. When Yang Juxian took away the Qilin Excalibur, he was very angry because he slapped him in the face in public and damaged his dignity. When Yang Juxian was rude to Patriarch Haotian, because Patriarch Haotian was kind to him, he would not allow others to be disrespectful to Patriarch Haotian, so he was also very angry. But when Yang Juxian injured his grandfather, father, and master with strange energy, and even humiliated the three of them, Yang Haotian stopped being angry. A person who is destined to be an enemy is nothing more than a battle. A dead person is not worthy of my complaints. Yang Haotian's voice was sonorous and powerful. You want to kill Juxian? The old ancestor's voice was low. Grandfather, you are wrong. If there were other clansmen here, their faces would definitely change drastically. No one had ever dared to say that the ancestors were wrong. But to Yang Haotian, from the moment the ancestor was unfair, he lost his detached status, and he was just an eccentric old man. Yang Haotian's voice was calm and flat. It's not that I want to kill immortal Yang Zhu, but that he wants to kill me. My ancestor, you should have heard it with your own ears. When immortal Yang Zhu returns from retreat, he will kill me. Since he wants to kill me, there's no reason for me to sit still, right? After all, Yang Haotian stopped talking and asked directly, how do you plan to deal with the matter of the Qilin Excalibur? The 19 ancestors made a joint decision to choose him as the young master, but the symbol of the young master was snatched away by Yang Juxian. Since the ancestor wanted to protect Yang Juxian, he had to make corresponding compensation for himself. Yang Haotian is a pragmatic person. If he wants to fight against Yang Juxian, he needs strength, capital, and every opportunity to improve himself. The old ancestor understood what Yang Haotian meant, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Haotian to ask him directly for compensation. Unlike other geniuses of the Yang family who were nervous and excited when they saw him, Yang Haotian was calm, as if he didn't regard him as an ancestor at all. This made the ancestor feel slightly displeased, but he still replied, the taking of the Qilin Excalibur by immortal Yang Zhu has indeed damaged the majesty of your young master. As compensation for you, the family will bestow this treasure on you. A ball of precious light flew towards Yang Haotian and turned into a small red unicorn, the size of a fist, running and spinning around him. Yang Haotian stretched out his hand, and the little unicorn ran to his palm immediately, and turned into a crimson inkstone. There were 2 white light spots floating in the inkstone, emitting strong spatial fluctuations. This is the unicorn plate, which is a high-grade artifact, 1 level higher than the unicorn sword. Are you satisfied with this compensation? Yang Haotian arched his hands. Thank you, ancestor. Do you have any other orders? Once he got the things, he didn't want to stay here for another second. It's all right, your father and grandfather are there, I will apologize for Zhu Xian,
the ancestor said. Yang Haotian was non-committal. The old ancestor sighed, a wave of space energy enveloped Yang Haotian and sent him back to Shenyang Palace. A black shadow appeared in the empty hall, staring at the direction Yang Haotian left in a daze. The old voice of the ancestors sounded, when they fought, did you observe clearly? Black Shadow nodded, his voice was misty and hoarse, the identity of the immortal executioner among the 3,000 Chaos Ones is certain. Well, Zhu Xian didn't disappoint me. Where is Yang Haotian? When can we start? Asked the old ancestor. He Ying shook his head, it's not the best time yet, Yang Haotian's physique seems weird. Then explore again. Make sure there are no omissions. The voice of the old ancestor gradually fell silent. The black shadow also dissipated in the empty hall like a wisp of mist. In Haotian Palace, Nalan Ashua, Yang Chong, Yang Ro, and others looked nervous. The young master was taken away by the ancestors. God knows if they will be wronged. After all, the ancestors pulled sideways in public. Yang Shangsheng, Yang Xinglong, Li Shurye, and the others looked calm. They knew that the purpose of the ancestors taking Yang Haotian away was to appease and make compensation, and they would never let Yang Haotian feel wronged. Otherwise, there is no way to explain to the family. Even if this is the case, I am afraid that this matter will not be settled. After all, one of the prerequisites for the prosperity of the family is unshakable rules and fairness on the surface. Yang Zhuxian's snatching of the Qilin Excalibur is a challenge to the family rules and a violation of justice. This matter is not so easy. Grandpa, father, master, I'm back. Yang Haotian returned to Haotian Palace, nodded to Nalan Aoshue and the others, indicating that he was fine. You guys can rest assured and step back. The sun shakes the city road. Nalan Aoshue and the others looked at Yang Haotian with concern before stepping back. What compensation will the ancestor give you? Yang shook the city and asked directly. Yang Xinglong and Li Shurye also looked concerned. The standard of the ancestors' compensation also represented the attitude towards this matter to a certain extent. Dang Yang Haotian took out the scarlet inkstone. Immediately, the bright red light illuminated the entire hall, strands of unicorn runes filled the void, imprinted on the space, emitting strong power. Rao Shuyang shook the city to make all kinds of guesses, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw this thing, the unicorn plate. This is a top-grade artifact that is a level higher than the Qilin Excalibur. The ancestors actually gave this treasure to Haotian as compensation. Yang Xinglong and Li Shurye were also surprised, they never expected that the ancestors would compensate such top-quality treasures. The unicorn plate, a high-grade artifact, can hold 10 space anchors. Haotian, do you know the usefulness of space anchors? Li Shurye asked. Yang Haotian shook his head, I've only heard of space coordinates, what is a space anchor point? Spatial anchor, you can understand it as a kind of spatial coordinate that can be used multiple times. As long as you activate the spatial anchor, you can be teleported here at any time no matter where you are. After Li Shurye explained, Yang Haotian understood the usefulness of space anchors. The use of space coordinates is to indicate a certain position in space, but if you want to get here, you have to go to this position yourself. And if you turn this place into a space anchor point, you don't have to go there in person, you only need to activate the space anchor point, and you can instantly teleport here with the help of the teleportation circle. And the spatial anchor point can be reused many times. The unicorn disc can accommodate 10 spatial anchor points, which means that as long as Yang Haotian masters the teleportation technique, he can instantly teleport to any of the 10 places when he encounters an irresistible and powerful enemy. Compared with the unicorn sword that can only communicate with the unicorn world, it is more than one rank stronger. The role of the unicorn disc is more than that. It is also a superior body protection magic weapon, which can absorb any form of attack and transform it into energy storage and inkstone. Yang Xinglong exclaimed, with this treasure, Haotian's defense will be greatly enhanced. Absorb attacks and transform energy? Yang Haotian thought of the Pisho god form used by Qi Tianji. Qi Tianji's Pisho god form can only absorb other people's attacks, but cannot transform them into energy. The The Qilin divine disc is obviously more powerful.
It is said that the Qilin God Plate has other magical functions. If it can be used in conjunction with the Qilin God Gate, the power will be even more astonishing. Yang Hancheng shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, the Qilin divine sect has fallen into a semi-sacred weapon, and it cannot cooperate with the Qilin divine disc for the time being. Yang Chanchang, Yang Xinglong, and Li Shiye exchanged glances. It seems that the ancestors are indeed planning to compensate you and resolve your grievances.
Haotian, what are your plans?
The three looked concerned.
No matter what decision Yang Haotian makes on this matter, they will firmly support it.
Yang Haotian shook his head, still saying the same thing. I have no grievances, why should I be angry with a dead person?
Yang Zhuxian injured his relatives, damaged his dignity, and wanted to take his woman.
The two of them are like fire and water, there is no possibility of resolving it, the only way is to fight to the death.
As long as you want, we will fully support you.
It's just a fight to the death. Yang Shank City, Yang Xinglong, and Li Shiye all expressed their support.
Sudden.
Yang Xinglong's face changed, and his whole body was covered with cold air. Yang shook the city and immediately mobilized the fire energy to help his son suppress the cold.
Yang Xinglong smiled wryly. My dark toad poison seems to be a real burden.
The existence of the poison of the underworld toad not only made him suffer a lot, but also made it difficult for him to improve his cultivation base over the years.
But this poison can only be suppressed, not eradicated. Is there no news from the wasteland ancient mine? Yang Haotian asked.
Yang Hancheng sighed and shook his head.
Yang Haotian's heart skipped a beat. How about I go? Yang shakes the city and Yang Xinglong refuses without hesitation.
The wilderness ancient mine borders on the land of Tainshan Lake. Along the way, there are dangers everywhere, how can Yang Haotian take risks? On the contrary, it was Li Shiye, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what to think of. Everything about Yang Haotian's coming-of-age ceremony has already spread in all directions.
Many forces reacted differently to this.
Yang Haotian first fought the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King, then defeated the Overlord of the Sky, Shi Tianji, and killed the genius Yin Zhouyu of Tainshanhu Lake in seconds. All these actions showed his powerful strength and the amazing talent of the chaotic body. And what is equally unbelievable is the Yang Zhuxian who turned out to be born.
He snatched the Qilin Excalibur as soon as he made a move. Even in the face of Haotian Patriarch, he is still domineering and unflappable. That's why.
When he learned that Yang Haotian in Zhuxia realm could cut off an arm of immortal Yang Zhu in Dongtian realm with one move,
everyone felt that it was incredible. They all speculated in their hearts, what kind of battle will immortal Yang Zhu have with Yang Haotian when he leaves the pass? After all, immortal Yang Zhu threatened to kill Yang Haotian in public.
The forces from all directions have mixed feelings.
With the chaotic body Yang Haotian, the Yang family is enough to make people enviable. Now there is another Yang Zhuxian, with only one avatar, possessing the terrifying cultivation of the Dongtian realm. It is hard to imagine how powerful the main body must be. The Yang family's background is too deep. But thanks to the disagreement between the two, it may be the origin of the Yang family's cholera. And the one who reacted the most to this coming-of-age ceremony was undoubtedly Tainshanhu.
The genius Yin Zhouyu was killed, and a guardian of the secret realm of longevity also fell.
The Taiyin God Lake was furious, immediately issue a kill order against Yang Haotian. The Yang family dares to kill my Tainshanhu descendants.
This blood debt must be repaid with blood. Send troops to suppress the ancient mines in the wilderness, we must not let the heavenly chicken Jianggu flow out, first destroy the mad dragon Yang Xinglong.
Tainshanhu launched revenge.
But it and the Yang family are mortal enemies and are wary of each other. Even if retaliatory measures were taken, the Yang family, which had been prepared for a long time, did not suffer. Instead, he accidentally obtained information about the ancient mine in the wasteland, in the garden. Gu Xianer, who was dressed in white, stood facing the moon, her beautiful face reflected the bright moonlight, setting off like a fairy in the dust, elegant and extraordinary.
Yang Haotian came lightly, wait.
Gu Xianer couldn't help smiling, and her face became even more charming. Brother Yang, I thought you wouldn't come.
3 days have passed since the coming-of-age ceremony.
The Tianjiao who came to congratulate have left one after another. Even Yaoqi Holy Land and the others left without seeing Yang Haotian. Only Gu Xianer has been waiting here. Yang Haotian had already seen that she wanted something. In order not to get into trouble, young Haotian used retreat as an excuse and refused to meet each other. Gu Xianer was very patient, and there was always a tendency to see or leave. Yang Haotian had no choice but to show up. But he couldn't grasp Gu Xianer's purpose. Yang Haotian would not believe that the dignified goddess of the Gu family could wait at Yang's house for several days without going. Facing Gu Xianer's beautiful face, young Haotian's eyes were clear and unaffected in the slightest. Long story short, what's the matter with you? Gu Xianer was not surprised by Yang Haotian's calm reaction. They are all geniuses and super-willed people, how could they be swayed by their looks? She smiled. Brother Yang is really quick to speak. As Gu Xianer spoke, she waved her jade hand, and a jade slip flew towards Yang Haotian like a stream of light. Yang Haotian caught the jade slip, somewhat puzzled. What does that mean? Gu Xianer smiled and said, at the coming-of-age ceremony, I saw Brother Yang's attacks. Most of them were violent killing techniques, but the means of melee combat were somewhat lacking. This is my Gu family's top-grade magic skill, which is very powerful. It is just as powerful as Brother Yang's. Furious punches complement each other. Gu Xianer has extraordinary eyesight, and has long seen that young Haotian's right fist is astonishingly powerful. But it would be a bit wasteful to go straight. Presenting the Gu family's top-quality magical technique, hand overturning the clouds, is to show sincerity and pave the way for a short-term cooperation, and to enhance Yang Haotian's combat power and contribute more to future cooperation. Yang Haotian's reaction made her a little surprised, and she directly threw the jade slip back. I've heard that the Gu family's overturning hand is super powerful and contains the magic of the law of space, but I can't accept it if I don't get rewarded for nothing. Yang Haotian flatly refused. Gu Xianer thought that if he didn't practice boxing, he didn't have suitable skills. But in fact, Yang Haotian's methods are sufficient, and he has not practiced other boxing techniques for the time being. If you talk about the means of attack, Yang family's Dragon Elephant Fist, Heavenly God Fist, etc. are by no means under the hands of overturning the clouds. If he wanted to learn, Yang Haotian would have learned it long ago. However, if I go to the ancient mine in the wilderness to find the heavenly rooster Jiang Gu for my father, I should indeed learn a few more powerful magic arts. Yang Haotian secretly decided to arrange the practice of Dragon Elephant Fist. Brother Yang, the secret realm of the Holy Tomb is about to open, what do you think? Gu Xianer didn't care about Yang Haotian's rejection, put away the jade slips, and asked casually. Yang Haotian shook his head. To him, the secret realm of the Holy Sepulchre is just an experience to improve his strength. There is no purpose for the time being. However, I heard that there are many powerful inheritances in the secret realm of the Holy Sepulchre. The two mysterious fragments of Feng Yan and Nalan Aoshua seem to be related to the secret realm of the Holy Tomb. About the secret realm of the Holy Tomb, I want to cooperate with Brother Yang. Gu Xianer stated her purpose. Oh? What kind of cooperation law? Yang Haotian just asked a question. Gu Xianer's face suddenly changed, and she slapped her jade hand into the void, and a token came out of the crack in space and fell into her hand. With a sweep of her spiritual thoughts, a trace of solemnity appeared on her beautiful face. I'm sorry, Brother Yang, something happened to the Gu family, I have to go first, and I'll talk to Brother Yang again after 10 days. Oh, right. Gu Xianer paused. An accident happened at the ancient wasteland mine. According to the information I got, all the transmission channels of the Yangjia ancient mine were cut off. It should be Tai Yin Shenhu. If Brother Yang wants to go, you should add more careful. Gu Xianer left in a hurry. Obviously something big happened to the Gu family. But the news of her parting made Yang Haotian's expression change slightly. The transmission channel was cut off. This means that the wasteland ancient mine is isolated and helpless. It is even more impossible to wait for them to send the heavenly chicken Jiang Gu. It seems that I really have to go to the wasteland ancient mine. Seeing his father being tortured by the poison of the toad all day long, Yang Haotian couldn't sit idly by. Ding! Refreshed check-in location. Sign-in location, Wasteland Ancient Mine. The system prompt sounds. A sharpness flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. The sign-in location was actually refreshed in the ancient wasteland mine, and he couldn't do it if he didn't go.
Early morning. Yang Haotian finished his morning training. Patriarch Hudian suddenly appeared. You are much calmer than I thought. It seems that the appearance of Yang Zhuxian did not disturb you. Yang Haotian smiled. It's useless to mess around, isn't it? Why did the ancestor come here? Hudian Patriarch's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration.
If it were someone else, facing an opponent whose strength was far superior to his own, he would definitely not be as calm as Yang Haotian.
She guessed that Yang Haotian should have some means to counter Yang Zhuxian.
This made her very curious. Even she couldn't think of a way to make Yang Haotian win Yang Zhuxian steadily.
Why is Yang Haotian so calm? I heard that you plan to go to the wasteland ancient mine? Patriarch Hudian asked. Have you thought about it clearly? The ancient mine in the wilderness is located near Taiyin Lake. If you go there, the guardians may not be able to follow you.
A genius like the chaotic body is a valuable asset for any family, and the guardians secretly follow them almost at any time. But on the enemy's territory, it is impossible to allow the presence of guardians. If Yang Haotian wanted to go there, he would have to be alone, which would be like risking his life. Yang Haotian nodded, indicating that he had already made a decision.
Okay, since Haotian has the guts, we will support you. The ancient wasteland mine is located in the territory of Yaoshishang Kingdom.
If you go there, in addition to the branches of the Yang family, people from the Holy Land of Yaoqi will help you. The people in Yaoqi Holy Land have a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause /phoneme relationship with Yang Haotian's matriarchal Dian family, so they will definitely not let Yang Haotian make any mistakes.
In addition, these two treasures are also given to you. 2 balls of precious light appeared in front of Patriarch Hudian.
Inside one of the balls of precious light is a treasure box, like a small coffin, with chains wrapped around the surface.
Jiankuan 1 Qi sword box. Yang Haotian's eyes lit up.
He was still worried about how to get such a treasure from the treasure house of heaven.
Unexpectedly, Patriarch Hudian sent it on his own initiative. This is what the 3 ancestors fought for you.
Shenkuan Ichi sword box, flying swords, and the missing, mouths. The family will use all forces to find them for you. Tailor a set for you, and the ancestors will prepare all the best refining materials for you.
Hudian Patriarch said. In the lineage of Shengyang Palace, the 3 ancestors, Yang Shengtai, Yang Xingxin, and Yang Shengjian, heard that Yang Haotian was suppressed by immortal Yang Zhu and treated unfairly by the ancestors.
Immediately, he became furious and returned directly from his ancestral land, wanting to seek justice for Yang Haotian. Not only the 3 of them, but the other ancestors were also very upset about this matter. After all, the old ancestor was eccentric, and in order to protect Yang Zhuxian, he was unfair to the young master of the Yang family.
The young master was jointly elected by all the ancestors.
Even though the ancestors had the highest status and the oldest qualifications. In the case of offending public anger, he had to make concessions again. Except for the unicorn disc to make compensation. Yang Haotian was also allowed to go to the Heavenly Dao treasure house to choose another treasure. Patriarch Hudian knew that this Qiankuan Ichi sword box was very popular with Yang Haotian, and now he has the 5 elements magic needle to cooperate with it. So the master took the Qiankuan Ichi sword box. If the 6,000 flying swords in the Qiankuan Ichi sword box can be combined with the 5 elements god needle, they can completely form a formation, both offensive and defensive, and play miraculous effects. Unfortunately, the picture of the Qiankuan sword is missing, otherwise this set of flying swords will definitely play an amazing role.
Wei.
Patriarch Hudian shook her head regretfully. She naturally didn't know that Yang Haotian had already obtained the map of Qiankuan sword. It was just short of getting all the 9,000 flying swords together.
In addition to the Qiankuan sword box, there is also this superb Taoist artifact, which is also yours.
Yang Haotian looked at another precious light, his eyes lit up immediately. Sun Car.
Another mouth-watering treasure.
This is not the first time for Yang Haotian to come into contact with the Sun God chariot. I used it as a car for travel before, and I was amazed by its flying speed. But before he only had the right to use it. The Sun Chariot is a chariot, not just a car. Now that the Sun God chariot has become Yang Haotian's possession, he can refine it and give full play to the power of the chariot. You already have the Taiyin sacred furnace, and now you have this Sun chariot. One of them belongs to Yin and the other belongs to Yang. They cooperate with each other, and Yin and Yang complement each other. They will definitely exert great power.
Don't even think about hurting you.
In case you encounter a strong enemy, you can also use the Sun chariot to leave the battlefield in an instant.
Haotian patriarch talked eloquently. What compensation should be asked for Yang Haotian? This is what she discussed with the three ancestors.
The four ancestors had extraordinary knowledge and knew that Yang Haotian was about to go to the dangerous wasteland ancient mine.
So considering various situations, I selected these two treasures that are most suitable for Yang Haotian. Thank you, old man. Yang Haotian felt warm in his heart. From the ancestors of Haotian and the others, Yang Haotian felt the warmth of the tribe.
He could imagine that the ancestral land was facing a serious crisis, and the three ancestors came back at this time, and they were under tremendous pressure. But in order to seek justice for him, support him, they still came back resolutely. Even if it is possible to be condemned by the ancestors for this. Yang Haotian's grateful eyes naturally couldn't hide from Haotian patriarch's eyes. She smiled slightly, and felt that the hard work of the four of them was worthwhile. Haotian is a good boy who knows how to repay his kindness. He will always remember the kindness of his family to him. This point is much better than Yang Zhuxian. In addition to bringing these two things, I have another purpose for this trip. For what purpose? Passing down. Haotian patriarch's eyes flashed fiercely. At the coming of age ceremony, although you performed amazingly, you also exposed some shortcomings. The first thing that bears the brunt is your lack of melee combat skills. Your right fist is powerful, but you can't use it perfectly. So whether it's Dragon Elephant Fist or Heavenly God Fist, you must learn one. Even Gu Xianer could see Yang Haotian's shortcomings, so naturally the four ancestors could too. In addition to boxing, you still lack a superior natal skill. The natal exercises can be practiced for a lifetime. But it is not that the higher the grade, the better, but it must be suitable for one's own situation. You have mastered the tenfold and Tenyang magic skills, and you have already met the conditions for practicing the Tenyang dragon elephant skills. This time, the three ancestors came back to pass on this set of skills to you. Tenyang dragon elephant art? Yang Haotian's eyes brightened. Tenyang dragon elephant art is one of the most powerful fighting gods of the Yang clan, and ordinary children are not qualified to practice it at all. Grandpa passed on his 10 sons divine art at the beginning, so that he could prove to his ancestors that he was qualified to practice 10 sons dragon elephant art after he cultivated to the peak of the 10th layer. After all, Patriarch Haotian took Yang Haotian and entered Zioqiankan cave again. Come with me. The two entered the temple alone, and more than a dozen tyrannical spiritual thoughts swept across Yang Haotian's body. He came to a great hall. The moment I entered, I felt divine light shining all over my body, and my whole body was warm. In front of the main hall, there are 6 portraits hanging, like 6 suns shining brightly, exuding a magnificent and broad atmosphere. These 6 pictures are the 6 ancestors of the Yang family, Yang Haotian, come to pay respects to the ancestors. Haotian patriarch, who has always been unrestrained and unrestrained, has become a lot more serious. In front of the ancestors, there is no room for disrespect. Yang Haotian respectfully saluted and offered incense, and paid homage to 6 ancestors. The 6 ancestors single-handedly created the Yang clan, and left behind the 3 great mastery of the 10 sons dragon elephant art, the great barrier of light and darkness, and the god ember art. Haotian, what you are about to learn is the 10 sons dragon elephant art. The 10 sons divine art of Shenyang Palace was evolved by the 3 ancestors referring to this magical art, and its power was less than 1/10,000th of the original version. Haotian patriarch briefly introduced. Yang Haotian was secretly shocked. The 10 sons divine art is already a supreme level exercise. Looking at the 3,000 Dao domains, they are all ranked existences. The result is even less than 1/10,000th of 10 Sons Dragon Elephant skill? Could it be that the 10 Sun Dragon Elephant Kung Fu was also a god-level Kung Fu method comparable to Kuanping Whale Swallowing Kung Fu?
Yang Haotian regretted that he could not see the heroic appearance of the 6 genius ancestors with his own eyes.
The ancestors are not dead, but they are not in this time and space. Haotian, you practice hard, maybe you will have the opportunity to meet the 6 ancestors in the future.
Patriarch Haotian saw what young Haotian was thinking at a glance. What? Not in this time and space? Yang Haotian clenched his fists. Could it be in the upper 9 realms?
He thought of the great enmity between his mother and his master. The 10 evils in the upper world were the mortal enemies he wanted to eradicate. Patriarch Haotian couldn't help comforting him. Don't worry, the family will fully support you to avenge your mother's revenge.
But no matter how angry you are now, give me peace of mind and stabilize my soul.
Haotian Patriarch showed a dignified look. Next, I will take you into the Jedi of the 10 Suns, to the place where the dragon elephant art of the 10 Suns is located. But this art is extraordinary. If you are not careful, you will be burned in flames, and you will fall into a place of eternal doom.
Xin, Haotian, you must be more cautious, talking.
Patriarch Haotian waved his jade hand. If your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be surprised when the sky falls.
A icy cold spirit penetrated into young Haotian's body, calming down his surging and restless emotions in an instant.
The screen in front of him changed, and young Haotian appeared in a strange cave. The billowing huge waves rushed towards the face, accompanied by the roar of the dragon and elephant.
Yang Haotian looked forward and was startled. Above the void, there is a huge fireball floating.
When you look closely, it is actually composed of hundreds of millions of fire runes, and its power is comparable to that of the sun in the sky. And around them, hundreds of chains of cold jade, as big as mountains, crisscrossed, binding the sun to the void. Every time it shakes, the cold jade chain rumbles like thunder, spilling endless avenue runes.
Yang Haotian was shocked. I thought that the 10th level of 10 Suns universal illumination of the 10 Suns divine art would be very powerful.
However, in front of this huge sun, all 10 suns are shining, just like fireflies, which are completely worthless.
Could it be?
That's right, it's the 10 Sun Dragon Elephant art. Haotian Patriarch's eyes were filled with amazement. I will join hands with the 3 elders to suppress it, and pick a ray of 10 young fire for you.
You use the fire as a medium to comprehend this skill. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own creation. While talking,
beside young Haotian, 3 old figures flashed out of thin air. It is the 3 ancestors of Yang Shengtai, Yang Xingxin, and Yang Xingjian from the lineage of Shengyang Palace. They looked at young Haotian with smiles. The little guy didn't disappoint us. He was able to cut off an arm of the Dong Tian realm with his cultivation at the Xia realm.
Excellent.
Little guy, don't worry about comprehending it.
No matter what, the old men will help you comprehend the 10 Yang Dragon Elephant art.
If you fail to comprehend it once, then come a few more times.
Patriarch Haotian said, shall we start now?
The 3 ancestors smiled. You girl, you are more anxious than us. Having said that, they shot without any hesitation. The 4 patriarchs mobilized their divine power together, and suddenly they saw the divine light shining everywhere, and there were thousands of rays of light, and 2 giant hands of the avenue condensed out of the void. These 2 giant hands are completely insignificant in front of the cold jade chains that are as thick as mountains, and they look extremely small. The 4 ancestors manipulated the giant hands and pressed them on the 2 chains. Suddenly, densely packed runes lit up on the pitch-black cold jade chain. The sun that was bound by chains was like an ancient fierce beast being enraged.
From the depths of the sun, a flaming idol and a flaming dragon roared in unison. Immediately,
the sun shook violently, and flames erupted in the void, like burning magma, and hot ripples swept across the sunny sky. Little guy, activate the 10 Suns divine art to protect the body. The Patriarch Haotian let out a coquettish chirp, and struck out the Tianxiang profound curtain with both hands, freezing the void in front of young Haotian, resisting the attack of the flame ripples. Yang Haotian rotated the 10 Suns divine art, and 10 small suns immediately flew above his head, and the essence of the sun rolled down.
Yang Haotian's eyes swept away, and the power of the sun wrapped Haotian Patriarch in it.
Patriarch Haotian smiled and glanced at him. Protect yourself and concentrate on receiving the first fire. The 4 ancestors looked dignified, and urged their giant hands with all their strength to shake the cold jade chain. The sun vibrated and struggled frantically, turning the entire void into a kingdom of flames.
At last.
Buzz! A ray of flame containing densely packed runes fell off the sun.
The eyes of the ancestors brightened. Girl, collect the tinder.
Patriarch Hutian's jade hand immediately slapped towards the void, the big handprint of 7 emotions. A big hand entwined with 7-color divine light condensed out of thin air, holding the ray of flame in the palm of its hand. Little guy, stimulate the 10th level of the 10 Suns divine art, and receive the fire.
Before Hutian Patriarch finished speaking, there was a divine light behind young Hutian's back.
One after another, the golden suns are flying around Yango Ocean, like 10 golden crows.
The little guy has mastered Yang Puzhao so proficiently, it saved us a lot of effort.
That's natural, otherwise the 3 of us wouldn't be in a hurry to let him comprehend the 10 Sun Dragon Elephant art in advance.
The ancestors praised again and again. Scoff. The fire seed was lifted by Hutian Patriarch and flew towards young Hutian. Bang!
This fire penetrated into a sun around young Hutian, and immediately exploded the sun. Huajin was surrounded by densely packed runes, which made young Hutian feel extremely hot and almost unbearable.
Give me a fusion. Yang Hutian launched the second little sun to block it.
As a result, it exploded again, unable to withstand the terrifying temperature of the fire at all. Then, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. 8 suns in a row, constantly exploding. There are only 2 little suns left. Patriarch Hutian's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sharply, quickly give up this fire.
Restart the 10 suns shining, and we will get the second fire for you. If the 2 little suns collapsed, young Hutian would not be able to get rid of the fire.
At such a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme distance, it will be burned to fly ash in an instant. Other ancestors also cast concerned eyes. Don't worry, there are other opportunities. They were afraid that Yang Haotian would not know how to give up. But Yang Haotian Yi Gao was bold and felt that it was not time to give up. Surrender to me, hum. A divine embryo levitated out of the top of the head, and wisps of chaotic air drooped down, brushing towards the fire seed. The faces of the ancestors suddenly changed. Don't be reckless. The power of the 10 Sun Dragon Elephant is astounding, mysterious and profound, and it is definitely not a one-time comprehension success. The reason why the 4 of them came out together was to come a few more times, get a few more fire seeds, and give Yang Haotian a chance to try and make mistakes, so as not to take any risks. However, it was still a step too late. Yang Haotian condensed the chaotic energy, and directly suppressed the fire. The surging fire energy of the fire seed was immediately suppressed and stagnated slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Haotian urged the little sun to absorb the fire with lightning speed. Bang! The little sun trembled and was filled with endless runes, burning with divine flames. With a puff, the little sun was about to explode again, and it was vaguely seen that there were cracks making up for it, emitting bright traces. But Yang Haotian mobilized the power of chaos and poured it into the little sun continuously. Make the cracks impossible to tear. Almost at the same time, the sun that the 4 ancestors jointly suppressed also resonated. Ow! In Hong. A flaming idol and a flaming dragon rushed out from the giant sun, turned into a flaming meteor, and burrowed into the small sun in front of Yang Haotian. All of a sudden, Yang Haotian's mind was full of countless words and graphics. It is the first focus method of 10 Suns Dragon Elephant skill. At the back of Yang Haotian's head, the flaming phantoms of giant dragons and giant elephants appeared at the same time. It's just the first tinder, and you have successfully comprehended it? Ha, this kid Haotian is really amazingly talented. It's not just a talent, this courage is also first class. Dare to compete with the fire with a ray of chaotic energy. The ancestors were surprised and sighed. Yang Haotian sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to comprehend the first stage of the 10 Yang Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. Everyone couldn't help showing curiosity. How long does it take for Yang Haotian to get started? The creation of the 10 Yang Dragons and Elephants is one of the 3 great masterpieces of the Yang family, and it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to comprehend it. Even if it is such an astonishing talent of the chaos body, I am afraid it will take more than 10 days, right? It took nearly a month for the ancestors to practice this extraordinary skill. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't long before their doubts arose.
Behind Yang Haotian, 10 little suns suddenly merged into one.
The densely packed runes can be vaguely seen inside, turning into a totem phantom of an idol and a dragon.
Hiss, the three ancestors gasped together. This is the beginning? Isn't this comprehension too fast?
Only Patriarch Haotian was not surprised. I've said long ago that the little guy's comprehension is first class and stronger. The ancestors nodded one after another. They can only say that the chaotic body is too perverted.
Oh! Behind Yang Haotian, the little sun exploded. Endless energy, suspended on his left and right shoulders, condensed into a dragon's head and an elephant's head.
From a distance, it seems that Yang Haotian has two heads. With the appearance of two heads,
spiritual energy from all directions swept over.
Yang Haotian felt that the speed at which he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth had increased by at least 10 times.
Okay?
Yang Haotian's heart suddenly moved, and a green light spot appeared in front of him. It exudes a shining precious light, like a seed.
Oh! Oh!
The elephant head and the dragon head on the shoulders all shot billowing flames at the same time they saw the green seed. The green seeds are bathed in flames, constantly absorbing the energy of the flames. This seed was exactly what Yi Xiaoyao left in the 5 elements needle. After Yang Haotian's energy irrigation in the past few days, it got a lot bigger. With the surging energy at this moment, Yang Haotian didn't want to delay any longer, but wanted to refine it in one go.
What is that? The 4 ancestors felt strange.
The green seeds had an aura that made their hearts palpitate. And as Yang Haotian continued to refine with raging flames, the aura that made their hearts palpitate became more and more surging.
Sudden scoff.
The green seed split, and a green light shot out from it, shooting towards the center of Yang Haotian's eyebrows.
Coming!
Yang Haotian's eyes flashed brightly, and he was already prepared. Buzz! 9 sacred leaves emerged above the head, and transformed into the outline of a talisman.
The 4 ancestors suddenly understood. Haotian is planning to hit the Chongyang realm in one go. He wants to condense the magical talisman. It's just the origin of that seed, such a weird breath. Haotian, he can't be whimsical. He wants to refine the energy of that kind of seed into the magical talisman?
The 4 patriarchs were thinking about it, when they saw the green light slipping into the outline of that magical talisman above Yang Haotian's head. The talisman that was originally just an outline flashed green light instantly.
Wow, wow, wow.
The 4 patriarchs were dumbfounded to see that the green talisman with radiant green light actually sprouted green shoots one by one.
From a distance, it seems that countless vines are woven into a blanket, suspended above Yang Haotian's head. They are well informed, but they have never seen such a big magical talisman.
What shocked the ancestors the most was that the green talisman released a frightening aura fluctuation, which made them all feel palpitations.
What is the supernatural power talisman that this little guy Haotian condenses? There has never been a magical talisman of any junior that makes them afraid like this.
The moment the magical talisman was condensed, emerald green wicker branches flew out of the talisman, like 2 divine chains, connecting with the dragon head and elephant head on Yang Haotian's shoulders.
Gudong! Gudong!
Streams of energy passed through the heads of giant dragons and giant elephants, sucked in the magical talisman, and made a sound of devouring.
This supernatural talisman is absorbing the surrounding energy wantonly.
The aura of Yang Haotian's cultivation has improved rapidly, and he has entered the Chongyang realm.
A small achievement in Chongyang realm. Chongyang realm great achievement. The peak of Chongyang realm. In the blink of an eye, from the beginning of Chongyang realm to the peak stage of Chongyang realm. The road that ordinary people have worked hard for years, Yang Haotian can do it in a few breaths. Haotian, what kind of supernatural power is this? This magical talisman is a bit strange.
Waiting for Yang Haotian to restrain his breath,
the ancestors couldn't help asking.
Yang Haotian's heart skipped a beat, and the information about the supernatural talisman came to mind.
He smiled and said, "My supernatural power is called World God Tree." World God Tree? Wood-type supernatural powers? The ancestors looked at each other.
Never heard of such magical powers.
Moreover, the aura of the world's sacred tree made them feel a little afraid. This has never been the case. Haotian, I didn't expect that your comprehension of the dragon elephant skill of the 10 sons would be so smooth.
Patriarch Haotian smiled. Originally we planned to stay with you for a few days, and we will not leave until you have successfully comprehended.
The other ancestors nodded. That's right.
They made up their minds to escort Yang Haotian for a few days, until Yang Haotian fully comprehended the 10-son dragon elephant art, and then returned to the ancestral land. Unexpectedly, within half a day, Yang Haotian got started.
If he wants to comprehend the second and third levels of mind, Yang Haotian will be able to get the fire by himself. Since the time has been set aside, don't waste it. Haotian lacks suitable martial arts skills. Let's just teach him Dragon Elephant Fist and Heavenly God Fist. Patriarch Haotian suggested.
The three ancestors agreed. Heaven God Fist consumes too much, and Haotian's current state can't exert its power.
Let's learn Dragon Elephant Fist first.
That's right, Dragon Elephant Fist and 10 Yang Dragon Elephant Kung Fu can prove each other, so you can get twice the result with half the effort.
The next 3 days.
Apart from comprehending the 10 Yang Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, Yang Haotian did not practice the Dragon Elephant Fist in front of the 4 ancestors. The ancestors are well informed and have rich combat experience. Share your own views on Dragon Elephant Fist. Yang Haotian's combat experience has improved rapidly.
Tian'er, this is the magic weapon for storage you want. In Haotian Palace. Father Yang Xinglong took out a set of magic weapons.
These are 9 pairs of small bronze doors, each of which is imprinted with space runes, exuding a strong aura of the avenue of space.
It's called Lang Wansen Pavilion, and it's a set of exquisite storage tools.
There are 19 storage spaces in each small bronze door, which can store different things. Knowing that his son needed a magic weapon for storage, Yang Xinglong took it seriously. After many searches and comparisons, he chose this magic weapon. The special feature of the Langhuan Jing'a is that the 9 pairs of small bronze doors can be refined in batches, which is equivalent to a mouthful that can grow into a Taoist weapon. Tian'er, you don't have enough spiritual consciousness now, so first refine a bronze door and control 10. The space of the 9 paths is enough. When your consciousness is strengthened, you can refine the second and third bronze doors to further expand the storage space.
Yang Haotian is very satisfied with this magic weapon.
Langhuan Jing'a divided the storage space into 19 parts, and the Dragon Saliva True Spring only occupies 1 storage space, and the other 18 can still be used for other purposes. Moreover, after the Taiyin Sacred Furnace is vacated, it can cooperate with the Sun Sacred Chariot to perform Yin-Yang Dafa and exert amazing power. Haotian, have you decided to go to the Wasteland Ancient Mine? Yang Xinglong asked. Yang Haotian nodded. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. Although the poison of the underworld toad has no solution, I have been able to control it over the years. Yang Xinglong was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, he didn't want his son to take risks for himself. According to information, there seems to be a change in the ancient mine in the wilderness of southern Xinjiang. The Gu family, Lin family, and Yi family of the 4 great longevity families all rushed here overnight. And Taiyin Shenhu, Yaoshi Shangua, and even masters from the Dian, Yu, and Zhen tribes also rushed to the southern border one after another. The Wasteland Ancient Mine has become a large meat grinding ground where several forces compete for battle. Son going here is tantamount to taking great risks. But on the other hand, because of his son's filial piety, he felt very relieved and happy. And knowing that the road ahead is full of dangers, he still moves forward all the way. Such a firm will make Yang Xinglong feel sincerely proud. Father, needless to say, the ancient wasteland mine is a strategic resource area of the Yang family. This trip can not only help Father get the heavenly chicken Jianggu, but also solve the crisis of the ancient wasteland mine. I have no reason not to go. Yang Haotian has made up his mind since he was a child, and it is difficult to change what he decides. What's more, he still has to sign in, and the ancient mine in the southern border wasteland is imperative. Retreat for 10 days, after consolidating your strength, go to the ancient mine in the wilderness. Yang Haotian's gaze was firm. Xingyu Palace. In the main hall, Yang Xingyu was expressionless with gloomy eyes.
obviously in a bad mood.
Several elders around looked a little embarrassed. Shinyu, even if you fail to reach a cooperation with Gu Xianer, you don't have to worry about it.
The family will fully support you during the trial in the secret realm of the Holy Tomb. That's right, this time Yang Zhuxian and Yang Haotian dog eat dog, our chance has come.
With your talent, the position of young master must belong to you.
Yang Shinyu waved his hand. Thank you for the kindness of the elders. Don't worry about Gu Xianer's affairs.
Please go to rest.
Several elders just left the hall. Yang Shinyu's face was suddenly clouded, and he shouted angrily, "Trash! A bunch of trash!
I repeatedly told you to be the first to establish a good relationship with Gu Xianer, but Yang Haotian took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, a bunch of idiots. As a human being in two lives, he knows better than anyone else what amazing opportunities are hidden in the secret realm of the Holy Sepulchre. Among them, the great opportunity, only by cooperating with Gu Xianer can he have a chance to get it. I originally wanted to use this coming-of-age ceremony to hook up with Gu Xianer.
Unexpectedly, it was a mess, and Gu Xianer went directly to Yang Haotian.
After learning that Gu Xianer left in a hurry, Yang Shinyu asked the elders to contact each other immediately, but Gu Xianer did not respond at all.
Yang Haotian, it's you who ruined my good deeds again. Yang Shinyu's eyes were cold. Yang Haotian is the biggest variable. This unstable factor must be eradicated as soon as possible.
At this time in the previous life, there was an accident in the ancient wasteland mine, and Yang Haotian went there in person in order to obtain the heavenly chicken Jiang Gu.
This time, I will never let you come back alive.
Senhen's murderous intent flashed in Yang Shinyu's eyes. Besides, the treasure should also appear in the world. I must get it. In a chaotic void, a mysterious hall is suspended. In the main hall, Yang Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, with the unicorn sword suspended in front of him, trembling and struggling crazily.
He is trying to refine it.
Right above the main hall, sitting on the throne is a handsome and domineering man, who is none other than immortal Yangzhu. He closed his eyes tightly, with a small tower suspended between his brows.
As the small tower breathes out, layers upon layers of spatial fluctuations are emitted, enveloping Yang Zhuxian's figure.
At this time, Yang Zhuxian seemed to be sitting on the throne, but in fact his body was constantly jumping through space faults.
No matter how tyrannical the divine sense is, it cannot lock his existence.
Even when he was right in front of his eyes, his spiritual sense couldn't perceive him, so he was elusive.
Sudden crack. The small pagoda between Yang Zhuxian's eyebrows exploded.
Like the sound of glass shattering, or the sound of space shattering, Yang Zhuxian suddenly opened his eyes, and a crack appeared between his brows, causing a flaw in the original perfection.
Finally found you.
Yang Zhuxian's eyes flashed sharply, and surprise appeared on his cold face. Although the Thousand Illusionary Linglong Pagoda is an unrivaled artifact, it has never been able to exert its true power. The reason is the loss of a part of the core. And he found out that there was a high-grade artifact named Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, which was floating in the void. If it can be integrated with the Thousand Illusionary Linglong Tower, it will not only make up for the shortcomings of the Thousand Illusionary Linglong Tower. What's more, this superb artifact can be upgraded to a perfect artifact in one fell swoop, not to mention the secret realm of longevity. Even if it is facing the secret realm of immortality, even the ancestors will have the power to resist.
Unexpectedly, the rumors are true.
Treasures such as the Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda really flowed out from the secret realm of the Holy Tomb and fell into the 3000 Dao realm. The figure on the throne condensed the emptiness into reality, and the eyes of Yang Zhuxian's body were like lightning, and a black and yellow ball of light appeared in his hand.
If Yang Haotian is here, he will recognize it as Xianhuang Qi at a glance. Yang Zhuxian relied on it to sense the existence of the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Yang Tiance, I have a task for you.
The ball of black and yellow air flew towards Yang Tiance, and Yang Zhuxian said in a deep voice, use it as a guide to find out the place near Zhangzhou Daoyu where the mysterious yellow energy is the strongest.
This is the first task I entrust to you, don't mess it up for me. Yang Tiance vowed, never let Master Zhuxian down.
If you want to hug this thigh tightly, you have to not only flatter, but also work hard.
Master Zhuxian, Yang Haotian, do you want to pay attention? Yang Tiance asked. He wished that Yang Zhuxian would kill Yang Haotian now and eradicate this mortal enemy. Yang Zhuxian waved his hand lightly. It's just an ant, so it's okay to keep him for a few days. Finish the errands I entrusted to you, and don't worry about the rest. Yang Tiance nodded, and searched nonstop. It's a pity that I'm not sensitive enough to the Xianhuang Qi, otherwise it would be much easier to find the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. There was a cold glow in the eyes of immortal Yang Zhu when he finds the Xianhuang Linglong Tower and makes up for the biggest flaw of the 1000 Illusion Linglong Tower. He can leave the level. Presumably at that time, the secret realm of the Holy Sepulchre should also be opened. At that time, he would crush the ant Yang Haotian to death, and then get the treasure in the secret realm of the Holy Tomb. Then he will unify the entire Yang family, and from then on he will be under one person and over 10,000 people. In Haotian Palace, Xianhuang Qi swept across, billowing with mighty divine energy. The orifices of the dragon and tiger are full of rays of light, absorbing and refining the rich black and yellow energy. Buzz! Above Yang Haotian's head, 9 emerald green leaves emerged, outlining a strange talisman. But the talisman was about to condense, and suddenly dissipated. Or not. Yang Haotian shook his head. It seems that only by thoroughly refining the monster seed in the 5 elements God Needle can it condense the supernatural power talisman and break through to the Chongyang state in one fell swoop. In the past few days, the mysterious and yellow aura between the heaven and the earth seems to have become much stronger. And compared to before, it has a unique activity. How can there be such a change? Yang Haotian was puzzled and wanted to try to catch clues. But because the realm was too low, it failed. So he stopped thinking about it and turned to sorting out the recent gains. He has benefited a lot from the coming-of-age battles. Yang Haotian did not forget to reflect and summarize, and his combat experience improved rapidly. The most worth mentioning, of course, are all kinds of treasures and divine arts. The Qiankuan sword picture rewarded for signing in, the Netherworld Chaos Pupil technique of Taiyin Shenhu, Yi Xiuyao's 5-element magic needle, the space coordinate species of the golden winged Xiaopeng King, and even the unicorn god disc compensated by the ancestors, etc., are all amazingly valuable. After this coming-of-age ceremony, in terms of Yang Haotian magic weapon, there are a lot of options, and the attack methods will also be more diverse. The Nether Disordered Ice technique is a thaumaturgy that fixes people's souls. It is similar to Feng Yan's blood curse. If it is used against the enemy, it will have a miraculous effect. The magic needle of the 5 elements is infinitely useful, and it contains the power of the 5 elements. It can attack both far and near. The map of the Qiankuan sword, the reward for signing into the system. With it, thousands of Qiankuan flying swords can be integrated into one qi, and the lethality of the explosion is not inferior to the peerless Taoist weapon. The space coordinate species presented by King Gold-Winged Xiaopeng records the birthplace of a strange treasure. Yang Haotian made a search, and it happened to be in the south of Zhangzhou Daoyu. When going to the ancient mine in the wasteland, I happened to take the treasure back along the way. The unicorn disc, apart from its defensive power, its function of communicating with other worlds is temporarily unusable. After the Juxia realm is the Chongyang realm, and when breaking through the Chongyang realm and entering the Longmen realm, it is the time for the Qilin divine disc to exert its true power. Young master, Aoxue asks to see you. Nalan Aoxue's voice sounded outside the palace gate. Yang Haotian's expression moved slightly. In the past, this girl came in whenever she wanted to, and never had to say hello. What happened this time? Come in. Yang Haotian's eyes brightened. Nalan Aoxue is dressed in snow clothes, her hair is like a waterfall, her face is beautiful, her eyes are full of autumn water, full of affection. Being sized up by Yang Haotian's astonishing eyes, Nalan Aoxue was a little shy, with a pink face, and mustered up a lot of courage to say, "Young master, tonight it would be nice for Aoxue to serve as the young master's bedtime." Yang Haotian frowned slightly, wondering what Nalan Aoxue did. When seeing her slightly trembling shoulders, Yang Haotian suddenly understood something. The coveting of immortal Yang Zhu made you feel the pressure? Nalan Aoxue's delicate body trembled. Before she could speak, Yang Haotian laughed and said, "Don't worry, even if you don't commit yourself to me, as my follower, I won't let anyone take you as an object." Yang Haotian forcefully made a promise. Unexpectedly, Nela Naoshue cried. She looked at young Haotian, with affection in her eyes. At first, she did not have any feelings for Yang Haotian. As the two got along for a long time, she gradually developed feelings for Yang Haotian. Facing Yang Zhuxian that day, she stood up without hesitation and helped Yang Haotian block the sword. But the pressure brought by Yang Zhuxian was really too great. Just one avatar has the cultivation base of Dongtian realm. How powerful should Yang Zhuxian's body be? How can the young master be the opponent of Yang Zhu immortal? Thinking of the young master's imminent death, Nela Naoshue was full of hesitation. She was ecstatic when she learned that the fairy female fragrant spring body could help the young master improve his strength. Even if she is coveted by immortal Yang Zhu and wants to possess her, apart from a trace of fear, she is more secretly delighted. Even immortal Yang Zhu coveted her and wanted to possess her, which shows that the improvement brought by the fairy female fragrant spring body is definitely not small. She wants to help young Haotian. Young master, after getting along for so long, don't you understand Aoshue's intentions? Nela Naoshue was heartbroken. Yang Haotian wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. How could I not understand your intentions? It's just that Yang Zhuxian is a half-assed person who only knows one thing and doesn't know the other. The fairy female fragrance spring body has infinite magical uses, and it's definitely not just for making a furnace and helping people to forcibly improve their cultivation. Nela Naoshue was puzzled. Yang Haotian smiled and promised, I have found the clues of the legendary Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Harmony de Lufu. Only this miraculous work can tap the potential of your fairy female fragrance spring. The benefits, not your unilateral sacrifice, only fulfilling myself. When he said this, Nela Naoshue didn't understand that the young master didn't despise her, but cherished her. Although she was rejected, Nela Naoshue was very satisfied. Although the two did not have a substantive relationship, their hearts were suddenly much closer. So far, Yang Haotian's relationship with Nela Naoshue is no longer just the relationship between the young master and his followers. Young master, what about Yang Zhuxian? If he suddenly kills? Nela Naoshue was still worried about the young master's safety. Yang Haotian's eyes turned cold. If he can't hold back and shoots at me, I have a way to deal with him. There are yin yang and 5 elements Shinyan and ambergris true spring. He is completely capable of fighting with Yang Zhuxian, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. But before that, what he has to do is to steadily improve himself and increase his winning chips. The news of Yang Haotian's retreat spread. Some people also know that Yang Haotian will go to the ancient mine in the wasteland 10 days later. At the same time, in the south of Zhangzhou Daoyu, more and more cultivators came here, and masters appeared frequently. It seems that everyone knows that there will be news of treasures appearing in the world. Yang Haotian has to retreat for 10 days before going to the ancient wasteland mine? It's another trick to hide the truth. Yang Xinyu sneered. Others will be deceived by Yang Haotian, but he who has a lifetime of experience will not be deceived. In the previous life, Yang Haotian also went to the wasteland ancient mine once after suffering a big loss under the hands of Yang Zhuxian, and by chance, he also got a top-grade treasure. He also used the same reason that time, saying that he was going to retreat for 10 days, but in order to avoid being intercepted and killed halfway by Yang Zhuxian, he set off quietly after only 3 days. This is my chance to make a move. There are no guardians around Yang Haotian, so there are quite a few opportunities like this. Yang Xinyu quickly realized this. He has been a human being in 2 lives, and he has kept in mind all kinds of major events in his previous life. Soon, the ancient wasteland mine will appear as a top-quality treasure in this world. This treasure was accidentally hit by Yang Haotian in the previous life, which intensified the conflict between Yang Zhuxian and Yang Haotian. This prompted Yang Zhuxian to kill Yang Haotian in the secret realm of the Holy Tomb afterwards, suppressed him on the spot, and took back the treasure. The reason why Yang Xinyu can remember so clearly is that he almost got the treasure in his previous life. Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. It is born to communicate with the Xianhuang world and absorb a large amount of Xianhuang qi. More importantly, it is the key to unlock a certain top-grade sacred treasure. The previous life of Yang Zhuxian got this treasure. He wanted to use this treasure with his Linglong Tower.
fusion, but mistakenly inherited the best treasure of the Xianhuang realm, from then on like a dragon returning to the sea, unstoppable.
Yang Xinyu's eyes flashed, and it was inevitable. This time, it's fine if he doesn't make a move.
Once he makes a move, he will not only take the opportunity to eradicate Yang Haotian, but also take treasure out of chaos, and get the Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda.
Yang Haotian retreated?
Ha! This is because I got the Qilin Excalibur. Are you afraid that I will surpass him? At the border of the Zhengzhou Daoyu, Yang Tian searched all the way here according to the reaction of the Xianhuang Qi in his hand, and confirmed that the reaction of the Xianhuang Qi was getting more and more intense. He immediately reported the news to Yang Zhuxian, and while waiting for his master to arrive, he thought murderously, I heard that Yang Haotian will come to the Wasteland Ancient Mine here in a few days? Yang Haotian is the young master of the Yang family. He has all kinds of resources and status. If he is allowed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phonemon, the gap between himself and him will only become wider and wider. I have to find a chance to see if I can get rid of him. Yang Tiance looked at the Qilin Excalibur in his hand, even though he had not been able to completely refine the Qilin Excalibur so far. But this magic sword is the biggest reliance for him to kill Yang Haotian.
If you really can't solve it, you might as well ask Yang Zhuxian to do it yourself early morning.
In the southern border of Zhengzhou Road, on a certain mountain road, a young man came along. The boy was dressed in white, with a black-sheathed long sword hanging from his waist. His appearance was not outstanding, he was only a bit more delicate, but his eyes were as dark as a deep lake, and people couldn't help but be attracted by them.
This person is Yang Haotian after changing his face.
10 days of retreat before going to the ancient wasteland mine was indeed just a smokescreen he released. I don't know how many forces are watching the Yang family's every move, so he has to make more plans. Therefore, after retreating for 2 days, he sorted out his practice income, and he teleported to the southern border of Yaoshishang country in advance. All the means of transmission around the ancient wasteland mine are blocked and cannot be used.
If he wants to enter, Yang Haotian can only go there on foot.
Fortunately, Yang Daoshan walked in a car and walked all the way, admiring the beautiful scenery while walking, which was very pleasant. However, he also noticed that the fluctuations of the mysterious and yellow energy here are obviously much more active.
Could it be that some rare treasure was born?
Yang Haotian met several cultivators along the way, and most of them were in a hurry. He asked, but they ignored him at all.
Combined with the abnormal activity of Xianhuang Qi, Yang Haotian made this inference.
But he didn't take it seriously, and continued to walk calmly, enjoying the rare peace.
However, someone wanted to disturb his peace. After following for so long, it's time to come out, right? Yang Haotian's footsteps stopped, and a hint of impatience flashed across his face.
He had sensed the crisis a long time ago, and tried to shake off his tail all the way, but unexpectedly, the other party followed up again. So it will be solved once and for all. Murderous intent flashed in Yang Haotian's eyes. Swipe. 2 figures appeared in front of them like ghosts, with a thick and majestic aura lingering all over their bodies. They were actually 2 cultivators of the secret realm of longevity. Their expressions were indifferent, their eyes were playful, and they looked Yang Haotian up and down, with a condescending feeling. Little guy, you have good spiritual sense, you can actually find our whereabouts. If we didn't have a special tracking method, we would have been run away by you. Kill this kid later, and see what kind of unique spiritual perception method he has on him, and he can actually find our tracking. These 2 people obviously had confidence in their methods of tracking and holding back interest. They were surprised that Yang Haotian could find them. But the one who was more surprised was Yang Haotian. The biggest difference between the longevity secret realm and ordinary cultivators is that it has a long lifespan and strong energy, and can even increase output by burning lifespan. In any family, cultivators of the secret realm of longevity are extremely valuable resources. And in order to chase him down, he even sent out 2 cultivators of the immortal realm. Wrong. One laughed. Yang Haotian's chaotic divine sense is extremely special. If it were someone else, he would not be able to detect the aura of the cultivator of the secret realm of longevity. But Yang Haotian not only found the 2 tails, but also vaguely sensed another faint aura around him, which locked him firmly.
It seems that my face is not small, ha!
Yang Haotian laughed loudly, without any fear of imminent death.
The two lone-life secret realm cultivators showed surprise on their faces.
There are many geniuses facing desperate situations, but they have never been as calm as Yang Haotian. As expected of the young master of the Young family, he is so calm in the face of life and death. No wonder he sent the two of us here. We have killed countless geniuses of all kinds, but we have never killed a chaotic body.
I am really looking forward to it. Yang Haotian's heart skipped a beat. Are you from Yunfeng Ziyu building? Yunfeng Ziyala is a well-known killer organization in the 3000 Dao realm.
Its forces spread all over the 3000 Dao realm, and its limelight was once comparable to the legendary three assassin dynasties: Human World, Heavenly Court, and Hell.
It's us. Do you want to know who is going to kill you?
There was a hint of banter on the faces of the two of them. If it were other opponents, they would never say that, they would just go up and kill them. But the difference in strength between this kid and them is quite big. Both of them felt that they were sure of Yang Haotian, and this created a mentality of playing cat and mouse. Escape. The powerhouse in the longevity secret realm already surpassed him by far in strength, let alone a killer. However, regarding Yang Haotian's escape, the two immortal killers were not surprised. The geniuses they have killed are countless, and they have seen too many reactions. The Yunfeng Ziyu building has a great reputation, and once it accepts a mission, it seldom makes mistakes, especially if the other party has no guardians to follow.
With smiles on the corners of their mouths, the two masters chased after Yang Haotian leisurely.
They seem to be skilled fishermen who are walking the fish. Since the fish can no longer break free, let the other party toss for a while, and then harvest easily. This method of exhausting the enemy can effectively prevent the target from counterattacking before death. Sure enough, Yang Haotian's escape speed gradually slowed down, his breath became a little messy, and his expression became more and more panicked. Although the young man pretended to be calm, the two of them still keenly felt that there was a kind of crazy emotion spreading in Yang Haotian's body.
Hee, do you regret that you just turned around and ran away?
If you counterattack on the spot, maybe you can cause us some trouble, but now. The two long-lived secret realm cultivators laughed jokingly, showing narrow faces. The young master of the longevity family is no different from ordinary people when he is about to die.
He looks like a headless chicken.
I'm curious about what treasures he has left on him. Our customer paid a high price for all his belongings.
The two killers looked at each other and smiled. This kid's aura had already faded by half, and his aura was completely down. It was almost the end of the walk. It was time to end a brush. A killer flew to block Yang Haotian, erupting the frightening aura of the secret realm of longevity, and gave Yang Haotian a blow. Another killer surrounded and supported Yang Haotian in the back to prevent Yang Haotian from escaping. I thought that Yang Haotian couldn't afford to make any waves until now.
Unexpectedly, the moment the killer in front approached Yang Haotian, his face suddenly changed. Not good.
I was fooled.
Yang Haotian's pale face suddenly showed a trace of coldness, and the panic and despair on his face turned into a cold murderous intent. Idiot. There was a loud, and the five-color divine light rushed up. The speed was too fast. Moreover, the angle of the five-color divine light attack was really tricky. The moment the killer wanted to dodge, a golden sun suddenly appeared on Yang Haotian's shoulder. From the sun, a flaming idol with its trunk swept across, dragging the killer's body for a while. At this very moment, the killer didn't even have time to defend. With a puff, the five-color divine light shattered his Dantian life palace, leaving 5 blood holes, and the energy flowed crazily.
What kind of magic is this? The information is wrong.
The killer yelled and hit the ground with a thud, his breath sluggish. The five-color divine light didn't stay for a moment, and shot straight towards the killer behind him. The killer reacted, his face darkened, looking for death. He immediately urged the force to block the five-colored light, but unexpectedly, another sun exploded on Yang Haotian's shoulder, and a ferocious flaming dragon flew out to kill this person.
It's the Yang family's 10 Young Dragon Elephant skill. Although this skill is extraordinary, it's a pity that you.
The killer sneered in his heart, and immediately activated the magic weapon, trying to tear the flaming dragon. They had already expected the tricks that Yang Haotian might use.
Unexpectedly, boom. A bang.
A radiant chariot descended from the sky like the sun, so silently that the killer had no time to react. He was smashed into a puddle of meat on the spot.
Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Two idiots, ha ha ha. Yang Haotian walked towards the disabled killer. The killer looked desperate. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will offend Yunfeng Ziyala.
Yang Haotian raised his foot and stomped on this person's head with a bang. It was you, Yunfeng Ziyala, who offended my Yang family, not my Yang family who offended you. Instantly beheading two experts in the secret realm of longevity, Yang Haotian looked extremely proud. He didn't seem to know that there was someone spying on him in secret, so he touched the storage bag of the corpse unpreparedly.
At this moment, two ghostly figures suddenly shot towards Yang Haotian. Senhen's murderous intent descended in an instant, like a mountain, suppressing Yang Haotian.
Yang Haotian disappeared with a face full of pride, replaced by Senhen's killing intent. I'm just waiting for you to deliver it to my door.
The complacency and relaxation just now was just a deliberate act. In Hong.
Above the heads of these two people, densely packed dragon shadows soared up, respectively condensing a magical portal, and surging energy rolled down from the portal. They're all at the 9th level of the Dragon Gate realm.
Yang Haotian's eyes flashed. Above Chongyang realm is Longmen realm.
To his surprise, his chaotic divine sense only sensed one person, but not the other one at all.
Could it be that he has mastered a special method of concealment, so that he can even fool his chaotic divine sense?
Just as Yang Haotian was about to fight back, Kong Kong scolded coquettishly, Two-Peak Dragon Gate realm besiege at Chongyang realm, how shameless are you? In front of Yang Haotian, there was a figure in white clothes, long hair shawl, heroic face, no Adam's apple, obviously a girl disguised as a man.
The two Longmen realm cultivators were puzzled. Who is this person?
Girl, you.
Yang Haotian didn't know this woman.
Humph, you don't have to be afraid, the Dragon Gate realm is nothing special, let alone the two of them besieging you alone, they will definitely not be capable. I have a formation that can trap them to death. If they dare to attack, I will immediately use it. As Yilan spoke, she stared fiercely at the opposite side, and said threateningly, hurry up if you are sensible, or you will lose out if you fight, and you will be the ones who suffer. Behind him, Yang Haotian couldn't help but smile wryly. Did this girl jump out and act bravely without seeing the situation clearly? These two people came here to kill him, they couldn't complete the task, and they couldn't escape death when they went back, so how could they just give up? Little girl, you can't get involved in this matter, turn around and leave now, there is still time. One of the two said in a deep voice.
Girl, thank you for your kindness. Now you turn around and run away.
I'll keep you safe.
Yang Haotian said in a deep voice.
I, Yilan Lu, saw injustice and drew my sword to help.
How could I give up halfway?
Yilan's eyes flickered, she was in urgent need of help due to her family situation. Seeing Yang Haotian's extraordinary manner, she wanted to recruit him. How could she give up? Kill.
The two Longmen realms suddenly launched a killer move. Turtle Expansion God Formation.
Yilan raised her hand, and a small jade-colored sword flew towards the two of them.
Your surname is Yi. Could it be that you come from the Jian clan? Yang Haotian recalled that the blood of the Jian clan in Yaosher Shan Kingdom is all surnamed Yi.
Yilan was too nervous, she didn't listen at all, she pulled him and ran away. Hurry up. I was bragging just now, the Guiyan spirit formation can only trap them for a short while, let's run for our lives quickly. Yang Haotian was dragged by her and rushed all the way, the chaotic divine sense swept back, and the small jade-colored swords behind his back transformed into dense sword shadows, which connected with each other to form a tortoise-shell-shaped spiritual formation, trapping the two dragon gates inside. But one of them blasted out 9 levels of dragon strength with a punch, and the light of the spirit array dimmed suddenly. With the second punch, the spirit array collapsed immediately. Where to go? The two Dragon Gate realm powerhouses quickly caught up. Yilan, like Yang Haotian, only has the strength of Chongyang realm, and her face turned pale at this moment. Why did you break the formation so quickly? It doesn't matter, the two of us at the Chongyang realm may not be without vitality if we join forces. Yang Haotian felt a little weird. I know you, why did you jump out and want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and die with me? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Yang Haotian's movements were not slow. With a light hook of his fingertips, a small box the size of a palm flew out. Break! Those two were very cautious, separated a little, and wanted to destroy the small box. Unexpectedly, there was a loud buzzing sound, and densely packed flying swords flew out like raindrops, surrounding the two of them. Under their feet, a huge sword array totem floated up layer by layer, forming a terrifying trap with the treasure box above their heads, besieging the two of them. It is the Qianquan Ichi sword box and the 6,000 flying swords. It's the sword array again. The faces of the two changed drastically. They knew that there were all kinds of treasures in Yang Haotian, and they would definitely die if they were trapped, so they mobilized their forces to break through the formation crazily. However, the Qianquan Ichi flying sword is a complete set of low-grade Taoist artifacts, and its power is not impressive. Now with the Qianquan sword diagram as the core, even if there is still a lack of 3,000 flying swords, the power has completely surpassed the peerless Taoist weapon. The two immortal secret realms rushed left and right in the trap formation, not only failed to break free from the shackles of the sword formation, but also had a few bloodstains on their bodies. Yilan next to her was stunned. "What kind of treasure are you?" "It's much stronger than my turtle evolution formation," she exclaimed in surprise, and then a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Originally, she saw Yang Haotian was alone, facing two masters without changing his face. Such courage made her wanna make friends, so she did not hesitate to show her strongest hole card in help. Unexpectedly, her most proud magic weapon was eclipsed in front of Yang Haotian. The tortoise formation is destroyed. Yilan felt distressed secretly. But Yang Haotian didn't pay attention to her mood at the moment, and the precious light in his hand flew out again and again, and smashed a few Xinyuan into the eyes of the surrounding formations as if they didn't need money. Yilan was stunned. "What spirit stone is that? How could there be such a powerful aura? Could it be the legendary spiritual source?" She stared at Yang Haotian curiously. "What is the background of this person?" The faces of the two people trapped turned pale. "Oops. If Yang Haotian uses the spiritual source as the formation I support, they still have a sliver of life, but Yang Haotian's first move is two high-quality divine sources, not to mention the two of them, even in the secret realm of longevity, it is difficult to break the formation, kill." With a thought in Yang Haotian's mind, the killing formation suddenly started. A total of flying swords burst out, strangling wildly. Although the Longmen realm is higher than his realm, but in front of the Qianquan Ichi flying sword, which is comparable to the peerless Taoist weapon, there is no wave at all. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were smashed into two balls of blood mist by heavy sword shadows. Two blood-stained storage bags fell to the ground. With a flash of sword light, a flying sword brought them up and flew in front of Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian casually put the storage bag into the space of Lunghuan Zhenga. One of the two, who can escape the perception of his chaotic divine sense, must have practiced a special skill. Maybe it is in the storage bag. Unexpectedly, your sword array is so powerful, it's amazing. Yilan was full of admiration, especially when she saw Yang Haotian kill two people in a row, but his expression was calm. She became more and more determined to win this person under her command. On Yang Shenyu's side, there was no response after waiting for a long time, and the subordinates sent out lost contact. When he received the news of mission failure from Yunfeng Ziyala, his face suddenly turned ugly. Trash. It's all trash. Two immortal realms, besieging a kid in Chongyang realm, can fail. He laughed back angrily. Yang Haotian, you are worthy of it. It seems that Yang Zhuxian can only kill you." "No, there are other ways. For example, Taiyin God Lake. His younger brother was killed by Yang Haotian. Yin Tianqiu must want revenge more than anyone else." Yang Xingyu smiled coldly. Yang Haotian, I only blame you for blocking my way. Only by getting rid of you, everything after my rebirth can develop according to the trajectory of my previous life. Girl, let's leave now." Beside the official road, Yang Haotian searched with his chaotic mind, but no one else followed him. But he didn't take it lightly. The whereabouts have been exposed, and it is hard to guarantee that Yang Xingyu will not send another person. The reason why it was judged that the person who attacked was Yang Xingyu was because, with Yang Zhuxian's arrogance and strength, he didn't even bother to use such a cheap method as assassination. It couldn't be Yang Tian's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He didn't have the capital, so he couldn't order Yunfeng Ziyala. As for Taiyin Shenhu, they didn't even know about Yang Haotian's early departure. After thinking about it, if he was killed, the person who would benefit the most would be Yang Xingyu.
Yang Haotian naturally locked his target on him. Yilan is just a rookie who has just entered the rivers and lakes.
If she follows her, she will only face more dangers, and sooner or later she will lose her life.
Brother, it is fate to meet each other.
In front of Tianshi City, Feng Jiobao is convening geniuses from all walks of life to organize a treasure hunting conference. To be honest, I am the eldest lady of the Electric family branch of the Holy Land of Yaoqi.
Why don't we go and win it together? Bao will take a look?
Yilan tried her best to invite her, and even raised the banner of Yaoqi Holy Land. Yang Haotian nodded. At Yilan's age, it is indeed not uncommon to have a Chongyang realm cultivation. Unexpectedly, it really came from the Yi family of the Dian clan.
It's just that the magic weapon is too weak.
As for Feng Jiobao and the treasure hunting conference, Yang Haotian was not interested.
But Yilan's identity made him change his mind. Okay, let's go and have a look together.
His whereabouts have been exposed, and it is not bad to use this to cover up his identity.
Yang Haotian held the sword at his waist. Yilan showed joy. What's your name, Xiongtai? Tan Hao. Brother Tian, you don't know.
In this treasure hunting conference, it is said that a superb sword of Taoist level was born, and not only Feng Jiobao, but also other major forces went to.
Yilan enthusiastically introduced. Yang Haotian asked, is there a Yang family?
Anyway, it is also one of the longevity families, and the peerless Taoist artifact was born, so they should come here, right? Yilan's expression froze, and then she smiled wryly. Some things have happened in the Yang family recently, and the organizer of this meeting, Feng Jiobao, has the background of the Taiyin Lake.
I don't know if the Yang family will come to participate. Yang Haotian nodded.
It seems that not only the blockade of the Taiyin Lake, but also problems inside the Wasteland Ancient Mine.
What kind of treasure hunt is this? Go and see if you can get any news.
Yang Haotian made another discovery. The mysterious and yellow air is getting stronger and stronger.
He secretly guessed, could this treasure hunting conference be related to the strengthening of Xianhuang Qi?
At this time, one person and one horse came galloping, and they shouted before dismounting, "Elder sister."
With a wow, a tall and slender young man flashed beside Yilan. He looked at Yang Haotian with hostility in his eyes. Who is this person?
Yilan looked proud, and smiled before saying anything. This Tian Xiaoxia is a genius that my sister met on the road. With the power of one person, he is brave enough to fight against two masters of the Longmen realm.
Really? Yi Jian frowned, and looked at Yang Haotian suspiciously.
The elder sister's personality is too trusting, and if she meets someone with ulterior motives, she will be easily deceived. His eyes paused for a while on the sword at Yang Haotian's waist, and Yi Jian asked coldly, "Are you also a sword cultivator?"
Yang Haotian nodded, not paying too much attention to his tone.
"If there is a chance, I would like to learn your sword skills." Yi Jian's eyes showed doubts, and he asked tentatively, but if Fan Yang Haotian had a slight dodge, his identity as a sword repairer might have some water. After all, sword repair is one of the most powerful professions in attack, and every point of strength increase requires a lot of perseverance.
Not everyone is qualified to be a swordsman.
Unexpectedly, in the face of his questioning, Yang Haotian shook his head. "There is no need to learn, you are not my opponent." Yi Jin's expression froze for a moment, showing displeasure. This man is very unruly, and his tone is too loud. He couldn't help but glared at Yang Haotian, but Yang Haotian met his eyes indifferently, without flinching at all. In the end, after some competition, it was Yi Jian who couldn't hold on first and was defeated. He stopped probing for the time being, but turned his eyes. "Since my sister recruited you, if you encounter trouble along the way, you have to settle it for us.
It just so happens that I can also see your skills." "It's not necessary." Yang Haotian interrupted Yi Jian again. "I'm just walking with your sister, not for her."
Yilan also reprimanded her younger brother. "Yi Jian, don't be unreasonable. How did I teach you on the way here? Be polite to others. We are not afraid of trouble, but don't cause trouble for nothing." Yilan's tone was a little anxious, secretly blaming Yi Jian for being spoiled by her.
"Brother Tian, my younger brother is rude. He is too self-willed and ignorant."
"Don't take it to heart, Brother Tian."
Yilan apologized. Yang Haotian nodded and said no more. Yi Jian snorted coldly. His first impression of Yang Haotian was very bad. But Yang Haotian didn't care at all. Along the way, he looked calm. Yi Jian also had a few sword skills to make things difficult for him. Yang Haotian ignored it. He understands the thoughts of such a half-child, a young man whom his elder sister admired so much in words. He is naturally dissatisfied in his heart, and may even suspect that he has ulterior motives. Since he couldn't see through, he just wanted to overwhelm Yang Haotian. I don't know. If the people my sister recruits are not as good as him, then what good will it do for their siblings? Along the way, Yang Haotian only listened to the conversation between the siblings and deduced that their status in the Yi family might not be high. It can even be said that the treatment is a bit poor. Their mother died early, and their father took another back room and gave birth to a boy who was much loved. On the contrary, Yi Lan and Yi Jian, sister and brother, gradually suffered cold reception under the continuous manipulation of their stepmother. The siblings are bent on doing something great to impress their father and the family. Pity. Just relying on the two of them as fledgling rookies, the distance between them doing something big is too far away. In this treasure hunting conference, the siblings did not hesitate to run away from the family and participate secretly. One is to try their luck to see if they can get the treasure, and the other is to take the opportunity to make friends with some young heroes and pave the way for future great things. Great idea. But judging from Yi Jian's operation, it is obvious that the difference is too far. Tianhao, do you want to have a discussion? Are you afraid? During the break, Yi Jian couldn't help but want to test Yang Haotian again, and issued a challenge. Yang Haotian shook his head, too lazy to answer. But this time, Yi Jian didn't intend to let it go. Yang Haotian avoided the battle one after another, which made him doubt Yang Haotian's true level even more. He sneered, Tianhao, the sword on your waist is not for show, is it? I suspect that you are not a sword cultivator at all. Shut up. Yi Lan scolded angrily, and interrupted Yi Jian coldly, Yi Jian. I brought you out this time because I wanted you to be a helper, but if you keep going on like this, you will disgrace my Yi family and ruin my Yi family style, then get the hell out of here. Yi Jian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his kindness to help his sister to test out would attract such reprimands. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that you were really deceived by him. If he is really a swordsman, how could he not even accept my challenge? Brother Tian once met the enemy personally with me. His strength is rare in his life. How can you allow you to question? How can you challenge Brother Tian's sixth heaven of Chongyang realm with your cultivation at the second level of Chongyang realm? If you can't hold your breath any longer, you'll go back, so you don't have to stay here and cause trouble. Yi Lan's words became even more blunt. But this undoubtedly aroused Yi Jian's rebellious psychology. He gritted his teeth. Okay. If he dares to fight me, I will. Boom sounded loudly. Before Yi Jian finished speaking, a bright sword light cut to his feet like a waterfall. Looking at the terrifying gully that suddenly exploded under his feet, Yi Jian was stunned. What a terrifying sword. Too fast. He didn't even have time to react, let alone escape. And it's so powerful. As a person who has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, he clearly knows that if Yang Haotian's sword hit him just now, it might be enough to instantly kill him. What made Yi Jian even more unbelievable was that Yang Haotian's expression was calm, his breathing was steady, and he didn't seem to be struggling at all with such a frighteningly powerful sword. Yi Jian couldn't help staring at Yang Haotian in astonishment. Is he really a sword cultivator? Yang Haotian looked indifferent, with the long sword in the black sheath hanging on his waist, as if he had never drawn it out, and asked lightly, do you believe it now? Voodoo. Yi Jian swallowed his saliva. A casual strike with his sword was enough to kill him. How could he have the slightest doubt? I believe it. I believe it. Brother Tian's sword skills are really amazing, and Yi Jian admires it. Yi Jian's eyes were full of horror. With only one sword, Yang Haotian made him see how powerful he was. Now he dare not doubt Yang Haotian anymore. Even in his heart, there was a trace of admiration. A single sword has such destructive power. Wouldn't the power be even more astonishing if he used swordsmanship? Yi Jian felt that he was not as good as he was, so he was convinced by Yang Haotian and apologized sincerely immediately. Yang Haotian nodded, his ears became much quieter.
Yi Lan next to her had a smile on her lips.
Yang Haotian is the talent she recruited, to be recognized by her always proud younger brother. She has a bright face.
But as an elder sister, she suppressed her joy and patted her younger brother on the shoulder. Your cultivation can't be left behind.
I have to count on you to win the treasure this time. Yi Jian smiled wryly, and really wanted to say, Brother Tian, what else can I do for you?
But he knew that if he said that, his sister would definitely clean him up.
So hold back. But he looked at Yang Haotian with more curiosity. What is the origin of Yang Haotian? How come he has never heard of such a young swordsmanship genius? His real surname is Tian? Does a family proficient in swordsmanship have a heavenly family? One question after another popped into Yi Jian's mind, but there was no answer. He knows too little about Zhenghu.
But that didn't stop him from being excited. I heard that young Tiance will also go to this treasure hunting conference. This is a kendo genius who dared to confront the young master of the Yang family.
Although he has not been recognized by the Yang family.
But young Tiance, who has mastered the Qilin Excalibur, is absolutely capable of crushing all heroes. Yi Jian secretly glanced at Yang Haotian. Although Tianhao's swordsmanship is powerful, compared with a true swordsman genius like young Tiance, he may still be inferior.
I don't know if there is a possibility for the two of them to fight against each other.
Maybe there is a chance to see Big Brother Tian go all out. In addition, he also got news that Nia Honglian, Badeo Sanso, and the 9th Prince of Yaoshisheng Kingdom may all attend the treasure hunting conference. Yi Jian's heart was itchy, and he couldn't help sharing the news with Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian's expression didn't change, but he was puzzled in his heart. Nia Honglian will come too? This time, if you want a treasure in this world, even she can be moved? But what interested Yang Haotian the most was young Tiance. Before coming, Patriarch Hudian specifically told him that she learned through the Qilin Divine Gate that the Qilin Excalibur had not been refined by young Tiance until now.
Yang Haotian was not surprised by this.
Not everyone has the same chaotic divine sense as him, who can instantly refine a superb Taoist weapon.
What's more, the Qilin Excalibur is an existence of divine weapon level. But,
with the help of Qilin Divine Disc,
Yang Haotian could sense the whereabouts of the Qilin Excalibur at any time.
As long as young Tiance appears,
he couldn't escape his perception. The Qilin Excalibur, I can get it back soon. A bright light flashed in young Haotian's eyes.
This sword is the symbol of the unicorn head of the Yang family, and he is bound to get it.
Simultaneously, seizing this sword is also his direct declaration of war to Yang Zhuxian. Taiyin God Lake. In the Black Hall.
In front of Yin Tianqiu, son of the Taiyin god, a figure appeared in a mirror. It was really just a shadow, and it was constantly twisting, and there was an intermittent voice. I'll tell you his location. You arrange for someone to kill him. Doubtful eyes on cloudy days. He is a genius of your young family.
His safety is of paramount importance. If you tell me his whereabouts, do you think I will believe it? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter.
I'm just giving you a chance to take revenge. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not. This is his whereabouts information. Soon, a string of messages appeared on the mirror.
Cloudy and sad pupils suddenly shrank. He left early? And also came to my territory of Taiyin God Lake? Is the message accurate? Could this be a conspiracy by the Yang family? Yin Tianqiu didn't fully believe it.
After all, because of the death of Yin Zhouyu, the Yang family and Taiyin Shenhu almost completely went to war.
The siege of the Wasteland Ancient Mine was a small revenge given to the Yang family by Taiyin Shenhu.
If the Yang family used Yang Haotian as a bait to counterattack Taiyin Shenhu,
regardless of success or failure, it will deal an unbearable blow to Taiyin Shenhu's morale. Old Ming, do you think this person can be trusted?
A ghost figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the cloudy sky, and replied faintly, Yang Haotian's death. The first person to be suspected is Yang Zhuxian, followed by young Tiance.
Yang Xinyu should not be under suspicion, and should be the one who has benefited the most.
It is also because of Yang Haotian's death that Yang Xinyu is likely to be suspected by the upper echelons of the Yang family, but he would rather take this risk and get rid of Yang Haotian. There must be a reason why he can't wait.
Out in Tianqiu nodded. It seems that old Ming also thinks that young Shinyu can't believe it.
But such a good opportunity, I can't give up.
He actually doesn't have much affection for his younger brother In Joyu. He will never risk his life to avenge the other party.
But for Taiyin Shinhu, everyone is happy to see a son of God who cherishes his relatives.
If you can avenge your brother,
regardless of his prestige as the son of the Taiyin god, or the aura of the Taiyin god lake, it was a big improvement. Goddess Sang Rui is about to go to Fengjiobeo to participate in the treasure hunting conference. She will verify this matter.
If I can find out the whereabouts of Yang Haotian, I will go there and behead him.
The sharpness in the cloudy and sad eyes shines.
Boom! The mountain trembled.
An emerald green divine sword entered the mountain wall like a divine light. The hard stone wall is as fragile as tofu in front of this emerald green sword. But Yang Tian's face was filled with frustration, failed again.
Damn Qilin Excalibur, why can't it be refined by me obediently?
Above his head, a twisted sword embryo was suspended, and the 9 holes exuded a strange and demonic energy.
Yang Tian's eyes were full of unwillingness. He has had this Qilin Excalibur for a long time.
But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't refine this artifact.
Even with the help of Yang Zhuxian,
Yang Tian's has always been difficult to make progress. The Qilin Excalibur, with extraordinary power, is not only the key to open the Qilin world and absorb Qilin energy. It can also be used to condense a unicorn identity, with half the strength of the main body.
Pity.
All of this has nothing to do with Yang Tian's.
He couldn't refine it at all. Could it be that I have nothing to do with this sword? I'm not reconciled.
Yang Tian's said so with his mouth, but his body was very honest. He pulled out the Qilin Excalibur and rushed towards Fengjiobeo on the way to search for Xin Huangqi. He accidentally got news that there seemed to be a strange treasure in a ghost well.
Yang Tian was moved. Although the Qilin Excalibur could not be refined, it is still a divine weapon.
With the help of this sword, his swordsmanship power has improved a lot. He intends to rely on this sword and try to seize that rare treasure. At that time, even if you can't refine the Qilin Excalibur, it will be completely worth it if you can get another treasure to protect the body. He can also dedicate the Qilin Excalibur to Yang Zhuxian in exchange for other rewards from his master. This rare treasure, I will definitely seize it. Yang Tian's held the Qilin Excalibur in his arms, greed flashed in his eyes.
In the valley, a figure ran wildly.
She was wearing a red dress, her hair was flying, and her beautiful face was a bit indifferent.
It was Nia Honglian.
Behind her, there were several men in white clothes following like ghosts. The man in the red robe at the head would slap palms from time to time, causing huge damage to the terrain on both sides, but it didn't hurt Nia Honglian at all.
Obviously he was playing with Nia Honglian. Miss Nia, the leader of my family admires her very much, why don't you join my Tiansheng sect?
The man in the red robe followed unhurriedly, squinting his eyes and smilingly persuading him. Nia Honglian didn't respond. She suddenly increased her speed and opened the distance. Seeing this, the red-robed man quickly mobilized his divine power and chased after him, Aunt Nia. As soon as he uttered these 2 words, Nia Honglian's eyes glowed coldly. The Overlord saber cuts heaven.
Nia Honglian brandished the tyrannical saber and slashed at it brazenly. Tianxiang hand.
The man in the red robe didn't panic, he slapped Ba Dao with his palm. All of a sudden, smoke of 5 colors swept across, and a seductive fragrance filled the air. The man slapped the huge knife directly with his palm.
Dang! The 2 blades fell to the ground. The tyrant knife made of pure gold was broken by the palm of the seemingly light mist. However, Nia Honglian's figure disappeared.
The man in the red robe smiled faintly. Hee, none of the women the leader likes can escape. Come here, bring the secret mirror.
This woman fell into Tianxiang's hand, and she will never escape Tianjijing's calculation. Fengjiobeo.
Heroes from all walks of life gathered here, and a capable man in a brocade robe was in charge of receiving guests from all directions at the gate. You can vaguely see a huge square at the entrance, which is divided into 3 parts, front, back, middle.
In the front part, there are a few tables, each table can only seat 1 or 2 people, all of them are empty, no one is seated. In the middle part, there are about tables, each table can seat 5 or 6 people, more than half of them are already seated, and there are only a few empty seats. As for the latter part, it is not a big place, with 30 or 40 tables, and each table is densely packed with people. Sister and brother Yilan and Yi Jian couldn't help showing fascination when they saw the impressive aura of the guests. Yilan couldn't help admiring even more, pretending to be bold and raising her voice. If you can meet all the geniuses, it will be a great joy in life. Some people around cast curious glances at her. Seeing her good looks, their eyes lit up. But when they saw her attire and expression, they shook their heads secretly and looked away. The younger brother Yi Jian, on the other hand, was dazzled and amazed from the beginning to the end. The two siblings had never seen such a big scene, and the excitement on their faces was uncontrollable. Yang Haotian's expression was flat. Seeing that Yilan seemed to be displeased with ignoring everyone, he was amused. The siblings are still young after all. To revitalize the family and be valued by his father, he can only rely on his own strength. What does it have to do with these guests? Yang Haotian had already remembered that he had once met Fengwei, the owner of Fengjiobeo. On his 14th birthday, Fengwei was led by several Tianjia to Yang's house to celebrate his birthday. Yang Haotian glanced at it from a distance, and looked down upon Fengwei's flamboyant style. With Fengwei's demeanor, Yilan, an unknown distant branch of the Yi family, will definitely not be taken seriously. Sure enough, the butler in Chinese clothes who was in charge of welcoming guests at the door looked contemptuous when he saw Yilan and his brother. But when he looked at Yang Haotian, he saw that the young man's complexion was flat, his eyes were calm, and his demeanor was quite extraordinary. For a while, he was not sure about the relationship between the three. Oh, this brother Tian is our friend, come to Fengjiobeo to join in the fun. Our siblings are from the Yi family in Tianju City. Yilan held her head high, and introduced as if she was a veteran. The butler of Fengjiobeo immediately bowed his hands and saluted. It turned out to be the distinguished guests of the Yi family in Tianju City. I'm sorry, please hurry up and invite 3 distinguished guests into the public seating. Yilan and Yi Jian puffed up their chests slightly and entered the gate. Yang Haotian entered afterward, secretly laughing in his heart. If there is a public seat, there will naturally be a guest seat. The housekeeper said it was beautiful, but in fact, he didn't pay much attention to the Yilan siblings, and directly classified them as low-ranking. The 3 distinguished guests come with me, please come inside. A well-dressed servant quickly stepped forward, leading the 3 of them to the bottom of the square, and came to the public auditorium full of people. Yilan looked at the crowded table, frowning slightly. Pointing to the empty seat in the middle, I see there are quite a few vacant seats there, so let's just sit there. That's right, there's clearly an empty space there, why not do it? Yi Jian also supported his sister. Laugh. There was a chuckle from the public gallery. The cultivators huddled together looked up and down at Yilan and Yi Jian. If you want to sit in the guest seat, you have to see if you have enough weight. The boy who led the way also watched Yilan make a fool of herself with cold eyes, and didn't make a sound. Yilan was not stupid, she didn't know that the butler said they were beautiful, but in fact he didn't pay attention to them at all. We prefer to be the guest seats. That's right, who said we're not big enough? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way, we're going to the guest seats. Yi Jian said coldly. The guide boy didn't move, and said in a cool tone, the 3 distinguished guests should sit here, the seats in front are all reserved. The Yilan siblings were too angry to speak. There was another burst of laughter from the public gallery. 2 fledgling rookies, they still want to sit in the guest seat, ha ha ha. However, if you think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Honglian, Qin Hero, and Yang Tian Xiang Xiaxia, you are not only qualified to sit in the guest seats, even the front VIP seats. Do you have the ability? Everyone looked at him jokingly. Yilan blushed. Yi Jian was so angry that his chest was like a bellows. He felt that he had been insulted like never before, and wished he could turn around and leave. But he knows that this treasure hunt is about his sister's plan to make connections and improve her status in the family. No matter how humiliating it is, he has to bear it. Just when the siblings were alone and helpless, a cold voice sounded, why not sit in the VIP seats?
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way, and we will go to the VIP seats. All eyes from the public seats gathered. I saw a young man in white standing proudly, with a calm expression and indifferent eyes, and a long sword with a black sheath hanging from his waist, with an extremely extraordinary bearing. The boy who led the way was shocked by Yang Haotian's demeanor and didn't know how to react. What's going on, all this commotion? The housekeeper Mu Nanchuan, who greeted the guests at the door, stepped forward. Noticing Yang Haotian's sharp-edged aura, he frowned slightly. The little servant hurried forward and said the matter very quickly. It's too crowded here, let's go to the VIP seats. Yang Haotian stepped forward. Sister Yilan and Yi Jian were surprised. Even though they had some blood relationship with the Jian clan, they just wanted to sit in the guest seat, and they didn't dare to expect extravagant guest seats. Unexpectedly, Tianhao's tone was very loud, and he was going to the VIP seat as soon as he opened his mouth. Yilan was afraid that Yang Haotian would not know the way, so she reminded her in a low voice. Yang Haotian smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. Yilan gritted her teeth, raised her foot and followed. Yi Jian, let's follow brother Tian. But the incident happened because of their siblings. No matter what, Tianhao couldn't deal with it alone. Let's go to the VIP seats today. Yilan used the word chuang, which shows that she also knows that if she wants to enter the VIP seat, she may have to cause a disturbance. Who is your excellency? The housekeeper, Mu Nanchuan, had a bad expression on his face, and blocked Yang Haotian on the way he must pass. He is in charge of coordinating this treasure hunting conference, so naturally no accidents are allowed to happen. He stopped in front of Yang Haotian, with a faint coldness in his eyes. A forceful aura, transformed into an invisible sword, forced towards Yang Haotian. Mu Nanchuan saw that Yang Haotian was a swordsman, so he wanted to force Yang Haotian to retreat. However, in terms of imposing manner, even if Feng Yue, the owner of Fengjiobeo, came in person, it would be difficult to raise his head in front of Yang Haotian. Not to mention a mere housekeeper. Yang Haotian didn't even stop for a moment, and came all the way to meet Mu Nanchuan. The aura that Mu Nanchuan was so proud of couldn't even arouse even half of the pressure in front of Yang Haotian. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way. Yang Haotian looked indifferent and authentic. Mu Nanchuan smiled coldly. Your Excellency is directly provoking my Fengjiobeo. Do you want to destroy this treasure hunting conference? As he spoke, he waved his hand quietly. Seeing the gesture, several figures quietly surrounded him. These people turned into guests, vaguely surrounded Yang Haotian and the other three, ready to attack at any time. But in the eyes of outsiders, they only thought it was the normal movement of the guests, and did not think that there was a dispute here. Well, even the hidden guards have been mobilized. Unfortunately, the speed is not fast enough, and the whereabouts are not hidden well enough. It is not good enough. Yang Haotian shook his head, seeing the standard of these hidden guards at a glance. As early as when he was 8 years old, his grandfather transferred a group of hidden guards to him to protect his safety. And Yang Haotian improved the way of action of the hidden guard according to some things from the book. As a result, the Yang family's hidden guards were much more powerful than other clans, which caused the elders to praise Yang Haotian. The few that Mu Nanchuan transferred, Yang Haotian saw through at a glance. His gaze was like a sword, and he swept towards them. It's okay, go ahead. A scene that shocked Mu Nanchuan appeared. The hidden guards who were only under his leadership dispersed without hesitation. How can that be? Mu Nanchuan's heart trembled violently, and she suddenly looked at Yang Haotian, only to see in Yang Haotian's eyes, stars seemed to fall, and an abyss swept across. It was as if he had been locked by a peerless divine sword, and a dangerous aura enveloped Mu Nanchuan. A great fear rose in Mu Nanchuan's heart, and he only felt that if he dared to say even half a word, his blood would be spattered on the spot, and his life and death would be unpredictable. Mu Nanchuan immediately led the three of them to the guest seat. Three distinguished guests, please take your seats. Yilan and Yi Jian's eyes lit up. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It's so easy, you can enter the guest seat. The few cultivators who followed them quietly behind them couldn't help but widen their eyes, showing astonishment. These three guys are actually qualified to sit in the guest seat? Unexpectedly, Mu Nanchuan didn't finish speaking, but was interrupted by Yang Haotian. I said, I want to bring the young lady into the VIP seat. Mu Nanchuan's pupils shrank,
and he looked at Yi Lan and Yi Jian in surprise. What is the relationship between this sibling and this terrifying sword cultivator? Many guests around have already been attracted by such small waves, and cast curious eyes at the siblings, the Yi family of Tianzhu City? Never heard of it. What is it about? Could it be related to the Yi family of the Electric clan in the Holy Land of Yaoqi?
Seeing that Yang Haotian didn't want to give up, the housekeeper Mu Nanchuan couldn't help begging in a low voice, "Three noble hands, my Fengjiaobeo's treasure hunting conference is of great importance. The VIP seats in front are set up for Nya Honglian, Yang Tiance and others, just in case."
Does it have anything to do with me? Yang Haotian glanced coldly. For this glance, he used a trace of Yingjiu Prison's Netherworld Chaos Pupil technique. Mu Nanchuan was stunned on the spot. He felt as if there was a thunderbolt in his soul, and the indifferent young man in front of him seemed to have turned into a 9-day god, which made him have an irresistible idea. Without hesitation, he turned around and ushered the three of them into the VIP seats. Yang Haotian sat down with Yi Lan and Yi Jian, and waved to Mu Nanchuan, "Go." Mu Nanchuan left, wondering while walking, how did he introduce the three of them into the VIP seats? What a big deal. The origin of this sword cultivator is unknown, and his strength is strange, so we must report to the castle owner quickly. Brother Tian, if we sit here, the Wind Castle master won't be angry, right? Yi Lan was a little restless and couldn't help asking. Yi Jian was calm on the contrary. "Hey, I've already sat down, sister, we have to trust Brother Tian." The siblings couldn't help but change their names, calling Yang Haotian brother. No matter how unresponsive they are, they still know that Yang Haotian has an extraordinary background, at least they are not afraid of Fengjiapu at all. However, Yi Lan's mind is delicate, and secretly she is still a little worried about Yang Haotian's safety. Even if Brother Tian has an extraordinary background, how can he deal with the entire Fengjiobeo by himself? "Brother Tian, we have to be careful of Lord Windcastle. Fengwei is at most just a manager, and he is not the protagonist of this treasure hunting conference," Yang Haotian said. Yi Jian's eyes lit up. Brother Tian also thinks Fairy Nie and Xia Xiaoyan will come? Even the Lord of the Windcastle is not the protagonist, there must be someone more important coming. Before Yang Haotian could answer, Yi Jian sighed to himself, "I heard that Yang Tian's strength is astonishing, even in the face of the young master of the Yang clan, he will not fall behind, Yi Jian." Yi Lan interrupted her younger brother unhappily, "How many times have I said, don't praise Yang Tiance so much? This person challenged his young master in front of outsiders, violated the rules, and must be a selfish person. I heard that Yang Haotian, the young master of the Yang family, lost the Qilin Excalibur." Yi Lan doesn't like Yang Tiance. If it wasn't for doing something that hurt the family, how could he be expelled from the family and not recognized by the family? Yang Tiance is not a good person from character to character. On the contrary, it was the young master Yang Haotian who made Yi Lan very fascinated. I heard that young master Yang didn't pretend to be an ancestor-level existence, and even killed the younger brother of godson Taiyin with one move. His strength and character are all extraordinary. Yi Lan's tone was full of admiration. "Sister, you really admire our distant cousin." Yi Jian laughed. The Dian clan has a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme relationship with Yang Haotian's mother clan. As Yi Lan is a descendant of the Yi family, strictly speaking, she is also a cousin of Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian had already thought of this level, so he was not surprised. It's just that he was a little curious, how would Fengwei react when he got the news? Just when he was curious, Yang Haotian felt a cold gaze, like a beast, quietly falling on him. When he swept away, a young man was staring at him sullenly. His face was somewhat similar to Fengwei. It should be his son. He let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way out of control? Feng Yuni looked at Yang Haotian in the corner, and frowned secretly. I didn't sense the breath of the pupil technique. It should be a method similar to the ghost chaotic pupil technique. Mu Nanchuan's expression tightened suddenly. Ghost chaos pupil technique. Is he a master of the Taiyin Lake? There was panic on his face. Why did Taiyin God Lake come so early? Just now, my subordinates treated them slowly. It doesn't matter, Feng Yuni waved his hand, it's just similar to the method, not necessarily the people of Taiyin Shenhu Lake. I will explain to my father.
and you can continue to do things.
Feng Yuni's eyes darkened. I'll go test it out.
Young master, be careful, that young man is not easy to deal with.
Mu Nanshuang still has lingering fears when he thinks of Yang Haotian's eyes. May I ask where you are from? Feng Yuni came to Yang Haotian with a cold and distant smile.
Straight to the point, not too wordy.
Yang Haotian glanced at Feng Yuni lightly, and directly pointed out his purpose: don't use it as a test.
We just feel that the public seats are too crowded, so we just picked this place to get some air.
Feng Yuni's eyes flashed faintly. Yang Haotian's calm appearance surprised him.
As the eldest son of Feng Jiobeo, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme travels with Phoneway, and he has seen countless talents from all walks of life.
But like Yang Haotian, with such a calm mind, he has never met him before. Next to
Yi Lan and Yi Jian's hearts had already been raised in their throats. They have already recognized that the expressionless young man in front of him is the eldest son of Feng Jiobeo, the young master Feng Yuni who is most popular with Phoneway. If it wasn't Yi Lan and Yi Jian, even if their father came, they would have to sit upright in front of Feng Yuni, not daring to relax.
Unexpectedly, Big Brother Tian didn't pay attention to this person at all. Yi Lan and Yi Jian couldn't help being surprised. What's the big deal with Brother Tian?
Feng Yuni was also curious about this. The corners of his mouth twitched, wanting to test something.
But Yang Haotian didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all.
Waving his hand, he said directly, "Go about your business, we won't cause trouble." Phoneway has spent a lot of thought on this meeting. If it goes wrong, your position as young master may not be guaranteed.
Feng Yuni's pupils suddenly shrank. This man knew his father.
Not only that, but he knows his father very well. It was just the disrespect in the words that made him furious. Calling your father by his first name, courting death. Buzz. There was a void above Feng Yuni's head, energy surged, and two dragon-shaped phantoms flew out, interweaving into a mystical portal.
The majestic aura of Longmen Realm swept towards Yang Haotian. Yang Haotian's expression didn't change a bit. Want to make trouble? You messed up this meeting. Are you sure Phoneway will let you go?
Feng Yuni immediately shivered. The momentum all over his body dissipated immediately. He knew better than anyone else how much his father had placed in this treasure hunting conference. Feng Jiobeo wants to rely on giants such as Tai Shenhu and Yaoshi Shangua to improve his status in the world.
If this person makes a big fuss, it will ruin the treasure hunting conference.
With his father's character, he will definitely abolish his position as the young master.
If you dare to make trouble, I will never let you go. Feng Yuni left a harsh word and walked away in a bit of embarrassment. The cultivators around who were quietly watching this scene were all dumbfounded. Is this the end? What did Jianxiu say that made the young master of the Feng family so afraid?
For a moment, countless curious and puzzled eyes gathered on the three of Yang Haotian.
Everyone speculated about their origins.
Yang Haotian, however, looked calm, drinking tea calmly and casually. Yi Lan and Yi Jian next to him looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Seeing that Big Brother Tian settled down the young master of Feng Jiobeo with just a few words.
The two siblings spontaneously felt infinite admiration. They can't wait to ask something. The medicine stone goes to the kingdom. The ninth prince arrives. A loud shout. The crowd suddenly boiled. What? The princes of the Yaoshi Shang kingdom are here?
My God, this treasure hunting conference has such a high standard, even the ninth prince came to participate.
The rumors are indeed true. The ninth prince will come in person. Naha Dao Sanso Qin Humlian, Tain Goddess, and the others will probably come too. Eyes of amazement, admiration, or curiosity all converged on the door. Yi Lan and Yi Jian's eyes sparkled even more, and they looked at the entrance in amazement.
They have never seen the true face of the ninth prince. Thinking of seeing him soon, the siblings couldn't help being excited. This trip is really coming. This treasure hunting conference is really extraordinary. Almost everyone has endless expectations and curiosity about the upcoming ninth prince. Only Yang Haotian sat there quietly, looking a little bored. The ninth prince, Shuri, is strictly speaking Yang Haotian's cousin. At the coming-of-age ceremony, Yang Haotian met him once, and had a brief chat with him after the ceremony. In the end, I feel that Shi is a man with a strong heart, great ambition, and little talent.
But Fengjiobeo is located in the territory of Yaoshishang Kingdom and is under the jurisdiction of the royal family.
The ninth prince was able to personally participate in this treasure hunting conference. It seems that this so-called treasure is not low-grade. I heard that the treasure is hidden in a ghost well.
I don't know what kind of treasure it will be, Yang Haotian thought to himself. At this time,
the crowd suddenly set off a bang, and there was a burst of boiling.
Ninth Prince Shi has arrived.
Yilan and Yi Jian looked forward to it, wishing they could rush to the front of the crowd like other cultivators.
Yang Haotian couldn't help laughing. What are you in a hurry for?
Since Shi is a distinguished guest, he will sit with us, and you can look at it however you want later. Yilan and Yi Jian's eyes lit up immediately.
Yes. They are in the highest grade VIP seats. Bold. How dare you call the prince's name directly? What crime should you be? When a cultivator heard Yang Haotian calling Shi by his name, he couldn't help shouting.
This person has long noticed that the three of Yang Haotian should have been sitting in the public gallery just like him. As a result, by mistake, he sat in the frontmost VIP seat. He thought that the three of them were lucky by accident, and he was very jealous. Now that he caught Yang Haotian making a mistake, he wanted to explode. It's a pity that Yang Haotian didn't bother to talk to him at all. Before he finished speaking, Yang Haotian slapped him flying across the air, and he passed out. Everyone was busy looking at the ninth prince. No one noticed this scene. Yilan and Yi Jian were secretly startled, marveling at Brother Tian's dominance. Influenced by Yang Haotian, the siblings also returned to their seats, put away their inner excitement, and waited for the arrival of the ninth prince. Everyone waited for a long time, but the ninth prince was nowhere to be seen. Yi Jian was a little impatient. Why haven't you arrived yet? Yang Haotian smiled. It's called coming out after 1,000 calls, and it's just putting on airs. Amir Fengjiobeo was originally not qualified to invite the prince to visit. But he still came. It shows that in the ghost well, the treasures that are about to be born are of great value. Members of the royal family such as Shi have always been unprofitable. Even lifelong events can be traded at any time. Because of this, Yang Haotian didn't have a good impression of Yaoshi Shanghua. Among the Shang kingdoms and ancient kingdoms in the 3000 Dao region, the Yaoshi Shang kingdom is the only country that still uses the marriage event of its offspring as a bargaining chip. From top to bottom, the royal family of the Yaoshi kingdom is mercenary. Ninth Prince Shi is no exception. At last, in the anticipation of everyone, Shi finally arrived. Under the stars of Fengyiwei, Fengyuni, Mu Nanchuan, and others, Shi came to the VIP seat. When I saw that 3 people were already seated, he was slightly taken aback. It was discovered that none of these 3 people was his acquaintance. Shi was even more surprised. There are people of the same status as him, who he doesn't know? Shi looked at Yang Haotian, Yilan, and Yi Jian. Fengyiwei frowned. He didn't recognize the origin of the 3 of them, and looked at Fengyuni coldly. Fengyuni broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly whispered a few words in his father's ear. Fengyiwei's eyes suddenly darkened, and he stared quietly at Yang Haotian. Then he immediately confessed to the ninth prince and explained the whole story. So it is. Shi knew the truth, and looked at the 3 of them with contempt immediately. But when he was on Yang Haotian, his gaze paused for a moment. According to Fengyiwei, this Tian Haoyang seems to be quite strong. On the contrary, he can be recruited to his subordinates and take advantage of it. Shi had a city in his chest, and sat down in the VIP seat calmly. Yilan and Yi Jian's faces were visibly more nervous. The highest status they have ever seen in their life is the friends of the patriarch's father, but they are just small-town masters and the like. The siblings had never sat with someone of such high status in their lives. On the other hand, Yang Haotian's expression was flat, and he did not pretend at all. This made Shi secretly amazed. Soon, 2 more big figures arrived, causing a commotion. It was Nia Honglian and Sang Rui, the goddess of the Taiyin. Nia Honglian was dressed in a red dress. She was full of heroism, and her aura became stronger and stronger. although she deliberately concealed her realm of cultivation.
But Yang Haotian still sensed the faint aura of the peak Chomyang state in her body through the chaotic divine sense. I haven't seen you for a few days. Her state has improved a lot. The goddess of the sun, Sang Rui, was dressed in black, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and a cold and beautiful face, giving people a sense of inaccessibility. At the position between her eyebrows, a diamond-shaped crystal nucleus shone with a faint halo. Sang Rui is a member of the Yao clan.
Her eyes were as cold as a knife, and the ninth Prince Shuri wanted to approach him several times, but was forced back by her cold eyes. When he noticed the three of Yang Haotian, there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. Shuri was overjoyed, took the opportunity to step forward, and told the two of Yang Haotian and the others about their origins.
Both Sang Rui and Nia Honglian couldn't help turning their eyes to Yang Haotian. There is curiosity and doubt in the eyes. But Yang Haotian couldn't care about it at the moment. Because of the moment Sang Rui appeared. The world sacred tree that Yang Haotian had just condensed had a strange reaction. An emerald green branch can't wait to shoot at Sang Rui, piercing and absorbing the demon core between her eyebrows. A strong longing made Yang Haotian almost unable to hold back and violently attacked Sang Rui. To be exact, it was to launch an attack on the crystal nucleus between her eyebrows. Yang Haotian had a premonition that if he let go of the world sacred tree, he would let it do what he wanted. I'm afraid that the branches of the world god tree will instantly pierce through Sang Rui's eyebrows, grabbing the crystal nucleus and refining it. How could this be? Does the world sacred tree have a restraining effect on the monster race? Yang Haotian was secretly shocked. He concentrated on it for a while before suppressing the fluctuation of the world sacred tree. But in other people's eyes, he didn't pay attention to Shuri, Nia Honglian, and Taiyin goddess at all. This shocked everyone again. What is the origin of this sword cultivator Tianhao? How could such a high spirit be ignored by people like Shuri and Taiyin goddess? What is the origin of this person? Sang Rui stared at Yang Haotian, feeling inexplicably horrified. At that moment just now, she felt a dangerous aura from this Jianxiu. But this breath is fleeting. When she looked at this person, the dangerous aura completely disappeared. This shocked the goddess of Taiyin. Sang Rui, the goddess of Taiyin, has been famous for a long time. Badeo Sanzho Nia Honglian is also fascinated. Nia Honglian and Sang Rui turned their attention away from Yang Haotian and looked at each other. The expressions of Ninth Prince Shuri and Fomiwei changed. There seemed to be sparks flying between the eyes of these two strange women. Won't fight? Don't wait for them to speak. OM. A terrifying momentum erupted between the two girls. Nia Honglian and Sang Rui are both well-known strange women in the world. Nia Honglian is domineering and strong, while Sang Rui is sharp and ruthless. The two had been fascinated by each other for a long time, and when they met at this moment, they couldn't help but itch to compete in public. Waves of violent aura turned the area of the VIP seats into a vast ocean. Even Shuri and Fomiwei couldn't help backing back again and again, unable to bear the collision of momentum. But Yi Lan and Yi Jian, sister and brother, couldn't hold on for a long time, and stayed away from here as if fleeing. Only Yang Haotian is located in the field where the auras of the two women collide. His expression was always indifferent, and his face was calm and unwavering. It seemed that the confrontation between the two had not affected him in any way. This scene, not only the onlookers were amazed. Even Nia Honglian and Sang Rui couldn't help being surprised when they noticed it. They were a little dissatisfied, and they unanimously increased their momentum. Crack! In the area covered by the momentum, the tables, chairs, and benches collapsed silently. Everyone was shocked. Only Yang Haotian remained motionless, as stable as a mountain. The tables and chairs beside him were not harmed in the slightest. Nia Honglian and Sang Rui couldn't help but shrink their pupils again. Boom! They made a move. The violet energy, like two big mountains, blasted towards the opposite side. Put! Crack! Tables, chairs, stools, cups and saucers all crumbled into dust, and the sky was filled with blood. Looking back at Yang Haotian, everything around him hasn't changed a bit. It seems that his field is a world of its own. Not affected at all. Nia Honglian and Sang Rui were secretly shocked, but quickly turned his attention to his opponent. Nia Honglian and Sang Rui are both outstanding female cultivators. Usually it is unavoidable to be compared. Sang Rui, the goddess of Taiyin, has a strong nature. But in Tianshan Lake, she was always overwhelmed by cloudy worries. To improve her status, she needs more records. This time, I want to win. Sang Rui exploded with % combat power. Although he didn't make a big fight, he pushed his strength to the peak. In an instant, the void was like thin paper, buzzing and vibrating. The violent breath made all the practitioners from all directions change their colors. Nia Honglian's face also turned pale. Her combat power is mainly concentrated on Ba Dao. However, her weapon was shattered by a strong Tiansheng sect. Facing the enemy empty-handed, Nia Honglian was at a disadvantage. Seeing that she was becoming more and more difficult to support, her breath was also a little messy. The people around couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that the Taiyin goddess is even better. That's natural. The inheritance of Tianshan who is so profound, how can it be surpassed by a casual cultivator? Nia Honglian's breath became more and more unstable. There was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. If she hadn't lost her weapon, how could she be in such a mess? Her mind was racing, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy and win. However, nothing can be done. Sang Rui is too strong. There is no flaw at all. Well. Nia Honglian's cheeks turned pale, already hurt by Sang Rui's majestic momentum. In the next second, she will lose. I can't stand it any longer. At this time, Yang Haotian's heart moved inexplicably. When the world sacred tree was active, he faintly felt that Sang Rui seemed to have several weaknesses. It's a feeling I've never felt before. Yang Haotian couldn't help doubting, could it be that the world sacred tree can see into the weakness of the monster race? To test this idea, Yang Haotian contacted Nia Honglian with his spiritual thoughts. Your opponent's weakness is the two acupoints of Tengguan and Mingqi. Nia Honglian's pupils shrank slightly. Who is it? Who is contacting me with spiritual thoughts? Situation crisis. She couldn't hold on any longer and was about to fall into defeat. Guidance by Yang Haotian's spiritual sense made her grasp the last straw. Without even thinking about it, she immediately hit Sang Rui's Tianguan acupoint. Sang Rui's complexion suddenly changed. The opponent's attack suddenly gave her a warning sign. She couldn't help exclaiming, how is this possible? How could Nia Honglian know her vitals? You know, as a demon clan, she is already physically strong. And her cultivation technique complements the tempering of the physical body. From top to bottom, there is almost no flaw. Except for the two big acupoints of Tianguan and Mingqi. However, except for her, no one knew about these two flaws. Even the master didn't know about it. How could Nia Honglian know? Did she hit it by mistake, or did she have a special skill? Sang Rui was shocked. But at this moment, the shock in Nia Honglian's heart was not under Sang Rui's. How rich is her combat experience? Almost at the moment of the shot, Sang Rui immediately noticed from Sang Rui's face that the opponent was scared. The Tianguan acupoint is indeed her vital point. The person who secretly pointed her out was correct. Nia Honglian reacted so quickly. After identifying Sang Rui's vital point, she immediately launched a series of fierce attacks on the Tianguan acupoint. But in order not to expose the person who guided her, she didn't touch another key point, thus giving Sang Rui a misleading. She didn't know Sang Rui's vital point, but just hit it by mistake. This is the protection of those who point out in the dark. Yang Haotian also discovered Nia Honglian's intentions, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Nia Honglian is indeed generous. But what he didn't know was that it was the arc of the corner of the mouth that made Nia Honglian, who was watching all directions, look at it. Is highly likely that this person is the one who points out to me. How about a tie? Sang Rui spoke first. Although she outstripped her opponent, the opponent already knew her vitals. As long as she attacks the vital points, she will not be able to defeat the opponent. And it will be exposed to other cultivators, the key point of Tianguan point. Nia Honglian also accepts as soon as she sees it, then it's a draw. there is no Ba Dao in hand. Her fighting power is greatly reduced. Even if she knew about Sang Rui's vital points, it would be difficult for her to conquer them immediately. This made Nia Honglian more determined. It is said that the treasure hidden in the ghost well is a top-grade magic weapon. I'm going to grab it.
It seems that the world's sacred tree can indeed discover and gain insight into the vital points of the monster race,
Yang Haotian secretly said. Sang Rui's performance made him affirm his deduction about the world's sacred tree. But the real conclusion needs to be verified by another Yaozu person. If so, then he will be invincible in the face of the demon clan in the future. Thanks. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness floated into the ears of young Haotian, who was a little excited.
As soon as Yang Haotian looked up, he saw Nia Honglian staring at him. He smiled slightly, admitting it.
Nia Honglian's eyes flashed involuntarily. This Tianhao can actually see the vital acupoints of the goddess of Taiyin? What is his origin? More importantly,
she had a weird feeling that the scene in front of her was familiar.
Suddenly, Nia Honglian's pupils shrank suddenly. She remembered the experience in the Qinglong secret realm.
At that time, she was facing a desperate situation, and it was young Haotian who guided her to break the situation with his spiritual sense.
How similar to the scene in front of you. Tan Hao. Haotian, is he Yang Haotian? Nia Honglian's heart skipped a beat. Staring at Yang Haotian, he was full of horror. Didn't you say he was retreating?
He came to Yaoshi Shanghua ahead of schedule.
His goal is the ancient mine in the wilderness blocked by the Taiyin God Lake. Nia Honglian's thoughts flashed, and she instantly understood everything. Then there is a trace of worry. The ancient mine in the wilderness is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Taiyinshan Lake. It can even be said that it is completely within the territory of Taiyin Shinhu. In case Yang Haotian reveals his identity. Isn't it extremely dangerous? Ha! What a wonderful battle. Let us open our eyes, two heroines. Take your seats quickly. Phony Wei came out to smooth things over.
Ninth Prince Shuri also looked at Sang Rui and Nia Honglian with emotion. He couldn't compare to any of these two women in terms of combat effectiveness.
And one is glamorous and beautiful, and the other is heroic.
Let him spontaneously give birth to a possessive desire.
Shuri couldn't help but secretly compare in his heart, in terms of beauty and allure, Fairy Liani, the saint of Yaoqi, is even better.
But in terms of practicality, Nia Honglian and Sang Rui still have an advantage.
Not only is it good-looking, but it is also powerful in combat. If you can get it under your command,
it will be a huge help for me to fight for the throne of the Yaoshishan kingdom. Not to mention how Shuri wanted to fart in his heart. As the organizer of this treasure hunting conference, Fomiwei quickly drew everyone's attention to the ghost well. Everyone, the location of the ghost well is erratic, but according to the old man's observations many times, there is a peerless magic weapon hidden in the well.
I don't know who of you is lucky enough to get this treasure. A cultivator asked. The location of the ghost well is erratic. How to determine its position? Yan Haotian was also curious about this question.
Strictly speaking, the ghost well is actually a space passage.
But because the space coordinates are uncertain, this special spatial channel does not necessarily open anywhere. Like a ghost, its position is erratic.
Therefore, it is called the ghost well by everyone.
Yang Haotian wondered, if the cultivators want to win the treasure, they must first locate the approximate location of the ghost well. How to solve this problem?
Fomiwei obviously considered this problem long ago. Everyone, through the joint efforts of me and His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, the general location of the ghost well's upcoming appearance has been locked in an area. But who will be able to lock its real location and get the magic weapon depends on everyone's luck. It turned out to be the case.
Yang Haotian nodded.
In a word, the approximate scope of the ghost well has been determined.
Whether you can win the magic weapon or not, everyone depends on their ability. Maybe I can try it too. Ao Shue's Shuein spirit sword is broken.
If I can get this magical weapon, it will be for Ao Shue to use.
Yang Haotian thought in his heart.
Master Windcastle, as far as I know, the scope of the ghost well seems to be very phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to the ancient mine in the wilderness. With so many of us cultivators going, don't we need to say hello to the young family? Nya Honglian asked.
Sang Rui, the goddess of Tyene, her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she stared at Nya Honglian quietly. Yang Haotian saw it in his eyes and smiled playfully. This Sang Rui really didn't hide his hostility towards the young family at all.
It is true that Tyene Shinhu and the young family are sworn enemies.
But the two had an agreement that Tyene Shinhu should not interfere with the land of the ancient wasteland mine, so as to hinder the development of the young family.
But now, the branch of the young family responsible for guarding the ancient mines in the wilderness has been crushed by Tyene Shinhu. Even cut off contact with the outside world. This is because Tyene Shinhu tore up the treaty first, so it is reasonable for the young family to fight back. That's why. Tyene Shinhu is very sensitive to the ancient mines in the wilderness, and no cultivator is allowed to discuss it in private. Sang Rui stared at Nia Honglian unkindly. What does Nia Honglian mean by mentioning the young family in public? To provoke me to the Tyene God Lake? Faced with Sang Rui's gaze, Nia Honglian looked indifferent, completely unaffected.
Yang Haotian smiled inwardly. It seemed that Nia Honglian was on the side of the young family.
He is quite courageous, he dared to offend others in the territory of Tyene Shinhu. Well, it fits her domineering personality very well. And was guided by Nia Honglian. All the cultivators also began to discuss. It stands to reason that it should be reported to the young family. Although the young family branch of the ancient wasteland mine is in a bad situation for the time being, it is still the blood of the longevity family. That's right, if we offend the young family, we're afraid, hee. The cultivators hesitated for a while. Fomiwei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the ninth prince and the Tyene goddess. He didn't say hello to the young family beforehand. Because of this treasure hunting conference, he passed Qi with Yaoshi Shanghua and Tyene Shinhu. Also received their strong support. From Fomiwei's point of view, the relationship between Yaoshi Shanghua and the young family is very phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme. Even the Yaoshi royal family supports him. Doesn't that mean the support of the young family? But now, seeing Shiyi's gloomy face, Fomiwei's heart sank. Could it be that the relationship between Yaoshi Shanghua and the Yang family has deteriorated? Too bad, I was tricked by the ninth prince. What should I do if I offend the young family? Fomiwei felt a drumbeat in his heart. Yang Haotian took in all the changes in his expression. Interesting, it seems that he was cheated by Shiyi. As for whether there is any meaning of Yaoshi going to the country, we need to confirm further. A cold light flashed across Yang Haotian's eyes. Yaoshi Shanghua's attitude towards Tyene Shinhu Lake is somewhat ambiguous. As a country developed by relying on the young family, its position is crooked. Looking for an opportunity, you have to beat it. Ninth Prince Shiyi, faced with Fomiwei's request for advice, his expression was gloomy. Naturally, he couldn't say that Yaoshi Shanghua had secretly colluded with Tyene Shinhu for a long time. For a while, I didn't know how to respond. Everyone, although the approximate location of the ghost well is phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to the ancient wasteland mine, it is not within the range of the ancient wasteland mine. In other words, the young family can't control it so far. Rest assured, it's just treasure hunting. For other things, Tyene God the Lake is in charge. Tyene Shinhu Sang Rui stood up and said, trying to confuse the public. All the cultivators nodded seriously, so it's not within the sphere of influence of the young family. That way we can rest assured. Whether it's true or not. In case something goes wrong, we were deceived by the Tyene God Lake anyway. Who said that the ghost well is not within the scope of my wasteland ancient mine? A loud shout sounded. Everyone's face changed. Who is it? Fomiwei's pupils shrank. Who dares to break in without notification? This is not taking Feng Jiobeo seriously. Nia Honglian's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Yang Haotian quietly. Shiyi and Sang Rui's eyes flashed coldly. The young family is here. For the sake of a ghost well, you want to break into my ancient mine site, Tyene Lake. Are you planning to tear up the original agreement and start a war with my young family? a tall and straight figure flashed in the field.
All the cultivators exclaimed in unison, Yang Zhouxian.
Yang Zhouxian, a generation of geniuses who suddenly rose from the younger generation of the Yang family. It is also a branch of the ancient mine in the wasteland, and it is the young master today. Seeing this person, Shuri and Sang Rui's eyes flickered coldly. Especially Sang Rui stared at Yang Zhouxian with gloomy eyes. She had several junior sisters who died at the hands of Yang Zhouxian. At such a young age, this person has reached the peak of the 9th layer of Chongyang realm.
Only one step away, you can break through to the Dragon Gate realm. But that's not even the most outrageous.
What really scares people about Yang Zhouxian is that his attacks are extremely vicious, killing people everywhere at every turn. Although it is nominally the young master of the ancient mine branch of the wasteland. But in fact, even the head of the family can't control him. The power of the barren ancient mine line is controlled by him who has risen rapidly. Fengjiobei, you Fengjiobei are so brave, you actually extended your hand to my young family's territory. Yang Zhouxian's eyes were as bright as lightning, and he locked on Fengjiobei. Fengjiobei's old face suddenly turned pale, showing fear. The Yang family is not something the Feng family can afford. Even if it is only the Yang family branch of the ancient wasteland mine. With Yang Zhouxian's method, it doesn't take much effort to destroy Fengjiobei. Fengjiobei immediately turned his head and asked Shuri and Sang Rui for help. The 9th prince, Shuri, was about to speak with a blank expression on his face. Yang Zhouxian sneered and interrupted directly, Shuri, shut up. You have no right to speak in front of me. Yang Zhouxian smiled provocatively, it's almost as good if your Emperor Lao Tzu came in person. Shuri's face suddenly turned ugly.
Yang Haotian looked at it and smiled playfully, this Yang Zhouxian is a bit to his liking.
One must know that even the sacred land of Yaoqi was established relying on the majesty of the Yang family. And Yaoshi Shanghua has always been protected by the Holy Land of Yaoqi. For example, if Yaoqi Holy Land is the younger brother of the Yang family, that Yaoshi Shanghua is the younger brother of the younger brother of the Yang family. 9th Prince Shuri is indeed not qualified to speak in front of Yang Zhouxian. But being scolded in public like this. As a prince, how could Shuri swallow this breath? You boom sounded loudly. Where Shuri was originally standing, the void immediately shattered. The space is like glass, with a crack like a spider web breaking out. Shuri's face was pale, and he stared at Yang Zhouxian with lingering fear, if it wasn't for him hiding fast. Yang Zhouxian's blow was enough to seriously injure him.
Speaking again? You can continue.
Yang Zhouxian looked at Shuri with a smile. Shuri's mouth moved, but he didn't dare to challenge Yang Zhouxian's majesty. To a certain extent, Shuri's fear of Yang Zhouxian is stronger than that of Yang Haotian, the young master of the Yang family. After all, Yang Zhouxian's vicious deeds are based on the accumulation of countless blood. If the other party can really disagree with each other, they will take his life. Shuri's pale face fell into Yang Haotian's eyes. He looked at Xiang Yang Zhouxian's eyes, and became more and more interested. A few words can scare Shuri, who thinks highly of himself, too scared to speak. This Yang Zhouxian method can do it. Okay? Yang Zhouxian changed his expression and looked at Yang Haotian. He sensed that someone was quietly observing him. And this kind of sight faintly made him feel a little bit of pressure. He immediately locked on to Yang Haotian. Who is your excellency? My elder brother's name is Tianhao. Yi Jian said. He and his sister Yilan had been in shock for a long time. I was a little tired from the emotional changes again and again. But it involves big brother Yang Haotian. The siblings are still strong and express their support for brother Tianhao. Tianhao? Are you an enemy or a friend? Yang Zhouxian said directly. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and he fixed on Yang Haotian firmly, as if he was about to fight if he disagreed with him. Shuri and Sang Rui couldn't help their hearts moving. Fight! Fight up! It happened to be possible to test this Tianhao's strength through Yang Zhouxian. Don't fight, don't fight! You are a family! Nya Honglian cried in her heart. She vaguely guessed Yang Haotian's identity. What a horrible look! Yilan and Yi Jian, sister and brother, were terrified, and their faces were pale.
We are the blood of the Dianyi family.
Yilan struggled to say a word. She was afraid that if Yang Zhouxian disagreed, he would attack big brother Tian.
But Yang Haotian looked indifferent. He turned a blind eye to Yang Zhouxian's fierce gaze. Ask me if I'm an enemy or a friend? He.
Yang Hao shook his head with a faint smile.
Shake your head? Everyone is surprised. What does it mean? Not the enemy? Not friend? Yang Zhouxian didn't expect Yang Haotian to react like this. He is very confident in his aura. No opponent has ever been so calm in the face of his dangerous aura. This made him admire.
At the same time, he also became curious about the origin of Yang Haotian. His surname is Tian, he is also a sword cultivator, and has a relationship with the Yi family.
Is there such a master?
Yang Zhouxian couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking, I will communicate with brother Tian again when I have a chance.
By instinct. He felt that Yang Haotian was not malicious. Yang Haotian smiled and waved towards Sang Rui and Shuri. You deal with them first. Sang Rui and Shuri immediately glared at Yang Haotian, confirmed, this Tianhao is not a friend but an enemy.
The cultivators around looked at Yang Haotian, dumbfounded. Good guy.
All of a sudden offended Yaoshi Shanhua and Taiyin Shinhu. What is the origin of this Tianhao? It's too bold. Brother Tian is right.
I'll get rid of them first.
Yang Zhouxian looked at Sang Rui with cold eyes.
How can I, Yang Tians, be missing from this treasure hunt?
A low drink. The figure flashed, and another figure appeared beside Yang Zhouxian.
Holding an emerald green divine sword in his arms, the sword's aura is overwhelming, and his aura is sharp.
It's not who Yang Tians is. Kirin Excalibur. Yang Haotian's eyes flashed, this guy Yang Tians is still here. What a great opportunity to deliver. Today he will regain the Qilin Excalibur. Guess what? Haven't waited for him to make a move. The moment Yang Haotian appeared,
Yang Zhouxian shouted loudly, traitor! Take away the sword from the young master of the Yang family, commit crimes below and above, eat inside and outside, and be punished. He grabbed it with a big hand. Void exploded with a chi-chi, and his 5 fingers cut out a series of void sword marks. Yang Zhouxian's 5 fingers are like 5 sharp swords, and he directly grabs and shoots at Yang Tians. He wants to take back the Qilin Excalibur and return it to the young master. No one knows Yang Zhouxian's admiration and gratitude to the young master Yang Haotian in his heart. As a contemporary genius rising like a comet from the Yang family, Yang Zhouxian has not always been smooth sailing. Just 3 months ago,